This didn't make any sense to her. How did a melody that she had locked down over the summer, last summer, suddenly appear on Jennifer Lopez's album? This was something that really bothered her.
Baby, let's get into it. Did Beyonce and J.Lo really just push Mariah Carey off her throne? Not by accident, not by luck, but on purpose. Like full-on calculated moves to snatch her shine and step into the space she built from the ground up. Allegedly, this tea's coming straight from Mariah's own mouth. And you already know it's about to get real messy.
Have you heard Beyonce Drunk in Love?
I don't know. I love Beyonce, but I have not heard
Mariah just flew in from her own planet, I'm telling you. This is Mariah's.
From my own planet?
Yes.
I did.
Yes, absolutely.
And I don't.
Now, let's rewind for a second. Back in the 90s, Mariah wasn't just on top, she was the top. She was writing her own bangers, producing her albums, calling the shots on her look, and shutting down every chart in sight. And let's not forget, this was a time when the industry hated giving that kind of power to any woman, let alone a multiracial woman who had the whole world in a chokehold. Mariah wasn't just doing R&B or pop. She was sliding through every genre like it was nothing. She was mysterious, glamorous, and had that angelic range that no one could touch. Sis built the blueprint, and it's wild how quickly others swooped in once she disappeared from the spotlight. And here's the kicker. If you dig through the archives, you'll find young Beyonce praising Mariah like she was the queen of heaven itself. We're talking sun, moon, and holy falsetto type of praise. Let's talk receipts. Beyonce literally said Mariah was the reason she ever picked up a mic. Not Whitney, not Aretha, it was Mariah. That's wild when you think about how Beyonce always gets lined up with the legends, but back then, she was putting Mariah at the top of that list. And she meant it too. She said, "Vision of Love was the moment that lit the fire in her soul and made her want to be a singer." That's not just inspiration, that's a whole origin story. And if you dig through old interviews and fan footage, you'll see it plain as day. Young Bey was starstruck. Watching her geek out over Mariah's vocals and stage presence was like watching a superfan meet their idol. She had that look like, one day I want to be her. No shade, just facts. But here's the twist. Somewhere along the line, all that fangirling, gone. The love stopped. The shout-outs vanished. People noticed. And now folks are saying Beyonce may have started to believe she surpassed Mariah, that she didn't need to mention her anymore, like she moved from being inspired to being the competition. Let's be real though, Mariah's catalog is untouchable, but the industry doesn't crown her like they do MJ or Prince. Instead, they stick her in that glittery holiday box, vocals for days, but still treated like some seasonal diva in stilettos and fur. Meanwhile, Beyonce's chasing that timeless legacy. She don't just want the crown, she wants the throne, the museum exhibit, the Michael Jackson level impact. We're talking about someone, Beyonce, who flipped the whole game. Visually, musically, and culturally, she's built her own empire. And if she's gunning to be seen as the ultimate artist of our time, then maybe Mariah doesn't fit that storyline. At least not in a way that helps Beyonce shine brighter. And you know what they say in this industry? It's not just about talent, it's about the narrative. But here's where it gets spicy. There's whispers that Beyonce didn't just rise through talent alone. Nah, some insiders say she might have strategically taken over the space Mariah created, not by force, but by leveraging those high-level connections she got, especially through her husband. Jay-Z got reach, and allegedly they used it to quietly shift the spotlight, dimming Mariah's while boosting Beyonce.
Mariah Carey's voice comes from God. You can hear the gospel in her voice. Very nice to see her in the church. The whole message in the video was just Vision of Love. Was one of the first songs I heard when I was a kid, where I heard all of these riffs. And I was like, how does she do that? In this little short amount of times, the amount of notes she could squeeze in that one little bar, 2 bars, was fascinating to me. And that's kind of when I started trying it. And it's something that I love to do in my music, but she completely inspired me.
And according to folks in the know, that's just how the game is played. The ones who kiss the right rings get all the doors open for them. Meanwhile, artists like Mariah, real writers, real vocalists, get sidelined even if their talent's untouchable. Ain't that wild? Now let's not forget about the other player in this quiet takeover, Jennifer Lopez. Around the same time Bey was rising, J.Lo stepped in looking flawless, booking roles, launching fashion lines, and catching fire in Hollywood. She's got the look, she's got the hustle, no doubt. But vocally, come on now, she wasn't touching Mariah in any category. Still, somehow, J.Lo got crowned as a global superstar. Grammy stages, movie deals, fragrance empires, Super Bowl spotlights, the whole package handed over like a Hollywood starter kit. Now look, we might not have Beyonce on camera teaming up with J.Lo to shut down Mariah's career, But when you zoom in on what really went down, the setup looks shady as hell. Let's talk about Glitter, Mariah's passion project. While she was putting it all together, she secured a fire sample from Yellow Magic Orchestra's 1978 track Firecracker to use in her song Loverboy. It was a done deal until out of nowhere, that same exact melody popped up on Jennifer Lopez's album first. Yeah, your jaw should be on the floor right now because Mariah's was too. She got played and it wasn't no coincidence. Let's rewind real quick. Back then, J.Lo had some clout from In Living Color. But music, Broadway, sis wasn't cutting it because let's be honest, she couldn't really sing or act like that. And yet somehow, she lands this perfect song. That ain't luck, that's sabotage with a smile. Enter Tommy Mottola. He was Mariah's ex-husband and the powerful exec at Sony. Their relationship crumbling. Mariah was trying to escape both the marriage and her label deal, but Tommy wasn't about to let her go clean. So what did he do? He gave the sample that Mariah had locked down to J.Lo, straight up swiped it from her Loverboy single and handed it off like it was nothing. Then to make it worse, he benched Mariah's version and pushed J.Lo's out first. And let's not act brand new, J.Lo knew what was up and she played her part perfectly. Mariah wasn't confused about who was pulling the strings either. In her book, The Meaning of Mariah Carey, she laid it all out. She said flat out that most of the drama surrounding Glitter could be traced right back to her ex, Tommy Mottola. The man was salty, furious about their divorce and her escape from Sony, and he wasn't gonna let her win, period. He had power and he used all of it. Mariah said he was dead set on making sure she didn't shine after leaving him. No hit records, no successful movie rollout, no glitter, no glam, nothing. She said, there was no way he would allow me to have a huge success after leaving him and Sony. And what did he do? Soon as he heard her new track with that Firecracker sample, he moved quick. Sony slapped together a Rush single for another female entertainer on the label. Mariah's words, not naming names, just letting the shade speak loud and clear. And let's not pretend J.Lo was unaware of that either. Timing was too perfect. She benefited from the sabotage, and that smile said it all. Now, speaking of Mariah and her flawless shade,
rivalries, but I don't think she has anything to do with me. I mean, my whole thing is singing, writing songs. Yeah, and I've been doing this, my whole life. Singing is first and foremost. It's a God-given talent that I'm grateful for. Her thing is something different.
Remember that legendary interview moment when she was asked about other female artists? She kept it classy when they brought up Beyonce, called her nice and a good writer. But when they asked about Jennifer Lopez, woo, Mariah hit him with the coldest line in pop culture history. I don't know her. That's it, that's the tweet. That moment lives rent-free in our minds forever. Let's bring it back to 2002, Larry King Live. Larry straight up asked Mariah if there was any beef in the industry, especially with J.Lo. And Mariah? Who? She didn't even blink. She calmly said, there's no competition. If the other person can't sing, mic drop. That line echoed through pop culture like a thunderclap. But Mariah wasn't done. The shade just kept rolling. Around the same time, rumors were swirling that J.Lo didn't even sing her own songs. And in an interview with Talk Magazine, Mariah clapped back again, this time even harder. J.Lo once claimed she got a full 8 hours of sleep every night. Mariah's response, savage. She said, if I had the luxury of not having to sing my own songs, darling, I'd do that too, honey. The darling and the honey were dipped in pure glittery venom. And here's the thing, Mariah wasn't making this stuff up. The whole J.Lo doesn't sing her songs claim has been floating around for years. It's been an open secret. Let's not act like we didn't hear the same whispers. A case in point, that 2001 hit I'm Real. It dropped off J.Lo's second album and became a massive success. But guess what? According to Ashanti, that track was actually meant for her. She'd recorded the demo vocals, and suddenly, poof, it ends up on J.Lo's album instead. No explanation, no heads up. Even Irv Gotti, who had Ashanti signed to Murder Inc., admitted he was the one who handed the track over to J.Lo. Just like that. Now here's the wild part. I'm Real wasn't just handed to J.Lo. It was already recorded and mixed with Ashanti's vocals. And guess what? Those vocals, still in the final version, you can literally hear Ashanti's voice all over the background because, allegedly, J.Lo just couldn't deliver the way the track needed. So instead of re-recording, they just left Ashanti's parts in and slapped J.Lo's name on the front. But it gets messier. I'm Real wasn't even supposed to be Ashanti's track in the first place. It was originally meant for Mariah. Yup, before Ashanti even touched it, the song was intended for MC. But then Tommy Mottola stepped in, and according to Irv Gotti himself, told him to give the song to J.Lo just to spite Mariah. Straight up industry sabotage, and J.Lo played along with it. Now let's talk about Ain't It Funny, another J.Lo hit that has Ashanti's fingerprints all over it. Ashanti didn't just write the lyrics, she sang the chorus. threw in the ad-libs and helped build the whole vibe. J.Lo, she just had to stroll into the studio, lay down a few vocals, and collect the glory. And it doesn't stop there. Ashanti almost lost What's Love too. That track was supposed to be hers alongside Fat Joe, but according to Joe himself, there was serious talk about replacing Ashanti with, yup, you guessed it, J.Lo. And the craziest part? J.Lo knew it was Ashanti's song, and she was still down to snatch it.
How did that J.Lo record actually happen? You wrote the song for yourself, or you wrote it for J.Lo?
No, I wrote it for J.Lo.
Fat Joe himself spilled the tea. He said Irv Gotti and Ja Rule called him up in the middle of the night like 3 a.m. type energy. They told him to pull up to the studio ASAP. They had something special. When he got there around 4 in the morning, they played What's Love and asked if he wanted it. And here's the kicker. They told him, this is for you and J.Lo. We want the Latino connection. But what about Ashanti? She was already on the song. She laid the vocals, helped shape the vibe, and made it a hit before J.Lo was even in the convo. Still, the plan was almost to swap her out, just like that. And this wasn't the only time she got played. Years later, Ashanti finally opened up about how deep the disrespect ran. In an interview with Metro UK, she said she was tired of not getting her flowers. She admitted that it took her decades to even speak on how badly she was being treated because back then, she didn't have the power to push back. Ashanti said, "You should always care about credit for what you do, no matter the industry. It's important to give credit, especially now, when everything's smoke and mirrors." She called it frustrating, seeing people shocked when they learned she was the real voice behind hits that made others famous. In that same interview, she revealed how painful it was to hear her voice coming out of someone else's mouth, someone getting all the spotlight while she sat in the shadows. She stayed silent for years, but now she's letting it be known she was the voice, the pen, and the power behind the hits. And it's about time the world gave her the credit she earned. It's wild how this game works. First you're overlooked, ignored, and straight up erased. Then later folks start admiring you for the exact thing they once tried to bury. And that's just Ashanti's story. She ain't the only one. There's a whole list of artists, especially black women, who've allegedly had their work snatched, their voices muted, and their credit stolen. And guess who keeps showing up in those stories? J.Lo and Beyonce. Now here's where it gets juicy. Word on the street is Mariah Carey might finally be ready to break her silence for real. Like actually sit down and tell the whole messy truth, from the sabotage to the stolen records to the behind-the-scenes puppeteering. And yes, she might even call out Beyonce and J.Lo by name if they played roles in the drama. Insiders close to Mariah say she's been cooking something up. Maybe it's a second memoir, maybe a tell-all documentary, or maybe she's just waiting for the perfect moment to drop the bomb and shake the table. Whatever it is, if it happens, it could finally clear the fog around all the rumors that have been floating for decades. Was J.Lo really used to tank Mariah's glitter era? Did Beyonce keep her distance once Mariah didn't fit the image anymore? Or did the industry decide Mariah was just too bold, too real, too unbothered, and push her aside for safer faces? One thing's for sure, it's gonna be messy, explosive, and long overdue. So drop your thoughts in the comments. Do you think Mariah's finally about to spill? Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, and share this video with someone who needs the tea. And make sure to tap that next video on your screen because this story, far from over.
Like, what made you put hands on Drake?
I did not put hands on Drake.
Don't nobody with Drake. Drake is a slimy nigga. He make great music, but Drake is the type of nigga who he can have any bitch in the club. Any bitch. They can all be 12. But you walk in with one, he won't.
Drake kind of seen some activity and, you know, shit. He did what a motherfucker you supposed to do. He got out of there. So we sent somebody to get him. Bro, it's cool. That ain't for you. That's for us. Now, you know, we seen going on. But, you know, we moving blocks. We're not just going to hit the block without the block being right. So we had to make sure the home, you know, went and cleared the block.
Cat Williams wasn't just talking. He was telling the truth. One by one, these rappers are getting exposed, and now Drake's name is all over the Diddy tapes. And it ain't just a mention. Drake's voice is straight up screaming in those recordings. Yeah, it sounds wild, but once you stack it up with everything we've been hearing since way back in 2014, it's not even shocking anymore. This Diddy trial, it's ripping the whole industry wide open. And suddenly, all the shady stories are clicking into place like puzzle pieces.
Like, what made you put hands on Drake?
I did not put hands on Drake.
Oh.
And I do not want any problems with Drake. Drake is right now, that's all I got. That's all I have to say. He's putting in his work. I didn't do nothing to Drake.
Let's rewind to the early hours of December 8, 2014. VMA after party. Diddy and Drake, things got nasty. Multiple outlets confirmed it. Diddy allegedly caught Drake slipping outside the club and served him a serious beatdown. Word on the street was Drake ended up in the emergency room that night. And get this, Diddy tried to brush it off later, went live like, nah, I ain't lay a finger on him. Like the whole world didn't already know the deal. But let's be real, Diddy did put hands on Drake no matter how hard he tried to deny it. Multiple media outlets and folks who were right there said it happened. Even 50 Cent chimed in and threw shade, saying Diddy couldn't recognize a hit if it smacked him in the face. And guess what sparked all this chaos? That 0 to 100 beat. Diddy was convinced the beat belonged to him. But Drake, he heard it, flipped it, and dropped a straight banger. That power move lit a fire in Diddy. He was heated. That night in Miami, that was Diddy losing control right there in public. But don't get it twisted. That wasn't the climax. That was just the surface level drama. Diddy was letting off steam. Behind closed doors, it was getting real sinister.
And then Puff, that's what Puff was pulling me down to do it. But Puff can't even hear a hit. See, I know he couldn't.
Puff can't hear a hit? That's kind of crazy, Fifth.
He still hear things from back then, that time.
Oh, got you now.
Right.
Okay, got you.
He can't buy the record. He can't. You play it for him right now, and it's hot. He can't buy it. This is why he's fighting Drake. When you hit Drake, because he used the beat that he didn't actually use.
0 to 100.
Right, you see what I'm saying? So if he heard it, and then he heard Drake's use it, but it wasn't a hit yet until Drake put the lines on it. And he's upset about that because he can't hear it, but he felt like he took something from him.
By August 2015, Diddy pulled up to the Breakfast Club talking all peaceful like, it's all love, no beef. But meanwhile, in the streets of LA, folks were whispering that he put a whole bag on Drake's head. Yup, word was anyone who caught Drake slipping could cash in. No official paper trail, but the streets knew what was up. That's why the vibe in the city changed. Dudes started acting real funny. Sources out of LA said phones were blowing up. Drake's over here. Drake's at that spot. People were tracking his every move like it was open season. That's when Drake made a power play. He linked up with The Game, someone who had real clout in the streets and knew exactly how to move when things got hot. Drake wasn't dumb. He knew if Diddy had that kind of influence in LA, he needed someone just as deep in The Game. And The Game, he didn't stay quiet. He confirmed it in his own coded way. Said folks hit him up, told him to line Drake up. But instead of flipping on him, The Game went defense mode. He protected Drake.
Y'all better not come to my studio with that fake shit. Y'all better not come to my funeral with that fake shit. Y'all better.
But nothing in the streets is ever free. And The Game let that be known loud and clear. So what did Drake do? He handed over the 100 track. They shot the video right in Compton. This wasn't about boosting street cred, it was survival mode. Plain and simple. If you really listen to the lyrics on 100, Game laid the whole thing out. He didn't hold back. He rapped, "Ninjas called me to set you up, want me to come and wet you up, cause you out of town too like Biggie. Then heard about the ish Diddy on, so I came through to vest you up." Right there, receipts. That line wasn't just bars, it was real life warning shots. The streets were talking and now the track was talking too. Even with The Game watching his back, Drake was still shook during the 100 video shoot. Whack 100 said Drake spotted some unfamiliar faces, freaked out, and bolted into a van ready to dip. The wild part, those dudes were there for his protection, but Drake wasn't about to roll the dice. He wasn't trusting nobody. Whack had to chase him down, calm him up, and break down what was really going on before they could even get back to filming. That's how tense the energy was.
And Drake comes to Compton to shoot the video.
100. He shot it on Brazil and Wilmington.
What all happened during that video? What was that?
He pulled up, Drake gave us love, Thunder cleared it for me, didn't charge me, Drake didn't charge for the verse. Drake actually brought this film crew to film it for us. That's what he wanted to do. We was on the famous Brazil and Wilmington shooting it. We had to move blocks. And you know, when we move blocks, we send the little homies to do what they need to do. Drake kind of seen some activity and you know, shit. He did what a civilian supposed to do. He got out of there. So we sent somebody to get him. Bro, it's cool. That ain't for you. That's for us. Now, you know, we seen going on, but you know, we moving blocks. We're not just gonna hit the block without the block being right. So we had to make sure the homies, you know, when they cleared the block.
Fast forward to today, Diddy's locked in court facing heavy federal charges. But things flipped crazy when Cassie took the stand. During redirect, prosecutors hit her with a question that shook the room. What exactly made Diddy snap and get violent with her? Cassie didn't hesitate. She looked straight at the jury and dropped a bomb. It was Drake. She said anytime Drake's name even came up, Diddy would lose control. Cassie said he'd start pacing, yelling, throwing things like a switch flipped. Prosecutors leaned in. The whole courtroom froze. She claimed Diddy had this obsession, like he couldn't stand Drake's rise. It wasn't just jealousy over music, this was deeper. Cassie told the court that Diddy believed Drake disrespected him by working with his enemies and using the beat he wanted. She said he felt betrayed. He said Drake owed him everything. And remember that 0 to 100 track? Cassie said Diddy would replay it over and over in the house, cursing under his breath, throwing back drinks. She called it trigger music. That's how twisted it got him, but it didn't stop there. Cassie also revealed that Diddy would make disturbing threats. She told prosecutors, he said if he ever saw Drake again, it was on sight, no talking. Cassie's answer had jaws dropping. She said the whole thing started because she was heading to OVO Fest. Yeah, Drake's festival. She told the court, Sean came to my home and tried to attack me. And get this, she still went to Toronto anyway. After all that chaos, she boarded that plane and showed up at OVO Fest. The whole courtroom went silent. Now, if that ain't a motive, what is?
So Cassie, she said Diddy whooped her ass. He found out she was going to OVO Fest. So this is apparently some insight into the real reason why Diddy don't with Drake.
Don't nobody with Drake. Drake is a slimy nigga. He make great music, but Drake is the type of nigga who he can have any bitch in the club. Any bitch. They can all be 12. But you walk in with one, he won't.
Diddy was fuming. He felt like Drake was straight up taking his girl. And it wasn't just paranoia, there was smoke behind it. During the trial, a 2013 rumor popped back up claiming Drake might have signed Cassie to his OVO label. No one knows if it was ever official, but in Diddy's mind, that was warfare. To make it worse, a wild tweet from Lil Duval started trending again. He wrote, "Back then I heard Diddy swung on Drake in Miami for saying hello to Cassie. People joked about it back then, but now it's clicking too hard." And Drake, he'd been leaving breadcrumbs the whole time. On 4 p.m. in Calabasas, he low-key spilled everything. Drake was speaking in code, but now it's crystal clear. On 4 p.m. in Calabasas, he dropped bars like, "All you self-promoters are janky and they trying to tempt me. The higher I get, the less they accept me. Even the OGs trying to press me off." Then, boom, he hit him with take that, mocking Diddy's own tagline. That wasn't just shade, that was a direct shot. He even slid in no love in their heart, so they faked that, flipping Diddy's legacy album No Way Out right in his face. Drake wasn't just rapping, he was confessing. But back then, nobody connected the dots. Now with everything Cassie said in court, the lyrics hit different. He even hinted at domestic abuse with, "That man is not a man for you. Scared of letting your skeletons loose?" Sounds like Cassie might have trusted Drake with the truth long before the courtroom ever heard it. And now we loop back to Cat Williams. Remember him saying rappers and execs were caught up in those Diddy tapes? Not just mentioned, he said you can hear them screaming. Whether it's wild parties, phone calls, or something way darker, Cat's warning don't sound so crazy anymore. It's all starting to line up too perfect. And if Drake's actual voice is on those tapes, screaming like they say, it opens up a whole new can of questions. Was he just a witness? Was he caught in something deeper? Or was he straight up and This saga's been bubbling for years beneath the surface, and now it's exploding in real time. Media outlets and courtroom insiders are all buzzing. The tapes are still locked up, but word is they'll be made public once the trial wraps. And if what we're hearing is true, if Drake's name is tied to even a fraction of what's been rumored, we're not just talking music beef anymore. This is something massive, something that could shift the whole industry. People online are losing it. One user posted, "If Diddy's bold enough to come after celebs like Drake, imagine what he's done to people with no fame, no protection." Another said, "Diddy putting hands on Drake and Cassie? He's an equal opportunity menace. SMH. So now it's your turn. What's your reaction? Is Cat Williams really exposing the underbelly of the game? Or is this just another Hollywood meltdown going viral? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Make sure you like, subscribe, share with someone who needs to hear this mess, and smash that bell so you don't miss what's coming next. And don't go anywhere. Watch the next video on screen, because trust me, it's even crazier. See you there.
A lot of the love I had for wanting to be a part of the industry is not there anymore. I don't even associate myself with the industry. You know what I'm saying? I'm not an industry artist. I'm an artist in the industry.
If you want to rap or sing or whatever, don't become a part of the game. You know what? Listen to a song I called The Industry. And that pretty much explains, you know what I'm saying, what the shit is.
Ever since this whole Diddy chaos exploded, starting with Cassie filing that lawsuit, it's like a dam broke. One by one, people started crawling out of the shadows, each with their own wild claims about Diddy and the crew surrounding him. And now, names of big-time celebs keep getting dragged into this mess. One name that refuses to disappear? Jay-Z. Even 50 Cent threw shade, saying Jay's been laying low, waiting for the Diddy drama to die down so he doesn't get caught up in the storm. Suspicious, right? But here's where it gets even crazier.
Okay, I see what's really good. You're trying to eliminate the competition. You know, because at first you retire, you know, then get me off the label, now you're back rapping again. Okay. It's all good. It's all good.
DMX clips are now blowing up all over Twitter. Yep, the late legend himself, a man who never bit his tongue, was out here years ago trying to warn us about the dark games being played in Hollywood. In these old videos, DMX was spilling serious tea, calling out Diddy for allegedly pulling strings, controlling his artists like puppets, and warning about Jay-Z cozying up with the powerful puppet masters who run the show from behind the curtain.
They made him jiggy and put him in suits and made them write lyrics for him and took all that publishing and took.
DMX didn't just throw names around for fun. He looked serious, like a man who saw way too much. He was clearly shook, talking about betrayal, manipulation, and the industry's twisted inner circle. Makes you wonder, what did DMX really witness behind those closed doors that had him calling out two of the biggest names in the game? What secrets were too dark to ignore? Let me break this down real quick.
Told Craig Mott if he didn't change management, he wasn't with him no more. Craig wasn't getting rid of his management. Craig said, yo, listen here, man, I'm not changing my manager just because you want to. Puff said, yo, I ain't that kid no more. Not at all. I was right there when he said that. Told Craig Mack, you don't change your manager, I ain't.
Diddy's whole reputation? It's crashing, fast. His legacy and so-called image of power are being ripped apart, layer by layer. Lawsuits, accusations, even feds getting involved. This ain't blowing over anytime soon. The deeper folks dig, the darker it gets. And now Jay-Z's name is getting dragged through the same mud. Now here's where things get wild. A resurfaced interview with DMX has folks straight up stunned. DMX didn't hold back. He threw major shade at Diddy, accusing him of doing his artists dirty. He said Diddy was graping his own people, using them, bending rappers over both financially and creatively, and draining them of their work and soul.
A lot of the love I had for wanting to be a part of the industry is not there anymore. I don't even associate myself with the industry. You know what I'm saying? I'm not an industry artist. I'm an artist in the industry.
Some fans say DMX was using that word as a metaphor, like Diddy was just robbing folks blind. But others, they think X meant it literally. And honestly, with everything that's come out lately, that theory doesn't sound so far-fetched anymore. And DMX had more to say. In another interview, he opened up about how Diddy once turned him down when he was trying to sign with Bad Boy Records. Straight rejection. But as soon as Def Jam gave DMX a shot and the buzz started, Diddy switched up, started chasing him down, begging to link up. But DMX, he already peeped what was really going down behind closed doors at Bad Boy, and he wasn't having it. He wasn't about to let himself get used or controlled. Nah, X wasn't the type to play industry puppet. He made that crystal clear.
Well, you know, Locks got signed by that. Even though I bought the Locks Store Riders, you know, they got signed. They were a safer group. You know, Puff signed them. And it was a blessing and a curse because they were happy about getting signed first, and they were on the Benjamins and shit was going. But they made him jiggy and put him in suits and made them write lyrics for him and took all that publishing and took, like, damn. I'm glad I didn't, you know, like, you keep that. And we went to, like, as soon as they got signed, D was like, yo, if you like the Locks, like, X is like Big Dog, like, those are the Puffs, like, you luck.
Now when it comes to Jay-Z and DMX, their relationship has always been complicated. They both blew up in the late 90s, came from that raw New York scene, and shared stages early on. There was mutual respect, at least on the surface. Jay even gave DMX a public shout-out after he passed. But behind the scenes, it's a whole different vibe. There's this unspoken tension between them, like broken loyalty or a grudge that never got resolved. DMX never fully trusted Jay. Word is he thought Jay was the sneaky type, the kind who smiles in your face but moves slick behind your back. X believed Jay didn't like real competition, didn't want anyone shining too bright next to him.
A few weeks after I got signed to Def Jam, he was like, yo, I'll lace your pockets, I'll double what they gave you and lace your pockets. I'm like, nah, I'm cool.
And here's the kicker. DMX accused Jay of becoming president of Def Jam just to sabotage his 6th album. According to X, Jay wasn't trying to help. He was there to block, meddle, and mess up his momentum. If that's true, it's beyond shady. It's straight up career sabotage. And honestly, that move by Jay had DMX feeling like he'd been stabbed in the back by someone who knew exactly how the industry chewed people up. DMX wasn't just some rookie trying to get a shot. He was already a legend, and for Jay to allegedly block him like that hit deep. But this wasn't the first time Jay-Z was accused of playing power games to silence the competition.
About like what he meant to the culture and maybe meant to you personally.
By the way, the first time I boycotted the Grammys was for him. We both came out that year. He didn't get nominated. He dropped 2 albums, had 2 #1 albums in the same year.
Right. I remember that.
They didn't even nominate him. I won that year for rap album. So my first Grammy win, I wasn't in. I wasn't even in the building because I boycotted him. So there was a competitive thing, but it was big love. He was so competitive with me. I never met a human being more competitive with me, like ever, not even my big brother.
A lot of folks in the industry whisper about how Jay's always been calculated, only aligning with people when it benefits him and pulling strings behind the scenes when it doesn't. And DMX saw right through it. He spoke with emotion, like someone who had really been burned. He believed Jay didn't just want the spotlight, he wanted to control who got close to it. That whole 6th album delay, it wrecked X's momentum. Fans were waiting, the hype was real, and then boom, things stalled. Rumors swirled that Jay was holding things up on purpose, slow walking approvals, blocking promo, and making it nearly impossible for the project to get the shine it deserved.
Like I said, I had the crazy track record, Def Jam, everything was good. You know, I go to do the 6th album, and you know,
Jay-Z became president.
Yeah. You know, when he first got the job, he hit me with the call like, yo, dog, inmates is running the building like, yo, you good? Finish the album, shoot the video. What happened? She didn't. You know, we don't know. What you mean you don't know? How do you listen to a whole album, pick a single, shoot a video, then don't know?
DMX felt like his career was purposely derailed, and in his eyes, Jay-Z, someone he once stood shoulder to shoulder with, was the one pulling the strings. Jay-Z never actually admitted to blocking DMX's album, but the way everything played out, it's mad suspicious. And what really made people side-eye him was what happened after DMX passed on April 9th, 2021. Just days later, Jay pulled up to LeBron's show, The Shop, where he was asked about X's legacy when suddenly he had nothing but praise.
I see what's really good. You're trying to eliminate the competition. You know, because at first you retire, you know, then get me off the label, now you're back rapping again. Okay. It's all good.
Jay claimed he had mad respect for DMX, even saying he boycotted his own first Grammy win back in the day because X didn't get nominated. He talked about how they had a long history of friendly competition and said it was all love. Real smooth, right? But if you paid close attention, Jay spun the story like DMX was the one always trying to outdo him, like X was chasing him. Meanwhile, DMX had already said the exact opposite.
This new breed of rapper that's paying DJs to play their
Right.
And, you know what I'm saying? They sucking the record label executive, and it's like there's too much of that going on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Let me be me. Let me be the artist that I am and just play my motherfucking music. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Now they want you all up under this, you know, sitting at the going to dinner with them and like that, and you know, all that favor for a favor shit. I don't get down like that. Look, I'll give you the music, you give my.
Back in 2004, when Jay became president of Def Jam, DMX said everything changed. X had been the label's golden child, dropping 5 straight #1 albums from 1998 to 2003. No skips, no flops, just pure dominance. That kind of consistency should have put him in a league of his own and earned him serious respect in that building. But as soon as Jay-Z took over, DMX claimed he started messing with his 6th album, Year of the Dog, throwing obstacles and delays like it was personal. According to X, Jay wasn't there to lift him up. He was there to shut him down.
It's bullshit, man. The game is bullshit. If you want to rap or sing or whatever, don't become a part of the game. You know what? Listen to a song I called The Industry. And that pretty much explains, you know what I'm saying, what the shit is about. The industry. Man, it's not the same. The industry, it's not a game. The industry, real is dying to get in the industry just to find they don't fit in. The industry ain't what it used to be. The industry's trying to control the way you MC. They want you to dress like this and talk like that, but I'm going to dress like this and talk with the gap. The industry.
In that same radio interview, DMX dropped another bomb. He claimed the real reason Jay-Z sabotaged his 6th album was because Jay had changed his mind about retiring. That whole "I'm done with rap" thing, Captain J was plotting a major comeback, but first he had to clear the field of anyone who could outshine him. And DMX, he was definitely a threat. That was the final straw for X. He saw the game for what it really was. 2 artists who came up together, now on totally opposite sides of the industry. Jay was trying to climb higher by shaking hands with the shadowy gatekeepers at the top, while DMX just wanted to make his music, speak his truth, and get paid fair. Simple. But the moment he realized Def Jam wasn't letting him move freely anymore, he cut ties. X left the label behind and signed a new deal with Columbia Records, ready to start fresh without the politics weighing him down. From that point on, X never really looked at Jay the same. He believed Jay would throw anyone under the bus if it meant securing his spot with the power players. DMX wasn't about that life. He stayed solid, always calling out the ones behind the curtain, the label execs, the elites, the ones pulling strings while choking the life out of real artists. X refused to be one of their pawns.
Biggest artist you ever had had a real bad drug problem, DMX?
I'm so sad. It's the most dangerous thing that's facing our society.
So why sign an artist that would promote that?
Because I already answered that question. You weren't paying attention. She asked me talent or issues, and I said talent. But I have to. I can't give up on people.
Don't you think that's hypocritical though? You're saying the
it's
opioid problem's a
opportunistic.
problem.
Yeah. I got people to feed. I got a business to.
Back in 2005, DMX came through with a hard-hitting track called "The Industry," and he didn't hold anything back. In the song, he straight up called label owners vultures, feeding off fresh talent, stripping them of their soul, and tossing them aside once the check cleared. He rapped about how young artists were pressured to sell out, ditch their originality, their integrity, and even their morals, just to get a piece of fame. DMX wasn't just spitting bars, he was exposing the dirty reality that most people in the game were too scared to say out loud. Now Jay-Z, he's always been about the business, strategic, sharp, and focused on long-term power, but that's also why he took a different path. He wasn't chasing artistry, he was chasing legacy, and in that pursuit, people started noticing a pattern. Jay couldn't shake the whispers, accusations kept popping up. Claims that he threw people under the bus, walked over his own circle just to stay cool with the industry's elite.
Oh, y'all made a lot of money together.
Made a lot of money.
Come on, Leo. Don't do that to him.
I don't know him. I really don't. So, I don't know what to tell you.
And it didn't stop at just rumors. Even Dame Dash, Jay's former partner and co-founder of Rockefeller, called him out. Dame said Jay switched up completely once he got in with the top dogs. He even name-dropped Leor Cohen, the former Def Jam president and one of Jay's closest industry connections, saying the ties ran deeper than anyone realized. In his book, Decoded, Jay-Z openly referred to Leor Cohen as his mentor. Yeah, that Leor Cohen, the same guy who's been one of the most controversial figures in the music game for years. Just take a look at his 2018 interview on The Breakfast Club. Cohen went on a whole rant about the substance abuse crisis in the industry, talking about how he was heartbroken over DMX's addiction struggles. Sounded real heartfelt, until Charlemagne hit him with the real question. So why do you keep signing artists who promote that exact lifestyle? And Leor, with a straight face, he said, "It's just business. Just business." That cold. When Dame Dash first started calling out Jay for selling out and switching sides, a lot of people thought he was reaching. But now, the puzzle pieces are clicking into place.
Race against time was that we all know X is a gremlin and reckless and looking for a wall to crash into. X, if you listen to X, if you see X, this is, his death is no surprise. If you listen to and you watched who and what X was. And I think it's a tragedy because I wish people knew Earl, the fisherman who loved to fish and loved to be with his kids and loved to talk about deep things and and curious about the world and interested in other people's opinions.
In that same interview, Charlemagne pressed Lior again, this time about Dame calling him a culture vulture. And get this, Lior straight up denied ever knowing Dame. Like, seriously? Even after Charlemagne reminded him that they made money together, Lior acted like Dame was invisible. And that's when folks started calling him Liar Cohen. Now here's where it loops back to DMX. Word on the street is it was Liar Cohen who got in Jay-Z's ear, pushed him to interfere with DMX's 6th studio album. Why? Because Lior and X didn't see eye to eye. And just when you thought it couldn't get any more disrespectful, things took a dark turn after DMX passed. Liar Cohen didn't even show up to X's funeral in person. Nah, he sent a cold, pre-recorded message instead. DMX was laid to rest on April 25th, 2021, and one of the men who made millions off his back couldn't even be bothered to show face and pay his respects. But what really had people fuming? In that recording, Lior straight up called DMX a gremlin and had the nerve to say he wasn't surprised by his death. Yeah, let that sink in. That's Jay-Z's so-called mentor, saying that about one of hip-hop's most legendary voices. Now it all makes sense why DMX never trusted Jay or Diddy. When X told us the industry was full of snakes and masks, he meant it. These stars, most of them aren't who they pretend to be. And the deeper we dig, the more truth keeps spilling out. Fans believe this is just the beginning. That way more skeletons are about to tumble out of closets. One thing about DMX, he always kept it real. Never sugarcoated a thing, never folded, never played their game. Rest in power, X. You were one of one. But what about you? What do you think about all this? Do you believe there's even more going on behind the scenes? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. We want to hear it. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your people. Turn on that notification bell too, because the next story might just blow your mind. See you on the next one.
Well, if he really was filming everybody, I mean, he had a lot of people at those parties, right? You know who said...
material you want to work on. He's just looking at me. Then next thing you know, okay, hey, will you help me? I want to hear your music. So I come over there and I play the music. And he's sitting there, just looking at me, like waiting. Okay. So then my assistant was like, you know, he wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to fuck you. That's what my assistant said. And I was like, oh.
You know?
Sounds rough, man.
Well, it's just amazing how many people on the Diddy party list that are supporting Kamala, too.
Yeah, seriously. It's like insane.
Publicly, openly, like all in.
Yes. It's like J.Lo like was like his ex-girlfriend. and it's like now deciding she's like warning people against Trump. I'm like, well, wait a second. So how many people did she warn against Diddy?
Right.
Oh, 0. Okay.
Right.
Well, maybe we shouldn't trust her opinion.
Joe Rogan, Terrence Howard, and Cat Williams just went off after some insane files connected to Diddy started floating around. And get this, even Elon Musk is chiming in, throwing not-so-subtle warning shots at big-name white celebs tangled in this whole twisted saga. Some of them already trying to dip out the country like it's a race against time.
Hey, what's up, King Son? Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, Daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you. Yeah.
Now let's get this straight. Everything here is straight from the rumor mill, internet whispers, and sources allegedly close to the situation. I'm just laying out what the streets are saying, so don't come knocking like I made it up.
If you don't mind me asking, because I know the topic is sensitive, what happened to Usher?
I heard about some music executive from the industry back in Harlem. You know, I heard it from some music executives back in Harlem. And I'm not going to speak on their name. They doing programs and everything like that, and they may be doing something, they may speak on it themselves. But I heard it from some music executives.
What did you hear?
Bro, you know how people be talking, and we was around some people, something like that, and then some people might say, yo, I don't F with that dude. And at the time, I didn't even know who the F Usher was. You know what I'm saying? It was one of those type of situations. And when people say, yo, man, I don't F with them, man, I'm getting out that industry and everything like that. You know, Puff sent this little kid to the hospital. How he sent him to the hospital?
Man, nigga was bleeding from the, and that's what was said. But I didn't even have a name for the kid at the time. Then you hear it, and that's what happened. So, and just to hear this, and this new thing where they saying that they got kids coming forward and said that he did that, man, that shit is crazy. And like I just said, you know, that's just something that I heard.
Fresh tea is spilling straight from the prison Diddy's locked up in, Zion, and it's sounding like he's about to flip to save himself. Word is, he's ready to drop names. And according to Joe, Terrence, and Kat, some of the people about to get caught in the crossfire, major names, but one name that really caught folks off guard, Uncle Steve Harvey. Yup, that's Steve. The whispers online, and what Kat kinda hinted at, say the moment Steve caught wind of Diddy's indictment, he didn't just dip, he vanished. Folks claim he hopped on the first jet out of here and went ghost mode real quick. Even wiped his socials clean, deleted anything that could link him to Diddy. That ain't just distancing, that's erasing history.
That's my brother right here from day one. We used to wake up and, pause, but like just back in the days when he was like 10 and I was a little bit older.
Steve even went back and deleted a 2017 tweet where he called Diddy a brother doing good for these kids. Yeah, that one aged like spoiled milk. And the deeper you dig, the darker this whole situation starts to look.
I have 3 right now who are willing to give testimony about not only what Mr. Carter has done to them, but his wife as well. They're a nasty little couple. They do nasty things.
What do you think happened with Kim
Keeping
Porter?
people against their will. Putting people on planes while they're unconscious. Just like Aaliyah got on that plane. Unconscious. There's a lot of things that people don't want to talk about.
Back in the day, Steve was moving like nothing was off. He was out in Italy vacationing with Diddy and Lori Harvey, who, let's not forget, had just dumped Diddy's son, Justin, only to start dating Diddy himself. Like, what was really going on? The whole thing just screams messy. But what truly got people creeped out was a photo of Lori wearing white nail polish. Sounds random, right? Not if you've been keeping up with the disturbing details in the Diddy case. Cassie revealed in her lawsuit that Diddy had a creepy obsession. He made every woman around him wear white nails during his so-called freak-offs. It wasn't fashion. It was for visual contrast in the disturbing tapes he kept of those nights, according to her claims.
She doesn't have a picture with him. I'm smarter than Claudia Jordan. I would never take a picture with the devil. Everyone knew he was the devil. He's been the devil for 30 years.
Now here's the wild part. Turns out Young Miami had white nails too. Embrace yourself. Even Diddy's own mother. That got people asking real questions. Like, did Steve Harvey seriously not know any of this? Or was he brushing shoulders with Diddy to get deeper into Hollywood's inner circle? Back then, Diddy wasn't just a celeb, he was a billionaire, running Revolt TV and rubbing shoulders with the most powerful producers in the game. That's exactly why people online are saying, if Diddy decides to snitch, we might finally understand why Steve Harvey dipped out of the country like his life depended on it. But it doesn't stop there.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear friend. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
It's a special birthday for both of us. Yeah.
Let's talk about Meek Mill. Ever since Diddy's arrest hit the news, Meek been real quiet, like too quiet. Which is strange considering he and Diddy weren't just industry friends. They had history. Y'all remember that weird pool video? Diddy in the water calling Meek daddy and saying, "I love you"? At the time, folks laughed it off. But now, that clip hits completely different. It didn't age well at all. And just when Diddy's legal storm started spiraling with lawsuits naming names left and right, guess what? Meek vanished.
The irony is, there was a grand jury. We all had to go and speak at the grand jury. J.Lo testified at the grand jury, as did many other people. It needs to be reopened, because if that is in fact the case, she carried the gun in and she lied to the grand jury. It needs to be reopened.
According to Lil Rod, who filed one of the lawsuits against Diddy, he claimed Diddy was bending Meek Mill and tossing him deals as payback. That's the kind of allegation that made people's jaws drop. So what did Meek do? He packed his bags and jetted off to Africa. Then he started tweeting cryptic stuff. One tweet even said he dropped $100,000 to figure out who was trying to link his name to Diddy. But the internet, oh no, they're not letting this one go at all.
Do all those things. When you give up those things, but when you give up your manhood, I've never seen somebody recover from it. That was all the people that went to the Puffy parties. That was all the people that did all those things thinking that there was never going to be a consequence for what they were doing.
Word on the street is Meek's in full-blown damage control mode because he might have been caught on actual footage the feds picked up. If that's even halfway true, it's only a matter of when, not if, the truth drops when this case officially kicks off. But in the meantime, he's out here playing clueless like nothing's going on, and let's be real, nobody's buying it. But Meek ain't the only one shaking in his boots. Usher's name is getting dragged too. He's been tight with Diddy since way back. And now folks are digging into that old connection.
Yeah, no, it's great. So tell me about your birthday party. Am I invited?
Yes. Yes, you're definitely invited. I invite you to all my parties. You just haven't seemed to show up.
No, well, is it on the East Coast?
Yes.
Well, that's why. Why don't you have one here on the West Coast? Because I work all the time.
Okay, well, maybe I have one at your house.
Where's that? Now, what time would your party start, let's say?
That's a different type of party, though.
Uh-huh.
No, it'll go from like 9:30 to like maybe 3 o'clock, 2, 3 o'clock. And then, you know, we have the top 2 floors of the hotel.
Mm-hmm. And then it will carry on there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then no, I mean the after party.
Mm-hmm. No, I know about them.
When Usher was just 13 years old, he was reportedly sent to Diddy's so-called flavor camp, and people are now asking what really went down behind closed doors. And let's not forget Diddy's ex-bodyguard, Gene Deal. He dropped a bomb when he claimed Diddy sent Usher to the hospital, bleeding from you-know-what. That's not just disturbing, it's horrifying. And if that wasn't enough to raise eyebrows, go rewatch that old Kevin Hart interview. The one where Diddy straight up joked about waking up in bed with Usher when they were younger. At the time, people just laughed it off, but now, with all these dark truths bubbling to the surface, ain't nobody laughing anymore. If Usher's name is tied to any of that mess, he better have his legal team on standby right now. Because if Diddy's talking, the walls are closing in fast. Jay-Z, he and Diddy been locked in for years. Business deals, parties, moving in all the same elite circles. But where things take a dark turn, a woman named Kathy White. Word in the streets is Kathy was Jay-Z's mistress. And here's the kicker. She allegedly passed away after getting pregnant by him. It's always been a whispered rumor, but now people are saying Diddy might have receipts, tapes, texts, something major. And if that's true, that's nuclear level T. But that's not the only fire Jay's been caught up in. Remember a few months back, an unnamed woman filed a lawsuit accusing both Diddy and Jay-Z of SA after the 2000 VMAs. She said it went down at some exclusive after party in a New York apartment, but once things hit the courtroom, the story started crumbling. The woman said her dad picked her up after the incident, but when he testified, he had no memory of anything like that. She also claimed she talked to Benji Madden at the same party, but Madden came forward and said he wasn't even in NYC at the time. Too many holes, not enough proof. The judge tossed the whole case out. But that didn't stop the streets from buzzing.
You know, I think part of why Kamala's getting so much support is that if Trump wins, that Epstein client list is going to become public. And some of those billionaires behind Kamala are terrified of that outcome.
Jaguar Wright jumped in, swinging hard at Jay-Z, adding more fuel to the chaos. And fans are watching every move like hawks. Jaguar Wright didn't hold back. She said Jay-Z is just as dirty as Diddy, maybe even worse. Straight up called him the devil. Her words, not mine. And if Diddy's sitting on anything that links Jay to those so-called freak-offs, it's game over. And how could anybody forget that awkward Diddy birthday video? Him singing to French Montana, both of them greased up in baby oil. At the time, people joked about it. But now, after reports surfaced that the feds found over 1,000 bottles of baby oil at Diddy's spot, that moment hits way different now. But wait, J.Lo's name got thrown in the mix too. Flashback to that infamous club shooting with Shine. Sources are now saying J.Lo knew exactly what went down. Allegedly, she was the one carrying the weapon in her purse and then turned around and lied to the grand jury. That's not just wild, and that's criminal.
Who's the person that's number one on that invitation list?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
And I can get on that list,
yes,
right?
Yes, without a doubt, you are invited.
One of the women injured that night, Natanya Rubin, isn't letting this go. She's been calling for the case to be reopened, even saying she's down to get fragments pulled from her face just to prove J.Lo's been covering it up all these years. According to Natanya, both Diddy and J.Lo need to face the music. And just when you think it couldn't get messier, Cat Williams and Terrence Howard started naming names. And now white celebs are getting pulled into the storm too. Now let's talk about the ones who've been moving like ghosts lately. Straight up vanishing acts. Even Elon Musk couldn't stay quiet. He reposted a tweet calling out Ellen DeGeneres for mysteriously fleeing the country right after the Diddy storm broke out.
Wow, okay, I've got a lot I can't tell. So, I can't tell that one either. I mean, I'm like actually cycling through them. There was one moment, so it's not really a party story, but our relationship was really bizarre. So it started over punked because he was like, yo,
don't punk
you
me.
can't punk me. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you. Everybody's on the table. He's like, not me, I'm off the table. And so that started our conversation. We became fast friends and we used to just hang out, watch football together.
And here's the kicker. Ellen didn't just go quiet, she disappeared. A recent photo popped up showing her at some quiet little pub in England, rocking a whole new look, new hair, new vibe, like she's trying to be someone else. She claims she moved to get away from the chaos in America. But let's be real, ain't nobody buying that. People think she's on the run, and considering her history with Diddy, that theory ain't too wild. He used to be on her show all the time, laughing, cracking wild jokes, and hinting at nights they definitely didn't want to explain on daytime TV.
No. Puffy invited me for weeks, asking me to come and teach him wanted me to be his acting coach for a while. He's sitting around just looking. I'm like, okay, what's the material you want to work on? He's just looking at me. Then next thing you know, okay, I want to hear your music. So I come over there and I play the music. And he's sitting there just looking at me, like waiting. Okay. So then my assistant was like, he wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to...
Come on now, dog.
That's what my assistant said. And I was like, oh.
Come on, man.
Now I get it.
Back in 2016, Ellen tweeted him a birthday message calling him Cuddled McSnuggle Stuff, and straight up said, y'all don't need to know why. But now, everybody wants to know exactly why. Let's not forget, Ellen had a bad reputation behind the scenes. Former staff blasted her for running what they called one of the most toxic sets in Hollywood. And now, rumors are swirling that 2 of her ex-romantic partners have mysteriously passed away, all under suspicious circumstances. And now folks are connecting dots, saying Diddy may have helped cover up way more than we thought.
So now no more communication. Now you know to be hands-off with somebody. A number of producers coming to make the approach, and you punch them in the mouth, knock their head off for talking to you like, or looking at you like you're a woman. You know, when you approach a real man about his masculinity, you're going to get a real reaction back. It's a difference when a guy walks in a room and when a man walks into a room. And a man don't take the same things that a guy will accept. So always be the man in the room.
Right after Joe Rogan broke things down in detail, Cat Williams stepped in and cranked the heat even higher. And let's just say he didn't hold back at all. For years, people treated Cat like he was just talking wild. But now, a lot of folks are starting to admit he might have been way ahead of the game, because now the whole industry's under fire. Cat made it clear, doesn't matter if you're black, white, or anything in between. If you were out here moving funny behind the scenes, it's coming to light. And guess who else is being looked at sideways? Leonardo DiCaprio. The second this whole Diddy story started unraveling, Leo was spotted hopping on a jet straight to Italy. He claimed it was a vacation with his new girl. Turn real fast. What started as casual studio visits for music? Yeah, it wasn't about music at all. According to Terrence, it was just a front to get close, real close. So close that his own assistant had to pull him aside and say he's trying to smash. That's all Terrence needed to hear. He cut ties, ghosted, locked every door, and got out of there quick. But here's the thing. He made it very clear. Diddy wasn't the only one playing that game. Terrence said this is a whole pattern in the industry. Multiple big-name producers tried the same shady moves. He explained that when a man walks into a room, the energy shifts, he's treated different. And the moment you push back on those weird vibes, you're cut off. No more invites, no more deals, no more calls.
I haven't ran into to put on the dress. I mean, you know, you have to have boundaries. You have to have limits that you refuse to cross.
According to him, that's exactly why some stars suddenly disappear or stop popping up. They refuse to play along. Then Cat Williams jumped in and backed up everything. He wasn't joking either. Cat said he turned down offers worth $50 million, and not once, not twice, but 4 times, just to protect his name and his soul. And when he said he was protecting his virgin hole, he meant that literally. That wasn't comedy, that was truth. Cat said folks don't even realize what they're signing up for when chasing fame and deals.
The new pope is 9-year-old Oscar nominee, Pavensine Wallace.
Diddy? He'd been trying to get close for years, but Cat always shut it down. Then everything came back to one major point. People been whispering about it for years in the so-called dress agenda. That rumor about Hollywood pushing black men into feminine roles before they're allowed to reach the top. And it ain't new. Cat Williams, Terrence Howard, and even Dave Chappelle been calling it out loud and clear for a long time. Terrence said that's the real reason he got pushed out of Iron Man. It wasn't about contracts or checks. It was because he didn't fit the mold. He wasn't trying to be watered down. He wasn't trying to wear no dress, period. Cat said he faced the same exact pressure. According to him, Martin Lawrence even tried to get him in a dress for Big Mama's house, but Cat said nope. He told Martin straight up.
So, you know, some of us make choices. I think it's not a biggest choice for others. I'm saying at the end of the day, Kevin doesn't have to worry about what people are going to say about him wearing a dress because of the long line of dress-wearing people before him. So now we have Big Mama's house 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
I've never seen Medea in a pantsuit. I think she wears dresses. So now I'm saying, why are we picking on poor little Kevin Hart? Because it was his turn next.
Okay.
Some of us are against the Illuminati, and we are against the Illuminati at our own detriment.
I'm not the one you're looking for. And just like that, they went and got Brandon T. Jackson instead. Cat said he had all the roles lined up, all the bags waiting. But once they saw he wouldn't wear the dress, they closed those doors. He even called out Kevin Hart. Kevin once said publicly he'd never put on a dress. But fast forward a little, he's on SNL in a dress, and boom, his career takes off. Cat wasn't calling that a coincidence either. He broke it down plain. That's the game. You either play along with the system or they freeze you out. Even Dave Chappelle told Oprah the same story. They tried to force him into a dress too. He wasn't having it. And not long after, he vanished to Africa. People called him crazy, but now it's looking like he was just protecting himself from the madness. Cat's point couldn't have been more clear. Some folks go along with the game while others walk away broke just to keep their soul intact.
Nah, I'm not doing that. I don't feel comfortable with it. That should have been in the discussion. What? You don't feel comfortable with it? I mean, it's a hilarious bit. All the greats have done.
And right now, the internet's in full detective mode. Watch. More celebs are about to pop up saying, I never really messed with Diddy like that. But come on. Everyone knows Hollywood loved those Diddy parties. One person online said, I hope the Epstein list and the Diddy list drop at the same time. Throw all these evil people in jail. And honestly, that energy is spreading fast. As we move closer to May 2025, when Diddy's trial kicks off, this whole thing feels like a ticking bomb, and the countdown has already started. So what do you think about all of this chaos unraveling in real time? Who's telling the truth? Who's hiding behind silence? Drop your thoughts in the comments. We're keeping our eyes on everything. And if you're locked in for more raw truths, bold stories, and unfiltered drama, don't forget to like, subscribe, share with your crew, and smash that next video showing on your screen right now. See you there.
I was watching Beyonce's early career, not by choice. It was just in your face, like it was in the building, like so it was right there.
Prices for Beyonce's highly anticipated Cowboy Carter tour are dropping like a lot. Just months ago, a fan could expect to spend up to $800 for a pre-sale ticket to the opening night in the tour in Los Angeles. But hours before the concert, tickets had dipped to as low as $57.
Signed his contract. The big one was with Beyonce. When he signed that contract, the marriage contract, he got trophies. No, those trophies. Those trophies came rolling in, buddy. He started getting Grammys left and right, man.
So you're saying the success is derived from the marriage?
I've absolutely been treated differently.
We talked about Jay. Proximity to Diddy. You don't think he knew anything?
Was allegedly forced to appear in a peace mask. The lawsuit states Jay-Z and Beyonce Knowles Carter were seated in the room, and upon seeing Manzaro, Beyonce Knowles Carter asked, "What's this? What's this all about? Why is this half-naked white man with a mask standing here in front of me?"
Out of nowhere came these young children. I don't know where they came from. And I sat next to this child, and the child sat next to Beyonce. So I hear B say something about, doesn't this look sexy, or isn't this sexy?
50 Cent just threw another grenade at the Carters, and then this time, he's locked in on Beyonce. Her Cowboy Carter tour is off to a rocky start, and 50's not letting it slide. He's dragging her over the struggle to sell out venues. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. The real heat? He's putting Jay-Z on blast too, claiming Jay's hiding behind Beyonce's brand to distance himself from that Diddy drama that's about to explode in court in just a couple weeks.
There's one thing you do not do on this God's Green app. I'm going to teach you a lesson, okay? You're going to go to school today. One thing you do not do is mess with 50 Cent.
Yeah, things are spiraling. Fans rolled up to Beyonce's opening shows expecting magic, but what they got was weird. Empty seats everywhere. Last-minute ticket prices crashing down to $20, and B herself giving off "I'd rather be anywhere else" energy. People were confused, like, what's really going on here? The Hive's doing backflips trying to spin this, but the proof is out there, loud and clear.
I always spoke up for everybody, you know? And, you know, I ain't bitter or nothing. I'm just telling you how it is because you're the only one, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, if you're the only one that came to get me, that's all I can do is say, like, damn, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Every time everybody try to attack us, I'm always riding. And you're the only person that spoke up, and I appreciate it.
Social media is flooded with videos of untouched floor seats, awkward energy, and fans whispering that something just feels off. And then 50 Cent, he came in wild, is posting a cryptic message tied to the Crips, and people are saying it was aimed straight at Beyonce. According to him, it ain't just about poor ticket sales or bad vibes. 50's implying the real problem is way bigger, something dark brewing behind the scenes that nobody's ready to talk about.
This is extended family. You've been there with me through my ups and downs. Whenever I get in trouble, this is the one I call. It's my strategist right here. It's my brother. It's B.I.G.'s brother. Yes, sir. It's Brooklyn's own Brooklyn.
And with Diddy's trial creeping closer, this might just be the beginning of the chaos. Allegedly, the Carters have been putting on a squeaky clean image for the public. But behind the scenes, it's chaos. Damage control is in full swing, especially now that Jay-Z's name has been linked to some disturbing claims in the Diddy lawsuits. One of Diddy's accusers dropped a bomb saying Jay-Z was in the room during a horrific incident, and get this, she was just 13 at the time. Even though that specific case got tossed on a technicality, it's far from over.
Your homie's doing a lot of things, man. Most importantly, you know, he had a recital that he has to be at the blue. But I reached out to him, and I told him that this right here was important. Bad Boy celebrating 20 years of hits. And this is extended family.
The woman has now filed new legal documents saying she still stands by every single word of her story, and she's not backing down. What's worse, her lawyer came forward accusing Jay-Z of pulling mafia-style moves, allegedly sending private investigators to her house to scare her into silence without any legal rep there. That's wild. Now 50 Cent is picking up all this dirt and throwing it straight at the Carters. He's accusing Jay of ducking behind Beyonce's spotlight to shield himself from the Diddy mess. And he's even suggesting that Cowboy Carter's shaky tour numbers aren't just about overpriced tickets or the country twist, but that something much deeper is turning fans away. So what's really going on here? Are fans just not vibing with the new sound? Or are they finally starting to question the Carters' connection to Diddy's dark world? Is 50 finally cracking the truth wide open? Or is this just another firestorm he's lighting up for attention? Either way, it's getting way too hot to ignore.
I mean, Mr. Carter has nothing to do with Mr. Combs' case or Mr. Combs. They knew each other professionally for a number of years, just like in all professions. People know each other. At the music awards, they support each other. If you go to the NBA All-Star game, they support each other. That's just how professions work. There is no closer association between any of them. That's also a matter of fiction. That's all that there is. He doesn't know anything about the charges or allegations against him. He has nothing to do with that case. And there's nothing more to say.
Beyonce just launched her Cowboy Carter tour in Inglewood, California, but things didn't exactly pop off like fans expected. From the jump, people were side-eyeing the crowd because it looked straight up empty in some spots. Photos and videos started flying around social media showing huge chunks of the arena with barely anyone in them. A major celeb gossip page on X, Pop Stuff, dropped the footage and called it out plain and clear. The pit was wide open, and entire sections had no one sitting there. Even Ticketmaster was showing thousands of tickets still available as the show was already starting. The caption on the viral post said, "Beyonce's Cowboy Carter tour starts with an incredible amount of empty seats. The pit is vastly unsold and several seating sections look empty. Not a good look for opening night." Then 50 Cent swooped in with the shade. He posted a screenshot of the news and hit the caption with, "Ish getting real out here. Hey, the tickets ain't selling." He's clearly loving every second of this mess. Some folks are trying to say this might not be entirely Beyonce's fault, though.
Kathy White's true killer is going to be unveiled. And it's not a man. And that woman died screaming.
Anything else?
Yeah. Show him the tape, Diddy. You got it.
According to a source who spoke to the Daily Mail, a bunch of ticket resellers scooped up stacks of seats, expecting them to fly, but they flopped hard. Now they're stuck holding the bag, and those empty seats are making Beyonce's tour look like it's tanking. Back in February, when Beyonce first dropped the Cowboy Carter tour announcement, fans were already sounding off, and it wasn't about excitement, it was the ticket prices. Some seats were going for thousands, and people were not having it. Fast forward to just days before opening night, and boom, tickets were crashing down to as low as $20. That's a wild drop, and fans started asking, what's really going on here? Some think Bey moved way too fast, jumping into this tour right after the massive record-smashing Renaissance tour. Others are saying Cowboy Carter just doesn't slap the same, not even for her most loyal fans. The vibe ain't clicking like before, and the album hasn't sparked the same obsession Renaissance did. But now, there's a darker theory going around. People are whispering that this low turnout might not just be about prices or country themes, it might be about the heavy drama circling Beyonce and Jay-Z's deep connection to Diddy, a connection that's looking more and more controversial.
Beyonce, I was hurt. Because I heard that you said you wouldn't perform unless you won Video of the Year over me. Jay-Z called me. Hey, bro, Jay-Z, I know you got please don't send them out my head. Just call me.
If you've been keeping up, then you know Jay-Z was even named in a lawsuit by Jane Doe, who claimed that both Jay and Diddy assaulted her when she was just 13. Though that case got tossed, Jane Doe later came back saying she's standing firm on everything she claimed. Her lawyer, Tony Busby, also spilled that Jay-Z allegedly sent 2 private investigators to her home, trying to intimidate her and even recording her without her attorney around. Jay's team did admit they sent the PIs, but claimed they followed the rules. Jay-Z's team might be claiming they didn't do anything illegal. But Jane Doe is not backing down. In her latest court filing, she described being shaken up and trembling the entire time she was speaking with those private investigators. She said their so-called calm approach was just for show, and that behind closed doors, it felt far from safe. And she didn't stop there. Jane Doe reaffirmed her accusations, standing by her original story that Jay-Z was involved in the disturbing incident. She claims it went down at an after-party following the 2000 MTV VMAs in New York, a night that's now under a whole new level of scrutiny. She wrote, "I never stated, whether once or 4 times, that Mr. Carter did not assault me. So no, she's not letting this go, and the situation is spiraling fast." Meanwhile, 50 Cent is keeping the pressure on, dragging Jay-Z's name through every part of this controversy. While most of the industry is staying quiet, maybe even scared to speak, 50's out here calling it what it is and daring anyone to stop him. But he's not alone anymore.
Beyonce, I was at a party at Diddy crib in LA. This was the beginning of 2020.
Kanye West is now chiming in with some serious heat. In a string of explosive posts on X, Kanye claimed the only reason Jay-Z and Beyonce keep getting a pass is because of their ties to powerful figures running things from the shadows. He straight up accused the Carters of being slaves to the system and said they're protected because they're tied in with the highest levels behind the scenes. Kanye West didn't hold back in his post. He wrote that he calls celebrities the F word, but claims they've got no choice but to bow down to Jewish D's just to keep their money, their fame, and even their freedom. He's saying it straight up. These stars are playing by the rules of the powerful people behind the scenes or risk losing everything. And what's wild is, Kanye dropped all this right after a phone call between him and Diddy leaked online. In that recording, Diddy vented hard, talking about how he's always been the one to show up when his celebrity friends were in trouble. He basically said he's helped everybody. But now that he's the one in the hot seat, all those people, gone, acting like they've never even met him. Fans are saying that message was definitely aimed at Jay-Z. Diddy and Jay used to be real close. Diddy even once called Jay-Z his strategist and said he was the first person he'd hit up when he was in a jam. But now, ever since those dark allegations came out, Jay and Beyonce have gone completely silent. Not a word, not a peep, nothing. It gets even colder. After Jay-Z's name showed up in Jane Doe's lawsuit, he had his lawyer, Alex Spiro, publicly deny that he and Diddy were even friends, like completely distancing himself, trying to scrub the history clean. You already know Diddy had to feel some type of way hearing Jay-Z flat out deny even knowing him, especially with all the talk over the years that Diddy might have actually helped Jay cover up his own alleged dirt. That's a cold betrayal if the rumors are true. Yeah, Jay might have got his name dropped from that Jane Doe lawsuit, but let's not act like the streets haven't been whispering for years. Long before the Diddy mess, there were already wild claims swirling around Jay-Z, from rumors of him messing with women way younger than him, to darker accusations that he silenced people who tried to speak up, including actress Kathy White. Some folks believe she knew too much, and it ended badly. Jaguar Wright came out swinging too, claiming that Diddy helped the Carters deal with Kathy. She even said there's allegedly a tape of how it all went down. That's the kind of stuff that makes people start connecting dots, even if they don't want to.
More he pumps down his wife's throat to keep her in the character.
No, girl. Not my beautiful Beyonce 5.
I tell you this right now, y'all talking about free Britney. Y'all need to be doing a campaign that say free Beyonce.
Beyonce is free.
She is a prisoner in a gilded cage.
And don't forget, Kanye West had his own warnings. Back in 2016, Ye claimed Jay-Z had something big to hide. And then literally the next day, Kanye had some mysterious breakdown while at his former trainer Harley Pasternak's house, and boom, he ends up on a psychiatric hold. The timing was so sketchy, people still talk about it. Now circling back to 50 Cent, he's been ahead of this whole wave. Back in March 2024, when Homeland Security raided Diddy's homes, 50 wasted no time. He jumped on Instagram immediately, asking the million-dollar question, "Where's Jay-Z?" 50 Cent took the trolling to another level, posting a photoshopped pic of Jay-Z on a milk carton hinting that something shady's going on with Jay disappearing right before Diddy's homes got raided. The caption, classic 50. Anybody seen Jay? LOL. Puff said he ain't answering his phone. LOL. He was straight up clowning. But 50 didn't stop there. He hit the timeline again with a pic of Jay-Z casually waving on a red carpet and threw even more shade, writing, "Here is Jay-Z last reported seen waving at Puffy Jet." LOL, the message was loud and clear. 50 saying Jay dipped right when things got hot, and now he's pretending like he's got nothing to do with it. Then 50's day one homie, Tony Yayo, jumped in too. During a recent sit-down with Vlad TV, Yayo called out how crazy it is that Jay-Z's suddenly acting like him and Diddy weren't even tight, like the whole history just disappeared. Now the Bayhive is screaming that 50's just trolling for clout, trying to drag the Carters into Diddy's mess because of his old beef with Jay. But not everybody's buying that. A lot of people are saying the Carters inserted themselves into this by keeping Diddy in their circle for years, even when those disturbing rumors were out there loud and clear. And let's not forget the receipts. There are plenty of photos and stories showing Beyonce and Jay-Z chilling with Diddy beyond business. For example, producer Dayba once said the first time he met Beyonce was at none other than Diddy's house. And just when you thought things couldn't get any darker, another Diddy accuser stepped forward last month with a shocking new claim. And this time, Beyonce's name was mentioned directly. According to a lawsuit filed by Joseph Manza, he says he was assaulted at one of Diddy's parties after his drink was allegedly spiked, and claims Beyonce saw him there. Joseph says the incident went down back in 2015 at a birthday bash for Diddy's son, Christian, in Miami. The party was held at the home of none other than Gloria and Emilio Estefan. According to the lawsuit, Gloria noticed Joseph looked out of it and asked someone to get help, but Emilio supposedly shut it down, refusing to intervene. Things only get creepier from there. Joseph claims that after he was completely out of it, he was transported through a secret tunnel leading straight to Diddy's mansion. And get this, he says he was taken there by ex-adult film star Adria English. When he started to come to, Joseph says he found himself in a room with Jay-Z and Beyonce. And what allegedly happened next is beyond disturbing. Joseph claims Beyonce asked, "Why is there a half-naked white man with an adult toy strapped to his face?" Someone in the room allegedly responded, "It's a punishment. Diddy wants him to see what we do to snitches."
Look, when Jay signed his contract, the big one was with Beyonce. When he signed that contract, the marriage contract, he got trophies. Now those trophies came rolling in, buddy. He started getting Grammys left and right, man. I mean, look, listen, if you look at his career,
Wow. You're gonna let him say that?
Jay was getting Grammys.
He had one.
Exactly.
He had one.
And he ain't show up.
No, he had like 20 now.
Hold on.
He had like 18 since he been down. Look, he had one, bro. Hard Knock Life.
Hold on. You're not wrong. At the same time.
After that, he got them shits. He started drinking. His pictures were he thinks the cup.
Wait a minute. So you're saying the success is derived from the marriage?
I've absolutely been treated differently.
The accolades. Because he's no longer viewed as what, like a street or gangster rapper. Now he's viewed as a businessman, entrepreneur, family man.
And the biggest ones because of the position Beyonce's.
Oh wow! So that's the deal he signed, huh?
Yeah, that's the deal. Like, the other ones didn't count as much as that one did.
Joseph Manza's lawsuit just took everything to a whole new level of disturbing. According to the court documents, Diddy didn't just have Joseph drugged, he allegedly ordered him to be humiliated in front of a room full of celebrities. The details are beyond wild. Joseph claims he was stripped, forced into a thong, and had a black leather mask shoved onto his head, complete with a rubber dam that zipped shut across his face. And it didn't stop there. The lawsuit states that a locking adult device was attached to the mask, sticking out of his mouth, turning him into some kind of twisted display. Joseph says he was then subjected to a series of degrading and non-consensual acts, describing the entire event as a full-blown freak-off. Now here's where things get even messier. Jay-Z's lawyer, Alex Spiro, jumped in fast to try and do damage control. He immediately released a statement denying Jay was involved, claiming Jay wasn't even in Miami when this party went down. But fans weren't buying it, especially since Spiro completely avoided addressing anything about Beyonce. No statement, no denial, nothing. And considering Joseph directly claimed Beyonce witnessed his humiliation, the silence is raising major eyebrows. People are starting to wonder if Jay-Z is once again ducking behind Beyonce's public image, letting her take the heat while he plays invisible in the background. Is he protecting her, or just using her as a shield while the truth unravels? Some insiders are now whispering that it was Jay-Z himself who pushed Beyonce into launching another world tour, and not just for the music. Word is he wanted to create a major distraction before Diddy's trial kicks off, hoping the spotlight would shift away from him just in time. And if that's true, it's one strategic move. Let's not forget what Jaguar Wright said. She claimed Beyonce's fans should launch their own Free Britney type movement because, in her words, Jay is allegedly feeding Bey substances and forcing her to work around the clock, non-stop, like she's on some kind of machine schedule. That's a massive claim. Then 50 Cent added more fuel to the fire, calling out how Jay-Z treats his marriage like a business contract, using Beyonce's flawless public image as a shield to protect himself from getting dragged into Diddy's fallout. According to 50, this isn't about love, it's all about control and strategy. But now it's your turn. What do you think is really going on? Is the Cowboy Carter tour flopping because of weak ticket sales and country vibes? Or is there something way bigger happening behind the scenes? Sound off in the comments. We want to hear your take. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share if you're deep into this tea. And make sure you hit that bell so you don't miss what's coming next. Because trust us, this story is far from over. See you on the next one.
What's in this Pimp C tape?
All I can tell you, there was a famous R&B chick, and it was a guy that was getting money at the time. And, you know, Pimp, he used to be in the studio. And every now and then he'd have a camcorder, so he was able to get some footage. And he wanted to do something with the footage, but I don't know why he didn't do nothing with it, but if I could have got a hold of that tape, I'd be a millionaire. there, man. Whoever it was, they had to kill me, man. I know TMZ would have paid a bank for that one, man. But yeah, it is a tape, and if you read the comments, a lot of people figured out. A lot of people figured out because, you know, people that was in Houston at the time, they know who was a little loose.
If you were in Houston back when those rumors about a Pimp C tape were flying, then you already know who folks were side-eyeing. And yes, all eyes were on Beyonce. Allegedly, she was the one caught up in that whole mess. But guess what? That ain't even the wildest part. Word on the street is Beyonce's name is about to come up heavy in Diddy's trial, and not in a cute way either. Prosecutors are gearing up to expose everything, from her alleged role in those infamous freak-offs, to what she really knew about the Cassie situation, to the whispers about young women being moved across borders. It's getting scandalous.
And Sean Carter, you're a piece of shit. Taking Pimp C wasn't bad enough? You just want to go down there and you want to just remove all of the balls from every real gangster in Houston?
And don't even get started on Jay-Z. Allegedly, he was out here covering tracks and making sure certain stories never saw the light of day. But now, the light is blinding and all that dirt's about to come up. And apparently Beyonce's past, it's not just spicy, it's downright explosive. Folks are saying this trial might peel back a whole different side of her the public's never seen before, and it's not for the faint of heart. Let's be real. How you gonna be tight with Diddy for 2 whole decades, doing business together, chilling at parties, vacationing like family, knowing his kids, and not know anything about what he was up to?
She was trained at the esteemed Berklee College of Music. Handpicked by my very good friend, Terry Lynn Carrington, Dr. Terry Lynn Carrington, who put together Beyonce's entire female band, which was Matthew Knowles' idea because he couldn't get Beyonce to stop people. Guess you didn't know your daughter well enough because she just started all the girls.
Diddy's finally getting dragged into court. And with all the dirt coming out, it ain't far-fetched to think both Jay-Z and Beyonce might get called to testify. And even though the main spotlight might stay on Diddy and the Carters' long-standing connection, we all know how these trials work. They dig deep, even into the stuff that seems unrelated, just to build a case. Now, when it comes to Beyonce, the tea is scalding. Word is the prosecution is planning to paint her as one of the women who were allegedly transported across borders. Yup, that's serious. And to make that stick, they're ready to unravel her entire rumored past. No filter, no protection. That includes looking into how old she really was when she first started seeing Jay-Z. And yeah, those freak-off rumors are creeping back in again. That's where the alleged tape with Pimp C suddenly becomes important. Some say that footage might be used as part of a pattern. Not just to show involvement, but to crack open a whole scene that's been kept hidden for years.
Set it up a meeting to go meet with Dame Dad. So we go, after I leave Java, go to Rock, to the Rock. As soon as I sit down there, Dame Dash opened up his checkbook, cut a check for $1 million. I'm like, whoa. I was like, is this for sure? He was like, no. He said, we want to with UGK. I was like, what? He's like, we want to with your boys. That's right. So I immediately picked up the phone and called Pimp C. Because all I was trying to get was $100,000. When Dame cut that $1 million, I called Pimp on the phone like, yo, Pimp, and him and Jamal was in the house. And I could hear a tussle or some type of confrontation, right? And I'm like, calm down, bro. Y'all calm down, Pimp.
I ran up the cable bill.
They was fighting. They was fighting like hard. And I'm like, Pimp, stop whatever you doing right now. I told you what was going down with Jamal when you moved him up in there. I said, but right now, I got $1 million check for you. And all we wanted was $100,000. I was just like, who is that with? I said, with Rockefeller. He was like, what? I was like, yeah. He was like, I'm watching Dan with the checkbook, he writing it out. He was like, ain't that with, over there with Jay-Z? I was like, yeah. He was like, man, tell him to take that check and go give it to Tupac Mama, man. He's gonna be stealing all my shit. I was like, what?
Now, just to give some quick backstory, Pimp C, real name Chad Butler, was first signed to Jive Records in 1992 as one half of UGK alongside Bun B. Their debut album, Too Hard to Swallow, hit the streets hard, and they followed it up with Super Tight in 94 and Ridin' Dirty in 96. Both albums landed on the Billboard 200. UGK's legacy hit the mainstream hard in 2000 when they were featured on Jay-Z's chart-smashing track, Big Pimpin'. That single didn't just shake up hip-hop. It soared to number 18 on the Billboard Hot 100 and snatched the #1 spot on the Rhythmic Top 40. It was the kind of collab that stamped UGK into the pop culture blueprint for real. But after that wild wave of success, the duo hit pause during the early 2000s. Both Pimp C and Bun B started grinding on their solo careers, branching out and doing their own thing. Then came the heartbreak. On December 4th, 2007, and get this, Jay-Z's birthday, Pimp C was found dead in his hotel room. The timing was eerie, and the news rocked the entire rap world. The official coroner's report said his passing was due to a combination of heavy lean consumption and his pre-existing sleep apnea condition, but some folks still think there's more to that story. Here's how it went down. Pimp C had been staying at the Mondrian Hotel in West Hollywood out in LA, working on music and even performing with Too Short in the days leading up to his death. He was set to fly back home on December 4th, where his wife and cousin were literally waiting at the airport to scoop him up. But that morning, silence. No texts, no calls, nothing. His wife, already worried, called the hotel and begged staff to check on him. And when they did, they found him unresponsive in that room. Paramedics arrived, but it was already too late. Pimp C was gone. Now this is where things start to get real spooky.
So he's like, wait a minute, how many dudes are there? And so she's like, oh, it's about 9 or 10 guys, I guess, over there. Where are they now? They're in here, they're in the soundstage, they're kind of watching, watching her film. What is she wearing? They describe the outfit, and he's like, yo, clear the room.
Wow.
So they immediately come over to us, and they kick all of us out, send us up to our dressing rooms.
Wow.
And we're told to stay there until we have to shoot.
Okay.
We're not allowed to watch Beyonce dance anymore in the video.
According to DJ Paul from 3-6 Mafia, Pimp C's manager described a chilling scene when they found his body. He said Pimp was laying down like he was in a praying position, but here's the kicker. There was blood around him like he had been hit. They weren't sure if it was head trauma or something else, but the blood, it was everywhere. DJ Paul even said that Pimp C's body looked like it had been there for a while. He always lit candles to help him sleep, and by the time they found him, those candles were completely burned down. That detail had them thinking he might have already been gone for at least a whole day before anyone found him. Then there's Too Short, who didn't hold back his own suspicions. He told Hip Hop DX he's still not okay with how everything went down. I can't believe it's been 10 years, he said, and I've never been able to accept the circumstances. He pointed out how weird it is that so many celebs end up dead in hotel rooms, alone, always under strange and sketchy conditions. And he's got a point. Like, why is it always some hotel room, out of town, isolated, no witnesses, just vibes and a body? Ever looked into the 27 Club? Yeah, that eerie list of artists who died under strange circumstances before hitting 28. Some folks say Pimp C should have been added to that list, because the way he passed just doesn't sit right. Even DJ Paul said in a Vlad TV interview that, to him, the whole situation made no sense at all. But now let's dive into this Pimp C and Beyonce situation, because the deeper you look, the more twisted it gets. There's been a lot of whispers about what really went down, and some people even believe Jay-Z might have played a role in silencing Pimp C, all because of his alleged connection to Beyonce. Crazy, right? But here's the kicker. Long before those rumors blew up, one thing was crystal clear. Pimp C couldn't stand Jay-Z, and we've got receipts to back that up. On an episode of The Art of Dialogue, record exec Greg Taylor dropped a wild story. Right after the deal for that massive Jay-Z collab, Big Pimpin', went through, Jay decided to call Pimp C. But guess what? That call was on speakerphone, and what happened next? Straight up tension. Jay-Z tried to hit Pimp with some music industry pleasantries, but Pimp C didn't play that. He shut him down cold on that very call. No fake smiles, no industry politeness, just straight disrespect.
Now, and Matthew Knowles comes in, and he asks Pimp, can I talk to you for a minute? And so they leave out for a couple of minutes, and Pimp comes in, and he's dying laughing. And we're like, what's wrong? He's like, yo, Matthew Knowles just told me don't f*** the daughter, man. Please don't. Please, my daughter.
Here's something that'll make you blink twice. Pimp C straight up turned down $1 million from Jay-Z's label. Why? Because he said they were going to try and finesse him. And instead, he told them to hand that check over to Tupac's mom. Now pause. Why would he even say that? What's the real connection between Jay-Z and Tupac that made Pimp throw that name in the mix? Either way, what's crystal clear is this. Pimp C was bold. He spoke his truth with his chest, never played the fake Hollywood game, and didn't care whose feathers he ruffled. Jay-Z? Did he? It didn't matter. Nobody was off limits if Pimp felt like they were moving shady. And let's be real, dudes like Jay and Diddy don't like loudmouths who expose the dirty laundry. Now mix that attitude with the allegation that Pimp C was messing with Beyonce and that there might even be a tape floating around from back in the day. Baby, that's a bomb waiting to go off. If there ever was a recipe for someone to end up dealt with, that might have been it. And here's where it gets even messier. Bun B once told a story that really had folks raising eyebrows. He said there was a time Beyonce was in the studio with them, just chilling with UGK. And guess who called out of nowhere? Jay-Z himself. And what did he ask? Not about the music, not about the session, but who was there in the studio. So here's where things start to really expose the cracks. According to Bun B, when Jay-Z found out Beyonce was in the studio rocking a spicy, eye-catching outfit, he immediately demanded that every single man in the room, especially Pimp C, clear out immediately. That's how pressed he was. But it doesn't stop there. Bun B also dropped another gem. Apparently, Beyonce's own father once told Pimp C to stay away from her. Now, if that ain't a red flag that something was going on, or at least suspected, then what is? And guess what? This could all come back up if Beyonce ends up taking the stand in Diddy's trial, because folks are saying this is just one piece of her past that might get dragged into the spotlight. But don't forget, her name's already been whispered multiple times in connection to this case. Word is, when Cassie first filed that bombshell lawsuit, it was originally 60 pages long. But by the time it was finalized and made public, only 35 pages made the cut. So what got chopped out? Allegedly, a whole section focused on Beyonce and Jay-Z, and it wasn't just hearsay. It said that Cassie actually implicated them directly, claiming they witnessed Diddy physically assaulting her and pushing her down during one of his parties. And what's more shocking, allegedly Beyonce was right there seeing it all go down. Now this part, straight up like a scene out of a wild drama series. After Diddy allegedly attacked Cassie, she ran upstairs and locked herself inside one of the bedrooms, completely shaken up. It took her over 30 minutes just to pull herself together, while Diddy's security was already out there trying to track her down like it was some kind of mission. But when Cassie finally came back downstairs, Beyonce and Jessica Alba were already waiting for her in the foyer. And they weren't just standing there looking pretty, they were worried. According to Cassie, Beyonce looked visibly upset, like she was ready to go off, and then baby, she did. As soon as Diddy and Jay-Z walked toward them, Beyonce snapped. She reportedly screamed at Diddy, calling him out in front of everyone, telling him that what he did to Cassie was disgusting and absolutely unacceptable. And get this, Diddy actually dropped to his knees and started apologizing to Cassie, Beyonce, and Jessica Alba in front of everybody. But the tension didn't stop there. Beyonce also went in on Jay-Z for trying to comfort Diddy instead of checking him like a real man. She supposedly told him she was losing respect for him right then and there, like imagine being Beyonce's man and getting that kind of energy in public. And after all that chaos, Beyonce, Jessica, Cassie, and around 25 people dipped from the party immediately. Some had seen it all go down, others just heard about it, but nobody wanted to stick around. Cassie ended up leaving with Jessica and her crew though, because word is, if she had left with Beyonce, Diddy would have easily found her, all because of his deep ties to Jay-Z.
Victims potentially do you think there could be?
Thousands. I've talked to hundreds that I deal with still myself. I have 3 victims right now who are willing to give testimony about not only what Mr. Carter has done to them, but his wife as well. They do nasty things.
What do you think happened with Kim
Keeping
Paul?
people against their will. Putting people on planes while they're unconscious, just like Aaliyah got on that plane. And everyone knows it. The wiretapping of the phones, putting AirTag on children during visits. These are normal practices that these people do.
And this ain't just gossip anymore. This story has legs, and people who were at that party are starting to whisper. More sources are speaking up, saying that wasn't the only time Beyonce had seen something questionable go down. Some insiders are even saying she was caught in the middle of way more than people realize, and that this night with Cassie was just one example of many. Reports claim Beyonce tried to distance herself after that explosive scene, not just from the party, but from everything tied to Diddy's private life. But allegedly, it was already too late. Her name had been tied to too many rooms, too many events, too many secrets. And the courts? They've been taking notes. What's even wilder is that some folks are saying Diddy kept receipts, not just on his enemies, but even on the people close to him. Allegedly, there are surveillance-style clips from inside his mansions, cameras in unexpected places, conversations recorded without anyone knowing. So if Beyonce or Jay-Z witnessed anything, there might be actual video proof showing they knew exactly what was going on. And let's be real, if even one of those tapes hits the courtroom, this trial could flip Hollywood upside down. Nobody's name will be safe, especially not the ones who stayed quiet. And let's not forget what Jaguar Wright once said. She didn't hold back when she claimed that Jay-Z and Beyonce were a twisted duo who allegedly kept folks against their will, even putting people on planes while unconscious just to smuggle them across borders for who knows what. Sound familiar? Because that's exactly the kind of stuff Diddy's being accused of right now. On top of that, the whispers about Beyonce allegedly joining those freak-offs, yeah, they've been circling for years, and now they're getting dragged right back into the spotlight. So like I said earlier, this ain't just guilt by association. There are layers of connections between Diddy and the Carters that people have been side-eyeing for a long time. But here's the real kickers. How did Jay-Z have something to do with Pimp C's death? There's no hard evidence, not yet, but the whispers, they've never stopped. And with Diddy's whole empire cracking, you better believe if one domino falls, the whole tower might come crashing down. It's looking more and more likely that if Beyonce or Jay-Z take that stand, their own skeletons could come crawling out. And when they do, it's gonna be loud. But what do you think? Can they dodge the fallout, or are they finally about to face the music? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and hit that bell so you never miss when the truth comes knocking. I'll see you in the next one. And trust, it's only getting messier from here. Rocking a spicy, eye-catching outfit, he immediately demanded that every single man in the room, especially Pimp C, clear out immediately. That's how pressed he was. But it doesn't stop there. Bun B also dropped another gem. Apparently, Beyonce's own father once told Pimp C to stay away from her. Now, if that ain't a red flag that something was going on, or at least suspected, then what is? And guess what? This could all come back up if Beyonce ends up taking the stand in Diddy's trial, because folks are saying this is just one piece of her past that might get dragged into the spotlight. But don't forget, her name's already been whispered multiple times in connection to this case. Word is, when Cassie first filed that bombshell lawsuit, it was originally 60 pages long. But by the time it was finalized and made public, only 35 pages made the cut. So what got chopped out? Allegedly, a whole section focused on Beyonce and Jay-Z, and it wasn't just hearsay. It said that Cassie actually implicated them directly, claiming they witnessed Diddy physically assaulting her and pushing her down during one of his parties. And what's more shocking, allegedly Beyonce was right there seeing it all go down. Now this part, straight up like a scene out of a wild drama series. After Diddy allegedly attacked Cassie, she ran upstairs and locked herself inside one of the bedrooms, completely shaken up. It took her over 30 minutes just to pull herself together, while Diddy's security was already out there trying to track her down like it was some kind of mission. But when Cassie finally came back downstairs, Beyonce and Jessica Alba were already waiting for her in the foyer. And they weren't just standing there looking pretty, they were worried. According to Cassie, Beyonce looked visibly upset, like she was ready to go off, and then baby, she did. As soon as Diddy and Jay-Z walked toward them, Beyonce snapped. She reportedly screamed at Diddy, calling him out in front of everyone, telling him that what he did to Cassie was disgusting and absolutely unacceptable. And get this, Diddy actually dropped to his knees and started apologizing to Cassie, Beyonce, and Jessica Alba in front of everybody. But the tension didn't stop there. Beyonce also went in on Jay-Z for trying to comfort Diddy instead of checking him like a real man. She supposedly told him she was losing respect for him right then and there, like imagine being Beyonce's man and getting that kind of energy in public. And after all that chaos, Beyonce, Jessica, Cassie, and around 25 people dipped from the party immediately. Some had seen it all go down, others just heard about it, but nobody wanted to stick around. Cassie ended up leaving with Jessica and her crew though, because word is, if she had left with Beyonce, Diddy would have easily found her, all because of his deep ties to Jay-Z. And this ain't just gossip anymore. This story has legs, and people who were at that party are starting to whisper. More sources are speaking up, saying that wasn't the only time Beyonce had seen something questionable go down. Some insiders are even saying she was caught in the middle of way more than people realize, and that this night with Cassie was just one example of many. Reports claim Beyonce tried to distance herself after that explosive scene, not just from the party, but from everything tied to Diddy's private life. But allegedly, it was already too late. Her name had been tied to too many rooms, too many events, too many secrets, and the courts, they've been taking notes. What's even wilder is that some folks are saying Diddy kept receipts, not just on his enemies, but even on the people close to him. Allegedly, there are surveillance-style clips from inside his mansions, cameras in unexpected places, conversations recorded without anyone knowing. So if Beyonce or Jay-Z witnessed anything, there might be actual video proof showing they knew exactly what was going on. And let's be real, if even one of those tapes hits the courtroom, this trial could flip Hollywood upside down. Nobody's name will be safe, especially not the ones who stayed quiet. And let's not forget what Jaguar Wright once said. She didn't hold back when she claimed that Jay-Z and Beyonce were a twisted duo who allegedly kept folks against their will, even putting people on planes while unconscious just to smuggle them across borders for who knows what. Sound familiar? Because that's exactly the kind of stuff Diddy's being accused of right now. On top of that, the whispers about Beyonce allegedly joining those freak-offs, yeah, they've been circling for years, and now they're getting dragged right back into the spotlight. So like I said earlier, this ain't just guilt by association. There are layers of connections between Diddy and the Carters that people have been side-eyeing for a long time. But here's the real kicker. So did Jay-Z have something to do with Pimp C's death? There's no hard evidence, not yet, but the whispers, they've never stopped. And with Diddy's whole empire cracking, you better believe if one domino falls, the whole tower might come crashing down. It's looking more and more likely that if Beyonce or Jay-Z take that stand, their own skeletons could come crawling out. And when they do, it's gonna be loud. But what do you think? Can they dodge the fallout, or are they finally about to face the music? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and hit that bell so you never miss when the truth comes knocking. I'll see you in the next one.
With that being said, did Pimp C really have a tape of somebody in the industry that would break the internet?
But yeah, it is a tape, and if you read the comments, a lot of people figured out. Okay. A lot of people figured out because, you know, people that was in Houston at the time, they know who was a little loose, you know, as a Montana goose. You know what I mean? So, you know, they also know who was having money at the time. So it's not really hard to figure out.
I know who let them models stick them dildos in them, and I know who did what, where, when, and why.
Wow, we're in a situation where no one in the public is going to be able to see those freak-offs. They will have privacy screens. The jurors will, on their computers, on their monitors in front of them. They will be the only ones that get to view that. The direct examination has begun already.
Things just hit maximum chaos in the courtroom. People are now asking the unthinkable. Did Jay-Z really silence Pimp C to cover up something about Beyonce?
You had mentioned Pimp C earlier. With that being said, did Pimp C really have a tape of somebody in the industry that would break the internet? You look like you done seen it, Marvin. You done seen it. Marvin seen it.
Tell him who it is.
Hey, man, tell him who it is. We still trying to find out who was in this Pimp C tape.
All I can tell you, there was a famous R&B chick, and it was a guy that was getting money at the time. And, you know, Pimp, he used to be in the studio. And every now and then he'd have a camcorder, so he was able to get some footage. And he wanted to do something with the footage, but I don't know why he didn't do nothing with it, but if I could have got a hold of that tape, I'd be a billionaire, man. Whoever it was, they would have to kill me, man. I know TMZ would have paid a bank for that one, man. But yeah, it is.
Allegedly, a secret recording made by Pimp C himself is about to shake the entire industry. Court insiders say this tape could blow the lid off everything, from steamy hookups with Beyonce to dirty moves from both Jay and Diddy. And if what folks are whispering is true, that very tape could be the real reason why Pimp C ended up dead.
It is a tape, and if you read the comments, a lot of people figured out. A lot of people figured out because, you know, people that was in Houston at the time, they know who was a little loose, you know, as a Montana goose. You know what I mean? So, you know, they also know who was having money at the time. So it's not really hard to figure out.
Word on the street is that the tape features Pimp and Bey together, possibly caught up in something way too risky for Jay-Z to let slide. Think about it. If your girl got caught on tape with a man like Pimp C and you're Jay-Z with all that power, you're not just sitting back watching it all unfold. For years, fans been suspicious about what really went down in that hotel room. There were always whispers, but now, with the feds officially involved and ready to make moves, this case is about to get messy, fast. So what's really going on here? Could Jay-Z have made sure that tape stayed buried by any means? Is there actually truth behind the rumors that Pimp and Bey had a thing?
What was it a decent tape, by the way?
Well, you know, we was sitting at his mama house, and I was showing him my movie that was yet to come out, Pimpology. And so he said, Ken, I got something to show you, man. So he seen it, you know, me, you know, I'm saying, man, you know me coming from the P world, you know, I ain't trying to see no.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? I seen who it was. I was like, damn, her? I said, man, damn, she R&B, ain't she? You know what I'm saying?
Big time.
I said, him? I said, man, he married and he got a bank. You know what I'm saying? I said, I hope this don't get out. So it was more like that with me. So you know what I'm saying? But you know, it wasn't no real like tape. They were just getting their freak on. You know what I'm saying?
In the studio.
In the studio. And Pimp just had a camcorder. He was in the booth.
Now get this. Reports say the feds are preparing to play the tape in court to link both Jay-Z and Beyonce to Diddy's madness. Pimp C himself and his friend Ken even hinted at the tape's existence in an old interview. So Pimpin' claimed the tape was so explosive, TMZ would have paid big bucks, no questions asked. That's how major this was. At first, Dez played it cool. He acted like he didn't want to reveal too much out of respect for Pimp C's memory. But when the heat got turned up during the interview, he folded a little, admitting he did watch the tape with his own eyes, and when they kept pressing him, he started letting some details slip. Dez dropped a big clue, saying the woman in the video was one of the biggest R&B stars in the world. She was in the studio while it was being recorded, but surprisingly, Pimp C himself wasn't in the actual footage.
Trained at the esteemed Berklee College of Music. Handpicked by my very good friend, Terry Lynn Carrington, Dr. Terry Lynn Carrington, who put together Beyonce's entire female band, which was Matthew Knowles' idea because he couldn't get Beyonce to stop people. Guess you didn't know your daughter well enough because she just started f***ing all the girls.
Now pause right there. If you connect who Pimp C was close to back in those days and match that with the hints Dez dropped, the pieces line up way too perfect. All signs point to Queen Bey. Yeah, that Queen Bey. Back then, people brushed it off like Dez was just talking reckless. But now, with everything coming to light, fans are starting to realize he was dead serious the whole time. One fan even said something wild, claiming Bey's parents pimped her out for money, but hid behind church talk to cover it up. And now folks are saying maybe that same pattern just kept repeating.
Because none of us have ever really been this close to her as the full-fledged superstar that she is now. I think this is during the scene with the chairs. So it's like her and several other girls, and they all have these short skirts on or dresses, whatever, and they're all dancing seductively on the chair. They've got a leg up on the chair so you can kind of see the thigh and maybe a little bit of butt if you're staring hard enough. And Jay-Z calls and talks to one of her assistants. If I had to guess, it would be her cousin Angie that he would have talked to, because Angie has always been the right hand to Beyonce. And he's like, yeah, how's the video going? Oh, it's going good. Or are the guys there? Yeah, they're there. You know, it's them and some of their homies. And we're all of the guys that are with us are the only men there. And well, let's say this. There were other men there, but they weren't straight.
Sure.
So he's like, wait a minute, how many dudes are there? And so she's like, oh, it's about 9 or 10 guys, I guess, over there. Where are they now? They're in here. They're in the soundstage. They're kind of watching, watching her film. What is she wearing?
Now, according to Bun B, the other half of Jay-Z was low-key jealous of Pimp C, and not just a little. One time, Pimp C, Beyonce, and some others were in the studio vibing. Jay called in out of nowhere asking straight-up questions, who all there, and what's Bey wearing? And when he heard she had on something revealing, he instantly told the guys to leave. No joke, they got kicked out the studio and were sent to chill in the dressing rooms like they were in timeout. Later, Beyonce herself came over to say sorry, claiming Jay wasn't okay with her dancing in front of other dudes. But let's be real, it sounds more like possessive energy than love. Jay was clearly sweating the idea of Pimp C getting too close. But here's where it gets even messier. Bun B also spilled that Beyonce's own dad, Matthew Knowles, allegedly once asked Pimp C to take her out and show her a good time. Yeah.
Describe the outfit, and he's like, yo, clear the room.
Wow.
So they immediately come over to us, and they kick all of us out, send us up to our dressing rooms.
Wow.
And we're told to stay there until we have to shoot.
Okay.
We're not allowed to watch Beyonce dance anymore in the video. And so I guess Beyonce gets wind of the call. She comes up and she apologizes to us for having to, I'm so sorry you guys had to leave the room, but Jay's not comfortable.
Before Destiny's Child blew up, they were in the same studio building as UK. Pimp just stopped by to say what's up, and Beyonce was all shy. She wasn't famous yet. Apparently, her dad peeped the energy and tried to push the moment further. But here's the real nightmare for Beyonce. It's not just fans digging up old tea about her past. It's that all these deep, dark secrets might be dragged into the courtroom, on record. And baby, that changes everything. Whispers are getting louder that the feds believe those missing tapes might be the real reason Jay allegedly had to get Pimp C out of the picture.
A lot of our guys in there's a shit ton of Rabbi guys in the building. And Destiny's Child is recording in another room in the studio.
Okay.
And so Pimp goes in, they're like, Destiny Child over. He's like, oh, I want to meet them. They tight. You know, he goes in and he introduces himself, and I guess Beyonce was kind of taken aback that she was meeting Pimp C. Again, this was before Destiny's Child was a worldwide phenomenon. And so he comes back in the studio, and we're recording and hanging out, and Matthew Knowles comes in, and he asks Pimp, can I talk to you for a minute? And so they leave out for a couple of minutes, and Pimp comes in, and he's dying laughing. And we're like, what's wrong? He's like, yo, Matthew Knowles just told me to f his daughter, man.
See, Pimp C's death never sat right with folks. He was found lifeless in his hotel room on December 4th, 2007, but the official story blamed it on a bad combo of lean and sleep apnea. That's what the coroner's report said. Case closed, right? Not exactly. The man was staying at the Mondrian Hotel in West Hollywood. He had been in town working on fresh tracks and performing with Too Short. Everything looked cool from the outside, but then, boom, December 4th hits, and he's a no-show for his flight back home. Didn't call, didn't check in. That's when things got spooky. His wife, panicking, asked hotel staff to check his room. Sadly, when hotel staff finally entered Pimp C's room, it was already too late. He was found completely unresponsive. The authorities were called right away, but paramedics couldn't save him, just like that. Pimp C was gone at only 33 years old. At first, the coroner ruled it an accidental death. The report blamed a lethal mix of codeine, aka lean, and his known battle with sleep apnea. On paper, it looked like a tragic but straightforward case. But then, things took a chilling turn.
I'm like, all right, let's do it. And Pimp like, I'm not going no mother Trinidad, shoot no goddamn video. Because he had just bought a new car. He had a new lady friend at the time. And he felt he didn't want to leave the situation to go do the video.
DJ Paul from 3 6 Mafia revealed something wild. Pimp's manager, Rick Martin, had actually seen the room himself, and what he saw didn't match the story. Martin said Pimp's body was laid out like he was praying, but there was blood around him, a lot, so much so that folks originally thought he'd been shot in the head.
Who was that with? I said, with Rockefeller. He was like, what? I was like, yeah. He was like, I was watching Dan with the checkbook he writing out. He was like, ain't that with, over there with Jay-Z? I was like, yeah. He was like, man, tell him to take that check and go give it to Tupac Mama, man. He's gonna be stealing all my shit. I was like, what?
The scene was that intense. They were standing there like, what the hell happened in here? The position of the body, the blood, none of it made sense. And to make it even creepier, there were candles in the room, burned down to the base. Pimp always lit candles to sleep, and seeing them melted down like that meant he'd probably been dead for over a day before anyone found him. Those big tall candles Pimp C used to light, when they found his body, they had burned all the way down, meaning he had likely been dead for a while before anyone even noticed. And if that's not spooky enough, even Too Hort, who was with Pimp the night before he passed, said the whole thing felt off. In an emotional interview, Too Hort said, I can't believe it's been 10 years and I still haven't come to terms with how it all went down. He added that it's always these strange, shady hotel deaths. People found alone in luxury rooms, no witnesses, no clear signs, and he's just like, what the hell is going on with celebrities in hotel rooms? And he's not the only one raising eyebrows. Too Hort even hinted at something deeper, saying, the powers that be, check the 27 Club.
Ain't never been. And watch this, boy. I'm gonna say this too, you niggas out there think this shit is cool, but it ain't cool. Me and this man ain't never been butt naked in no room together with no hoes.
Joe to see a Puffy on any of them niggas. They been at my house. They all see me. They all know I'm a big.
Yeah. Pulling no orgy type shit or doing none of that whole ass shit you out there be doing, thinking you doing some fly shit. If you're in a room naked with some other and some broad and looking at your ass, and if that shit is gay, and you need to get on some other shit. Me and this man got nothing but respect for each other. We ain't never pulling no train. We ain't no motherfucking freaks. We some family men. We getting this paper. You know what I'm talking about? And I had to put that out there, bun, because a lot of niggas doing a lot of fugazi shit.
Now, for those who don't know, the 27 Club is a chilling pattern where iconic artists like Amy Winehouse, Kurt Cobain, and Jimi Hendrix all died mysteriously at the age of 27. It's become a symbol of how fame, secrets, and dark forces seem to collide behind closed doors in the music industry. And even though Pimp C wasn't 27, the energy of his death fits the pattern all too well. High profile, sudden, and wrapped in mystery.
I know who let them models stick them dildos in them, and I know who did what, where, when, and why.
Wow. Two Hort's words lit a fire under the conspiracy crowd, and honestly, fans have been digging ever since. Look at Kim Porter's pneumonia, Prince's accidental overdose, or even DMX's sudden passing. All of them left people saying the same thing: this doesn't feel natural. In all these mysterious celeb deaths, there always seems to be hidden signs, clues pointing to a cover-up, to someone powerful pulling strings. But just like Pimp C's case, the truth kept getting buried, and the ones who may have been responsible, they walked away untouched. But not this time, because now, that infamous tape is finally about to be played in front of a jury. And guess who's suddenly in the spotlight? Jay-Z. Yep, the feds are reportedly circling him now. Why? Because this situation got Jay's fingerprints all over it. Not only did Pimp C allegedly get too close to Beyonce and record something that could destroy reputations, but Jay had multiple motives to keep that man quiet. See, Jay and Pimp first linked up back in 1999 for that massive hit, Big Pimpin'. The track was a commercial smash, but behind the scenes, there was tension bubbling the whole time.
And Sean Carter, you're a piece of Taking Pimp C wasn't bad enough? You just want to go down there and you want to just remove all of the balls from every real gangster in Houston?
In a 2005 interview with MTV, Pimp C said he didn't even want to do the record. It sounded like a pop record to me, he admitted. I didn't want to do it. It scared me because I didn't know how people was going to take us going in that direction. But Jay, he pressed him hard, telling Pimp straight up, look, family, it's going to be the biggest record of your career. If you don't do it for yourself, just do it for me. That's what Jay told Pimp C to convince him to hop on Big Pimpin', and Pimp agreed. That one line was enough to get him on board. But here's the thing. Pimp never really rocked with Jay like that. Even after dropping a chart-topping hit together, Pimp held on to that grudge. He never liked Jay-Z, and he wasn't shy about it either. Bun B later revealed that when it came time to shoot the Big Pimpin' music video, Pimp ghosted the entire set. No show, no call. And why? Pure spite. He did it just to tick Jay off. So what was the real beef? Turns out Pimp C had a moral line Jay didn't want to cross. See, Pimp wanted Jay to break off $1 million from the record and give it to Machiavelli's mom, Tupac's mother, as a sign of respect. He felt like it was the right thing to do, especially since that style and street energy came from Pac's lane. But Jay-Z, he heard every word, and let's be real, if there's one thing Jay can't stand, it's someone questioning his status or his power. And Pimp, he straight up challenged it. But yo, that was just the tip of the iceberg.
Well, did he start snitching?
He better. But the only thing I'm interested in him talking about is everything he knows about Kathy Coriana White. See, I know you know what happened to Corey. Did he? I know that. You and Jay-Z. Down in Vegas at Tao with Claudia. Why don't you just talk about Kathy?
Apparently, Pimp C wasn't afraid to speak on what really goes down behind the curtains in the industry, and that's what made him dangerous. In one of his interviews, Pimp openly said he knew exactly how Diddy and Jay-Z moved behind the scenes, and he wanted no part of that world. He stood tall on his values, saying he was a family man and didn't roll with all that twisted Hollywood energy. But calling out the industry like that, that's a fast way to make enemies. And Pimp didn't flinch, he didn't switch up, he kept doing what he believed in. Unfortunately, some folks think that boldness may have cost him his life. Jaguar Wright, who's known for dropping controversial truths, believes Jay-Z is responsible for what happened to Pimp. Straight up, and she's not alone. Because if the feds decide to follow the trail and really investigate what folks have been whispering for years, Diddy might get caught up too. Why? Simple. Jay and Diddy have always been tight. And if Jay found out Pimp C had been with Beyonce and made a tape, you really think he wouldn't call on his most powerful ally to help shut it down? Jaguar even claims Jay asked Diddy to handle another messy situation before. His former mistress Kathy White, who also passed under mysterious circumstances. So, if he did it once, at this point it's looking more and more like the rumors weren't just wild talk. They might have been the real story all along. And now, the truth is bubbling to the surface, ready to explode. Fans always felt like Pimp C's death was too messy to be a coincidence. And now that the tape's about to be played, the industry's got a serious problem on its hands. The only question left is, will the ones responsible finally get exposed and held accountable? Could Jay-Z be forced to testify? Will the feds officially dig into what really happened that night? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I need to know what you think about this whole situation. And if you thought this was wild, you definitely don't want to miss what we uncovered next. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and tap that notification bell so you never miss another messy update. See you on the next one, where it gets even deeper.
Cassie told the jury that the freak-offs made her feel disgusting and humiliated and worthless.
She did say these freak-offs lasted between 1 and 4 days, and it would take her an equal amount of time to get her body recovered, to rehydrate, to rest.
I think we're gonna learn a lot about the nature of Cassie's relationship with Diddy.
Cassie Ventura just named Christina Korm as keeping tabs on her for Diddy.
The second thing that was discussed this morning, will the public, will the media be able to see video of these freak-offs?
Day 2 of Diddy's courtroom chaos just wrapped up, and Cassie's testimony left the entire room stunned. She revealed that Diddy didn't just control her life. He used escorts in the most humiliating way possible. One of the darkest claims, Diddy allegedly made escorts pee on her. Yeah, it's that twisted, but it gets even more disturbing.
2 witnesses were called today, including a former security officer at the hotel, where Diddy is seen on video attacking Ventura brutally. You remember that video back in 2016. The prosecutors played the video. The witness testified that Diddy tried to pay him off with a giant wad of cash. The day's second witness was a male escort. This is where it really got very juicy, who says that he was paid by Diddy numerous times to have sex with Cassie while Diddy sat there in the corner, masturbating and watched. He says he once saw Diddy throw a liquor bottle at Cassie and heard him beating her in another room.
The same escort was called in by prosecutors to testify, and they didn't hold back. On top of that, hotel staff are finally cracking, admitting that Diddy straight up paid them to keep their mouths shut. The whole thing sounds like a disgusting underground operation happening in plain sight.
Emily Johnson actually said that Cassie did choke on the urine of an escort when Diddy forced this escort to allegedly urinate in her mouth. They did say inner circle numerous times, I believe, really trying to amplify the RICO charges. Diddy couldn't have done all of these crimes without his inner circle, right? Without his bodyguard, without his driver, without his assistant. They talked about alleged kidnappings. That one time he kidnapped his assistant to go and try to find Cassie when he thought Cassie was cheating. I mean, it was wild. I feel like I could go on forever, but I won't. At a certain point, wasn't able to perform for Diddy and Cassie. He got erectile dysfunction because of what he saw. He said he saw Diddy at one point after an encounter, drag Cassie by the hair from her computer seat all the way back to her bedroom while she was kicking and screaming and crying. And after she apologized and came out, he said that Diddy said, okay, you guys want to continue? And he couldn't perform. And that was it. From there, he could not perform after that. And he saw Diddy use Cassie 2 or 3 more times after that as well. And this is a muscular guy. He was 41 years old, a bit smaller, but again, he seemed incredibly affected by what he saw.
And was there, just quickly, Lauren, was there a point where he talked about, because I was trying to follow the blogs, and it's hard, you were in there, it's difficult for us on the outside. Did he talk about Cassie at one point being under the influence of drugs to the point that she was slumped over, and Diddy still wanted him to have sex with her?
And here's the part that broke everyone. Cassie burst into tears during her statement. Something she said hit hard, and people in the courtroom could barely look her in the eyes.
Cassie told the jury that Diddy forced her into drug-fueled sex acts with male escorts while he watched, sometimes sitting in the corner and masturbating. Through tears, she said she took drugs to numb herself, ecstasy, cocaine, and ketamine, all of it allegedly supplied by Diddy. She said the freak-offs included as many as 4 male escorts at once and typically lasted 36 to 72 hours. The longest, she said, the longest freak-off that she says she was forced to perform in lasted 4 days. She said they took place around the world, from New York to Miami to Spain to even Turks and Caicos. And at every stop, Cassie said the hotel rooms were stocked by Diddy's staff with baby oil, condoms, and drugs. And she says that these hotel rooms, this is disgusting, the hotel rooms were left covered in baby oil and covered in blood and covered in urine. Cassie told the jury that the freak-offs made her feel disgusting and humiliated and worthless. But she said she couldn't say no because she says Diddy threatened to release videos of the freak-offs with her.
Meanwhile, the escort dropped chilling details about what Diddy expected them to do. Things so disturbing even the escort refused. That says a lot, but this isn't just about Diddy. Prosecutors claim he had a whole team helping him hide the truth. His chief of staff, his bodyguards, they were all allegedly involved in keeping this nightmare under wraps.
Before they broke for lunch, Cassie Ventura described how freak-offs actually became a job, lasting 36 to 48 hours, the longest one lasting up to 4 days. No wonder the participants needed IV fluids after a freak-off. I'm just curious, to Lauren Cullen joining us at the courthouse, how was the jury responding?
What I will say is Cassie made a point to say that when she wasn't making music, she was actually having to, quote, recover from these freak-offs. And again, she did say these freak-offs lasted between 1 and 4 days, and it would take her an equal amount of time to get her body recovered, to rehydrate, to rest, to detox from these drugs.
At one point, Diddy even tried to kidnap Cassie when she tried to run. Diddy didn't seem to care at all about Cassie's well-being, and what she revealed in court is beyond disturbing.
That she said on the stand, at one point she said that a male escort had urinated in her mouth and she actually choked on it. And it was at that point someone in the courtroom actually had to walk out of the door there while, Diddy sat at the defense table listening on here. But as she was describing these events where she said that, there were multiple male escorts that were happening at one time, these freak-offs would happen for 2, 3, the longest 4 days at a time. And control is the word we need to talk about. That is what prosecutors really laid out. And you heard Cassie describe how every action during these freak-offs, which were between her and male escorts, not necessarily between her and her boyfriend, Sean Diddy Combs, he sat off to the side really directing things according to her and masquerading along with what he wanted to see. But he was in control, she said, of exactly how they did everything, from the platform shoes that she needed to wear, the clothes that she needed to wear occasionally, masks, wigs, whether or not the male escort could ejaculate, where he could ejaculate. Everything she said was controlled by him. And mind you, Brian, his children, 6 children, are in the courtroom at this point listening to all of this. And the jury was picked knowing that they needed a certain level of comfort to hear these types of descriptions. It was very emotional and really tough to hear, Brian.
She said that whenever she refused to join his wild freak-off sessions, he'd allegedly beat her down, drag her across the floor, and straight up punch her. No remorse, no mercy. These so-called freak-offs weren't just one-night things. They allegedly lasted for days. And Cassie, she was so drained she had to be hooked up to IV fluids just to recover. It's insane.
Once he saw Diddy beat Cassie, he could no longer, perform and be engaged, because before he said even if they hadn't paid him, he was excited to be part of their world. He was enjoying that kind of activity with them. And then things started changing when he saw one time he was on the couch, Cassie was at her computer, and Diddy, he said, was in Cassie's bedroom. Now, Diddy apparently called out to Cassie to come into the bedroom, and she allegedly told him, just hold on a second, my personal information's on the computer. Now, Daniel describes being absolutely shocked when all of a sudden a liquor bottle, Diddy throws it from across the room right toward Cassie. And then he comes running towards her, grabs her by her hair, drags her into her bedroom and tells her, when I tell you to come, you don't wait, you just come when I tell you. And he says he then heard, after the doors closed, Diddy slapping her, beating her, yelling at her, and Cassie screaming out, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And he says he was just kind of frozen in place. He didn't know what to do. And prosecutors asked him, why didn't you intervene? Why didn't you go inside? And he said, look, I know this is somebody with a lot of resources. Quite frankly, I was afraid for my life. Now, that drew a lot of objections from the defense, but the judge allowed that testimony. And he again reiterated that he was scared in that moment for Cassie, feeling like she was in a dangerous situation, but he didn't feel it was safe enough for him to intervene.
Cassie claimed the first time Diddy drugged her, she didn't even know what was going on. He spiked her drink, and only after it was all over did he casually tell her, oh yeah, that was ecstasy. Cassie was just 22 when this all started. 22. That's when Diddy allegedly began forcing her into drug-fueled multi-day freak-offs where she'd be made to have sex with multiple escorts, back-to-back over and over again. She was trapped in a twisted cycle, and Diddy was the one pulling all the strings.
I thought what we saw in that awful video from the Intercontinental was bad, but to hear the actual graphic details of what Cassie and others endured day after day for years is just completely heartbreaking. And to hear the sex worker actually try to offer her aid when, she was being beaten, and literally she went to him for solace, as opposed to the person who supposedly loves and cares about her. She had to jump into the arms of a sex worker, and he was literally like, this is not okay. You need to leave this relationship. And she did, unfortunately, what so many survivors do, which is, I'm okay, it's gonna be okay. Basically, I can handle this. And the reality is, she really needed to get out because she was being violated and degraded in so many different ways. And my heart just breaks for her so much.
Melba, you're so right. Ours do as well. What's it going to be like today when she is perhaps called? We think that she's going to be witness number 3. We have a clip where we caught up with her lawyer outside of the courthouse on Monday. Let's take a quick look.
How is Cassie? Is she emotional? Is she feeling okay with this? Is she nervous?
She's ready.
She is ready. She's also pregnant, God bless her, and visibly pregnant too. So in the later stages of her pregnancy.
Cassie said these twisted freak-offs happened multiple times a month, and she always felt like Diddy was secretly recording everything. He'd just sit there and watch like it was entertainment. And after every one of these sessions, she'd be left physically wrecked. It took her weeks to recover.
First testimony in the trial taking jurors to Los Angeles, March 2016, in the hotel where that surveillance video was taken. The first witness, an LAPD officer who worked security at the hotel, he says he responded to a call for a woman in distress on the 6th floor.
When he got to the floor, he noticed that there was glass on the floor, that the vase and the flowers were broken.
The security guard described going back to Diddy's hotel room and standing in the doorway while Ventura grabbed her things. Inside, another man sitting at the corner of the bed.
So from the very start, the first witness brings the jury into that hallway where he said Sean Combs looked at him with a devilish stare and Cassie Ventura had a purple eye.
Sean Combs tried to offer him money, to give him money to make this go away. And he said he wouldn't accept the money.
The second witness to take the stand, Daniel Phillip, a man who said he was paid to have sex with Cassie on multiple occasions at several high-end New York City hotels, while Diddy watched. The witness said he was paid between $700 and $6,000 each time.
So Mr. Phillip agreed to go to the Gramercy Hotel to do a performance for a bachelorette party. At least that's what he thought. But when he got to the hotel, to the room, that Cassie opened up the door. He did not know that was Cassie, and that she told him, well, it's my birthday and my husband wants to do something special, so can you give me a massage?
What's even wilder, even the escort started getting freaked out. That's how bad it was. One of them, David, the same man Diddy hired, testified that he watched Diddy violently beat Cassie after she couldn't perform. After that, David said he couldn't go through with it anymore. That's when he realized something was seriously wrong.
I think that will ultimately be a difficult thing for the defense to show because of all the evidence the prosecutors in the opening statement said that they had, showing that actually these women really weren't making a choice. You have the video of Cassie where, Sean Combs is beating her, striking her, dragging her out of that hallway video when she was trying to leave one of these freak-off sessions. That doesn't exactly look like a choice. We also heard from the prosecutors that there are text messages where one of the victims, known as Jane, is saying, I don't want to engage in these freak-offs. I don't want to do this. And then there are apparently also recorded calls that we are going to hear between Sean Combs and Jane, in which Sean Combs is offering her money and telling her to say that she wanted to engage in these freak-offs. None of those pieces of corroborating evidence sounds like these women had a choice. So I think that is going to be really critical evidence for the prosecution. And just one last point, even if there is the charges, but there are 2 charges, one for each victim, of transporting these women across state lines for the purposes of prostitution. Those charges do not require force, fraud, or coercion. So consenting adults traveling across state lines for the purpose of prostitution, if he did that, he is guilty. So these arguments about the women had a choice, they're not really a defense to these transportation for prostitution charges. I think those charges in particular will be very difficult for the defense to overcome.
Diddy was reportedly paying these escorts between $4,000 and $6,000 each time just to sleep with Cassie while he watched. But here's the most heartbreaking twist. Cassie was the one who had to call the escort. She was the one who asked him to pee on her. Not because she wanted it, but because she was terrified of what Diddy would do if she didn't.
Cassie in court, reportedly tearing up on the witness stand as she testifies against ex-Diddy in his trafficking trial.
It'll be interesting to see how they react and respond to the alleged victim, Cassie Ventura, because she is expecting her 3rd child and is clearly pregnant. So how jurors will kind of see that or visually how they take that into consideration, we don't know. But really, they're supposed to make sure that they stay fair and impartial and pay attention to the facts, which is something even the judge warned them about before they were official jurors.
Diddy maintains his innocence against all charges brought against him. Cassie, the prosecution's key witness in the case against the embattled mogul.
The defense acknowledged that the videos of alleged freak-offs will be shown, but that those videos, they said, didn't come from the government's investigation so much as it came directly from Cassie's phone. But they were essentially trying to raise doubt about why did she hold on to these videos. And again, making this argument that this case is about love and infidelity and money. But the prosecution is saying, no, you will hear from witnesses that will tell you that they were abused, they were kicked, they were punched, they were coerced to taking drugs and to performing sex acts. So this is only the beginning.
Every time she tried to break free, Diddy allegedly hunted her down, sending his employees and bodyguards to keep her locked in. Cassie told the court that Diddy used fear like a weapon. She wasn't just trapped physically, she was psychologically chained. She said he'd constantly threaten her with violence if she didn't follow every order. At times, he'd isolate her completely, take her phone, control her schedule, and cut her off from everyone she trusted.
Indeed, I can tell you that I got a chance to listen to her testimony inside court here behind us, and she was emotional. She broke down into tears at one point when she talked about participating in those freak-offs. She says that she was just 22 years old, had just turned 22 when Combs first proposed to her those drug-fueled sex marathons with escorts. She says eventually, though, they became almost weekly and that they lasted on average, as you said, about 2 to 3 days, the longest one 4 days, and that she stayed awake by drugs that she says Combs gave to her, including ecstasy, cocaine, and She testified that those freak-offs made her feel dirty and worthless, but that she felt like she did not have a choice but to participate because she says Combs would become violent with her. As you pointed out, she says that he would bash her in the head, kick and drag her, and that she didn't know what would happen if she didn't do what he wanted her to do. She told the jury that she tried to express her feelings about participating, but in at least one text message shown to the jury, Combs told her to make it happen anyway.
One incident that really shook people, Cassie said Diddy once forced her to stay locked in a hotel suite for 3 days straight while different people came and went for his twisted parties. She wasn't allowed to leave, speak up, or even sleep properly, When she tried to resist, she said he slammed her against a wall and told her, "You belong to me." Cassie said he'd gaslight her so hard, she started doubting her own memories. After every episode, he'd act like nothing happened. He'd shower her with expensive gifts and apologies, then the abuse would start all over again.
Cassie Ventura is sharing new details about her relationship with Sean Diddy Combs. While testifying against her ex in his extradition trial, the pregnant singer, who is currently expecting her third child with husband Alex Fine, reveals to the jury that there was actually an overlap for when she and the late Kim Porter dated the rap mogul. In court, Ventura says, per NBC News, that she and Combs first started their physical relationship when they went on a trip to Miami. It was when they returned home that they began spending more time together, though the relationship was, quote, not public for many years. Ventura adds that Combs didn't want it to, quote, look bad, but also knew it was because of his children and personal things like his family. When she was asked who he was with at the time, Ventura replies, quote, Kim Porter. Combs and Porter, who unexpectedly died in 2018, reportedly dated on and off from 1994 to 2007, with them becoming parents to son Christian, twin daughters Delilah and Jessie, and Porter's son Quincy, whom she had from a previous relationship. Their romance ended in 2007, with her choosing to pack up all of her belongings and move out of their home while Combs was out of town. Porter has previously said to Essence magazine that she wanted it to be, quote, dramatic, adding, quote, if I pack up everything, twins and all, it means I'm out. Puffy's an action person, not a talk person. Ventura and Combs reportedly dated from 2007 to 2018, with her sharing after their romance that he was frequently violent towards the end of their relationship.
She also claimed Diddy used blackmail to keep her quiet. He had recordings, messages, and photos, and he made it clear if she ever spoke out, he'd ruin her life completely. This wasn't just toxic, it was a full-blown manipulation machine, and Cassie was trapped in it for years. Things got even more intense in court when text messages between Diddy and Cassie were shown to the judge, and they clearly proved that Diddy was forcing Cassie to take part in those disturbing freak-offs. The receipts are right there. No way to spin it.
The first witness to testify was Officer Israel Flores. He was the security officer back in 2016 when we saw that now infamous recording of Sean Combs allegedly beating Cassie Ventura in that hotel hallway. We heard from him. We watched the video in its entirety from multiple angles in order to see exactly what unfolded. And as we watch this video, I want to say, by the way, everything we're about to talk about during this live shot could be perceived as disturbing materials. Just want to give our viewers a little bit of a warning here. Watching Sean Combs kick and drag and grab Cassie Ventura by her neck and by her hair over and over again. And then at one point, Cassie walks over to a phone that's in this lobby, lobby area of their 6th floor hotel room, and she calls for this instant services, and a security guard comes up, and at that point he's able to separate them, and he walks them down the hallway towards the hotel room where they were. Cassie apparently telling the security officer that she just wants to leave, and Sean Combs reportedly telling her that she's not going to leave. And when they opened the door to that hotel room, there was another man, according to this officer, sitting in the hotel room.
One of today's key witnesses was a female escort Diddy had hired during that time. But here's where it gets shady. After the case went public, Diddy personally reached out to her trying to buy her silence. He offered her money to say she had never been forced into anything, but guess what? She was one step ahead. She recorded the call. While she testified, Cassie broke down in tears. She told the court that Diddy wasn't just abusing her, he was pimping her out to other men. And when she'd get exhausted after 2 or 3 days straight of these freak-off marathons, Diddy would drug her up with cocaine and Molly to keep her going. She didn't even have a chance to rest. If she resisted, he'd snap, violent, angry, unpredictable.
An LAPD officer, a former security guard who can lay the foundation for that video and can talk about the black eye that Cassie suffered and the fact that she wanted to leave and escape this freak off. And Combs reportedly offering him a bribe to cover it up. So I think it's a very important first witness to get that video in. In addition to the violence against Cassie, Combs broke a vase over in the hotel, so that's something that also shows the sort of violent streak, really erratic behavior, him sitting in a towel with just his socks on. So really disturbing and also graphic details by Flores, the first government.
Cassie also revealed something else that left people shocked. Diddy was cheating on her while still dating Kim Porter. And don't forget, Cassie was just 19 years old when all this began. And Diddy? He was nearly 40. As the courtroom kept digging deeper, more dark truths started spilling out. Diddy wasn't just keeping Cassie under control, he was tracking her every move. According to new testimony, Diddy allegedly had people following Cassie anytime she left the house. He even went as far as planting hidden surveillance devices in places she stayed, just to keep tabs on her conversations and movements.
I think we're going to learn a lot about the nature of Cassie's relationship with Diddy. Some of those details we've seen in prior lawsuits, but to hear her on the stand actually giving those details, reliving those moments herself. Also, you have to remember, she's very pregnant right now. So I'm gonna be curious to see how long she makes it on the stand, how she's emotionally able to weather all of these questions. And what's going to be interesting to watch is, you know, the defense from the very start in their opening statement said that she chose to be there. So I'm going to be curious to see how she responds to questions about, was this her choice or did she feel like she had to do all of these things?
One former bodyguard testified that Diddy would flip out if Cassie didn't answer her phone right away. He acted like he owned her, the bodyguard said. He'd scream, break stuff, and send people to find her like she was some missing property. And Cassie also revealed she tried to escape more than once. She ran off to a friend's place in secret, but somehow Diddy always found her. Why? Because he had insiders. People close to her who were reporting back to him. It was a full-blown control system, and Cassie felt like there was no way out.
Second thing that was discussed this morning, will the media be able to see video of these freak-offs? During opening statements, we heard that the jurors are going to be able to see video of these freak-offs. These are these sexual encounters between, for instance, Cassie Ventura, as well as another woman, Jane, and male escorts, as well as Sean Diddy Combs. But there's an argument that only the jurors will be able to see these. So we'll have to see what happens. The judge is taking that under advisement. Right now, what's taking place is the continuation of the cross-examination of a man by the name of Daniel Phillip. Julie, he is the male stripper that was hired by, he said, Cassie to engage in sexual acts.
Even when she wasn't around him, she said she could feel him watching. The fear never left. Diddy's reach wasn't just physical, it was psychological. It was like he wanted her scared all the time, just so she'd never even think about leaving again. More bombshells dropped when hotel security guards from back in 2016 were brought in to testify. One of them revealed that he saw Diddy beating Cassie with his own eyes. And when it was over, Diddy allegedly offered him cash to keep his mouth shut. The guard also said Diddy forced Cassie to stay with him even when she was clearly trying to get away.
Well, Diane, prosecutors have wasted no time getting right into the alleged abuse that Cassie Ventura says she endured for years. Ventura telling jurors, quote, he would bash my head, knock me over, drag me, kick me, stomp me in the head when I was down. She also got into the nature of those so-called freak-offs, saying that they involved hiring an escort and they performed under the direction of Combs, saying that they happened so frequently, it eventually became a job for her to set them up. Ventura said she did not feel she had much of a choice but to participate, that she feared that Combs would retaliate or potentially blackmail her if she did not. And she's had at times to she's taken deep breaths, pausing her testimony, Combs appearing to be listening pretty passively with his hands in his lap at the defense table there. Now, remember, this is the first time that they are seeing each other face to face since 2018. You can imagine that emotions are very high in the courtroom right now. And this is expected to be a very lengthy testimony. Prosecutors bracing the courtroom for what's to come as she continues to testify, including videos.
But the most disturbing part? That same night, Cassie was desperately trying to escape from a man who was in the room with them. Instead of helping her, Diddy allegedly forced her to sleep with that man. She was trapped, cornered, and powerless, and there were witnesses. Now, Cassie is just days away from giving birth, yet she still walked into that courtroom and told her truth. That shows a whole new level of strength and courage. She's done being silent, and she's not backing down. As for the most graphic evidence, Judge Aaron Subramanian made a ruling, the video footage from one of Diddy's so-called freak-offs, where victims, including Cassie, were forced into sex acts, will not be released to the public or media. The judge made it crystal clear. Those disturbing videos showing alleged abuse won't be played in open court. I'm not seeing any case that would suggest these types of images or videos, especially ones tied to sexual abuse, need to be shown publicly when they clearly risk re-traumatizing the victims, he stated firmly.
Cassie Ventura just named Christina Korm as keeping tabs on her for Diddy. Cassie Ventura is giving her testimony against Diddy right now in his trial, and she just name-dropped Diddy's ex-chief of staff, Christina Korm. Cassie Ventura started her testimony about her early relationship with Diddy, and she even admitted at the very beginning she took E without knowing because it was in a Gatorade bottle. Then she went on to describe the abuse that would start happening to her and how Diddy would keep tabs on her. The government asked Cassie Ventura, how did Diddy keep tabs on you? And she said, we didn't live far apart. He'd send security to come find me or a trusted assistant. Like who? David James or Christina Korm. And we know that Diddy's ex-chief of staff, Christina Korm, has been named in multiple civil lawsuits with Diddy. So the fact that Cassie Ventura just listed her literally sent chills all the way up my spine. Because back in 2018 and prior, during Cassie and Diddy's relationship, I didn't even know if Christina Korm at this time would have any part in any of this. Cassie Ventura points out at this time, Christina Korm was only an assistant for Diddy. She wasn't even Diddy's chief of staff during this time. And I already know that this will not be the last that we hear about Christina Korm. I just didn't know it was happening this early on. Diddy's ex-assistant, Philip Hines, who was on the fall for Diddy, admitted that he testified to the grand jury against Diddy, and he showed us so many pieces of evidence in his documentary interview. He showed text messages between him and Christina Korm of Christina Korm asking for all of these different freak-off supplies.
But Diddy's control didn't stop at just surveillance or intimidation. He had a whole crew helping him keep Cassie in check. She told the court that Diddy's close employees were fully aware of what was going on. People like his personal assistant Christina Korm and his right-hand man Neil Dominic weren't just handling his schedule. They allegedly monitored his moods, movements, and even Cassie's behavior. Cassie testified, "I talked to Korm about a lot. She knew a lot of my personal things." That line hit hard because it showed Korm wasn't just an assistant. She was someone Cassie confided in, someone who knew exactly what was going on behind closed doors. And yet, Cassie claims those same people stayed silent, loyal to Diddy, covering his tracks. One of the most disturbing moments in court came when Cassie described how Diddy's team would prepare her before the freak-offs, almost like she was being handed over. She said Christina Korm and other staff would often give her instructions on how to behave, what to wear, and even what substances to take. It felt more like a setup than a job. She wasn't being helped. She was being managed.
Diddy Combs' trial backing out? Victim number 3, as she's called, was set to testify against the music mogul. The name of victim number 3 was going to be revealed when she took the stand, but the woman has apparently gone missing, and prosecutors say they've been unable to reach her.
People just get nervous, and this person could just be nervous and just has had second thoughts.
If the prosecutor can't find this witness, how might it affect the case?
Look, I don't think it's going to have a tremendous effect. The prosecution is going to call a number of alleged victims. So look, this is just one less.
Someone else is also getting cold feet. A juror sent an email to the judge asking to be removed from the panel for issues of personal well-being.
Cassie revealed she often felt drugged before anything even started. Sometimes she'd wake up not remembering parts of the night, only to be told later by staff what happened, or worse, shown videos that Diddy allegedly kept as leverage. And the manipulation didn't stop there. Diddy would allegedly threaten to send those videos to her family or leak them if she ever tried to leave. Cassie said that one time he looked her dead in the eye and said, "I made you and I can destroy you." Courtroom sources say several jurors looked visibly shaken. Some couldn't even maintain eye contact with Cassie as she spoke. This isn't just a case of power abuse. It's looking more and more like Diddy built a full-blown empire of fear, lies, and silence, with Cassie trapped at the center of it all. Cassie didn't hold back. She revealed that Diddy's security guard, R. Rock, was another one of his enforcers. On Diddy's orders, Rock would punish her by taking away her things. I'd get my car taken away, get kicked out of an apartment, have my jewelry snatched. It all depended on Diddy's mood, Cassie said. And when she tried to hide from Diddy, Rock would be the one sent to hunt her down. This wasn't just a toxic relationship, it was a full-blown operation. Every move Cassie made was watched, controlled, or punished. And even now, with this case exploding across headlines, Diddy hasn't stopped his shady behavior. Sources say some key witnesses have suddenly gone silent or just disappeared. People are starting to wonder how many others were involved and how far was Diddy willing to go to cover his tracks. As more victims step forward and the testimonies grow darker, one thing is clear. This goes way deeper than anyone thought. We'll be keeping a close eye on this case as it unfolds, so don't miss a single update. Like, subscribe, drop your thoughts in the comments, and hit that bell so you never miss the tea. This isn't just about Diddy anymore. This is about exposing every last person who helped him hide it. See you in the next one.
You see, I'm gonna tell you something. They always want you to, you know what these rappers, all these singers, all these big rappers y'all look up to? They always tell you what the good part about, but they never tell you what the bad part. And that's crazy, man. Yeah, they got all this money, but they dealing with emo spirits. They dealing with killing themselves. They dealing with, man, come on, man.
IK Osiris finally hit that breaking point, and this time, he ain't holding nothing back. Sources close to the courtroom are saying dude is done staying silent. Word is he's about to drop the truth about what really went down with Diddy, and it's sounding way deeper than anyone expected.
Man, I sold my Lamborghini, I sold my Rolls Royce, I sold my Cadillacs. Yes, sir, ski. Yes, sir, ski. Ride that thing. Hey, I'm about to beat that charge. Man, what the fuck? I ain't gonna lie. This thing humble yourself. I ain't gonna cap to you. I got a floss for you, nigga. God, I ain't got a floss for you, man. Yep.
Let's rewind to 2021. Both YK and Diddy were in Jamaica. Yeah, that trip. Sounds normal at first, right? Two celebs in paradise, but nah. This wasn't no casual island getaway. At that time, YK was struggling bad. He just hopped on Instagram talking about how he had to sell his Lamborghini, his Rolls Royce, and even his Cadillacs. He straight up told his fans to humble yourself. Bro was going through it.
Yeah, nobody would ever say that one.
Oh, yeah.
So here goes Envy.
They said he was Diddy's boy toy.
Yeah, I was in Jamaica with him.
Oh, I see it now.
See?
YK Osiris in Jamaica with his alleged boo Diddy.
So how in the world does a man who just offloaded all his luxury rides and was drowning in debt end up relaxing in a high-end villa in Jamaica like he's living his best life? That's when people started side-eyeing the whole situation. Something wasn't adding up. YK was flexing on the gram like he was on some solo healing retreat. Peaceful vibes, palm trees, deep thoughts. But then, boom, he reposted a pic of Diddy, shirtless in the pool, throwing up the prayer hands emoji like it was some kind of spiritual moment. That had folks raising eyebrows fast. Then it got even wilder.
Make it with Diddy, though?
He said, yeah.
No.
Oh, okay.
I was with a shawty.
All right, but Diddy was there.
No, he was a whole other different.
Oh, so they just made this up?
Yeah, they made it up, yeah.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yeah, he was in a whole other different area. Like, he was like...
Have you ever met Diddy?
Yeah.
Okay, did he ask you to party?
Yeah.
Party?
Man.
Don't he put his fantasies on you.
Bad tonight.
Every time I went I did, that man's the vibe. That must be Diddy Bobby.
YK posted a massage pic, naked, with a caption saying, listening to that Diddy, eating that good fruit, and loving the beautiful weather. Like, what? Good fruit, huh? Yeah, sure, but that ain't all. He hit us with another photo, this time leaned over a plate of tropical fruit, lips parted, eyes soft, looking like he was modeling for an exotic ad. And the craziest part? People started whispering that Diddy himself might have been the one behind the camera. From there, the streets went on alert mode. One person even said, I told myself, the second I didn't see a single woman or even a mention of family, I knew a man sponsored that trip. That vibe had folks side-eyeing hard. They weren't buying the solo getaway story anymore, and something just wasn't right.
I ain't gonna owe you no more.
You owe me 60 bands, and you have to perform the song right now in the crib. What are we talking about? What are you talking about? I'm giving you an out. I'm not Baby, I'm not Boosie. You don't owe me no 2 rags, 5 rags. You owe me 60 bands. I'm playing the song right now. You ready? I need a full... You don't owe me no money right now. I swear, I need a full performance though. The real shit though. I'm serious.
You just gotta be ready.
And just when the gossip hit peak levels, YK's baby mama came in swinging. She jumped on her story and dropped a post that had everybody clutching their phones. Stop asking me what happened with my BD. I caught him with a man. Boom. That's what YK's baby mama dropped. Straight no chaser. This wasn't no random fan theory. This came from someone who'd actually been in his life. And after that bomb, things spiraled fast. Then came the Breakfast Club interview. And it was a whole mess. Charlamagne ain't hold back. He brought up the rumor that YK was Diddy's boy toy. And man, YK folded on camera. He started grinning way too hard, pulled his hoodie over his head, couldn't make eye contact to save his life. He said no with his mouth, but his whole body was screaming, "There's more to the story." That moment had people feeling weird, like he was low-key reliving something he didn't want to talk about. The tension, you could feel it through the screen.
Remember with Drake? Remember you had to sing for Drake?
Nah, but Drake my brother though. Like that's my boy. So it's like when we bet and gamble, like it's really ain't about no money. It's really about this fun. Like we bet $100,000. But we like it's like really like brother love. Like, you know, that's my boy. Win?
But it didn't stop with Diddy. Once folks started connecting dots, Drake's name came sliding into the mix. Whisper's been around for a minute, real quiet but steady. And when that video came out showing Drake pressing YK to sing after losing that $60,000 bet, people started looking at it different. The way Drake leaned in and applied that pressure didn't sit right with a lot of viewers. Later on, YK tried to play it off. He said it was just love between homies. Then boom, as another clip hit the timeline, YK caught on camera doing sit-ups on Drake's private jet. But this wasn't no fun and games vibe. He looked mad uncomfortable. Not like he was goofing around. You know, more like he ain't even have a choice.
You struggling? You struggling? With them push-ups?
One user straight up called it a humiliation ritual, saying some sick stuff be happening that we don't even see off camera. Another chimed in, looks like they got him doing all kinds of strange things. And honestly, it's hard to brush that off when the patterns keep repeating. YK's name always ends up in these viral clips, and every single time he's getting clowned, embarrassed, or put in some awkward spot where everybody's laughing at him, not with him. It's like they keep setting him up to be the joke. And just when folks thought it couldn't get more weird, Drake posted a pic of YK's brand new haircut, a cut clearly inspired by that Certified Lover Boy album. But the caption, red, burnt the F out. You really one of one, YK Osiris.
Man, stop playing. Only I can do this, me and the boy. Stop.
Not long after all that chaos, YK took things to another level. He went and tattooed Drake's OVO owl right on his leg. Yeah, the same logo that reps Drake's whole empire. At that point, the vibes were just getting weirder and weirder, and something was off, and people could feel it. Then it all started clicking when YK went live and broke down on camera, and this wasn't no act. Man was shattered. He let it all spill. Said straight up he didn't want to be here no more. He talked about the demons chasing him, how the music industry dried up for him, and how he felt like nobody in the game had his back. This wasn't clout chasing. It was real pain coming from deep inside. But it didn't end there.
As your boy YK Outside, man. Shout out to all Urban Central. Shout out, yeah.
Not long after that, he jumped on another emotional live and went off. This time, he started exposing the underbelly of the industry. Said rappers be lying when they say their success is a blessing from God, when in reality, they're worshiping something else entirely. And that's when the darkness really started to creep in. The theory that shook everything up, multiple blogs and so-called insiders started whispering that Diddy and a few others weren't just out here doing things for clicks or flex.
Like I say, you can't use Drake with me, you can't kill a baby because they don't with me no more. So you please don't use that. You haven't seen me around Drake in a minute. Or Lil Baby. A long time. So let's get it out the door. Please don't use that no more. Like, I'm not a leecher, like, for a reason. But like, I want to die. Like, I want to myself. I want to like leave this earth. I don't have no friends. Y'all see who I'm with. Nobody. I'm nobody. Nobody nearest me. Nobody around me. Nobody is like near me.
Allegedly, this mess goes way deeper than what we see on the surface. It ain't just about parties and flashy trips. Word is, there's a whole twisted system behind the scenes. They say powerful people in the industry target young up-and-coming artists, luring them in with international vacations, luxury shopping, and expensive gifts. They make it look like friendship, like mentorship. But once they gain full trust, that's when the real game begins.
See, I'm gonna tell you something. They always want you to, you know what these rappers, all these singers, all these big rappers y'all look up to? They always tell you what the good part about, but they never tell you what the bad part. And that's crazy, man. Yeah, they got all this money, but they dealing with emo spirits. They dealing with killing themselves. They dealing with, man, come on, man. I want to get out this music industry because this is not for me. But I do it because I feed my family. But I don't want to be in this. This is not what God want me to do. God don't want me to do this. But I do it to feed my family. And I want to get out this. I want to get out the music industry because yes, you go through pain. You go through this because this is what the devil wants you to go through to destroy yourself.
The whispers say there's an elite ritual, a dark one, where certain figures feed off the energy of younger men to stay youthful, powerful, and untouchable in the game. And guess who's allegedly right in the center of all that? Diddy. Those wild parties he threw. Folks are saying that's exactly where this kind of stuff went down, and why some believe he wasn't just another guest. He might have been one of the chosen sacrifices. And then things took an even more chilling turn when well-known psychic Sloan Bella dropped a bombshell. She said flat out, "This ain't about Diddy being gay, it's way beyond that." According to her, it's about channeling spiritual energy through dark, ritualistic acts. Stuff regular people couldn't even wrap their heads around. Even crazier, Sloan claimed Kim Porter was writing a book about all this before she passed. She said Kim had started connecting the dots, and what she found might have been too dangerous to ever see the light of day. If you think all this sounds too wild to be true, just rewind and look at YK's career before everything fell apart. He was doing his thing, rubbing shoulders with industry giants, dropping tracks, getting posted everywhere. The man was on the rise, but after all the emotional breakdowns, those teary IG lives, and his so-called spiritual awakenings, something shifted. His whole career took a nosedive. The shine disappeared.
Because it's not gay behavior. That's not what we're talking about. There are gay people, but what we're talking about here is ritualistic sexual deviancy used to harness energy of a human being. We are being harnessed, not me, not you, but the people that he's dealing with, and she became privy to this.
One user even commented, "I always felt like Diddy had no real talent. He just stole the fame and soul out of his artists. Now I see he was literally draining their energy on a spiritual level. And when they had nothing left, he tossed them aside." Chilling, right? But just when you thought the drama ended there, Ray J's name popped up in the mix too. Yup, turns out he might have been the connect. Word is, Ray J was the one who first introduced YK to Diddy, like he passed the torch or something. And guess what? Not long after that Jamaica trip, Ray J randomly showed up in the Dominican Republic to surprise YK for his birthday. But it wasn't just a friendly visit. Ray J posted a cryptic message saying, "There's a lot of bags to get when you brainstorming amongst creative minds. That bag talk hits way different now, especially with all these rumors swirling in the background."
We live in the DR. Hey, listen. Happy birthday, my nigga. Happy birthday, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? We out here making sure we celebrate the homie V-Day. And then also, like, there's a lot of bags to get when you brainstorming amongst a lot of creative minds. So we all tapped in. Then we quit mastermind.
Ray J's name been floating in some shady waters too. He's faced claims of allegedly supplying nose candy to stars like Whitney Houston and Wendy Williams, and even making bold threats live on air while flexing big with the money team. That wild, chaotic energy, it ain't new, but now it seems like it bled straight into YK's story. Only this time, the damage felt way more personal, way deeper. YK's journey didn't look like just another young artist acting reckless. Nah, it looked like he was spiraling. From being in Jamaica under suspicious circumstances, to getting tattoos of another man, to going live and saying he was ready to give it all up, and it was giving real emotional collapse energy. Not clout chasing, not trolling, just raw pain. And that's what had people shook.
I'm saying, be whoever you want to be, love whoever you want to love. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant, when you want to disrespect me and the money team, and we got 7 Rolls Royces outside and we just made 350 racks on the, don't disrespect me. I'm going to smack you up again, fool.
All right, so Ray J, let's
talk. I'm saying. Just saying Ray J got beat up. I'm in the face, man.
So you punched Fab in the face?
One time.
This wasn't a career slip-up. This felt like a cry for help from someone who got swallowed by a machine that only values you for what you can provide and tosses you when you've got nothing left to give. Now with Diddy's empire crumbling and more secrets being dragged into the light, word on the street is YK Osiris is ready to finally break his silence. And when he does, we might hear the truth about what really went down behind those closed doors, and it could flip this whole story upside down. YK's reportedly been sitting on receipts, messages, voice notes, even contracts, all pointing to a much darker reality than anyone imagined. And now that Diddy's empire is on the verge of collapse, he's not the only one considering spilling the truth. But the real question is, how much does YK really know? And will he even make it to tell the full story? One user said, he always looks so vulnerable. That's why they took advantage of him. Another added, YK didn't seem happy at all during that Dr. Link with Ray J. His whole vibe was dimmed. Ray J barely treated him like a person. But the guy standing behind Ray, he got all the camera time. Like YK was just there to be clowned while others played puppet master in plain sight. And now, it's all starting to click. This ain't just a story about bad deals or fame going wrong. It's about what happens when you get caught in a world built on manipulation, silence, and power moves. YK might have been the punchline back then, but today, he might just hold the keys to exposing it all. Got thoughts? We know you do. So sound off in the comments and let us know what you really think. And if you're here for the truth that doesn't sugarcoat a single word, hit that like, subscribe, and share this video. We'll catch you in the next one.
The first Diddy party I went to was at Prince's house. So you want to go to Prince's house to the Diddy party where Tyrese is performing and Demi Moore and Ashton Kutcher are swinging on swings. That is what's happening on the other side of the wall. And so the one thing that makes this party different than a Jamie Foxx party or any other celebrity party that wrangles a bunch of young women or guys or whatever too, is that Diddy didn't let you bring your security in the party.
Listen, the drama just hit another level because Prince's name popping up in connection to Diddy's trial. Nobody saw that coming. We already knew from Jason Lee that Diddy used to throw some straight up wild parties at Prince's crib. But baby, this right here is a twist no one expected.
Health problems?
That I don't know, right? What I know is that he was really health conscious. He was a vegan. He didn't abuse alcohol. I didn't know of him abusing drugs. He worked out, so, that also really concerned me because it made me think that, wow, so you mean you do all these things to take care of yourself and you die so young?
Now imagine this. What if Prince had the cameras rolling the whole time? He wasn't just private, he was strategic, always 10 steps ahead, always in control. He never showed up at those parties himself, which had folks thinking he just didn't mess with the chaos. But now people are whispering something different. What if he had dirt on everything that went down in his house and kept that footage hidden? Some folks believe he passed it on to someone before he died, and with the way things are unfolding, there's real buzz that these tapes could surface in court. That's wild. And don't think the courtroom surprises stopped there. Even the jury selection had jaws on the floor. Names were flying left and right. Some we expected, some we definitely didn't. Michelle Williams, Robert Downey Jr., Mike Myers, Lauren London. Like, what is going on?
On December 31st, 1999, my publishing contract with Warner Chappell expired, thus emancipating the name I was given before birth, Prince, from all long-term restrictive documents.
Now let's talk about the names we did expect to be dragged into this mess, starting with Cassie. She was the first one to step forward and file that bombshell lawsuit, and her claims, straight up disturbing. According to Cassie, plenty of Diddy's own people, bad boy employees, assistants, security, saw what went down. But not a single soul had the guts to speak up. It gets even darker. Cassie said those same assistants were the ones delivering apology gifts after violent outbursts, and it didn't stop there. She claimed they were also setting up the infamous freak-offs, booking the hotel rooms, prepping the scenes with baby oil and Astroglide. Like, what kind of job description is that? And here's where it really hits. Cassie said that after one of those traumatic incidents, both Diddy's head of security and his assistant saw her condition, and they broke down crying. That's how bad it was. If that's true, best believe those staff members are getting subpoenaed real quick. Oh, and don't forget about Harve Pierre. His name came up in another lawsuit against Diddy, filed by a Jane Doe. And yep, he's reportedly landed on the witness list too.
I had to search deep within my heart and spirit, and I wanted to make a change and move to a new plateau in my life, and one of the ways in which I did that was to change my name. It sort of divorced me from the past and all the hang-ups that go along with it, as it's been well chronicled in deep dispute with my record label.
Which is Warner Brothers, right?
Yeah. We had some issues that were basically about ownership of the music and how often I was supposed to record and things like that. I really searched deep within to find out the answer to whether fame was most important to me or my spiritual well-being, and I chose the latter.
Now here's where things get real twisted. One Jane Doe claimed that Harve Pierre convinced her to fly all the way from Detroit to Jersey, only for her to allegedly be assaulted by both Harve and Diddy. That's not just messy, it's straight up terrifying. But the names don't stop there. Young Miami, who was on Diddy's payroll, was allegedly involved too. Not just as a bystander, but rumored to be transporting substances for him. And guess what? Her name popped up during jury selection. This isn't just touching celebrities, it's hitting everyone in Diddy's circle. Another surprising name? Dallas Austin. Most people know him as a music producer, but what many don't realize is he was childhood friends with Kim Porter, Diddy's late partner. And since Kim's sudden death, rumors have swirled about whether Diddy was involved. Now with Dallas mentioned, folks are wondering if this piece of the puzzle is about to crack open. And then there's Lorianne Gibson, the choreographer from Making the Band. She filed a police report back in 2007, claiming Diddy picked up a chair and threatened her on set. That's some unhinged behavior right there. Aubrey O'Day, she's been vocal, loud and clear, backing Cassie's claims and exposing Diddy's alleged inappropriate behavior toward her too. And yep, former Danity Kane member, Dawn Richard, she's in the mix as well. She even sued Diddy, accusing him of serious misconduct. According to the lawsuit, Diddy's alleged abuse wasn't just behind closed doors. It reportedly started right on set during the filming of Making the Band. He was accused of hurling nasty, demeaning insults at the women in the show, breaking them down while the cameras rolled. And when it came to working on music, Dawn Richard claimed it got even worse. She said Diddy would force her to rehearse for hours with no rest, no food, no sleep, just pure exhaustion. And she claimed he used that moment to take advantage of her when she was worn down and vulnerable. But it didn't stop there. Dawn also dropped a major bomb. She says she personally saw Diddy get physical with Cassie while he was high. That's a first-hand account that could shake up the whole case.
The first Diddy party I went to was at Prince's house. So you want to go to Prince's house to the Diddy party where Tyrese is performing and Demi Moore and Ashton Kutcher are swinging on swings. That is what's happening on the other side of the wall. And so the one thing that makes this party different than a Jamie Foxx party or any other celebrity party that wrangles a bunch of young women or guys or whatever too, is that Diddy didn't let you bring your security in the party.
Now let's talk about the men connected to Cassie. Michael B. Jordan's name came up, but not because he's accused of anything. He was mentioned in Cassie's lawsuit because of a flirty vibe they had back in 2015. But the prosecution? They're planning to pull in as many of Cassie's exes as possible, and we already know why. Kid Cudi's name stands out big time. Cassie admitted to having a brief fling with him in 2011 during a rough patch with Diddy, and when she got back with Diddy, he found old emails between her and Cudi, and he snapped. According to the lawsuit, Diddy was so furious he made sure Kid Cudi was at home before blowing up his car. And guess what? Kid Cudi's car really did blow up in his own driveway. That part of Cassie's lawsuit wasn't some wild exaggeration, it happened. Now with this trial heating up, more names are expected to drop. But like I said earlier, Prince being involved, that was a plot twist no one was ready for. And now folks are asking, did Prince know something? The whispers are getting louder. Some people are wondering if that mysterious tape he allegedly had on Diddy could have played a role in his own death. It's a chilling thought, but when you start putting the pieces together, it makes you stop and think. Because here's the eerie part. Just days before Prince passed, he knew something was coming. He posted a photo of himself with a now deleted caption, "Just when you thought you were safe." Like, what? That message alone gives major goosebumps. At his final appearance at Paisley Park, after reportedly getting some kind of medical treatment, he told the crowd something strange. Wait a few days before you waste any prayers. What kind of person says that unless they feel something is about to go down and then, boom, Prince is gone, found unresponsive at his estate in Minnesota. Officially, the report said it was an accidental fentanyl overdose, supposedly from counterfeit Vicodin pills. But let's be real, people never bought that. Prince was known for his clean lifestyle, no drugs, no mess. So how does someone like that end up dying from a synthetic opioid? Did Prince have health problems? That's what people keep asking. But let's get real. There's way more to the story than just his physical health.
Your life and getting you into rehab.
Yes, he did. I had a long time kind of battling those things, and after my father passed, it got really bad. And so I called up Big Bruh to help. He said, okay, when and where.
See, Prince wasn't just an artist, he was a fighter. For decades, he battled with major corporations over ownership and control of his music. He was relentless about protecting artists' rights and making sure they got their money. And some say he paid the ultimate price for standing his ground. There's long been speculation about whether Warner Brothers had anything to do with what happened to him. Nothing's been proven, but if you ask his fans, a lot of them are convinced there's more to the story. They believe the very system he fought against might have had a hand in silencing him. Prince signed with Warner Music way back in 1977 when he was just 18. His first few albums between 1978 and 1981 didn't blow up, but Warner kept him. He was already seen as a visionary. They saw him as the kind of artist that added legitimacy to their label, and they weren't wrong. Then came 1982, just a year after MTV launched. Prince dropped more music, hit the top 10 in the US for the first time, and changed the game. He wasn't just making music, he was building a whole mythology around himself. He knew the power of visuals. He understood that a music video wasn't just promo, it was a weapon, a way to shape his image, control his narrative, and stand out like no one else. By the time Purple Rain dropped in 1984, Prince wasn't just a superstar, he was a full-blown cultural movement. Fans were copying his look, his sound, his everything. He was the biggest and most electrifying name in pop, no question about it. But behind the scenes, Prince was fed up. He hated that Warner Brothers owned the rights to his name and every piece of music he released under it. Imagine being one of the greatest artists alive and not even owning your own name. So what did he do? He flipped the whole game. Prince changed his name to a literal symbol, that iconic squiggle. People started calling him the artist formerly known as Prince, and he made it loud and clear. He was in a war for his creative freedom. He spoke out and didn't hold back. Now here's where it gets messy. Diddy? He was cutting deals with the very same folks Prince was trying to expose. Diddy inked a massive joint venture with Warner Music Group. Yep, that Warner. The agreement gave Warner a 50% stake in Bad Boy Records. Warner took over digital and physical distribution of Bad Boy's entire catalog, past and present, and helped manage their roster worldwide. And Diddy? He was proud of that move. He publicly said, "There have been a lot of boutique labels that come and go, but we're still here." He bragged that this partnership gave them the financial firepower to keep dominating the game.
It wasn't hard at all. It was a 2-second phone call, he's gone. I had been preparing for 2 years, so I knew that it was coming.
What does that mean?
He said it a couple of years ago.
What would he say?
What he said was, "I've done everything that I've come to do." So I was crushed for about two years.
And here's where things start to get real spooky. Word is, Prince might have known all about those freak-off parties Diddy was hosting, and he wanted nothing to do with them. According to Jason Lee, the first wild Diddy party he ever went to, it was at Prince's house, but Jason said something weird stood out. Nobody was allowed to bring their own security. Think about that. Prince let Diddy use his mansion for these over-the-top parties, but made sure outside security stayed out. Sounds like control was very intentional. And knowing Prince, private, calculated, always watching, you gotta ask, what if the security cameras were rolling the entire time? This is Prince we're talking about. He was always ahead of the game. What if he recorded everything and stashed that footage, or passed it along to someone he trusted before he passed? Now, with rumors swirling that his name might pop up in this trial, people are connecting dots, and the picture ain't looking good. What if Prince knew too much? What if those tapes exist? Could that have something to do with how he died? And here's the part that really hits. Prince's sister, Tyka Nelson, once said he told her he was in trouble just days before he died. People used to think they weren't close, but insiders say otherwise. They shared more than just blood, they shared secrets. Back in 2018, Tyka Nelson opened up about just how deep her bond with Prince really was. She said they were super close growing up, and their parents even told Prince it was his job to look out for her. So wherever he went, she was right there with him. It wasn't just sibling love, they were tight like that. And it wasn't just emotional support. Prince saved her life at one point. When Tyka was battling substance abuse, it was Prince who stepped in and got her into rehab. He didn't just watch her spiral, he acted. That's the kind of loyalty they had. But here's the part that'll break your heart. Tyka said that when Prince realized his time might be running out, he started preparing her. Not just days before, but 2 whole years before his death. Like he knew something was coming. That's some deep, unsettling foresight. She even told the Minnesota Star-Tribune that during her last phone call with him just 4 days before he died, something felt off. She tried to talk to him seriously, but he kept dodging her questions. Every time she got real, he'd change the subject, crack a joke, and they'd laugh for a second like old times. She said, "I asked him, 'How are you really?' But Prince didn't open up. He knew something was weighing on her, and he definitely had things on his mind too. But he kept it all locked up. That silence, it spoke volumes. Whatever he was dealing with, he chose not to say it out loud. And that might have been his way of trying to protect the people he loved. What we do know for sure is this: there was a lot going on behind the scenes in the final days before Prince's death. Whether any of it ties back to Diddy is still one big tangled mystery. And if Prince's name actually ends up getting dragged into this courtroom chaos, only time will tell. But now I want to hear your thoughts. Could Prince have really had recordings of Diddy at those freak-off parties? And if so, why didn't he ever expose it? Was he planning to? Drop your take down in the comments. Make sure to like, subscribe, and share this video with someone who's been following this wild story. Hit that bell so you don't miss the next explosive update. Because this saga, it's far from over. See you in the next one.
As the Diddy trial is opening up, people keep making this all about Diddy rather than looking at everything that's happening around it. There's a lot of people that want to protect the Diddy agenda because it serves them, because allegedly they're all accomplices. Like I said last year, after the Cassie Diddy case was made public for the world to see on CNN.
If Kim Porter had done what she done, there would be no Cassie to testify.
You know, Mr. Combs, SC and SC, thing 1 and thing 2. They've been covering each other's ass for a long time, guys. Y'all don't see what's going on? The death of Angie Stone, Clive Davis, Diddy, Rock Nation on the verge of utter collapse. What happened to Tory? Find a way to blame it on him. Now all of a sudden he was trying to start a race. Just so happens that he gets half the day. As the Diddy trial is opening up.
Jaguar Wright ain't letting Diddy breathe for a second. She just stormed into his trial and dropped some tapes that had the whole courtroom gasping. These weren't just any videos. They allegedly show Diddy getting real inappropriate with Brycia Gray when he was just 17. And trust, Jaguar's been calling out Diddy over this for years, way before any arrest ever happened. She wasn't about to stay quiet now, not when she's been screaming about what went down behind closed doors.
Feel too embarrassed to file his lawsuit against Diddy for what Will and Diddy did to him. With Jaden and Justin present, that tape exists.
Now fast forward, Brycia's out here on Twitter barely hanging on, selling content on OF for scraps. This man had star potential for real. He could have been the next big thing in Hollywood. But Jaguar claims Diddy and even Will Smith allegedly used him one after the other, and once they were through, they reportedly passed him around the industry like he was nothing. Cat Williams wasn't lying when he said, Diddy's parties ain't just parties, you gotta know when to say no. And if you're still in the dark about what really happened to Brycia Gray, buckle up. He was just 17 when he got placed into a so-called mentorship program with Diddy and Will Smith. But let's be real, Jaguar Wright says it wasn't about mentorship at all.
They do weird things in their house, and young men have left their house screaming to get away from them in their mentorship. Meek Mills, Bashir Gray left that house screaming. August the only one that stayed, and I guess he was really sick. He needed a dog.
Brycia's former manager, Charlie Mack, had big dreams for him. Diddy was supposed to shape his music grind, while Will helped him level up his acting career. But instead, Jaguar claims those plans were all smoke and mirrors. She says they used that mentorship cover to allegedly exploit him behind the scenes, and by the time they were done, he was completely broken, mentally and spiritually drained. Jaguar first let this bomb drop when she straight up called out Diddy and Will for weaponizing these so-called mentorship programs. Jaguar Wright didn't hold back when she claimed that these so-called mentorships were really just setups to lure in young boys with dreams of making it big, only to allegedly pull them into twisted behind-the-scenes freak-off situations. And one of the wildest stories she dropped, she said things got so out of hand one night, Brycia Gray and Meek Mill were straight up heard by Will Smith's neighbors, screaming with no clothes on, running out of Will's house like they had just escaped something insane. No one knows for sure what exactly went down in there, but word is that freak-off had been happening for hours, and it got so intense it had them reportedly drifting in and out of consciousness. That's how extreme it got. And with Cassie recently coming forward, saying her freak-offs with Diddy sometimes lasted up to 4 days straight, this rumor didn't sound far-fetched at all to a lot of people.
You know, but when you lose your man card, that's the only thing I can think of. You lose your damn man card.
What is that? What do you mean by that?
You give up your ability, your right to being a man. A man don't take it, a man gives it. So when you give up that man card, you don't get that back.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
No, I'm saying what I'm saying. You don't get that back. You come into this world as a man one time. You give up that right for anything, for fear of being hurt, fear of somebody doing something, for wanting to gain something. When you give up that man card right, you lose some spiritual energy that has always been pushing through. Like if a woman gives up her womanly right, but when you give up your manhood, I've never seen somebody recover from it. That was all the people that went to the puffy parties. That was all the people that did all those things thinking that there was never going to be a consequence for what they were doing. Get punked out and out by some greater desire. You shouldn't have a greater desire than being a man.
And here's where it gets even darker. Jaguar says Brycer wasn't the only one caught up. Meek Mill, too, allegedly got swept into the same twisted cycle. She claims the people in power knew exactly what they were doing, picking rising stars, making promises, then breaking them down until they had nothing left but silence. According to Jaguar, these young men were targeted for their talent and their vulnerability, and once they were in, it wasn't easy to escape. Every time someone tried to speak out or pull away, they were either silenced, blackballed, or worse, mentally shattered. She even hinted that there were people behind the scenes keeping tabs on these boys, making sure they stayed quiet and loyal.
One of the stars of the hit show Empire. Tonight, we're seeing hours of new video from his July arrest that ended with his wife flagging down police and telling them the actor had her for hours inside their Goodyear home. The bizarre jailhouse interview lasting for 2 hours as they try to piece together a chaotic chain of events.
There are whispers about contracts that weren't just about music or acting, but about control. And once those lines got crossed, there was no going back. Now here's where it gets even messier. Terrence Howard, who starred alongside Brycer Gray on Empire when he first got introduced to Diddy and Will, recently made some cryptic comments about major industry figures sleeping with young men in return for favors. And instantly people started connecting the dots. Many believe he was subtly calling out what happened to Brycer. Because let's be honest, after Brycer got out of that so-called mentorship, he was never the same. There was no real mentorship, no real support. He vanished from the spotlight almost overnight. No big acting roles, no major moves, just silence, and then chaos. Next thing we heard, Brycer was tangled in legal trouble and violent behavior. In 2022, he got arrested and convicted for aggravated assault against a woman he was messing around with. But that wasn't even the first time. Back in 2020, a shocking story broke. His wife had to literally run to a nearby gas station begging for help, and a stranger had to step in to protect her. That's when people even realized he was married. The situation with Brycer just kept spiraling. His ex told police he strangled her. When officers showed up to arrest him, he straight up refused to come out the house. It got so serious, the SWAT team had to pull up and negotiate with him for hours before he finally gave in. And when that mugshot dropped, people were in total shock. He looked completely broken, like a shell of who he used to be. And just when things couldn't get any messier, Jaguar Wright popped back up again. And this time she came with even more jaw-dropping claims about what Brycer allegedly went through at the hands of Diddy and Will. She doubled down on the story that Charlie Mack was the one who connected Brycer to certain powerful people behind the scenes. But here's the twist that left everybody speechless.
And when I say Andy, I'm talking about Bashir's mom. I'ma kick you in your and then I'ma go to work North Philly style. You and Charlie. You happy now? He's a gay star. Are you happy now, Andy? For a book that didn't sell. I hope that new husband of yours leaves you. And maybe it's time you tell your son why his father is really in jail, his biological father, for all of his life and what you had to do with it. You CI that came to me and begged me for my help. I told her to get the away from Charlie. I did everything that I could do to help her get Bashir out of California into Chicago safe to be ready for filming. She knew what Will did to him. Now, so he'll feel too embarrassed to file his lawsuit against Diddy for what Will and Diddy did to him. With Jaden and Justin present, that tape exists. Okay. I really hope none of that baby oil was used on those kids. That would just be in bad taste. Baby oil on babies.
You can't say that the flavor camp was sponsored by Johnson & Johnson. You just come on. Come on.
Starting to sound that way, ain't it?
No.
All that talent, and she let Charlie tune that boy up, well, knowing that he was bipolar and had ADHD. What kind of mother would do that to her son? Turn him into a prostitute so you could pretend to be something more than what you are, which is nothing more than a filial. You're a big old and they're making your son out to be, that's for sure. Because he didn't have no choice. You was down by all. I'm sorry. The Bashir conversation for me is not easy. Because I came to Belial and I asked Belial to help me save the kids, and all he was worried about was his book.
Jaguar claimed Charlie couldn't have done any of it unless Brysher's own mother, Andrea Mayberry, had allowed it to happen. Yeah, Jaguar straight up said Brysher's mom was in on it too, and she allegedly let it all happen. Jaguar didn't stop swinging. She claimed that right after Cassie filed her bombshell lawsuit, Brysher Gray was getting ready to do the same, allegedly preparing a massive case against both Will Smith and Diddy. But just as talks with his lawyers started heating up, he reportedly had to pull out. Why? Because his life was allegedly in danger. That's how serious it got. And then Jaguar dropped another wild claim. She said there's a secret tape out there showing a freak-off involving Justin Bieber, Will Smith, Jaden Smith, Diddy, and Brysher. And get this, Jaguar says she's actually one of the few people who's seen it. When folks started digging, they connected Jaguar's story to a rumored $50 million lawsuit that Brysher was supposedly working on. The case was first hinted at in a blind item that sent shockwaves across the industry. It read, "I suspect the soon-to-step-forward male victim of this A-list mogul will not be the last man to do so, Sean Diddy Combs." And about those explosive tapes Jaguar brought into Diddy's trial, word is, they didn't end up being played in court, but she did manage to hand them over directly to the prosecutors.
I do believe there's going to be a lot of curveballs. I do believe there's going to be a lot of interesting things. And what I will say is, be vigilant. We're getting started.
Is this a reckoning for the music industry?
Oh, it needs to be. And if it wasn't, I hope my presence starts that.
Reports say they're actively working to subpoena Brysher so he can come in and testify against Diddy on the record. So now the spotlight is back on Brysher Gray. And people are asking, will he finally speak out? Or has he been scared into silence like so many others in this twisted game? Sources close to the case say prosecutors are pushing hard to get him on the stand, especially with the kind of footage Jaguar handed over. But there's still one problem: Brysher's mental state. Insiders say he's been unstable for years. Some blame the trauma, some say he's been heavily medicated just to stay calm. And with all the pressure around this trial, folks are worried he might not even be in the right state to testify. But if he does take that stand, this could change everything. Jaguar, on the other hand, is making it clear she's not backing down. She's already said that what the world knows right now is just the tip of the iceberg. She claims there are more tapes, more victims, and even bigger names involved. And let's not forget, Diddy's camp is still working overtime trying to silence anybody connected to these allegations. But with new witnesses popping up and the internet catching fire, this might be one scandal even Diddy can't buy his way out of. Right before stepping into that courtroom, Jaguar was spotted outside, and baby, she wasn't alone. She pulled up deep with her own security team, bodyguards flanking her on all sides, ready for anything. Word is she came prepared in case Diddy's people tried to run up on her. And honestly, with how loud she's been in this case, there's no way his inner circle didn't recognize her on sight. And you know they weren't thrilled to see her show up.
That happened in the R. Kelly case. Because if that had been properly addressed, this would have been addressed back then. These people have been working together, all in cahoots for all of this time. And it needs to all be addressed. I'm glad it's not just me anymore. I'm glad it's someone else. I'm glad there are other people who need to be heard. I'll be sure. I'm glad they're hearing him, Cassie. I'm glad they're hearing her, Kim Porter, through I'll Be Sure. I'm glad, Natanya Rubin, I'm glad, all of these things. So yeah, it's mixed emotions, but I just know when you pray for something and God answers it, you should be happy.
Jaguar's made it clear. Diddy's fall isn't just about him. She says once he goes down, it's going to trigger a collapse for everyone hiding in Hollywood's darkest corners. And she's not stopping until each and every one of them is dragged into the light. She even blasted the authorities, saying Diddy could have been exposed years ago if they had taken the R. Kelly case seriously. According to Jaguar, if investigators had really connected the dots back then, they would have seen that Diddy was allegedly running the same kind of game. It's wild that it took Cassie's lawsuit just to get the system to finally pay attention to Diddy, and once they did, within weeks, investigators started uncovering layers of dark secrets that should have come to light years ago. And of course, people are speaking out. One comment said, "Absolutely come forth. What they did to him was horrific and wrong. He should reclaim his life, seek mental help, get compensation, and rise like a phoenix. Despite them, broke my heart to see the damage they caused that young man." Another viewer added, "Jaguar got bigger balls than half the men who ruled the world unchecked. All the parents who sold their child's soul for fame, they gon' reap every bit of what they sowed." Now I need to hear from you. What's your take on Jaguar handing over those tapes of Bryce Gray to prosecutors? Do you think he's going to show up in court and finally speak his truth, or will the pressure keep him quiet? Drop your thoughts down below in the comments section. Smash that like button, subscribe for more explosive updates, and hit that bell so you never miss when we expose the next chapter in this twisted saga. And if you thought this was crazy, click right here to watch this other messy video, because trust me, it's just getting started.
You don't care how people feel about the ritual. It's about does following the ritual work. Yeah. And so you can fool yourself into thinking there isn't one, but the evidence will be clear.
Hollywood likes to sort of devalue black artists and you know, black folk, because you know, you get super talented people at a discounted rate.
Back when Lorenz Tate was a sitcom kid, he did have a lot of shows that didn't last. And I'm pretty sure at one point he felt like his career was not going in the direction it should. See, this is a testament that what is for you, and things happen in divine timing.
The real deal is we don't own any platform the way we should. There's a few black-owned platforms, but we don't have a lot of outlets. We don't have as many. So we are not sort of governing over these entities or these corporations.
Cat Williams been warning us, Hollywood ain't built for the real ones, and it's the fakes, the industry puppets, and the ones willing to play the dirty game that get all the shine.
When I be like, oh, these guys are wearing dresses. Everybody's like, oh, he keeps talking about people wearing dresses. No, it's not.
That is a weird thing.
It's not like that. Look at it from a different way. Look at it. Show me one person that ever wore a dress in Hollywood unsuccessfully.
But the ones with backbone, the ones with real morals, they get pushed out quick. And that's exactly what Kat hinted happened to 90s legend Lawrence Tate. Yup, the same Lawrence who owned the screen in Menace II Society, melted hearts in Love Jones, and brought nothing but pure black excellence every time he showed up. Then, boom, he vanished. No scandals, no arrests, no rehab stints, just gone like smoke in the wind.
This young man has obviously forgotten some very fundamental things like decency and dedication and honor. Everything the Corps taught us. He is a disgrace to everyone that has ever put on that uniform, and I will not permit you or him to use the Vietnam War as a cop-out here.
So what really went down? Cat didn't spill it all word for word, but he dropped some serious clues. And if you connect the dots, it's looking like Lawrence may have refused to take part in those shady behind-the-scenes rituals they say actors gotta go through to level up. Because in Hollywood, if you don't kneel, you don't rise. And if they can't control you, they erase you.
This is a little something I've been working on. It's new. I call it a blues for Nina. Ooh. Is that a smile me put on your face, child?
So here's the real question. What exactly did Lawrence Tate dodge? What twisted game did he walk away from that others jumped into with no hesitation? And why would Hollywood throw dirt on the name of a man who was built to be a legend? Let's break this all the way down.
We get in the position of being gatekeepers. If we're not in the room, if we don't have a green light vote, it's not getting done. Somebody in the studio has to say, we're making it.
So every time there is, as you said, where everybody's talking about the 10, this is now a new wave of black films. Do you think it's
hogwash?
Hogwash. You don't think it signals a big shift in consciousness. No.
Not buying it.
Not buying it.
Shenanigans.
Back in the 90s, Lorenz was him. No debate. You couldn't flip through channels or hit the theaters without seeing that man cook every role he touched. He went savage in Menace II Society, playing a cold-blooded gangster with that crazy short fuse. Then he flipped it in Dead Presidents. A soldier turned stick-up man with pain in his eyes and scars on his soul. And Love Jones? Come on! Lorenz had the ladies locked in with that smooth, poetic vibe. Darius Lovehall? Instant classic. But Lawrence wasn't just another Hollywood heartthrob, he was ours. The culture loved him. Black men looked up to him, women couldn't get enough, and he always kept it classy. No scandals, no wild headlines, no thirst for clout. He stayed solid, maybe too solid for an industry that loves mess more than morals.
What they all end up saying at the end of the day. Kevin told you he wasn't gonna wear no dress until...
No. Oh, no.
So they offered him the dress, and then he put it on. And what did he say after he wore it? I made my own decision. Duh. But you didn't make it before they brought it up, did you? It's okay.
Lorenz wasn't out here wilding. He just acted and did it like a pro. But then, crickets. No scandal, no meltdown, no wild interview that blew up the internet. One day, he was Hollywood's next king. Then suddenly, it was like someone hit mute on his whole career. And that's what makes it so strange. Usually when a star vanishes, there's a mess behind it. Lawsuits, arrests, rehab drama, something. But with Lorenz, nothing. He just slowly got pushed to the side like his spotlight expired overnight. Yeah, he still pops up here and there, but that leading man glow he once had, they snatched it away. And now the streets are whispering that turning down roles that felt disrespectful, especially the kind that try to box black men into weak, loud, or straight-up clownish characters. And yup, that allegedly included those cross-dressing roles they try to slip in as comedy. Lorenz wasn't with it. He wanted powerful, real stories. But in Hollywood, when you say no too many times, they blacklist you fast. Let's keep it a buck. This industry doesn't like clean-cut, talented black men who know their worth and don't bow down. That type makes Hollywood nervous. See?
That's what makes information so powerful is, you don't care how people feel about the ritual. It's about does following the ritual work. Yeah. And so you can fool yourself into thinking there isn't one, but the evidence will be clear. So like when I be like, oh, these guys are wearing dresses. Everybody's like, oh, he keeps talking about people wearing dresses. No, it's not. It's a weird thing. It's not like that. Look at it from a different way. Look at it. Show me one person that ever wore a dress in Hollywood unsuccessfully. That's how you understand what a ritual is.
Here's the cold truth. Hollywood's always had a limit on how many strong, respectable black men they'll let shine at the same time. They'll pick one, hand him the Oscar, give him the prestige roles, let him play the hero. But behind the scenes, the rest are boxed in, pushed into sidekick roles, comic relief, or stuck repeating the same tired trauma scripts. Why? Because like Spike Lee once said, black pain is comfortable for Hollywood. It's profitable, it's predictable, and most of all, it doesn't shake the system. But a self-respecting black man who refuses to sell out just to get paid? That's a threat. That's the kind of man who inspires kids, the kind who might speak out, the kind they can't control. So yeah, they gave us one Denzel, but even he had to be flawless, 10 steps ahead, never slipping, never giving them a reason.
20 years ago, I knew that transgenders was going to be a thing. It wasn't because I was a prophet. It's just I had gotten so much information that I understood that things are secular. So I understood that the earliest I had seen that word transgender was Baphomet, the transgender. And so I knew that in the ritual of Baphomet, the transgender, to show allegiance to him, you had to kiss his ass ring.
Really?
And it said both of those things. So I knew that both of those things would become popular in the future.
Lorenz Tate didn't fall off because he lacked talent. He vanished because he refused to play the role they scripted for him. And that's exactly what Cat Williams been screaming about for years, but people are just now catching on. And when you look at who did blow up during the time Lorenz started fading out, the picture gets even messier. Actors with half his talent were getting pushed to the front, but playing the same worn-out roles: the thug, the addict, the comic relief, or the confused sidekick. Meanwhile, Lorenz, black excellence. No mess, no gimmicks, just raw skill and self-respect. And that made him a problem. You think it's a coincidence that he never got those big-budget blockbusters after Love Jones? That he didn't land any major superhero roles while the industry was suddenly obsessed with black leads? Come on.
Twice as hard to get, twice as less as our counterparts, right? And that being said, we're not valued, I believe we're supposed to be valued. So those budgets are really important for us so that we can have the kind of quality that we can present to the consumer. And the smaller the budget, the more creative you have to get. And we don't have resources oftentimes as our white counterparts.
Behind closed doors, it's been said that Lorenz turned down multiple roles that were meant to humiliate or water him down. He wasn't trying to wear dresses for laughs. He wasn't about to act like a clown just to get a paycheck. And once they saw he wasn't playing the game, they cut him off. And it's the same blueprint over and over. If you won't let them mold you, they'll erase you. And Cat Williams has been trying to warn us about that exact playbook for years. But back then, nobody wanted to believe him. Now, it's starting to look like he was telling the truth the whole time.
I heard on the street, Taraji, you had the audacity to say you're thinking about stopping acting. We said, stop talking. Are you thinking about it?
I'm just tired of working so hard, being gracious at what I do, getting paid a fraction of the cost. I'm tired of hearing my sisters say the same thing over and over. You get tired. I hear people go, you work a lot. I'll have to. The math ain't math.
They used to clown Cat Williams and called him crazy, a bitter, even paranoid. But now, folks are finally spinning the block and realizing he was right all along. And maybe that's why they tried so hard to silence him in the first place. Cat been saying it, Hollywood tests you. And while everyone loves to point at the whole man in a dress thing, Cat made it real clear. It's not about the dress, it's about humiliation, it's about control. Before they let you through that final elite door, there's always some sick moment where they ask you to cross a line, something you'd never do if you were truly free. And the second you say yes, boom, they own you.
We don't own any platform the way we should. There's a few black-owned platforms, but we don't have a lot of outlets. We don't have as many. So we're not sort of governing over these entities or these corporations to say, hey, you guys have a great story, y'all want to tell it, and there's money to be made, come here. So when we do find those places, everybody's trying to go through one keyhole. Everybody's trying to go through one tunnel. And even when you go to non-black-owned places, they'll tell you to go over there because they have to find value in what we do. And that's changing quite a bit as we're making it very clear.
But Cat didn't stop there. He went even deeper, spiritual deep. He started connecting this Hollywood game to something way darker, something tied to the elite and their alleged secret obsessions. He mentioned whispers about strange rituals and even brought up the name nobody wants to say out loud, Baphomet. Yeah, according to Cat, this whole dress ritual ain't just about acting. It's about submission, sacrifice, and handing your soul over to powers that go way beyond movie scripts. Now line that up with Lorenz Tate, a man who had everything, talent, charm, respect, and yet somehow he just vanished. Lorenz didn't disappear because he wasn't good enough. Let's kill that lie right now. He got to that doorbound and chose to walk away. In interviews, Lorenz himself hinted at the truth. He didn't fall off. He stepped back. He saw what the game was really about and refused to bite the bait. He wasn't trying to sell his soul for screen time. But Lorenz didn't just walk away from Hollywood's twisted script. He started talking, and he was saying the kind of stuff that makes the industry nervous. He spoke out on something most black actors are trained to stay silent about, the pay gap. Even with all that DEI talk, diversity, equity, inclusion, Lorenz exposed the real. Black actors still getting shortchanged. Same talent, same star power, same box office draw, but way less money. And Hollywood, They don't want that truth leaking out. They expect black actors to be grateful, take the crumbs, smile on cue, and never question the setup. But the second you start asking for real equity, for power, they start making calls, blacklisting behind the scenes, killing careers quietly.
Hollywood has always taught us we don't translate overseas or worldwide.
Right.
But when you start traveling and you go everywhere and you can't walk down the street, you then know that there's been somebody telling you something all along that's wrong. And my true belief as to why they do it is because Hollywood likes to sort of devalue black artists and black folk, because you get super talented people at a discounted rate. You get a Hollywood likes to get really talented black folks and get them at a discounted rate. Only, certain superstars that can hit that level that they would feel like they would put a machine behind. But the truth of the matter is we do translate because we're humans just like everyone.
Just ask Taraji P. Henson or Monique. The moment they spoke up about being underpaid, suddenly they were difficult, ungrateful, hard to work with. Meanwhile, white actors demand millions, and they get applauded for knowing their worth. You see the game now? But Lawrence Tate didn't stop at just speaking on paychecks. He went deeper. He made it clear. Throwing black faces into lead roles and cutting a check ain't enough. That's just surface level. The real power sits behind the camera. The ones writing the stories, greenlighting the scripts, and deciding what narratives get seen and which ones get buried. Because without control, representation is just a pretty lie, a distraction, window dressing with no real change behind it. And Lawrence, he refused to play that game. He didn't sell out. He didn't trade his dignity for fame. He didn't bow down or switch up just to stay in the spotlight. So they hit him where it hurts. They cut him off. Big offers, gone. Studio roles, vanished. Media attention, dried up. Lorenz went from leading man to ghost, not because his talent faded, but because he wouldn't let himself be controlled. And that's exactly why Hollywood didn't just cancel Lawrence Tate. They buried him in silence. That's how they move when you're too clean to scandalize, but too strong to control. They didn't drag his name through the mud, they just made sure you never heard it again. But now, the truth is cracking through. And the fact that Cat Williams named Lawrence, that's no coincidence. When Cat speaks, he's sending signals. Because no matter how deep they try to bury the truth, the real ones always resurface. Lawrence didn't fall off. He escaped. And now the truth is starting to leak out, louder than ever. So what do you think really happened to Lorenz Tate? Did he say no to those rituals Cat warned us about? Was it just about speaking out on the pay gap? Or is this rabbit hole even deeper than we thought? Drop your theories in the comments, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and share this video with someone who needs to hear it. And don't go nowhere. The next video, it's even wilder.
Shannon should just step out with his boyfriend and let people know I'm bisexual, but this is who I'm with. And every now and then I experience my wild side.
You think he's a zest?
Lil Rod says hidden cameras were in every room of Diddy's homes. Lil Rod believes that Mr. Combs possesses compromising footage of every person that has attended his freak off.
Oh, you getting freaky?
Huh?
Hey, Kai, give me some more.
It's too soon, Kai.
Shannon Sharp's bodyguard just flipped the whole internet upside down. Leaked footage just hit the net, yet real footage, showing Shannon at one of Diddy's infamous parties. And it's deeper than anyone ever imagined. We've heard the whispers for years. But now, there's cold, hard proof that Shannon was right there in the thick of it, front and center.
The lady that was given to him.
He will pull up and get wild with you by himself. Like he's not soft. So that's the whole thing with him.
But that's not even the wildest part. His own bodyguard, who goes by the name Sakazumba, came out swinging with a jaw-dropping tweet. And it ain't just gossip. He's making some serious accusations that might just flip Shannon's whole world upside down. One of the wildest claims? He hinted that Shannon might be actual. Whatever that means, it's already got people raising their eyebrows.
It was a Diddy party?
No, never?
I ain't never been invited. I ain't that big. I mean, maybe if I was in the position that I'm in now, but back then, no.
And hold up. This drama goes way further than just being at some wild party. Sakazumba dropped another bomb. He's saying Shannon was mixed up in some straight-up shady behavior at those events. The most disturbing part? He claims Shannon was allegedly involved with underage girls. That's not drama. That's a scandal. And if it turns out to be true, we're looking at a whole different level of legal heat. Let's not forget, Shannon's been catching major heat lately. Once a Hall of Fame tight end, now a media powerhouse, his entire career is starting to crack under pressure. He's already facing an SA lawsuit, and now this, with these new allegations surfacing from someone who used to be in his inner circle.
Or the boiled egg test. They could take a boiled egg, a raw boiled egg, have those guys put their pants down and bend over and they stick it up their ass. The eggs break, they say they're not ready yet. They ain't put enough work in.
Here's what he dropped, verbatim. Saka Zumba posted FNDA. That ninja Shannon met his 304 at a Diddy party when she was 17. Yeah, he really said that, and just like that, boom, the tweet vanished quicker than you can blink. But come on, nothing truly disappears on the internet. Screenshots were already flying around, and receipts, they came flooding in like a tidal wave. And the timing, Suspicious doesn't even begin to cover it. This leak hit right after Shannon publicly said he's stepping away from ESPN until the NFL preseason. People are now raising serious questions. Did he step back, or was he pushed out? Behind the scenes pressure is looking real. But hold on, if you're thinking this is a one-time thing, think again. This isn't the first time a bodyguard came out and pulled the curtain back on the madness at those exclusive Diddy parties. That weird energy ain't new, and folks in the industry been knowing. See, bodyguards have been rolling with celebs for decades, and when they speak up, it's usually because they saw too much. These A-list parties, high status but high risk. And when security starts talking, that's when you know something foul went down.
Damn, we ain't going. He was just such a gatekeeper for the liquor in the clubs, like he was everything hip hop.
One bodyguard named Big Homie CC, who used to work for Jamie Foxx, even went on record saying he saw some stuff that just didn't sit right. These parties, man, they were on a whole different level of wild. One bodyguard even claimed dudes were straight up running around naked at one of Diddy's infamous gatherings. So when Shannon's bodyguard came forward with his story, it wasn't even the first time someone blew the whistle on the madness behind those velvet ropes. But here's where things go completely off the rails. The most explosive part of this leak, the claim that Shannon Sharpe allegedly slept with a 17-year-old girl at one of those parties. That's the line that sent the internet into full meltdown. And it hits even harder when you remember that Shannon has always been loud and clear about denying any connection to these events. In an interview with Kai Cenat, Shannon said he wasn't even big enough back then to be invited. He claimed he wasn't on the right level of fame to get through those exclusive doors. But now, that denial feels shaky, real shaky. Let's be real. Shannon was already a household name in the sports world, and when he made that jump into the media game, he skyrocketed. That's when the whispers started. Was his rise connected to something darker? There's even a disturbing rumor going around that some celebrities had to prove themselves at these parties to gain access to the industry's inner circle. Suge Knight, yeah, that Suge Knight, once talked about something called the boiled egg test, claiming it was part of some sick initiation used to see if someone was ready to roll with the elite.
It wasn't a prank. It was me being a healthy, active male. I mean, y'all thought I was bullshit.
Man, this is straight up Hollywood level scandal. And Shannon Sharpe's bodyguard, he didn't just stir the pot, he threw the whole thing in the fire. Now think about this. Shannon went from NFL legend to media superstar. Dude was everywhere. ESPN, FS1, podcasts, viral clips, trending topics. He was running the media game. But here's the real question. Did he have to go through some kind of twisted industry initiation like so many other celebs allegedly did just to really make it to the top? Nobody's saying Shannon's guilty of anything illegal, but let's be honest. It's weird how hard he's denied even being at those Diddy parties. Like, why go so hard with the denial? Especially when people in the circle have been hinting at the opposite for years. Even Bo Wow once said he missed those parties, but never explained why. Strange, right? Something just ain't adding up. If you step back and connect the dots, the whispers, the rumors, the sudden career glow-ups, they all start lining up a little too perfectly. And let's not pretend Diddy's parties were ever low-key. These were high-profile, invite-only, no cameras allowed kind of nights, and the people who did attend, they kept their mouths shut for a reason. Diddy's name has always been floating in conversations about his private lifestyle, but now people are starting to ask, could Shannon be part of that same world, just playing it quiet?
Ring. It's Cat Williams. So I said, yeah, bro, what's up? The first thing out of his mouth, guess what he said, Ocho?
Wow.
You ain't they.
The closet theories are getting louder, and honestly, when you lay it all out, it doesn't sound so far-fetched anymore. Shannon's name has been in the middle of all kinds of wild rumors lately. And let's be real, Diddy getting his body rumors have been tied to a whole bunch of other celebs too. So why would Shannon be off limits? The theory isn't even shocking at this point. It's just another layer on an already messy situation. And now, enter Cat Williams. You already know he's the king of unfiltered commentary, and he's never been shy about dropping names. Cat was actually one of the first to drop a subtle hint about Shannon possibly being on the DL. Remember when he went on Club Shay Shay? Yeah, he made a slick little comment that had the internet buzzing for weeks. Now the DL talk is catching real momentum. Fans are starting to notice things, connect the dots, and let their imaginations run wild. That's just how it goes once the rumor mill starts grinding. No breaks, no boundaries. One fan said it best, "I thought Shannon was on the DL, I just thought he liked fancy and borderline feminine rich guy things." A lot of folks out here know guys like that. Rich, flashy, stylish, and still pulling like crazy. And honestly, that whole high-end vibe only helps them seal the deal. One person even said liking that kind of stuff probably helps him slam. Just my opinion. Wild take, but not an uncommon one. Now hold up, some of you might be like, wait, what does taste have to do with being on the DL? But hear this.
Now that appears to be a deliberate setup, coordinated by Gabby, also known as Carly on OnlyFans. Gabby and Tony Busby want $50 million. What they're getting is sued for defamation and trying to take me down.
People are seriously connecting Shannon's love for luxury, his polished look, and even his slightly feminine energy to the idea that he might be keeping certain things on the low. It's not about what he says, it's about the image. You know, the aesthetic, tailored designer fits, champagne lifestyle, jet setting, the whole nine. But could all that glitz and gloss be hiding something deeper? Some people think so. And here's where things really flip. This DL theory didn't just blow up from gossip, it gained serious traction when Shannon himself accidentally leaked an audio of him getting busy on Instagram Live. Yup, live, and let's keep it real. Nobody accidentally starts an IG Live in the middle of private time. That's not a simple slip-up. You can't just butt dial your way into broadcasting your whole situation to the public. You gotta press buttons and go through prompts. So what was really going on? Now, either way, it happened, and folks saw it. Shannon was straight up caught mid-act on Live, and the internet went nuts. So after that jaw-dropping leak, Shannon had no choice but to speak up. He jumped on social media quick, trying to clear the air, saying he was just being a man doing male things. That was his explanation for what everyone just witnessed live. He even doubled down, saying folks shouldn't be judging him for what he was doing behind closed doors, like, hey, I'm a grown man, right? But then, here comes the twist. He claimed that Cat Williams personally called him and told him they can't be out here throwing around that DL label on his name. Why did Cat feel the need to jump in so hard? That's what's got people talking even more. Sounds like full-on damage control to some, but despite all the scrambling, the internet ain't letting this slide. People are still watching with a raised brow, and one comment in particular summed up the entire vibe perfectly.
Others. Lil Rod says hidden cameras were in every room of Diddy's homes. Lil Rod believes that Mr. Combs possesses compromising footage.
There's definitely a real chance he's on the DL. That Insta Live felt staged. Like he wanted to make it seem like he was smashing girls, when in reality, it might be something very different. I don't care what a man's into, but if you're not ashamed, then why go out of your way with all these theatrics just to prove you're not? Anyone who's ever used Instagram Live knows. It's practically impossible to go live by accident. So the idea that Shannon just butt-dialed his way into a live session right when he was getting intimate? Come on now, stop it. That whole scene looks staged, and people are saying it loud. It felt like a setup with a clear purpose. A performance, not a slip-up. So yeah, not everybody's buying this whole I'm just a man doing man things excuse. The vibe ain't sitting right. The timing, the footage, the sudden need to prove something. It's all raising red flags. Folks are calling it what it is, BS. Now the big question, did Shannon stage that live to shut down the DL rumors? A lot of people think that's exactly what went down. And honestly, it's hard to argue with the suspicion. But buckle up, because this rabbit hole, it goes way deeper. Enter Tony Busby. Yeah, that Tony Busby. The high-profile lawyer now representing Gabriella Zuniga, a woman accusing Shannon of some seriously disturbing behavior. Her claims? We're talking role play involving domination, race-based scripts, and full-on bondage. It's giving 50 Shades of Shay Shay, but make it dark and unsettling. Allegedly, Gabriella says she's got visual proof. A full recording showing Shannon behind closed doors doing the absolute most. And here's the final gut punch. Remember when the feds raided Diddy's mansions? Well, word is, those mansions had hidden cameras everywhere. Behind the luxury, the walls were watching.
For decades. Because major moves take time. It may look like it was suddenly, but you don't know what the background work was.
Word on the street, Shannon might have gotten caught up in Diddy's hidden surveillance network too. That's right. Rumors are swirling that even if Shannon's out here denying everything with his whole chest, there might be footage just sitting somewhere waiting to drop, just waiting for the noise to quiet down before it hits like a bomb. And if you know this industry, that's exactly how it moves. It's never the loud moments that get you, it's the quiet storms after the chaos. But here's the bigger twist. Some folks are saying Shannon isn't just caught in a scandal, he's being targeted. And when you zoom out, it actually starts to make sense. This industry, it's known for building you up just to break you down. They'll lift you up, squeeze everything out of you, then pull the plug the second you get too powerful or too real. Shannon was right there, inches away from signing a massive $100 million deal. Then boom, everything starts crumbling. Next thing you know, he's stepping away from ESPN, and this is a man who was everywhere. One of the loudest, most respected voices in sports media. Then suddenly, gone. Let's not forget, he gave Cat Williams a platform. That same explosive interview that exposed the inner workings of the Diddy circle. The rants, the secrets, the tea. Cat even name-dropped Bishop T.D. Jakes, accusing him of having alleged ties to Diddy's twisted empire. And get this, T.D. Jakes also stepped down from his church leadership role, supposedly due to growing heat and whispers of serious misconduct. It's all starting to connect, like pieces of a messy, high-profile puzzle. But the wildest tea? It didn't come from the leaks, it came from Wack 100, who slid right into the chaos with zero filter. He straight up said that Shannon Sharpe might be bi and told him to stop running and just live his truth. That's how bold it got.
I definitely think he's bisexual.
Why do you think that? Just because his pants fit weird or whatever? That one meme?
His mannerisms. His mannerisms, and I think he's bisexual. I mean, and
but you're not basing that on anything besides just the fact that
I thought I would never say.
He looks weird sometimes.
I'm gonna say something I thought I would never say.
Sure.
But I gotta keep it real. I listened to Tasha K the other day.
And honestly, some folks out here are nodding their heads. They're saying if Shannon had just owned his truth from the jump, whatever it may be, none of this would be used as ammo. But instead, he's stuck playing defense while people keep launching bombs from every direction, left, right, center, nowhere to hide. One fan even took a jab at his show name, saying, "When I first heard he called his show I thought it was satire. I just can't imagine a straight man naming it that." That comment alone had people doing double takes, and others, they're pointing out a pattern that's starting to look real suspicious. One said, ever since Shannon got hit with the DL rumors, he's been doing the most. Leaked X tape, now X-related charges. What's next? At this point, it's getting real hard to defend Shannon, for real. Let's just call it what it is. Between the DL whispers, the suspicious IG live moment, the lawsuits, the alleged recording, and now folks straight up claiming he might have been one of Diddy's inner boys. The heat is rising, and it's not looking good for Unc. But now, I really want to hear from you. Do you think Shannon Sharpe was deep in those wild Diddy party circles? Or is this all just a perfectly timed smear campaign to take him down before that massive money deal dropped? And that IG live moment with that woman, was that real? Or was it a stage cover to shut down the DL talk once and for all? And be honest, do you think Shannon giving Cat Williams a platform to expose the industry secrets is what really put a target on his back? Was that the moment the powers that be decided he was too much of a threat? Drop your thoughts down in the comments. I want to see everything y'all are thinking. This is the kind of mess that needs a full-blown breakdown. And hey, if you're all about deep dives into drama, leaked receipts, and the kind of chaos that has Hollywood shaking, make sure to smash that like button, hit subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a single upload. Catch y'all in the next one. It's only gonna get crazier from here.
Do certain things to get to a certain place, and I mean ethical things, not baby oil things, not crazy things, but we had to really believe in ourselves and do ethical things to be here.
So he didn't reply. After that working for him, Puff, you think he'd have mastered everything.
Although the world knows Farnsworth Bentley as Diddy's former personal assistant who would walk around holding umbrellas, Farnsworth has dirt on his hands too that could turn his world upside down if he's exposed, according to former Bad Boy associate.
He don't want to say anything against Puff anyway because Puff got shit on him. And I ain't talking about no true shit, none of that shit. The nigga was stealing, bro. Yo, bruh, the niggas are, I don't want to put that on sticky fingers. That nigga right there, bruh, don't lay nothing down around him.
All right, let's get into it. Because something shady's going on with Diddy's so-called umbrella man, aka Farnsworth Bentley, and he's been way too silent lately. Ever since the whole Diddy scandal exploded like fireworks on the 4th of July, Farnsworth has practically disappeared. But don't get it twisted, he wasn't just out here looking clean in suits and holding umbrellas. Whispers been floating for years that Farnsworth was playing a whole different role behind the curtain. And now, those whispers turning into full-blown alarms thanks to Cassie's court documents, explosive testimonies, and the side-eye comments coming from Diddy's former bodyguard, Gene Deal. It's like the internet detectives grabbed a flashlight and started digging, and what they're finding ain't looking good.
I watched this man disrespect you every chance he got, talk to you like his bitch.
I think Fonzo was his little girlfriend at one time, because you have to see how they was conducting themselves.
To turn the heat all the way up, Mace and Cameron just dropped a bomb on their podcast. They didn't hold back. They threw some heavy hints that Farnsworth wasn't just Diddy's sidekick. They made it sound like he was knee-deep in that freak-off lifestyle. The kind of stuff nobody's supposed to say out loud. So now we gotta ask, was Farnsworth really just the stylish assistant with an umbrella and a bow tie? Or was he caught up in something way darker behind the velvet ropes? Let's break this down and get to the truth.
Watching the P. Diddy trial, and the Punisher came in there yesterday. Was he running around bad boy back in the days, murder? Ain't the Punisher. Who was the Punisher? Was he security inside back in the Who's the Punisher? The male prostitute?
Yeah, I never met him.
I ain't know if that was somebody changing their identity up. Bentley or what? Say you ain't Mr. Bentley no more. You the Punisher.
Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah.
That was super wild.
Yeah, you don't know niggas.
Ooh,
child. Ever since the Diddy scandal blew up like a grenade in Hollywood, fans been giving Farnsworth Bentley the side eye. Hard. Folks can't help but wonder what really went down behind those luxury mansion doors between Diddy and his so-called assistant. Cause let's be real, industry inside has been dropping little breadcrumbs for years, hinting that Farnsworth was doing a whole lot more than holding umbrellas and picking out suits.
His name ain't Busta Rhymes.
Who gave you the nickname?
Tony De Niro. Actually, Puff's boy did.
Now here's where it gets even wilder. Maze and Cameron just stirred the pot with some straight up spicy chatter on their podcast. At first, it sounded like harmless jokes, but when you mix in the old whispers that Farnsworth was more like Diddy's kept man than just his assistant, the vibe gets real suspicious real quick. So they're talking about this male adult worker who came forward in the Diddy case. Dude went by the name Punisher. Yeah, wild already. Mace and Cam were laughing it up over the name, but then Cam dropped a curveball. He joked, what if Farnsworth had a code name too? One of those names, you know what kind. And Maze, he didn't even laugh it off. He just gave that slick smirk and said, you never know what that looked.
Next thing you know, I just picked up the page. You remember the guy that traveled from Howard University to intern with Andre Harrell? I'm that guy in 2001. Please don't make me go back to work on Monday at the restaurant. He replied, come to 1396 3rd Avenue. I literally started that day training as his assistant. The rest is history.
Now fans are saying it loud. Mace might have just low-key confirmed what folks been suspecting for years, that Farnsworth Bentley wasn't just some umbrella-carrying fashion icon. He might have seen, and maybe even done, way more than what the bad boy job description ever said. And when you look at how quiet he's been during Diddy's whole public unraveling, it starts to make sense.
Hey, what up? I went to sleep. When I woke up, the whole house was clean, just like I asked for it to be. But I got a note right here from Babs. She broke out and went to Brooklyn.
It's taking you entirely too long to tell the story. This is your problem, man. Good luck to you. When I get there, everything better be on point.
Let's rewind for a second. Bentley didn't just fall out the sky and land beside Diddy. Nah, his entrance was timed too perfectly. Back in 2001, Diddy, still calling himself Puff Daddy, had just skated past some major heat. We're talking gun charges and bribery linked to that infamous 1999 nightclub situation. The courtroom let him walk, but the media tore him apart. His whole image was in flames. So what did Diddy do? He pulled out the PR playbook, new name, new persona, fresh start. He dropped Puff Daddy and stepped out as P. Diddy. Clean cut, reformed, and polished. And right on cue, in comes Farnsworth Bentley, looking like a GQ ad holding a white umbrella, never a wrinkle out of place. Paparazzi caught them strutting through Saint-Tropez like kings. But it wasn't just the umbrella that caught people's eye, it was the whole vibe. Diddy needed to clean up, and Farnsworth was the final touch to sell that new image. That mystery man under the white umbrella, yep, that was Farnsworth Bentley. And just like that, he became the face of Diddy's slick rebrand. But even back then, fans couldn't help but side-eye the whole setup. That now iconic photo of Bentley holding Diddy's umbrella while he strutted through the spotlight, it had people talking. Some laughed, sure, but others, they felt straight up uncomfortable. Folks said Diddy wasn't just walking with a personal assistant, he was parading Bentley like a status symbol, or worse, like a servant in a designer suit. And the energy? It didn't sit right with everybody. Eventually, Farnsworth couldn't ignore the noise. He hit up Angela Yee's radio show and tried to clear the air. First off, we found out his real name, Derek Watkins. And that polished, high society Farnsworth Bentley character? That wasn't even his idea. According to him, the whole persona was cooked up by Diddy's circle, especially a guy named Tony De Niro. Bentley said he had just moved up from Atlanta to NYC, grinding hard and looking for any shot at the big leagues. Then one night, he spotted Diddy in the club and made his move. Walked right up and tried to pitch himself. Diddy curved him at first, but Bentley wasn't taking no for an answer. He kept blowing up Diddy's phone, texting nonstop, practically begging just for a chance to prove himself. And just like that, the Umbrella Man was born. But here's the real question. Was Farnsworth Bentley just a fly-looking assistant, or was there something else going on behind the scenes?
Making really good money in the restaurant business.
That
actually.
good though? That's a
like $100,000. Yeah,
Shit.
that's pretty good, right?
Yeah, that is pretty
for New
good.
York. Yeah,
And back then too.
it's 98. Like that's a lot of money.
Wow, I'd have stayed.
Yeah, 90, 100. Like I was doing well. So and
Diddy wasn't paying that much.
Yeah, no way.
at all. Not initially, but you
22.
get in, you get your hustle, and then you get it in. But
Once Diddy brought him on officially, Bentley started showing up on Diddy's MTV show, Making the Band, and that's when things really started feeling off for a lot of fans. What was supposed to be a high-profile assistant role started looking more like something out of a power trip. The dynamic between them had people straight up uncomfortable. Farnsworth wasn't just running errands, he was getting snapped at, talked down to, and sometimes even straight up humiliated on camera. The energy didn't feel like boss and assistant. It felt more like control and submission, and the cameras caught it all. But here's where it gets extra shady. Try looking for full episodes of Making the Band today. Go ahead. We'll wait. They're basically gone. MTV never dropped them on streaming, they're not airing reruns, and it's like the show vanished into thin air. Why would they erase it all? Maybe because of what those episodes really showed. There's still a few clips floating around online though, and one in particular has fans shook. Diddy on the phone, literally threatening Farnsworth. Fans who watched Making the Band when it first dropped still remember just how off the whole vibe was between Diddy and Farnsworth Bentley. People been saying for years, you could see the disrespect right there on camera. Diddy barking orders, clowning him in front of the crew, and just straight up talking down to him like he was nothing. It wasn't playful, it felt like power flex after power flex, and fans picked up on it quick. But then there's the money situation, and that's where things get even more suspicious. Farnsworth told Angela Yee that Diddy wasn't even paying him at first. Yeah, for real. He said he was just doing it for the opportunity, but then he tried to soften it later, saying Diddy eventually started paying once he moved up. Moved up doing what exactly? Because on paper, Farnsworth's job title didn't really change. He was always labeled as Diddy's assistant. So why the sudden salary boost? That's got fans speculating real hard, like maybe Farnsworth started doing more than just scheduling meetings and holding umbrellas. Especially when you factor in the talk about Diddy's so-called freak-off sessions.
Farnsworth actually is down here in Atlanta. He's married with like 2 kids. He just lives a quiet life.
Yeah, he should. He should. He ain't say nothing about me either. Because he know I know his business.
You know his business.
I know his business.
And this whole Farnsworth Bentley theory really caught fire after Cassie's lawsuit dropped, because what she claimed in those court docs was wild. According to her, Diddy had certain assistants who helped set up private encounters with male adult workers, and it wasn't just booking rooms, they were out here prepping hotel suites with baby oil and Astroglide like it was a production set. That's when things went from suspicious to straight up scandalous. But hold up, it gets even messier. Diddy's former bodyguard, Gene Deal, recently spoke out and claimed that Cassie's lawsuit was heavily redacted. According to him, the public didn't even get to see the real dirt. And if that's what made it into court, imagine what got scrubbed. Then an old interview with Gene started circulating again, where he didn't hold back. He said he knows all of Farnsworth Bentley's business. And the way he said it, real shady, real knowing. It left folks wondering just how deep Bentley was in all of this. And Gene wasn't done. On a fresh appearance on The Art of Dialogue, he threw out another grenade. He said, don't expect Farnsworth to ever take the witness stand. Why? Because allegedly, Bentley's hands ain't clean either. Gene claimed Bentley used to be out here doing the most, including allegedly stealing anything he could snatch while working with Diddy. But hold up, it gets even wilder. Over the years, there's been all kinds of hush-hush gossip floating around that Farnsworth Bentley wasn't just Diddy's umbrella man. He might have been playing the exact same role as Punisher, the mail worker mentioned in those recent court docs. Yeah, that role. The paid company brought in during those so-called freak-off sessions.
I don't know, I don't know how much he could do. I don't know if he would say anything because he probably signed the ND, a non-disclosure, and he don't want to say anything against Puff anyway because Puff got shit on him. And I ain't talking about no sexual shit, none of that shit. The nigga was stealing, bro. Yo, bro. The niggas I don't want to put that on sticky fingers. That nigga right there, bro, don't lay nothing down around him. You heard me? Don't lay nothing down around dude right there. Dog, Jennifer Lopez had these boots, they cost $5,000. I'm like, what kind of fucking boots cost $5,000? Now you gotta realize, this is like in 2000, early 2000. These boots cost $5,000. And because she was gonna be out of the country or something like that, she didn't have them come to her house down in the village because she would have never got it because they'd be stealing her stuff down there at her apartment. So she had them come to Puff house. She wanted these boots so bad, she was mad. They looked through everything trying to find Jennifer boots. Cause Puff had like Puff, people used to just give him shit and send him shit from everywhere. So he had this room, this mail room in his house with numbers just that he never even opened. But I don't know how Farnsworth Bentley found that shit. But we went over there to his house and we found a lot of Jennifer shit and everybody else's shit that belonged to Puff. I guess Puff had too much stuff in the room and he was just keeping them for it.
And you seen this with your own eyes? That's crazy, man.
My own eyes, bro. We went to his apartment.
He don't even seem like that type of dude, yo, but damn.
Security else, we went over there, man. They had to do shit, bro. And that's why Puff had stopped messing with him. And then he goes get a show. Puff ain't say nothing. He went and got a show of how to be teaching thugs how to be the gentleman. I hope the first thing he taught them was that don't steal.
And here's where the rabbit hole goes even darker. Remember that old rumor about Diddy breaking Kim Porter's nose during an argument on a yacht? Well, guess what? Diddy's former bodyguard Gene Deal claims that whole blow-up happened after Kim caught Diddy with a man. Yep, not just a regular argument. Gene said Kim walked in on something way more explosive. And here's where things start lining up. That fight happened in 2005. There's an actual article from back then, August 2005, that confirms Kim ended up with a broken nose after a blowout on Diddy's yacht in St. Tropez. Now guess who was still rolling with Diddy heavy at that exact time? Farnsworth Bentley. Bentley was by Diddy's side at all those flashy European trips, Saint-Tropez, St. Barth, the whole lifestyle. That's why fans been whispering that maybe, just maybe, Kim didn't just catch Diddy with any man. She might have caught him mid-session with Farnsworth himself. But right around that same era, when things were getting messier than ever, Farnsworth Bentley started carving his own lane in the music game. And believe it or not, it was Kanye West who threw him the alley-oop. Farnsworth popped up in multiple Outkast videos and even made a flashy cameo in Kanye's The New Workout Plan video. He was in the mix with the biggest names. Fast forward to 2013. Kanye brought Farnsworth into the studio to help with the Yeezus album. Not only did Bentley land official songwriting credits, but a few years later, he also helped produce the powerful track Ultralight Beam on Kanye's 2016 album, The Life of Pablo. So yeah, he wasn't just holding umbrellas anymore, he was in the booth making moves. But here's the crazy part. While all that was happening, insiders say Farnsworth was allegedly stealing from Diddy behind the scenes. Yup, you read that right. Word is, that betrayal blew their whole friendship to pieces. And just like that, Bentley's chapter with Diddy came to a screeching halt. After that fallout, Farnsworth packed up and moved back to Atlanta. He married a woman named Fawn Chambers, started a quiet family life, and had 2 kids. Picture perfect, right? But industry insiders been hinting there's a reason he chose Atlanta of all places to settle down. And if you know, you know. Since then, Farnsworth has stayed radio silent about all the Diddy madness. Not a word, not a whisper. Fans assumed he'd never speak on it again, until rumors started bubbling last year. Word on the street, Farnsworth might be working on a tell-all book ready to spill every last secret from his time with Diddy. Back in February 2024, Media Takeout reported that Fonzworth Bentley might finally be ready to break his silence. And not long after, he posted a cryptic message on Instagram that had everybody raising eyebrows. He quoted Jay-Z's Grammy speech. "When I get nervous, I tell the truth." Then added, "Might delete later, but I'm gonna just sit this here." That's not just a caption, that's a warning shot. But here's the twist. He dropped that message before the Diddy case blew up into a full-blown federal investigation, and before Homeland Security raided Diddy's homes coast to coast. After that, Fonzworth ghosted. He hasn't said a single word about the case since. No interviews, no posts, nothing. So now everybody's wondering, why? Is Fonzworth laying low because of those stealing allegations Gene Deal mentioned? Or is it something even darker? Like, maybe he's keeping quiet because he knows he could be seen or even caught in one of those confiscated tapes the feds scooped during the raids at Diddy's spots. Could he be protecting himself or protecting someone else? Drop your wildest theories in the comments. We want to hear it all. And if you're locked into this rabbit hole with us, don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and turn on that notification bell so you never miss an update. Hit that next video now because trust, it only gets crazier from here. See you on the next one.
Jury selection's been amazing. The candidates are being asked about their own connections to or impressions of an array of celebrities, and with no explanation why, at least not yet. The parlor games have begun, my friends. Everybody is trying to connect the dots between the shiny, famous names and the beleaguered rap star Diddy.
I went to a seminar about death.
Okay, you have to tell. You're
Oh
just
my
telling
God.
me this now.
I know, yeah.
Please share. Please share. Why?
I have a friend.
Why were you there, and what did you learn?
I learned that no one really dies, and that, you know, it's just an experience in the physical form, and we're attached to our personalities, but that we're just souls, and that we continue and continue and continue.
Never ain't know what type of monster he was.
Lauren? No, I'm saying Lauren introduced me to Puff.
Oh, got you.
I mean, I knew Puff, but it was more of a personal relationship after, you know, we was at Cassie's birthday.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Nip had no ego. So, you know what I'm saying? Like Nip came to me and said, I want you to mentor me. You know, I want to get into real estate. I want you to teach me all your, you know what I mean, like your business secrets. You know what I'm saying? I was like, whenever you got questions, pull up. And then on his last album, people do not know this. Somebody tried to jerk me, but I fixed it. I actually am one of the executive producers of Nipsey Hussle's last album.
Victory Lap.
Yeah, Victory Lap.
Diddy's crew just dropped some crazy tapes involving Lauren London, and the internet's straight up losing it. The buzz? People are claiming she might have had something to do with Nipsey Hussle's death, and they're throwing out wild accusations that she snitched on her own baby daddy.
You're saying that there's tapes and they're being
Yes, there have been people already shopping.
We've heard about the tapes, but
Yes.
the shopping thing is
Yes,
new.
there already have been tapes leaking around Hollywood, being shopped around to individuals in Hollywood.
But here's where it gets even messier. Some folks out here swear the whole situation was a setup from day one, and now the dirty truth's bubbling up fast. If you've been keeping your ears to the Hollywood streets, then this might not even surprise you, because talk about these mysterious tapes has been making rounds for months. But these ain't your regular party night clips. No way. These recordings are reportedly packed with some of the dirtiest, darkest secrets, illegal moves, shady freak-offs, and wild after-hours chaos that nobody was supposed to see. And get this, a bunch of celebs didn't even know they were being filmed.
I sat right here and told y'all there was activity on the darknet. Videos were being distributed and were going to be sold for profit because the diddler needs the money. Did I not say that? Right here.
Industry insiders like Jaguar Wright and Gene Deal been trying to sound the alarm for years. They've been warning that this mountain of receipts was eventually gonna blow up in everyone's face. And guess what? It's finally happening. Now that Diddy's trial is officially underway, everything's going off the rails. More celebs are getting dragged into the mess, linked to his alleged crimes, freaky underground lifestyle, and some pitch black business behind the scenes.
Bruh, those people who was caught at Diddy party did not know that he had 250 tape recorders in that house. That's a big house. But he had 250 tape recorders.
And here's the kicker. Most of these stars aren't even denying they showed up to Diddy's infamous parties. But when it comes to those exclusive after parties, the ones where things supposedly got real dark, they're all playing innocent. swearing they dipped out early. But let's be real. You don't keep showing up to a spot if you really think something shady's going on. Unless you're part of the game. And boom, on day one of the trial, guess whose name popped up out of nowhere? Lauren London. Yeah, that Lauren. During jury selection, the court brought up a list of high-profile names. Kanye West, Cassie, Lauren London, and more, asking potential jurors if they recognized them. That instantly set off alarm bells.
Are people forgetting it was her and Lauren London? I just find it so funny how people are always omitting names and not really looking into the true facts.
Now the internet's going wild, asking some serious questions. Why was Lauren even mentioned? Does she have deeper ties to Diddy's empire than people thought? And what about those old whispers linking her to Nipsey's death? Was she really standing by him? Or was she moving slick behind the scenes? Could she have been playing both sides the whole time? The streets want answers, and fast. Now let's get into the real heart of this twisted mess. The streets ain't buying the idea that Nipsey was just taken out randomly. Nah, people are saying this was a calculated hit, a straight-up power move. Nipsey wasn't just some rising rapper, he was building an empire. Word is, he wasn't playing by the industry's rules, and he definitely wasn't bowing down to the so-called gatekeepers. He was moving like royalty, chess moves only. And to certain people at the top, that kind of independence is a threat. Then boom.
Hook up with the biggest rapper at the time, everything's great. By the way, isn't she? Lauren is the one that introduced Nip to Diddy. Diddy couldn't even get to Nip, even though he had ties in L.A. It was Lauren that brought Nip to him.
After Diddy's arrest, the rumors went crazy. People started saying Diddy might have had more to do with Nipsey's death than anyone ever thought. The streets started buzzing that Diddy allegedly ordered the hit himself. Let's not forget, Nipsey was just 33 when he was gunned down in broad daylight right outside his own store, The Marathon, on March 31st, 2019. He got hit at least 10 times. 10! Yeah, Eric Holder got arrested and slapped with 60 years in prison, but folks been saying for years that Eric, he was just a pawn, the one who pulled the trigger, the real puppet master. That's who people are still looking for. Somebody with real power had to be behind it. And that's when Diddy's name starts getting thrown around heavy. Jaguar rights be screaming from the rooftops for a while now, saying Diddy allegedly knew way more than he ever let on. But here's where things take a wild turn. Word is Diddy didn't pull this off alone. He allegedly had someone on the inside close to Nipsey feeding him info without raising any red flags.
Nip ain't know what type of monster he was.
No, I'm saying Lauren introduced me to Puff.
Oh, got you.
I mean, I knew Puff, but it was more of a personal relationship after, we was at Cassie's birthday.
And now, all eyes are locking in on Lauren London. People are bringing up a clip from when Nipsey was alive, his Breakfast Club interview, where he low-key hinted at certain things that are now being looked at way differently. When you flip the script and see it through this lens, the story changes fast. Was Lauren really just the loving girlfriend, or was she Diddy's secret chess piece? Fans are side-eyeing everything now. Some believe she was planted to keep tabs on Nipsey, to control the situation from up close, maybe even influence his moves behind the scenes. Whispers been swirling that Lauren and Diddy had a relationship that was way too cozy, like uncomfortably close. Some folks been calling her one of Diddy's mules or yacht girls, right up there with Young Miami. And now, she's being called in by the court. That ain't a coincidence. To make it worse, old pics have popped up showing Lauren and Diddy looking real tight, way more than just friendly. Meanwhile, in old pics and clips, Nipsey's right there in the background, looking like a third wheel in his own relationship. And after his tragic passing, Lauren sat down for an interview with Angie Martinez. And that's when things got real weird, and she opened up about her grief, but said it was Diddy who helped her through it. That alone had folks doing double takes. But then came the quote that left fans speechless.
Okay, you have to tell me. You're
Oh
just
my
telling
God.
me this now.
I know, yeah.
Please share. Why?
I have a friend.
Why were you there? And what did you learn?
I learned that no one really dies and that, it's just an experience in the physical form and we're attached to our personalities, but that we're just souls and that we continue and continue and continue. And if you have a spiritual relationship with someone on earth, you will have one with them when you leave earth. So I did this 2-day seminar on death. So
And this was how long ago?
I had to be 25.
What sent you there?
Do
you find that weird though?
I'm weird.
No, it's not weird that you would go. It's almost like you were preparing yourself for what you would have to
Well,
deal
I told
with.
you I didn't have connection to earth. at a young age.
I know, but you don't find that as like you were preparing yourself for what you were gonna have to deal with.
But that we're all gonna have to deal with.
Lauren said Puff told her, "Look, boo, you have shown everybody what it looks like to hold a man down and to love him. Now show them what it looks like when it all crumbles. That's your responsibility." Wait, what? Who even says that to someone mourning their man unless there's a whole other level to their relationship? And it didn't stop there. Lauren casually mentioned that Diddy called her Boo, the same nickname Nipsey used to call her. That hit a nerve with fans. People started asking, why would Diddy use something so personal, something so sacred between Nip and Lauren? It felt off, way off. And just when folks thought it couldn't get stranger, Lauren revealed she'd been to an actual death seminar, a whole event focused on grief and loss. Even before Nipsey's death, things were already looking strange, and Angie Martinez picked up on it too. During that same interview, her face said it all. Pure confusion. And fans, they were straight up shook, like hold up, who goes to a death seminar before their man passes away? Unless they already had a feeling something was coming? It's like Lauren knew something dark was on the horizon, and that eerie vibe, it's giving deja vu. Just like when Diddy bought a whole gold coffin for Kim Porter, months before she died. People been saying that wasn't a coincidence, and when you zoom out, it starts looking like a setup.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Nip had no ego. So, you know what I'm saying? Like Nip came to me and said, I want you to mentor me. You know, I want to get into real estate. I want you to teach me all your, you know what I mean, like your business secrets. You know what I'm saying? I was like, whenever you got questions, pull up. And then on his last album, people do not know this. Somebody tried to jerk me, but I fixed it. I actually am one of the executive producers of Nipsey Hussle's last album.
Victory Lap.
Yeah, Victory Lap.
Nipsey wasn't tapped into the industry machine like that. He was doing his own thing, staying independent. But Lauren, she had all the ties. She had the access. And after she brought Nipsey into her world, suddenly Diddy was all up in the picture, tight with him, even working on music. It wasn't just vibes either. Diddy helped shape Victory Lap, Nipsey's biggest and most iconic album. Back then, fans saw that as a blessing. But now, some are questioning if it was actually a trap, and it gets deeper. Gene Deal, Diddy's former bodyguard, recently spilled some tea. He claimed that it was Nipsey who asked Diddy to help with Victory Lap. Victory Lap was supposed to be Nipsey's life after death moment, the same kind of energy Biggie had after he passed. That was the vision. Same legacy, same impact. But let that really sink in. Biggie's final album came out after he got taken out too. And according to Gene Deal, that move, bringing Diddy in, was Nipsey's biggest mistake. Because once Diddy stepped in, it was a wrap. He sunk his claws in deep. Next thing you know, Nipsey wasn't grinding in the studio anymore. He was spending more time at Diddy's mansion than anywhere else. And that's the moment everything shifted. Fans started noticing Nipsey looking off, tired, worn down, even stressed out. His energy wasn't the same. People are now saying Diddy saw Nip as a real threat, a smart, powerful street revolutionary who couldn't be bought, couldn't be tamed, and wasn't playing Hollywood games. And when you can't control a man like that, you eliminate him. But even if that was the plan, somebody had to unlock the door. And a lot of people are side-eyeing Lauren. The million-dollar question is, what did she really know? Because now with these alleged tapes floating around, footage that's supposedly tied to Diddy's secret circle, the narrative is shifting fast.
Now, you taking a spiritual person who's asking for something. He said, I wanted that same feel as life after death. That same feel was that Biggie got, and he went on to sell about 10 million albums, or 10 million copies. I was saying, you gotta watch what you say to demons, because it just might come true.
Maybe Lauren wasn't just the grieving girlfriend. Maybe she was hiding something way darker. Maybe she was cleaning up behind the scenes. And now that Diddy's trial is finally underway and Lauren's name has officially been pulled into court, people are wondering if the real truth is about to explode. Will she stay quiet, or will the truth finally come out? And just like always, the internet is on fire with opinions. Some folks are saying straight up, if Nipsey had folded like the rest, if he had bowed down to Diddy and that dark industry power, he might still be alive. But Nip, he stood tall, 10 toes down, connected to something real, God. And that's exactly why some believe his time was cut short. The marathon wasn't just a slogan, it was a spiritual mission. And when good shines too bright, evil tries to snuff it out. One spiritual voice, Aida, who claims to see the underworld, came forward with a chilling take. She said Lauren had a fair hand in it all, that she wasn't supposed to touch that money. She had just signed that Puma deal, and now her name's wrapped up with Diddy and Jay-Z, two power players she accuses of soul swapping and controlling the game from behind the scenes. Some fans been saying it from the jump. Her pain never felt real. They say Nipsey's fans shed more public tears than she ever did, and one person even said, "I never met him, but his death hit me harder than her words ever did." They remember that tribute post Lauren made, but they're calling it empty. No tears, no real emotion, and no one's that cold when losing a soulmate, unless there's something deeper being hidden. The energy, it's been off, way off. But what do you think? Is Lauren just caught in the crossfire, or was she playing a role the whole time? Let us know in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video if it shook you. And if you thought this was wild, click on the next one. It gets even deeper. See you there. suggesting that Nipsey started pulling away once he realized what was really going on. Word is, he peeped the game Diddy was playing and wanted no part of it. He was trying to build something clean, something powerful for the culture, not get caught up in some shady empire built on manipulation. People close to the situation say Nipsey began distancing himself, not just from Diddy, but from a lot of industry figures who were moving funny. And that's when things started feeling dangerous. The more Nip stood on his own, the more eyes were on him. The same system that props you up can tear you down if you step out of line. And some believe that's exactly what happened. And don't forget, Diddy's name been tied to a lot of other mysterious situations. People who get too close always seem to end up silenced, missing, or worse. So now folks are asking, was Nipsey's independence a threat to Diddy's control? Did his refusal to play along make him a liability in a game way bigger than we imagined? Because if what Cat and others are hinting at is true, then Nipsey wasn't just another rapper. He was a problem for the whole system. And problems like that, they don't get ignored. They get handled.
And next thing you know, okay, hey, will you help me? I want to hear your music. So I come over there and I play the music. He's sitting there, just looking at it, like waiting. So then my assistant was like, he wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to f*** you. That's what my assistant said. I was like, oh, now I get it. So now no more communication. Now you notice to be hands-off with somebody. A number of producers coming to make the approach. And you punch them in the mouth, threaten to knock their head off for talking to you like, or looking at you like you're a woman. You know, when you approach a real man about his masculinity, you're gonna get a real reaction. It's a difference when a guy walks in a room and when a man walks into a room. And a man don't take the same things that a guy would say. So always be the man in the room.
Now let's talk about that footage that got everybody side-eyeing Diddy. Yeah, that clip. Diddy's in the studio, licking his lips, staring Nipsey down like he's eyeing dessert, zooming in on him like he forgot the cameras were rolling. And the wildest part, Nipsey's just chilling, locked into the music, completely unaware of the vibe shift happening behind him. And when you stack that next to what Cat Williams said, it hits different. Cat claimed he turned down $50 million 4 times just to keep his dignity intact. Now ask yourself, what kind of offers come with a $50 million price tag and make people walk away that fast? Cat even said Diddy tried to pull him into that same twisted world, but he shut it down quick. And guess what? He's not the only one. Terrence Howard told a similar story, said things started off professional, but the energy got weird fast and he ran before it got out of pocket. Now people online are putting the puzzle together and pointing fingers. They're saying Diddy might have been trying to get at Nipsey too, and when Nipsey wasn't with it, that's when things might have started to shift. People believe there was tension, not just business tension. What now when it comes to Lauren and Diddy? The street's been screaming and the receipts are loud. Old photos started popping back up. And in those pics, Lauren and Diddy are looking real close. Like closer than friends close. And here's the crazy part. Nipsey is right there in the background looking like the third wheel in his own relationship. That visual alone got folks shook, but it gets even stranger. After Nipsey's passing, Lauren sat down with Angie Martinez for an interview, and what she said left people with so many questions. She explained that Diddy was the one who helped her through the grief, which might sound sweet on the surface, until she shared what he actually told her. According to Lauren, Diddy looked her in the eyes and said, "Look, boo, you've shown everybody what it looks like to hold a man down and love him. Now show them what it looks like when it all crumbles. That's your responsibility." Excuse me? Did he really just say that?
Now, you taking a spiritual person who's asking for something. He said, I wanted that same feel as life after death. That same feel was that Biggie got me. And he went on to sell about 10 million albums. Or 10 million copies. I was saying, you gotta watch what you say to demons. Because it just might come true.
Lauren casually mentioned that Diddy called her Boo, the exact same nickname Nipsey used to call her. Now, why would Diddy be using such a personal name unless their bond went beyond just comforting a grieving friend? That moment raised all kinds of red flags. Meanwhile, Nipsey had already started carving out his own path, stepping away from the fake Hollywood games and building something solid on his own terms. Lauren, she had major ties. She had access. And the moment she brought Nipsey into that circle, everything started to shift, and not in a good way. Right after that intro, the energy flipped, and the so-called Diddy disaster wasn't far behind. Former Bad Boy insider Gene Deal stepped up and dropped a chilling warning about what really goes down behind the scenes in the industry. He said you gotta be very careful about the kind of requests you make, because in this game, even a simple wish can backfire in ways you can't imagine. Gene revealed something heavy. Nipsey once told him he wanted his music to hit like Biggie's Life After Death album. You know, the one that dropped right after Biggie was gone. Let that marinate. That title alone is enough to give you chills. And according to Gene, that was Nipsey's biggest mistake, speaking that out loud while Diddy was anywhere near. Cause after that, it was game over. Nipsey started spending more time at Diddy's mansion than he did in the studio. He went from recording music to being wrapped up in that lifestyle, and that's when everything started changing. The man who once stood tall and sharp started showing signs of something off. Fans saw it. He looked drained, worn out, not himself. It was like the spark was dimming, and the stress was written all over him, and people now believe Diddy had something to do with it. Not just the glitz and glam, but the pressure, the control, the silent tension. Because at the end of the day, Nipsey wasn't the type to bow down. He was smart, strategic, and unapologetically real. And that kind of spirit, it doesn't sit well with people who are used to pulling the strings. Some folks are saying Diddy had his eye on Lauren long before Nipsey passed, playing it cool in public but moving slick behind the scenes. Word is, he thought that once Nipsey was out of the picture, she'd be his next queen. But let's keep it all the way real. Diddy's track record with women speaks for itself, and it ain't royal treatment. Look at how he did Cassie. Claimed he loved her but kept her under lock and key for years, emotionally locked down and controlled. That wasn't love, but that was a power play. And then there's Kim Porter, the mother of his kids. She passed after years of emotional damage and stress, all allegedly caused by Diddy's toxic grip. That ain't no coincidence.
All catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. All lies will be exposed. So if you and a man was in a corner doing something you wasn't supposed to be doing, you would tell it. I know so many things I shouldn't know. When I walk in a room, heads go down.
So when people say Diddy had some fairy tale vision for Lauren, come on, this ain't about putting her on a pedestal. This was always about control. The same control he tried to have over every woman who ever got too close. And Diddy's grief game, different, strategic even. When Biggie died, he dropped that Grammy-winning tribute, then used it to kickstart his own solo run. He turned mourning into marketing. When Kim passed, he suddenly became the grieving single dad, pushing the family man image, while folks behind the scenes said he was still out here living foul. And when Nipsey was gone, Diddy wasted no time, posting about Lauren, sharing poetic captions about healing and legacy like he was part of Nip's journey. But let's be honest, Diddy didn't earn that legacy. He just knew how to slide into the spotlight when the cameras were on and the pain was fresh. Every time someone powerful passes, Diddy somehow finds a way to slide himself right into the center of the sorrow, like clockwork. So now the real question is, when Nipsey got taken out, was Diddy just setting himself up for another legacy moment? Whispers in the streets say Diddy didn't just mourn Nip, he saw an opportunity. Folks believe he viewed Nipsey as an easy target, someone whose image he could wrap himself around to boost his own narrative. But here's the twist. In order for Diddy to even get that close, somebody had to open that door. And a lot of fingers are pointing straight at Lauren. Meanwhile, Cat Williams, he saw all this coming way before the rest of the world even blinked. Long before the headlines exploded, before the arrest, before everything hit the fan, Cat was calling it out. Not just the shady parties or sketchy contract, but the full setup, the control, the manipulation, and the blackmail. And trust, the internet is on fire right now. People aren't holding back and the theories are getting real bold. One user straight up said Lauren was set up to be with Nip by Diddy. And the wild part, they pointed out how she even thanked Diddy during Nipsey's funeral. That got folks connecting dots all over again. But the real question is, are people ready to accept what those dots really reveal? Another user took it even further, claiming Diddy did the same thing to Big. He hopped on the album, planned his death, and kept the money and royalties. And with all the rumors swirling around Diddy's alleged violent behavior and his manipulative patterns, people are wondering out loud, how deep does this thing go? Now fans are asking the unthinkable. Will Lauren ever speak up in court? Was she a victim caught in something way bigger? Or was she playing a role in the game from the jump? And could Diddy have had a hand in what happened to Nipsey? This story ain't just conspiracy. It's turning into a full-blown unraveling of power, legacy, and betrayal. So let us know what you think in the comments. Was it love? Was it setup? Or was it something even darker? And if you're here for the real, unfiltered truth they don't want you to hear, smash that like button, subscribe for more, and tap that next video already lighting up on your screen. This one's far from over.
Myself.
I don't want to work out. Hey, there's children.
If that's what you want me to do,
there's children.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you about the consideration
see you later,
that
then.
you should
Don't
still
worry.
have with me as a human being.
Rapper Busta Rhymes is facing assault charges in an attack in Brooklyn. Police say the 52-year-old, whose real name is Trevor Smith, punched a man in the face numerous times. Authorities say it started with an argument between the two men.
One day I came to Daddy's house, and Diddy and Q-Tip and Fat Joe.
Everybody knows what a rainbow is, you know what I'm saying? Everybody knows what the sky can bring. It brings rain, it brings the sun. Like, you understand what life is too, you know? So for me to know that you have a great, Raymond Harvey is Busta Rhymes, is his real name.
Something real suspicious is going down with Busta Rhymes right now. Word on the street is he's low-key trying to distance himself from Diddy, and not just socially. People are saying he might even be getting ready to pack up and move before Diddy's big trial kicks off on May 1st. But here's where it gets wild.
Talking about Busta Rhymes before. Super Zest Monster. That's my thing, but like, this been common knowledge though. Like, all my promoter homies would always say, man, we gotta bring something out. We gotta bring some, what they call them, I'm not gonna say it, they call them fun boys. They say we gotta have some fun boys in the section for Busta.
Some whispers are floating around that the feds might have video proof tying Busta to some of the shady stuff Diddy's being accused of. Yeah, his name hasn't been blasted all over the headlines, but it's been floating around the edges of this whole scandal for a minute now. The internet's been speculating on the low for years, like real talk, rumors that Flip Mode could have had a double meaning. Let's not forget, Busta's always been private about his love life, like super private. Folks in the industry, from insiders to ex-bodyguards, have been claiming for years that Busta used to party hard in clubs with dudes who love to have a good time. It's been whispered about forever, but nobody's dared to say it out loud.
Police say the 52-year-old, whose real name is Trevor Smith, punched a man in the face numerous times. Authorities say it started with an argument between the two men. Last Friday morning in Dumbo, Rhymes was charged with third-degree assault. On Tuesday, the victim was treated at the hospital for swelling to the face. Rhymes has not publicly commented on the incident.
And get this, Busta and Diddy aren't just acquaintances, they go way back. Think about Put Your Hands Where My Eyes Could See, a absolute classic. But guess who was in the studio with Busta when he came up with it? Yep, Diddy. And according to some folks, the inspiration behind that hit might not have been just musical vibes. Let's just say that song title hits way different now, especially with everything that's been coming to light. So when Busta Rhymes jumped to Diddy's defense recently, while everyone else was either dead silent or straight up cutting ties, it had people side-eyeing hard. And now, with whispers that Busta might have helped cover up some shady moves behind the scenes.
For family and loving relationship of one of Africa's good sons. Just don't take too long to bring me back. You know what? Don't worry about it. I'm working on my citizenship, so y'all ain't got nothing to do with it.
Yeah, things are getting messy. If even a sliver of that gets exposed when Diddy steps into court, Busta could be looking at serious heat. So now everybody's asking, what does Busta really know? What's he possibly trying to dip out from? And what actually went down during those secretive late-night studio sessions between him and Diddy? Something ain't adding up. To make things even messier, Busta reportedly got into another physical altercation, this time with some random dude. Details are still fuzzy, but with Diddy's trial creeping up fast, folks are wondering if Busta's starting to crack under pressure. Some sources are even saying he's spiraling behind the scenes because he knows his name might come up in court and it won't be in a flattering way.
I seen you talking about Busta Rhymes before. Oh yeah. In some of your videos. Oh yeah. Super Zest Monster. For sure, bro. That's my thing, bro. Like, this been common knowledge though. Like, all my promoter homies would always say, man, we gotta bring some we gotta bring some, what they call them, I'm not gonna say it. They call them fun boys. They say we gotta have some fun boys in the section for Busta. Cause you know, I bodyguarded for Ghostface Killer before. You feel me? And being around him, you hear things. You feel me? I'm like, damn. And my auntie like the biggest Busta Rhymes fan. You feel me? Like, every cookout she playing at, all his little fast rapping, all of that. Him and Craig Mack playing that, bro.
And let's not forget, Busta's already been in hot water this year. He was arrested a few months back after allegedly throwing hands during an argument in Brooklyn. The fact that Busta's pushing 50 and still out here throwing punches? Yeah, it's giving Major Diddy energy. It's starting to feel like these two might share way more than just music and memories, maybe even secrets. And now, with Diddy's trial just around the corner, the pressure seems to be getting to Busta big time. Fresh reports say Busta is spiraling, full-on panic mode, because he knows his name might get dragged straight into the courtroom spotlight. Fans are picking up on the tension too. Some are even saying Busta's been dropping cryptic messages to Diddy through his social media. Like a few days ago, he posted a pic on IG with the caption, "The blessings don't stop, so we won't ever stop." Sounds innocent, right? But fans clocked that real quick and started linking it to Diddy's iconic "can't stop, won't stop" line. Coincidence or coded message?
Bro, on my soul, I'm out with a group of people. At this time, I was with Don Benjamin. You familiar with him?
No, never heard of him.
Model dude, like a model guy. He was doing like some rapper and stuff. His name Don Benjamin. I'm out with Don Benjamin. And the club we ended up going to, Busta Rhymes in there. So it was a little lawyer guy that was with us. And the little lawyer guy we was with, you know, he's a gay dude, super cool, some good guy. Bro, Busta Rhymes wanted him in his section so bad. Like, what? Pulled him to the section, like through the rope, and tucked him off in the corner. So I'm looking like, well, he ain't come with us. But I know he was in the little group. So if I go out with somebody, like a group of people, I try to make sure everybody get there together and leave together. He stayed with them. He stayed in there with them, bro. For sure. You ain't never heard about this before, have you? So this common knowledge, bro. If you in the mix, bro. If you in the mix, like I've been in the mix, you know this.
But wait, it gets even crazier. Word on the street is Busta might be getting ready to pack his bags and dip out of the US entirely. Reports say he's been eyeing South Africa as a new home base, at least until all this Diddy chaos dies down. And get this, Busta's even hinted that he could totally see himself settling over there long term. Some media outlets are already buzzing that the move might be happening sooner than anyone expected. Busta is reportedly in the process of applying for South African citizenship, which has folks seriously wondering, what's he really running from? It's looking more and more like he's trying to vanish before something major drops. But just as he's plotting his escape, more dirt from his past is bubbling up, and it's getting harder to sweep under the rug. Industry insiders are starting to speak up, and those long-standing whispers about Busta's rumored DL lifestyle, yeah, they're getting louder. At this point, it's hard not to notice the parallels between him and Diddy, like real hard.
So, I hear somebody say, oh, he's cute, I want him. So when I heard that, I turned around like, man, did he just say that? You got all this jewelry to attract some men in here? You wild. Shocked me. But sure enough.
And that was the guy that Busta Rhymes pulled back?
He pulled him into the section. Pulled him into the section, and then they walled him off like this man. I'm like, damn. And that little dude was so happy, he couldn't believe that. He was shocked.
A few months back, things really started heating up when Busta's ex-bodyguard, Big Homie CC, went on The Art of Dialogue and let it all out. He didn't hold back, calling Busta a super zest monster and claiming he had a history of sketchy behavior with younger dudes way back in the day. And here's the wildest part. Big Homie CC said this wasn't even some hidden secret in the game. According to him, club promoters knew the deal. Every time Busta was booked for a show, they allegedly had to make sure the VIP section was stacked with attractive young men, just the way Busta liked it. That was the unspoken rule, supposedly.
You a mama, you a bitch. Yo, bitch ass, you had knock your ass out. Wow.
But wait, it gets even more intense. Big Homie Double C didn't stop there. He shared a story about a wild night at the club with actor and model Don Benjamin and one of Don's friends who happened to be gay. And according to Big Homie, the second Busta laid eyes on this guy, it was like a whole switch flipped in him. Busta allegedly made a beeline straight for the guy, no hesitation. He pulled him right into his VIP section and didn't let him out of sight all night long. Word is, Busta was super hands-on the entire time, making sure that dude stayed locked to his side like glue. And this wasn't just some one-time time thing either. According to Big Homie, this was Busta's usual routine. Every time he rolled up to a club, the promoters already knew what kind of setup he was expecting. Their job? Find the best looking dudes in the building and direct them to Busta's section. Because once he set his sights on someone, he was not letting go. Big Homie even said Busta kept going on and on about how cute the guy was that night. And once he had him in the VIP, it was game over. He wasn't letting that man out of his zone for a second.
How long has it been like this known about Busta Rhymes?
I knew about this like in 2012. I knew about this in 2012.
How can we think nobody else speaks up on it or says anything?
Because, bro, these people admire these people so much. They want to make sure they in the section, they at the club, they at the video shoot, they can get backstage. That matters most to them. That matters so much to people. It's crazy. Like, but if you notice, like, there's countless videos of Busta Rhymes getting mad at females for just being girls. This girl touched him one time, he go crazy, throw a drink on her and everything. See what I'm saying? Like, what? Why you getting mad at females? You go to these guys, they in the club, go to their section. It's all men in the section. That ain't weird to nobody. I'm going to the bar, sorry. Text me if it get dangerous. But there's all this club security in here, like, nothing's finna happen. Nobody wanna kill you guys, bro. Like, when I get jobs for people who really got a threat on their life, but man, you ask, bro, anybody that's in the mix, bro, like, you know, bro, most of these dudes, bro, putting on a major act. They don't want to be themselves.
That's crazy.
They'll get mad at you for buying bottles of champagne to get a girl. They'll get mad, oh, we don't want these bottle rats in our section. What are we here for? Why are y'all here then? What are y'all here for? Just because y'all got booked to be here, okay, but sometimes they not booked. They just in there. And what they looking for, it ain't gonna be what you thinking of. Oh God, seen it.
Now, some fans were quick to call out Big Homie CC, saying he was just chasing clout or blowing things out of proportion. But he stood on it, saying that Busta's preferences have been an open secret in the industry for over a decade. And when asked why nobody ever spoke up, Big Homie kept it real. He said it's simple. People want to stay on Busta's good side. That VIP access, the luxury lifestyle, the perks. Nobody wants to lose that. And knowing how Busta has a temper, how he'll snap over the tiniest thing or even throw hands, yeah, it's no surprise folks are keeping their mouths shut. But hold up, Big Homie wasn't done. He brought up something even heavier, Busta's history of lashing out at women. According to him, there's a pattern, and it's been flying under the radar for years. He said some of those angry outbursts and even physical run-ins with women might be tied to something deeper. Big Homie explained that in his experience, some men who live on the DL carry a lot of built-up resentment toward women, and that energy can explode in ugly ways. And so when Busta's going off on women, it might not just be about the moment. It could be tied to the conflict he's been hiding inside.
I'm walking across the street and Busta Rhymes just grabbed my hand. And he holding my hand. Now, I ain't know it was Busta at first. You know, Busta Rhymes tall. I'm sure I came up to about right here. So the first thing I noticed was this big ass flip mode chain that was blinding me. So I look at the chain and I'm like, and I look up, I'm like, oh, what's up, Busta? What's up? Now he holding my hand the whole time. I'm like, what's up, man? He like, what you doing? And I was like, oh, me and my people, we about to go to this club around the corner. What's up, man? You know, and then I noticed throughout my peripheral vision, the side eye, this big bodyguard in black. Just standing there, you know, looking around, you know, looked at me, you know, still looking around. Meanwhile, Busta still got my hand in his hand. And he says, you know, I'm about to go in this club. You know, we got a section. You know, you can come in with me if you want. And I'm like, word, for real? Like, that's what's up. Like, he was like, yeah. I was like, well, I gotta, you know, tell my people. I was like, I come in, you know what I'm saying? He was like, okay, just let me know, you know, tell them that you coming in there to meet with me. and come on up.
If you think this is all just one salty ex-bodyguard stirring the pot for views, think again. Turns out multiple men have come forward with their own stories about Busta, and it's not looking good. One of them is social media personality Trip Alley, who dropped a whole story time on YouTube, claiming that Busta personally tried to hit on him in New York. According to Trip, Busta invited him to chill in his VIP section at a club, and it wasn't just small talk either. Then in 2021, the rumors flared up all over again. People were buzzing that Busta was back on the scene, allegedly trying to connect with men again. And just when things seemed like they were calming down, boom, paparazzi reportedly caught Busta leaving a gay pride event with a trans woman by his side. That moment set the internet on fire and had people asking questions all over again. But that's not where it ends.
We made love. We made love.
Who you made love with?
Bow Wow, Busta Rhymes.
You just told me you seen Busta in the airport too. Devil from trying to act like he didn't know you. You smashed Drake?
No, I never smashed.
Oh, you made love to Drake. Well, you smashed on a lot of people.
What's that thing? Terrence Howard.
Terrence Howard.
Terrence Howard. Usher. Usher's a Usher.
Why you not having no?
I'm telling you, bro. It's my dad's friends. My dad sent his dad's friends on me.
Who's your dad?
Who sent them?
Orlando Brown, who's known for dropping wild names and claims, had social media going absolutely nuts when he said he's been involved with multiple big industry figures. And yep, he named not just Diddy, but Busta Rhymes too, along with a whole list of others. Now look, some folks don't take Orlando Brown too seriously because of his past, and yeah, he's had his fair share of chaos. But if you actually go back and watch some of his old videos, he was dropping wild claims about certain celebs long before this whole Diddy situation exploded. And now, looking back, a lot of what he hinted at is starting to make sense. And when it comes to Busta, Orlando didn't back off at all. In fact, he recently doubled down on his story, saying not only did he have encounters with Busta, but also claiming that Busta has an alter ego with a woman's name. That part had people seriously scratching their heads, wondering what else might be going on behind the scenes.
Everybody knows what a rainbow is, you know what I'm saying? Everybody knows the sky can bring. It brings rain, it brings the sun. Like, you understand what life is too, you know? So for me to know that you have a great, Raymona Harvey is Busta Rhymes, is his real name. Anybody can get on Facebook and look up Raymona Harvey and be like, yo, that's Busta Rhymes, yo, with no wig on. And be like, yo, wild out on your own time, but this is the information that you allow me to give to the people.
Let's be clear though, Busta's sexuality isn't the issue here. That's his business. The real concern, just like with Diddy, is the pattern of violent outbursts and the rumors of predatory behavior. Big homie Double C pointed that out loud and clear. He said that some men who stay closeted end up carrying so much hidden frustration, they lash out, especially at the people closest to them. And when you take a look at Busta's track record, those public blow-ups, the physical fights, the accusations from women, it's starting to fit that same disturbing pattern. Busta Rhymes has been running into legal trouble for years, and with his most recent arrest, it's clear not much has changed.
I got to ask you, there has been so much going on in the music industry pertaining to Diddy. How closely are you paying attention to his case, the allegations?
I don't pay attention to none of it. I just kind of like to pay attention to the truth. I don't really like to speak on the situations that I'm not well versed in, and that's not really my situation. You know what I'm saying? But I wish the best for everyone involved. God bless everyone involved. And, I think that we should all kind of be a little more mindful of how much we speak on other things when it's as sensitive as this. People don't keep in mind the effect of what their opinion can have. And I think it's really, really important that we reserve our opinions until we understand what the undisputed truth is.
Have you had the chance to speak to Diddy?
I spoke to him a few times before, it got a little out of control. A lot of the times when people are going through things, you gotta respect the space and the privacy that they need to process how they're gonna deal with the things that they're going through. I just wanna see the right end result for everyone.
Let's rewind for a sec. Back in 2006, Busta straight up attacked a random guy on the street because he thought the dude spit on his car. Just like that, 0 to 100. But that wasn't even the wildest part of that year. Later in 2006, prosecutors tried to hit Busta with weapon charges, and not just any weapon. According to Billboard, they claimed he had a machete hidden in his ride. Yeah, a full-on machete just chilling in the car. Who does that? Then came 2007, and guess what? More legal drama. This time, Busta allegedly got physical with his own driver during a heated argument about money. He ended up pleading guilty and getting slapped with 3 years of probation, but the drama didn't stop there either. Fast forward to 2009, the New York Post dropped a report saying Busta had to fork over $75,000 to a fan. Why? Because things reportedly got out of control at one of his shows. The fan claimed Busta threw water bottles at him, and then Busta's bodyguard punched him square in the face. And get this, the fan said all he did was try to leave the concert early. Busta allegedly snapped, yelling at the guy, "I'm not good enough for you." According to that same fan, Busta didn't just throw one bottle, he launched several before letting his bodyguard straight up jump the guy. And honestly, with Busta's explosive temper, it kinda adds up why he stayed tight with Diddy for all these years. They both have that same unpredictable high voltage energy, and maybe more in common than anyone realized. But if that wasn't wild enough, now there are rumors flying around about a video that allegedly shows Busta and Diddy at a full-on FO party with some male adult workers involved. Nothing's been confirmed yet, but that hasn't stopped the internet from going full detective mode, and with Busta suddenly hinting at relocating to South Africa right before Diddy's trial kicks off, fans are definitely connecting the dots. On top of all that, Busta's strange reaction when the Diddy and Cassie drama first hit also raised eyebrows. While most people were backing away or staying silent, Busta jumped in, but not to defend himself or separate from the mess. Nah, he told fans they needed to mind their business and stop judging. But Busta's comments, they only made fans more suspicious. Like, why even say all that unless you're low-key trying to defend Diddy? Especially when the whole world literally saw that video of Diddy putting his hands on Cassie. So when Busta told folks to mind their business about domestic violence, it came off as tone deaf at best. Instead of distancing himself from the mess, he basically told everyone to stay quiet. And now, with all these rumors swirling about him planning a big move overseas right before Diddy's trial, people are seriously starting to connect the dots and wonder if there's something he's not telling us. Is Busta running from something or just trying to avoid being dragged into it? But what do you think about all this chaos? Is Busta just caught in the storm, or is he hiding way more than he lets on? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. We need to talk about this. And if you're into the real tea that other channels are too scared to touch, don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and hit that bell so you never miss the drama. Catch you in the next one.
Hello there, I'm Eva Pilgrim. Thanks for streaming with us. Week 3 of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs trial, starting with the music mogul's former assistant, Capricorn Clark, taking the stand.
Why would we need a 50-foot bed?
I mean, TD Jakes ain't small. I'm just saying. If it's a group thing, it's a group thing. You gotta think about, you got Rick Ross, you got Khaled, we talk about heavy hitters.
This Diddy trial, it ain't just some Hollywood scandal anymore. It's a full-on courtroom circus that's got the whole industry shook. It all kicked off when Cassie stepped forward and told the world what really went down. Her story, chilling. She claimed Diddy controlled every inch of her life and dragged her into twisted, wild parties. At first, folks thought it was just about her, just one woman speaking out, but now, it's spiraled way past that. This thing has erupted into a headline-devouring monster. We're talking leaked audio, courtroom bombshells, and celeb names being tossed around like confetti, names that'll make your eyes pop out your head. And this ain't whispers or vague rumors either. These are tapes, not just regular phone calls. Nah, real explicit recordings with voices that sound like Diddy, Will Smith, and even Meek Mill.
She testified she was held against her will twice. At one point alleging she was forced from her apartment and into a car to take Combs and one of his bodyguards to the home of rapper Kid Cudi to, quote, kill him. Cudi was dating his ex, Cassie Ventura, at the time. Clark also claimed Combs threatened to kill Ventura if she didn't convince Kid Cudi not to tell police that Combs was allegedly involved with a break-in at his house. Clark also telling the jury that a large man repeatedly administered lie detector tests to her on suspicion that she stole jewelry loaned to Combs. She testified that this man said if she flunked the test, they're going to throw you in the East River.
And get this, that stuff's being played out loud in court. The madness really caught fire after that silent hotel footage dropped. Shaky, no audio, just a glimpse. People thought that was the peak. But behind those courtroom doors, the real drama was brewing.
In 2009, did you observe an incident between Puff and Cassie? Yes, she was attacked by Sean and kicked. Did you see more violence by him against Cassie? Often. The government then shows Don Richard a picture of Diddy Dirty Money. When were you a member of this group? 2009 to 2011. The incident in 2009 when Sean Combs Cassie, where was it? In Sean Combs' LA home. We were recording. What did he do? He was saying, "Where the F is my food?" He grabbed a black skillet with eggs and tried to hit her over the head. Cassie dropped to the ground. What did she do? She was in a fetal position. Then what? Sean Combs was kicking her in the head and the body and then dragged her up to the first floor. Glass was breaking and yelling. I was scared for her and for me too. Did you intervene? No. Did you call the police? No. The next day, what happened? He said it had been passionate and she was okay, and that it would be better if we didn't talk, that people could end up missing. How did you understand that? Death. Diddy's team then yells objection. Then the judge calls a sidebar and ends her testimony for the day. But Don Richard will be back on Monday to give the rest of her full testimony against Diddy. But right before they brought Don Richard in, they actually had a Homeland Security agent testify against Diddy about when they came and arrested him to take him to jail. So let's go ahead and get into that. The government asked, when Sean Combs was arrested, where did you go? The Park Hyatt Hotel, room 2115, where he was staying. They show a picture to the jury of his hotel suite, and what did you do? We assigned a letter to each room and began to search. What was your role? I took photographs of items and then signed them on the 6051 form. What was found in the closet? They then show a picture to the jury, and it was plastic bags full of Johnson & Johnson baby oil and Astroglide bottles.
One insider said the audio played was so graphic and intense, the entire room went dead silent. Phones weren't allowed, no cameras. Just a bunch of stunned faces locked in place.
You guys really sit through that whole case and kept your spirits high. I really like that for y'all. That was great. Keep your spirits up, y'all.
Right after that disturbing audio hit the courtroom, boom, the judge hit us with a fresh witness list. But this wasn't just some clout-chasing crew. Nah, these were real insiders. Ex-artists, past employees, party guests, people who were actually there when the wild stuff went down.
What you're saying reaches the ears of Will Smith, and he needs to get at least, if there's smoke, there's fire, let me grab a fan.
Number one, as far as Will Smith is concerned, until he does right by all of those children that were harmed and corrupted while in his care, children that grew up to be men, boys like Bashir Gray, August Alsina, your own son. Like, your own son. Do people forget about that voice clip that I played from Brother Belial?
Hey.
Has anybody seen Belial?
Come on.
I asked him, didn't I ask for him last?
Come on.
Where's Belial? Is he missing with Cuba? Have they all moved to Bali with Russell Simmons and Kevin Liles?
I would always say it is interesting when you speak on, Jaden Smith and you see the hug with Justin Bieber. And then for Bashir, you see him all of a sudden fighting over Sydney Starr with Eddie Winslow. It does question what happens in the entertainment industry that makes someone go into just being very close with, you know, men on men contact. It's interesting, I'll say the least.
You want to know the thing that bothers me most about Bashir Gray? I actually think he's doing all of this so they'll take him back in the club. And they're not. They're gonna keep gaslighting you and playing with you, promising you one thing or another.
And now with legal backing, they're ready to talk. Finally, one of the most jaw-dropping moments, Dawn Richards, yep, the same Dawn from Danity Kane, the girl group Diddy used to manage. She took the stand, and when she walked out, folks said she looked wrecked, like she had just relived something traumatic.
It's the woman that everybody wanted, and Will needed that validation to have that type of woman.
You saw her say that Will Smith had...
I am saying to you, if a woman is used to something the size of a baby leg, and you come in with a pinky toe, there's nothing you can do to please her. You can buy her 80 cars, you can get her 80 private jets. If she's itching for that baby leg, she want that baby leg. You can beat a person so much that they fall into submission.
And who needs enemies when they got friends like you?
Oh, I could tell you what goes on the inside. Everybody else is just speculation.
Somebody told me I made my pictures in the book. You know, your picture's in the book and your name is in the book. So I'm just like, you're doing some real elegant flip. I'm blowing you up. I love that. I love that. You up.
This is what Jada makes the new people do. And I ain't gonna say new, they probably been there after myself, right? They will make you check into a rehab. And they'll pay for the rehab. Even though you're not on drugs, they're gonna pay for the rehab. And you have to go if you want to work with them. And then I've saw sexual acts that I walked in on.
Who'd you walk in on?
Him and Dwayne Martin.
Okay.
Hollywood is the hurry up and wait game. So 3 minutes later, after them telling me, hey, you got eyes on Will, we need him to come watch this. So I'm running all over the studio. He's not in his dressing room. I go to the cafeteria.
Sources say her testimony lined up with Cassie's, and it was heavy. Dawn claims she saw Diddy straight up beat Cassie just because dinner wasn't ready fast enough. The day after, Diddy allegedly told Dawn and another bandmate to stay quiet, like nothing ever happened.
You kept it straight on the Smiths. Like you was just like, I seen Jamie with women. I seen Jamie with black. And I was like, okay, so this ain't got nothing to do with him trying to gain clout off of every celebrity, trying to ruin his relationship with all the celebrities you've done business with. This is just this particular friend that I've known damn near my whole life, and his wife, you feel like is sabotaging everything that y'all have together, and it's causing you to question him and his friendship towards you.
Without question. So here's the whole thing in a nutshell.
Okay.
You know, it's no secret in Hollywood that Jada hates me because I have a strong relationship with Will, and I do my own thing.
Why don't she hate Dwayne?
I can't answer that question.
Why don't she hate Dwayne Martin?
Well, she's gonna love anybody that treats her like she's a god, right? When you're a narcissist and a sociopath like she is, and I'll get into that, you want to be worshipped, and she got the bag. So these people will worship her, thinking that that Jada's gonna do something for them. But a narcissist and a sociopath is only looking to do things for themselves.
It was shocked because I was like, Jada is talking about suing. And she's speaking on this, and to my surprise, Will hasn't said anything. And so they did come out and say a rep for Will totally denies the allegations. I was like, Will does not respond to anything.
Nope.
He's never. This is all Jada, because as soon as that rep statement came out, she goes to sit on the Breakfast Club to reiterate the same that I feel she gave to TMZ.
Yes. And so I'll say this to you as well.
Okay.
She also said in that interview that they were doing business. Will was not helping me out, right?
Yeah.
And it's a very good interview on this channel called Popcorn Planet.
Okay.
Where a big celebrity lawyer breaks down Jada's interview on the Breakfast Club. And say,
shout out to you said Popcorn
Planet.
Planet. Okay, shout out to Popcorn Planet. We gotta check that out.
They cannot even sue based on what she did at the Breakfast Club. Had Jada not went to the Breakfast Club, I would have been sued already. And just for the record, I haven't been sued yet. Have you been sued by Jada?
Nobody's contacted me at all.
Okay, so, and let me answer your other question. The reason Will responded, the reason why Jada responded, because they know it's true. Will's never responded, and they responded in less than 9 hours.
They did. That was a fast response.
That was because he know what I saw in that dressing room. He know other things that I saw.
We said it was murder.
Yes, Dwayne Martin's a serial killer, because Will's not the only one, and we're gonna get into that later on too. So basically, Jada's interview did two things. It makes me now, me and her at war. I'm gonna put Will to the side. Will is to the side. Me and Jada, I will say this because I know you're watching. I know Karen Tense is watching.
Who's Karen Tense?
That is her PR person for years.
Okay.
Right? I know they're watching. Jada, you're a bald head liar and you're a drug addict. Right?
Oh, God.
You did not sue me. You told the world that you were going to sue me.
Ooh.
As of yet, and you said you're going to do it swiftly. It's been over 2 weeks. So, Jada, I'm giving you 2 more weeks to sue me. If you don't sue me, this is what's going to happen. All the sex parties, right? And the men that you hit with dildos, I'm naming names, right? All the salacious stuff that you have done and hurt other people, I'm naming names. Because now what we got to do is we got to force her to say she lied.
Then came a moment that hit even harder. Diddy's own daughters were seen leaving the courtroom. No smiles, no words, just pale faces and silence. They didn't even look toward the cameras. This happened right after that audio was played. And their reaction? It said everything.
Whereas that he's dressing like, he dressing the same he dressing like Diddy? Hugged up with Diddy? I think that Lil Rod know a lot of but I know this. 2 men dress alike, it's just like 2 men laying down. When they both get up, they both homos. And that's real talk, bruh. My man, you go to a party, dog, and the nigga got the same shirt you got on, I'm taking my shirt off. I'm walking around in a t-shirt. And then, not to blow Meek Mills up out the water or anything like that, it was said that they checked his Google search and all the other shit, and he was searching for some online gay porn and all that other shit like that.
Oh, wow.
That shit is crazy, bro. But listen, those are what, you know, it's crazy that money, that lifestyle, and you trying to fit into something get you. These guys never set out to do all this shit. Meek Mills, when he got into the game, he didn't set out to be questioning about his manhood with Diddy. But he put himself in that position.
But it didn't stop there. The name Will Smith rang out loud in court. For real. This wasn't internet gossip. This was tied to the audio itself. As soon as it happened, the online world exploded. People started digging, rewatching old clips, pointing out weird vibes between Will and Diddy, and dragging up old receipts.
What's up, King Son? Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, Daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you. Yeah.
Comedian Luenell once cracked a joke about Will and Diddy being way more than just friends. And back then, folks just laughed it off. But now, that joke's aging real differently. Jaguar Wright later spoke up about it too, adding even more heat to the fire. At first, nobody really clocked it, but now the clips are everywhere. And just when it felt like the drama hit its limit, boom, Will Smith's former assistant, brother Bilal, came out swinging with some wild claims. He said he personally witnessed Will in an intimate situation with actor Dwayne Martin, like walked in on it with his own eyes. Believe it or not, that story blew up fast. Brother Bilal doubled down, saying he's never been sued because the Smiths know I'm not lying. That alone had people raising their eyebrows like crazy, and it didn't stop there. Lewinell came back and basically backed him up, saying Will and Dwayne's connection was way deeper than people realized. That's when the internet went detective mode. Every old clip, selfie, or red carpet pic of Will and Diddy chilling together started to feel suspicious. Will tried to clap back quick. I ain't nowhere near that man. I didn't do any of that stupid stuff, he said. But that move totally backfired. The internet flooded with receipts, photos, videos, and all kinds of throwback moments showing them together at parties, award shows, VIP events, you name it. And just when things couldn't get more chaotic, boom! Meek Mill's name got dropped in the court audio, and now the whole situation is spiraling even further. While Will kept it cool and calm, Meek Mill, he snapped. Dude had a full-on meltdown online. His Twitter was on fire with defensive rants, but instead of clearing the air, it made people side-eye him even harder. For years, folks cracked jokes about how close Meek was with Diddy, throwing out nicknames, side eyes, and some real weird comments. Most of it got brushed off as internet trolling. But now, every single joke, old tweet, and blurry video is being replayed like evidence. People are connecting dots they didn't even know existed before. One clip that resurfaced shows Meek at a party looking mad uncomfortable.
But these rumors surrounding, Diddy and TD Jakes.
I'm looking at him as a saint going to a party that ain't nothing but sin. Drinking, maybe fornication, man on man, woman on woman, he on she. But maybe he'd have to lay some hands on somebody. Maybe he'd have to save some souls. I know he got a contract with Revolt.
While someone laughs in the background. Another wild one? Diddy throwing Meek a birthday bash, but not just any party. It was poolside, filled with shirtless dudes, and caught on camera calling Meek daddy. That moment, insta-meme. It spread like wildfire. Then Meek tried to shut it down, tweeting, "I'm not fruity, stop playing with me." But the internet came swarming with receipts, like non-stop. His attempt to defend himself only made the flames burn hotter. But the real twist, it's the courtroom audio. The one nobody outside that room has heard. No leaks, no screenshots. Just courtroom silence and rumors loud enough to shake the whole internet.
A lot. Eva, she testified that Sean Combs at one point threatened to Kid Cudi after finding out that he began dating Cassie Ventura. But she talked about 3 distinct episodes as prosecutors today started to home in on one of the elements of the alleged racketeering conspiracy, and that's kidnapping. Capricorn Clark said in 2004 in New York, she was forced to take a lie detector test for 5 days straight on suspicion of stealing jewelry. In 2008, she said Sean Combs charged at her and kept shoving her with his hand. She demonstrated for the jury until pushing her all the way out of his house in Miami Beach when she said that she hates it here and forced her out of the house. And then in 2011 in Los Angeles is when she says she was forced at gunpoint into a car to go to Kid Cudi's house because Sean Combs was very upset.
Aaron, Clark painted a picture of what it was like to work for Combs, saying she even had to take a lie detector test. Why did she have to do that?
This goes back to July 4th weekend in the Hamptons. Sean Combs was hosting one of his now famous white parties, and he was able to wear 3 very high-end pieces of jewelry loaned to him by Jacob the jeweler. And after the party, Capricorn Clark was supposed to take possession of the jewelry and bring it on a private plane to Miami Beach, where Combs was headed. And on her way to the airport, she realized the bag wasn't there, and she said that she suspected it was an inside job. But apparently Combs and one of his bodyguards, a guy by the name of Uncle Paulie, that's how he was known, ended up taking her to what would be the headquarters of Bad Boy Entertainment. At the time, it was on 40th Street and Broadway. This was going to move uptown into the upper 50s, but the building wasn't finished, and she recalled for the jury being taken to a dilapidated space. There was only a folding table and chairs, and she remembered a huge guy, 5 times her size, chain smoking and hooking her up to a lie detector machine every day for 5 days straight, and threatening that if she failed the test, she'd be thrown into the East.
That silence, it's screaming right now, and everybody's dying to know what was actually said. Insiders are whispering that the courtroom audio might include something deeply disturbing, someone getting hurt, while Diddy's allegedly laughing in the background. Yeah, that level of twisted. And that's why some say the tapes are being kept under wraps, maybe to protect the people involved, out of respect for privacy, dignity, or even trauma. But others, they're convinced it's way deeper than that. Some believe the tapes are just too explosive, packed with names that hold serious power. Celebs, moguls, media giants. If those recordings ever leak, whew, we're talking career-ending, brand-destroying, lawsuit-triggering chaos. Deals could collapse. Reputations could be obliterated.
Ben suggested that, she just loved Sean Combs, and how could any of this be true? She said, look, he blackballed me in the music industry, stymied her as she tried to get other work, and so eventually she felt like she had no choice but to return to Sean Combs, and that's why she was so eager to work for him.
I'm curious what Combs' response was hearing this in the courtroom.
He was a really active defendant today. For the whole trial, he's been listening intently, scribbling notes, but on several occasions as Capricorn Clark was testifying, he would whisper into his attorney's ear, and Mark Agnifilo would then jump up to object when Capricorn Clark was trying to make a point. So he clearly did not remember the course of events that she described today the same way that Capricorn Clark did, and it was almost as if he was directing some of the cross-examination.
Aaron Katursky for us there outside the federal court in Manhattan. Thank you so much. And here to dig into the start of week 3 of this trial is ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer. You've been in the courtroom almost all of this trial, right? So whose testimony so far do you think has been the most significant?
Well, I think the obvious answer has got to be Cassie Ventura. Cassie Ventura for a number of reasons. One, according to the government, she is victim number 1, and she does describe a lot of the allegations that the government is putting forward against Sean Combs, whether it be the racketeering conspiracy as to how this criminal enterprise operated, the different players. She's named a few of the security guards, for example, D-Rock, Ruben, also the sex workers and dancers who participated in these freak-offs. She's named them all because she participated in hiring them, according to her, because Sean Combs made her do so. And then, of course, just hearing the other details, like Kid Cudi's car being hit with a Molotov cocktail. That's really giving us direction as the case continues.
And the wildest part, it might not stop with the names we already know. Because if Diddy, Meek, and Will are just the surface, who else is entangled in this mess? That's what's got everybody on edge. Whispers are flying that there are still big players in the shadows, and people we haven't even heard of yet could suddenly find themselves dragged into the spotlight. One of the names that keeps circling back, T.D. Jakes. Yup. Gene Deal's been hinting for a while that Jakes might have ties to this chaos, and now, with everything coming out in court, people are really starting to listen. At this point, it ain't just about Diddy and Cassie anymore. That chapter's long gone.
And the Punisher was being directed by Diddy while he was doing the stuff to punish Cassie. Now, he could not look at Diddy, and as they go on in that whole scene and stuff like that, Diddy gets mad at him because Diddy tried to look him in the eye, or he tried to look Diddy in the eye or something like that when he was doing Cassie and Cassie was doing Diddy. It was some crazy stuff like that, man. But can we get back to the trial? Because that's in their sexual acts and what they doing, bro. All this is so perverted, and people, I don't know if they really want to hear that, and if they do want to hear that, bro, it's just crazy to me, because here it is that this mind that he has and this perverted mind that he do all this. I'm trying to wonder where this kid get this from. Is this some kind of learned behavior when he was a kid? Because you know his mama used to have those sex parties. His mama used to have those, and he used to see this and see some of this stuff. So is this him acting out his childhood fantasies that he saw back when he was a kid or what? I don't know, bruh. I don't even want to talk about it.
Now it feels like the lid's finally being ripped off something way bigger, a whole hidden world that's been lurking behind the glitz, the fame, and those polished red carpet smiles. A world that's been moving real shady, maybe for years, and the only reason it's cracking open now, the feds are applying pressure, real pressure. Plus, the folks who say they've been hurt, they're finally finding the courage to speak out, and once that silence breaks, there's no turning back. But now we're all in this strange limbo.
Does have a plan to try to derail the information, derail the chain of evidence, derail history as it actually happened. And he is the kind of guy that has no problem with re-victimizing people all over again. Let's just keep it a buck. These girls showed up at a very opportune time, did they not? Adria and Lamisha Fuller. Very opportune time. I do Pierce Morgan. The elites go insane. Ariel Mitchell Kidd drops Adria English as a client after she got drunk and talked with Tasha K, which was side in itself, if you ask me. I go on Pierce Morgan and say I have 3 witnesses that are ready to come forward against the Carters. I didn't say against Diddy, I said against the Carters. And then there was the fake C&D, which was nothing more than a phone call from the lawyer Alex Spiro, who tanked the Rock Nation offering so Dame Dash couldn't make any real money off of it. They're all afraid. When I look at Khadisha's content and I see her go and pull everything. When I see you go and pull all of those things that I leave on the breadcrumb trail, I need people to understand how valuable that is. Because see, I'm used to people just calling me a liar straight out the gate. But I always leave enough of the real information there for people to be able to go and seek it out for themselves. Because see, if you can go find it, then it's not about me. The truth is, a lot of you content creators are my risk.
The trial's rolling forward, new names keep getting tossed into the fire, and the internet, oh, it's on a mission. Meanwhile, the people being called out are trying to keep up appearances, acting like it's business as usual. But we all know that charade can't hold much longer. The internet never forgets. And once people feel like the truth's being hidden, they dig even harder until everything comes out. More and more voices are stepping forward. Folks who've been calling out Diddy's dark side for years are finally getting heard. And if those court tapes ever drop, man, it won't just rattle Diddy. It could expose an entire corner of Hollywood that's been living in the shadows. For now, Diddy's trying to play defense, laying low and cleaning up his mess. And at least that's what Jaguar Wright says. But the real question is, do you think he'll get away with it? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Hit that like button, share this with someone who needs to hear it, and don't forget to subscribe for more messy, real deal updates. Catch you in the next one.
I also didn't participate. I also didn't go to those parties.
Yeah.
So a lot of the celebrity culture that you don't hear saying anything is because they participated to a degree.
Wait, was there a reason you never went to those parties back in the day? Obviously, I know what was going on there, but is there a reason you never did?
I'm just not with all that freaky shit. Like all of the stuff that he's doing.
All these folks be having freak off parties, man. I've been to at least 2 T.I. freak off parties, and we left because it was too freaking off.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? It's your boy Diddy. I support T.I. the King, and you should too. No Mercy in stores right now. Hey, yo, free T.I. Yo, we waiting for you, Playboy. Yo, go get that album. It's fire. Peace.
You think the reports are true that Diddy put $1 million to kill Tupac? Have you heard about the new reports that came out, the confessions?
Man, don't talk to me about no, I don't want to talk about that.
Okay.
That shit ain't got nothing to do with me.
Okay.
50 Cent just fired major shots at T.I. again, this time dragging him into the middle of Diddy's spiraling scandal. And it's wild. Word on the street is that T.I. might have been one of Diddy's so-called special guests at those infamous freak-off parties.
Was there a reason you never went to those parties back in the day? Obviously, I know what's going on there, but is there a reason you never did?
I'm just not with all that freaky shit. Like all of the stuff that he's doing, I'm not into that type of stuff. I'm just a little more, maybe you could say basic or normal. You go to the 90s and Keefy D said he paid him to kill Tupac.
Yeah.
It's a little, like, you get the craziest accusations. You had TMZ created a docuseries that went to Tubi, but the series is saying the downfall of Diddy.
The whole thing blew up after Clem, Jeezy's ex-right-hand man, started spilling spicy tea saying T.I. wasn't just at the parties, he was deep in that scene. Now let's be real. T.I. had somehow managed to stay clear of the Diddy drama all this time, until now. But guess who wasn't about to let him slide? Yep, 50 Cent, and no one's shocked, these two have been beefing for years. But this time, 50 went way past petty. He's not only bringing back those old snitching rumors on T.I., he's dragging up receipts about how tight Tip and Diddy were back in the day.
Like when you walking up to the house, you can see in the house, and you can he had the steps that go up and the long balcony for the upstairs.
Nice.
So when we was there, when we got there, all we seen was Diddy. It's a Diddy party. He's up there in a robe. And no lie, we was gone in 20 minutes. No lie. Jeezy even said, let's go. He said, no, this ain't our type of party. The nigga had a robe on with a bunch of people downstairs. What the fuck you got a robe on for, bro?
Damn.
Hey, the story that they say, I believe them.
Like the little set
Diddy
orgies
hell.
and all that. Yeah.
Diddy hell. He told us.
Has that been the craziest stuff you witnessed at a party? Like Diddy, like something like that. Diddy in a robe or something.
Man, I can tell you some. Man, I can tell you some shit. But we can save it for another time, though.
Hit us one more exclusive, man.
One more exclusive?
Yeah.
Man, all these folks be having freak off parties, man. I've been to at least 2 T.I. freak off parties, and we left because it was too freaking off. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, we don't want to be around these motherfuckers. Motherfuckers walk around in silk pajamas and shit. Like, you know, cause see, our crew was different. Our crew was like, our crew wasn't soft. We ain't had no sucker ass, punk ass niggas in our crew.
So now everybody's asking, just how close were they? And is 50 really about to blow the lid off T.I.'s past in his upcoming Diddy docuseries? Things are about to get real messy, and just when T.I. thought he ducked the Diddy blast radius, Clem came out swinging. He straight up called out celebs acting brand new when they were really all up in Diddy's wild world. But here's the twist. Clem ain't talking rumors. He claims he saw it all go down. According to Clem, T.I. wasn't just a guest. He was hosting his own freak-off sessions too. And it doesn't stop there. Clem even claims he saw T.I. at one of those Diddy in a robe parties. And wait till you hear what he said happened next.
Yeah, I didn't see T.I. at a couple of freak parties, man. I remember one thing. I remember we was on a road with T.I. Here goes a story right here. We was on a road with T.I. I ain't gonna call no names. Who did the shit, but nigga, it's after the show. I think it's a big ass suite, big hotel suite. I don't know what the fuck going on. Bitches everywhere. Out of nowhere, we 2 niggas started having an eating pussy contest. No lie. 2 niggas started with a lesbian bitch. I swear she was a lesbian. Her girlfriend was there too.
Damn.
And she was in the contest too. Cause it was like, shit, we got some niggas that can eat that pussy better than your girl can.
Damn.
So it went down like that. But anybody was there, remember that shit. If I'm lying, I'm dying. The freak nigga, the first freak off I ever went to was a Big Meech freak-a-leak. And anybody that was back then know about the freak-a-leak at the Eclipse condominiums, man. On Far Road across from the fish market, man. Meech and them used to have freak-a-leaks in that motherfucker. They had the penthouses up in them motherfuckers. That was the first one I ever been to where after we left the strip club 3, 4 in the morning, all the bitches came back to the condo too. And the party kept going.
Damn.
Nigga, all of them.
Clem didn't just stop at T.I. He dropped another bomb. He claimed that back in the day, it was actually Big Meech who was throwing those wild Diddy-style parties. Yeah, that Big Meech. So now you've got Diddy, T.I., and Big Meech all name dropped in one interview. And of course, 50 Cent wasn't about to let that slide. But this time, 50 ain't just clowning on Instagram or posting shady memes. He's moving in silence, playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers. Word is, he's been gathering dirt and laying the groundwork for his upcoming Netflix docuseries, Did He Do It? And insiders say it's about to shake the whole industry. According to people close to 50, this documentary isn't just about Diddy. Nope, it's also a revenge mission. A way to air out every hidden grudge and settle scores with everyone who ever crossed him. And guess whose name is getting serious screen time?
Hey, what's happening, y'all? Some people call me Tip. This is about another kind of tip that can help our mothers, our sisters, our brothers, and our fathers help get the perpetrators who commit crimes against them off the streets. All you got to do is call Crime Stoppers Atlanta. Tips can be anonymous, and there's even a reward. The number to Crime Stoppers Atlanta is 404-577-8477. That's 404-577-TIPS. Channel 2, community coverage you can count.
T. Apparently, 50's got plenty to say about him, and it's not looking pretty. Now, if you're wondering why 50's always going at Tip, let's rewind a bit. First, there was T.I.'s desperate hustle to land a versus battle with 50. Dude was practically begging for it. Then Tip kept sneak dissing East Coast rappers like 50, stirring up even more tension. But the biggest stain? That legendary Crime Stoppers ad from 2007. T.I. got himself caught up with some heavy gun charges, facing up to 20 years. But somehow, instead of doing hard time, he popped up in a PSA talking about do your part and stop crime. That move right there, 50 never let it go, and now he's about to put it all on blast. That Crime Stoppers ad? Yeah, it rubbed a lot of folks the wrong way in the rap game.
When they want to try, look, even for me personally, my character never try to attack my character. Just say he a rat or he just a snitch. Yeah. All you gotta do is ask him who I told him. Paperwork. I ain't never told him no in my life. Yeah. In the Prem situation, look at this case. It'll tell you who told him. Right. My name ain't in that case.
Innocent or guilty, criminal or citizen, that could get them anytime for any crime. Say, look, if it's a, sir, did you see such and such and such, do such and such and such? Oh, wait a minute, only time, the only time.
There's only one place in the federal guidelines where you can have 10 machines and get 1 year of community service and 1 year incarceration.
I said, how you feel when them New York like 50 and all them niggas trying to do all of those?
I'ma tell you something. When you're fighting the man with no arms, expect to get kicked.
It wasn't long before T.I. was getting slammed with the snitch label from every direction. And guess who was first in line to light him up? 50 Cent, of course. 50 didn't hold back. On G-Unit's track, You So Tough, he threw straight lyrical shade, rapping, "Get knocked with 10 machine guns, only get 12 months. Ooh-wee, don't talk to me, you talk to him, you talking to them." Then he hits even harder. "I got the best lawyers money can buy. They said they would have got me 10 or maybe 9. I said, how you explain how homie breathes? They said, keep your mouth shut or you eat the cheese." Basically, 50 was asking what everyone was thinking. How did T.I. beat those insane charges so easy? And just to make things more suspicious, this all happened the same day T.I. randomly ghosted the 2007 BET Hip Hop Awards, just hours before he was set to perform. Turns out the feds swooped in and arrested him on serious gun charges, federal level. And here's the kicker. His own bodyguard was actually working undercover for the feds. Dude handed over 3 machine guns and 2 silencers right after T.I. dropped $12,000 on the deal. That move set off a storm. And from then on, the streets never let Tip forget it.
You So Tough, to everyone listening to it, is an awesome song. Listen carefully. Actually, you don't have to even listen that carefully. There's a line in there directed at another rapper in the game.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What line? What rapper is on my?
It was a line that has you questioning that you have. Is it true you have the best lawyers in the game?
I feel like I do.
Okay.
I have a great legal team.
And you asked them a question that if you got caught with 10 weapons in your car, you would have seen 10 years, maybe 9.
What makes you feel like there's a line to a rapper?
It just seemed to be very coincidental with the timing of things that are going on.
That's like.
Will you deliver the line for me 1 second? I don't want to do it injustice.
You use real life situations to create something that's entertaining without being specific. That's entertainment to me. Like if I had an issue, when have you known me to be indirect with an issue?
No, you're pretty direct.
Right, so if I had a problem with any artist, trust me, they would know. You see what I'm saying? When I take it and I write that, it's because a lot of people think that. And they're not saying it because they're cowardly people. You see what I'm saying? So when you write it and you put it there and you leave it and say, watch, let me watch and see what happens. And there's so much controversy around it, you didn't say anything. Then you go, see, they think that. They just won't say it to them because they're a bunch of punks.
You dropped the line for me, that line that starts off with about having the best lawyers.
I got the best lawyers money can buy. They said it would have got me 10 or maybe 9. I said, well, how do you explain how homie breathes? So to keep your mouth shut or you eat the cheese. You so tough.
Are you telling me that's not directed at a specific rapper?
Well, I can't. Well, my intentions, if I have a problem, you know, my MO, and I would just say something. You know, so it's not really directed at him. It's me taking real life situations that these things are relevant to hip hop. Period. You see what I'm saying? So I take it and I make something that's interesting enough for people to sink their teeth into, and then I move forward. If you have beef, then we make it beef.
Can you understand? Well, you know me, I'm direct too. Yeah. Is that line about T.I.?
Absolutely, for the public to decide.
Now here's where it gets even wilder. T.I. was already a convicted felon, meaning he legally couldn't even touch those weapons. But after pleading guilty, the sentence was shockingly soft. 1 year of house arrest, 1,500 hours of community service, and some vague prison time. That's when 50 stepped in loud and clear, putting the whole situation on blast through his music, and the streets ate it up. You So Tough wasn't just a diss track, it was a warning shot. 50 pointed out that even with the best lawyers in the game, anybody facing charges like T.I.'s should have been staring down at least 9 to 10 years behind bars. But somehow, Tip slid right past all that heat with a deal that looked way too good to be true. So naturally, 50 started throwing shade, implying that maybe, just maybe, T.I. had to trade something in to get that sweet sentence. Not long after the track dropped, 50 was asked in an interview if he was talking about T.I. He played it smooth, saying it was up to the public to figure it out, but come on. Anyone reading between the lines could tell exactly who he meant. 50 didn't have to name names, everybody had already done the math.
How are you dealing with when, like, the 50 cents are coming at you?
Well, I mean, honestly, man, like, to be perfectly honest with you, man, I gotta deal with each situation as how it come out of the person's mouth. You can misinterpret songs, lyrics, you know what I'm saying? When you're being interviewed and someone asks you, how do you feel about this? I gotta take that. I gotta take your verbal rather than listen to your lyrics and jump to a conclusion. And when I heard him speaking on it, he said he wasn't talking about me, you know what I'm saying? And me and 50 always had a decent rapport, you know. It wasn't never nothing negative. So, and like he said this in conversation. At the same time, he said, man, he's never had a problem with saying people's names when he's speaking on them. And like that's not like 50. If he going at somebody, he usually say their name and make it known. It's usually not ever whether or not. You know what I'm saying? And so I think that it's just unnecessary to jump to a conclusion and, you know, create an issue where there is none.
Around that time, Tip was asked about the track too, and surprisingly, he didn't go off. He actually acted like he was willing to give 50 the benefit of the doubt. But let's be real, T.I. couldn't clap back too hard. The feds were still watching him, and he knew better than to stir up even more trouble while he was already under their radar. But of course, drama like this never stays buried. Fast forward to 2020, T.I.'s Crime Stoppers video came back from the grave right when the internet was roasting Tekashi 6991 for his snitching during that racketeering mess. And guess who couldn't resist poking the bear? 50 jumped on social media and posted, "This the first song I'ma play, You So Tough." And just to twist the knife, he dropped the video and the track clip in the same post. Did T.I. stay quiet? Nope. He clapped back fast, and the old feud sparked right back up. T.I. didn't waste a second. He jumped straight into the comments to shut it all down. He flat out denied ever snitching, saying he never helped the cops lock anybody up. But Tip wasn't just clearing his name as he tossed some shade right back at 50, hinting that maybe 50 had some skeletons of his own buried deep.
Fuck you in your life, nigga. You see a snitch, nigga, slap him when you see him, knock his nose off. So, nigga, next time I'm out, instead of asking for a picture like a little hoe-ass nigga, come on, knock my motherfucking nose out if you think I'm a snitch, nigga. Nigga, come on, nigga, quit smiling in my face trying to get in my fucking section. Nigga, fuck, nigga. Don't motherfucking play with me, nigga. Who the fuck you think you talking to, nigga? Play with my motherfucking name, nigga. motherfucking king, nigga. And never gave no motherfucking information to get anybody in no motherfucking trouble now time with no police, nigga. If I am working with a police, it'll be to get him to shoot you, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? Nigga, don't play with me.
He clapped back with, "The video clip is cute, in poor taste, but cute. However, I prefer facts. I've never given any information to any form of law enforcement to get nobody no time for no crime. Ever. 50 Cent, can you say the same?" And oh, Tip wasn't done at all. He took 50's post and blasted it on his own Instagram with a fire caption, flipping the situation into another shot at a Versus battle. Tip wrote, "I'll take this as an acceptance of this catalog challenge. We got him. He bit the bait, set this ish up so I can finally shut this watermelon head invisible neck ninja up once and for all." Then he circled back to deny the snitch rumors again, writing, "As far as this clip goes, it's cute, old, outdated, and in poor taste. Much like your catalog, 50 Cent. Oof." But Tip wasn't just throwing jokes, he brought in some heat. He said, "I've never given any information to any form of law enforcement at any time in my life to get anybody time for any crime." Then he dropped this. "Supreme told me to ask 50 Cent if he can say the same." Mic drop. And finally, T.I. sealed it with one last knockout punch. "Let's set this date. Pick your songs off that one hot album you got, and let's lay your little overrated, outdated, steroid-inflated catalog to rest. R.I.P. to 50 Cent's catalog. I seen you bully all them NY ninjas for years. We not the same, King." That's what T.I. fired back with, right after 50 Cent's shots started hitting a little too close to home. He even threw in the hashtag, #bring me the bully. Yeah, 50 definitely struck a nerve because Tip couldn't let it go. Still trying to clear his name from those lingering snitching whispers, T.I. jumped right back on Instagram, this time going live with comedian Kelly K-Dub Walker. And once again, the focus was all on denying those rumors and defending his rep. Then, a week later, 50 finally decided to fire back, classic 50 style. He reposted a clip from T.I.'s interview on IG, though he later deleted it and had plenty to say. "This was a week ago. This ninja was backstage telling me about some comedy show he working on. I don't like all this kind of ish. Wouldn't be a good idea to come around me again. Respectfully, stay away from me." And just when you thought it couldn't get messier, it did. The tension hit a new level after the tragic death of King Von. T.I. posted a message aimed at stopping the violence in Atlanta just days after Von and two others were shot and killed in the city on November 6th, 2020. Tip wrote, "Atlanta is a beautiful, progressive city filled with black excellence. We uplift each other and win together. Stop coming here to kill each other. That ish is played out." He even captioned it.
Let's talk about the shit we talk about, nigga. We be sitting at the trap museum and shit. Fuck that. We don't count. Fuck it.
I don't even know. I don't know what you're talking about.
I said, how you feel when them New York niggas and shit like 50 and all them niggas be trying to do all of those?
I'ma tell you something. When you're fighting a man with no arms, expect to get kicked. Niggas do what they can. Niggas do what they can. Niggas go with whatever they can to hurt you. Whatever they feel will hurt you. What they don't know is, I don't give a fuck. I am at peace with myself. I know who I am. I know what I've done. I know what I haven't done. I ain't got nothing to be ashamed of. I walk around them motherfucker with my head up, with my chest out. I be by myself most of the time. I don't.
Handle your beefs in your city. Thanks in advance. King, but that post, it didn't land right. People saw it as shade, and 50, he didn't let it slide. 50 jumped in quick, sharing an Instagram story from King Von's sister, Kayla, who was clearly not feeling Tip's message. She asked 50 to step in and help the family, turning up the heat once again on their long-standing feud. Kayla came through swinging. She posted, "And these are facts. That same energy he always got for jumping in other people's business, he need to put that into making things right with his own daughter. No way is my brother," and then she hit 50 up directly. 50 Cent, get on his aid. That post got 50's attention fast. He wasted no time responding, and this time his words were deadly serious. He addressed T.I. directly. "You gotta chill, you bugging for even saying anything. There's casualties involved. This is real life. I don't know what you was thinking, but rethink it. They hurting right now. That boy was their way out, and I bet you don't even realize they might kill you over what you just said. What hood you from again? Come on, man. It's quiet time now." T.I. actually laid low for a minute after that, real quiet, but come on. We all knew he wouldn't stay silent forever. Then came the Hollywood rumors. Word on the street was that T.I. was this close to locking down a role in 50's Power series. But allegedly, he lost it because he couldn't stop taking jabs at 50. Of course, Tip denied the whole thing, saying his beef had nothing to do with losing the role. But let's be real, 50's known for being petty with precision, and he's not the type to forget a grudge. Right now, things seem calm. 50 hasn't blasted T.I. on social media lately the way he's come for others, but don't get it twisted, he moves in silence. If that Diddy documentary really drops soon, don't be shocked if T.I.'s name shows up with receipts attached. So what do you think? Is there truth to Clem's claims that T.I. was out here throwing his own freak-offs? And just how close was he to Diddy back in the day? Drop your take in the comments. We want all the smoke. If you're loving this drama, make sure to like, subscribe, and share with your crew. Hit that bell so you don't miss the next drop, and let us know what scandal you want us to expose next. See you in the next one.
You're probably gonna kill me tonight, so if I do wind up on the news on TMZ, I was found dead. Being a celebrity sometimes comes with, like, everybody wants to be successful and a celebrity and stuff like that, but it comes with, you know, bullshit sometimes. And
get it out of their head. They can't get it out of their head. The things that they did, no matter how they did it, whether they were drunk or high or whatever, you gave up your man card. You need therapy. And that's the thing that hurts them the most, and so they end up on.
Terrence Howard just shook the table with a wild revelation. He claims 50 Cent tried to step in and stop Breezy Gray from falling into Diddy's wild behind-the-scenes lifestyle. Everyone assumed Breezy just dipped out of the spotlight after Empire wrapped up. But Terrence says that exit wasn't just about bad choices or mental health struggles. Nope, it goes way deeper. And it all starts with who was involved.
But my man Charlie Mack, so Charlie was with me every step of the way. First out the limo, so Charlie has been with me, 30 years coming up in the business. So, he's surrounded by a whole lot of strength. He's surrounded by a whole lot of love. And all he has to do is add discipline, and he gonna be all right.
It's like Uncle Will,
We're talking major names, Diddy, Will Smith, and a tight-knit crew of industry power players with way too much influence. When Breezy Gray, also known as Yaz the Greatest, landed the role of Hakeem Lion, it was a Cinderella story, straight from performing in the streets of Philly to rubbing shoulders with A-listers in Hollywood. But nobody tells young stars what really goes down once you hit it big, especially when you're that fresh, that unprotected, and surrounded by wolves. He was barely out of high school and suddenly linked up with industry heavyweights like Lee Daniels, Will Smith, and Charlie Mack. On the surface, it looked like a dream come true. But behind the scenes?
Yeah. They're both bisexual, they do weird things in their house, and young men have left their house screaming to get away from them in their mentorship. Meek Mills. Bashir Gray. Left that house screaming. August the only one that stayed, and I guess he was really sick. He needed a dog.
Word is, Breezy was being passed around powerful circles like some kind of prize. And Jaguar Wright, she's been sounding the alarm for years. According to her, Breezy wasn't just cast aside. He was taken advantage of and left out to dry. She even dropped a chilling claim.
I say, Andy, I'm talking about Bashir's mom. I'm gonna kick you in your and I'm gonna go to work North Philly style. Kill. And Charlie, you happy now? He's a gay star. Are you happy now, Andy? For a book that didn't sell? I hope that new husband of yours leaves you.
Breezy allegedly ran out of Will's house in total panic after one disturbing, off-the-record incident. Jaguar said it straight up. He ran out screaming after a traumatic encounter. She didn't hold back. Jaguar Wright claims Will and Diddy got close to Breezy way too early.
Came to me and begged me for my help. I told her to get the away from Charlie. I did everything that I could do to get Bashir, to help her get Bashir out of California into Chicago safe to be ready for filming. She knew she knew what Will did to him. But because of Charlie, see? And Charlie had promised her all kinds of things. And all she had to do was pretend to be a broken down single mom who worked her way up through the ghetto and raised a superstar for television, when the truth is, she wasn't nothing but a dealer's. That's all she ever was.
And what's even more disturbing, she says his own mother allegedly knew about it and chose to look the other way. While she played the role of a struggling single mom on camera, behind the scenes, her son was allegedly being groomed for things no young man should ever have to face in this industry. It's the kind of thing that makes you question everything. And once Empire ended, so did the shield that fame used to provide. The spotlight faded, the endorsements dried up, the media flipped the script. He wasn't a rising star anymore, he was just another name getting buried under scandal.
That talent, and she let Charlie tune that boy up on coke, knowing that he was bipolar and had ADHD. What kind of mother would do that to her son? Turn him into a prostitute so you could pretend to be something more than what you are, which is nothing more than a filly.
But here's where things really take a dark turn. According to Jaguar, they didn't just use him, they trapped him. She claims they pulled him deeper into the shadows of the entertainment world, and here's the jaw dropper. She says there's a tape, not just a rumor, a full-on recording. And according to Jaguar, this tape isn't lost or forgotten. She says it's active leverage, allegedly being used as blackmail to keep Breezy quiet.
Trying to suck him out so he'll feel too embarrassed to file his lawsuit against Diddy for what Will and Diddy did to him. With Jaden and Justin present, that tape exists.
Okay.
I really hope none of that baby oil was used on those kids. That would just be in bad taste. Baby oil on babies.
Think about that. If that tape actually exists, and at this point it's not hard to believe, it could blow a hole through the industry. We're not just talking about a scandal anymore. This could be Hollywood apocalypse level if it ever went public. But instead of talking about his talent, the headlines shifted. Suddenly it was about Breezy unraveling. And in 2020, the story hit a whole new low. News broke that he was arrested after a disturbing domestic incident involving his wife. When the news broke, people were shocked, not just by what happened, but by the fact that Breezy was even married. Nobody knew, but the real jaw dropper, the details were straight up disturbing.
I was at my friend's house playing football.
But Gray's wife says she knows exactly why Gray claimed Mark carried out the crime.
His wife ran to a stranger's home in total panic, begging for help, saying she'd been attacked for hours. She reportedly blacked out from the injuries, and all of it allegedly started after she confronted him about cheating. But here's the twist. Breezy isn't staying quiet anymore. Word is he's been telling close circles that what happened wasn't just a meltdown or some reckless behavior. He claims it's all connected. Back to Will and Diddy, back to the things they allegedly exposed him to, the situations he says they forced him into, and then left him stranded when he tried to break free.
I just love what I do, but what I do, it comes with a lot of bullshit, for real. You know, everybody knows your government name. No, not 30, I mean, a couple people knowing your government name is cool, but when motherfuckers, like 30 billion people know your government name, anybody can do anything. It's just like, I'm not normal no more. It's a gift and a curse.
Breezy only served 10 days in county jail after that domestic case, but the fallout was massive. Not just legally, it hit him mentally, emotionally, and career-wise. His whole image shattered. The industry went silent. And the man who once had all eyes on him, now he was just another cautionary tale.
Did you ever have the opportunity where you got invited and you said no to it?
Hell yeah.
What was the consequences when you said no?
Puffy invited me for weeks, asking me to come and teach him how to, wanted me to be his acting coach for a while.
But in the background, there's been one rumor that won't go away. What if Breezy didn't just fall? What if he was pushed? The timeline is loud. His trauma reportedly started right after Will and Diddy stepped into his life. They came in wearing the mask of mentorship. But these days, mentorship has a whole different meaning.
Go there and he's sitting around just looking. I'm like, okay, what's the material you want to work on? He's just looking at me.
Behind the scenes, it's being whispered that mentorship in this circle really meant freaky sessions in disguise. Power moves, secret pressure, and now people are connecting the dots. Behind Breezy's breakdown, there's a growing theory that he didn't just lose control, he was caught in a full-blown system of manipulation that used him up and tossed him aside like trash.
Next thing you know, okay, hey, will you help me? I want to hear your music. So I come over there and I play the music. And he's sitting there, just looking at him, like waiting. Okay. So then my assistant was like, you know, he wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to. That's what my assistant said. And I was like, oh.
Let's be real. Rumors about Diddy and Will Smith being on the low have been floating around for years. But whether it's true or not, that's not even the focus anymore. What is raising eyebrows is how multiple people are now stepping up and saying these two industry giants allegedly use their fame to pull young male artists into situations that are straight up shady, and sometimes worse. And now it gets wild.
I get it. So now no more communication. Now you know to be hands off with somebody.
Terrence Howard is finally breaking his silence, and he's not holding back. During a jaw-dropping sit-down with Patrick Bet-David, Terrence dropped a serious name bomb, Diddy. He claims Diddy was trying to reel him into the same kind of questionable circle. According to Terrence, Diddy wouldn't stop inviting him again and again. It got weird real fast.
Producers coming to make the approach, and you threaten to punch them in the mouth, or threaten to knock their head off for talking to you like, or looking at you like you're a woman. You know, when you approach a real man about his masculinity, you're going to get a real reaction back. It's a difference when a guy walks in a room and when a man walks into a room. And a man don't take the same things that a guy will accept. So always be the man in the room. And that's always been my whole thing.
Terrence eventually gave in once, and that's when he felt it. He says the whole vibe was off. Something deep in his gut said, nah, this ain't right. And just like that, Terrence cut all ties, ghosted Diddy completely. But that wasn't a one-off. Terrence says multiple execs in Hollywood have approached him sideways over the years, trying to drag him into the same mess. And he made it clear, this is one line he'll never cross. He even opened up about the emotional scars this stuff leaves behind, and how it changes how you see the industry forever.
I don't bend over in that way. I don't compromise. I don't play gay roles. I don't kiss a man. I don't do that because the man card means everything.
A lot of men in this industry give up their dignity chasing fame, but once it's gone, they can't cope. That pain, it cuts deep. And when Terrence said that, it hit hard. Especially when you think back to those uncomfortable old clips of Justin Bieber clearly trying to dodge Diddy at events. That boy looked shook, and the rumors? They've only gotten louder. Whispers say Bieber might have been caught up in one of those infamous freak-off tapes when he was still a minor. There's no official confirmation, but federal documents do mention a young male pop star caught in questionable situations. And let's be honest, the puzzle pieces, they're lining up way too neatly.
Bieber's struggling with that. You see some of these guys struggling with that.
They can't get it out of their head. They can't get it out of their head. The things that they did, no matter how they did it, whether they were drunk or high or whatever, you gave up your man card. You need therapy. And that's the thing that hurts them the most. And so they end up every way to try and get rid of any principles there are. And that's what the business does. And the women that trade their bodies to go and get the role, they get to the point where they have their Oscar, they have their money, but they don't have their dream. They don't have the soul that they started with.
Now, swing it back to Breezy Gray. Behind the scenes, insiders say 50 Cent saw the signs. He'd been watching Diddy's wild parties from afar for years, and he made it clear he never showed up because he knew what kind of energy was in the room. And when Breezy started spiraling, 50 allegedly tried to intervene through Terrence, tried to rescue him before it was too late. But by then, Breezy was already in too deep. And whatever he witnessed behind those closed doors, it changed him. This wasn't just about bad press or broken dreams, it was real trauma. And now, that clean-cut image of Hakeem Lyon is gone for good, because Breezy, Yaz the Greatest, just made his comeback in the most unexpected place, the OnlyFans scene.
Because he didn't have no choice. You was down by all. Hey. I'm sorry. The Bashir conversation for me is not easy. Because I came to Belial and I asked Belial to help me save the kids, and all he was worried about was his book.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
Nobody care about these kids. Don't nobody care about these kids.
Yup, he's out here doing bold photo shoots with a known OEV creator, fully embracing a new identity far from the Hollywood spotlight. And now, The internet is in full meltdown. Let's keep it real. We've seen the gay baiting tactics in play for a minute now. Remember when Breezy started flooding socials with thirst traps right before launching his OnlyFans? That wasn't just a felt cute moment. That was strategy, plain and simple, but now he's turned that bait into a whole fishing tournament. With his latest content drop, Breezy didn't just dip his toes in, he dived in head first. The poses? Intimate isn't even the word, he's laying it all out. So now the question is Breezy just experimenting? Or are we watching a full-on rebrand unfold in real time? Now let's spin it back to Terrence Howard, because this man is not new to the game, and definitely not out here chasing clout. He's seasoned, sharp, and clearly tired of the nonsense. He's been speaking up lately, and what he's saying is explosive. Terrence says he lost out on big roles and fat checks simply because he refused to play Hollywood's twisted games. No dresses, no shady deals, no weird power plays. And when Diddy tried to ease in with the usual invite routine, Terrence didn't flinch. He wasn't approached once, he was approached multiple times. And one of those producers nearly caught hands for crossing the line.
My car, don't you ever forget, you're in my car. No, but you're okay. Okay, I'll be quiet. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. Babe, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Babe, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am sorry.
Terrence made it crystal clear. Talk sideways to a grown man, and you better be ready for consequences. He's even suggested there's a deeper agenda in Hollywood, an effort to emasculate black men in the spotlight. In this game, the second you say no, they slap the difficult label on you, and boom, you're blackballed. Sound familiar? That's exactly what went down with Terrence Howard. And now it's looking like Breezy Gray faced the same machine. And here's where things get wild. 50 Cent is cooking up a documentary called Did He Do It? Word on the street, he's already tapped Terrence Howard to be part of the expose. These two go way back.
Gonna kill me tonight, so if I do wind up on the news on TMZ, I was found dead. It was the Down syndrome girl. It was the Down syndrome girl. And I can hear somebody laughing right now. I can really hear somebody laughing their fucking brains out their fucking brains. This is not the funny. Because when she come back in this car, you know the motherfuckers are stronger than regular people. I got a new porno up on my asshole. You can see my... I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what to do.
When Terrence spoke out about getting scammed out of his Hustle and Flow royalties, 50 was right there backing him up. He even offered to help both Terrence and Taraji P. Henson fight for what they were owed through G-Unit Films. But this time, the stakes are sky high. Insiders say Breezy might have already talked to 50 before the whole spiral hit the public eye. He may have even dropped some serious details, but he didn't go public. He was terrified. And let's be real, he had every reason to be. Sources close to him say Breezy saw the truth behind that whole mentorship front. He wanted out. He tried to break away from Diddy and Will, but instead of letting him walk, they allegedly blackballed him hard. So what did Breezy do next? Word is he started preparing a $50 million lawsuit. Yup, allegedly, he was ready to expose everything. Claims that Diddy and Will used their influence to sabotage his career and spread lies about him to shut him down before he could speak out. One anonymous blind item even predicted it, saying the next male victim was about to step forward and the mogul involved, Diddy. But let's be clear, this story isn't just about wild parties or behind-the-scenes secrets. It's about control, power, and what happens when someone tries to break free from it. And when people started digging through Breezy's online behavior, it became painfully obvious this man wasn't just fading away, he was crumbling. And from there, things only got darker. And if you think Breezy's story is a one-off, think again. His name might have hit the headlines, but behind the curtain, whispers are growing louder. Jay-Z, Rick Ross, Meek Mill, DJ Khaled, The Game, Machine Gun Kelly, all of them have been spotted at Diddy's infamous parties. The pictures are out there, but now, total silence. Not a word, not a peep, except from 50 Cent, because you already know his level of petty is Hall of Fame status. And guess what? Netflix just greenlit Did He Do It? Component placement, the docuseries that could blow the lid off the entire game. And if Terrence Howard signs on, we're talking fireworks. Think footage, leaked audio, broken NDAs, and raw confessions. Secrets that could shake the industry at its core. But that's just the tip of it. Diddy's longtime right-hand man, Stevie J, is already being named in lawsuits. Producer Lil Rod alleges Diddy bragged about messing with him. Then there's Jonathan Oddie, a former insider who dropped some explosive claims. He says Rick Ross, DJ Khaled, and MGK were regulars at Diddy's infamous events and even claimed he caught an STD from Diddy himself. Oh, and that Ross was sent to threaten him into staying quiet. At this point, it's bigger than Diddy. This is a Hollywood crisis that's been hiding in plain sight. And Terrence, he's made it clear. 50 Cent saw through the smoke and tried to rescue Breezy before the machine swallowed him whole. A machine that's been chewing up and spitting out young black talent for decades. So now we're left asking, who's next? What's really inside that Netflix doc that has everyone shook? And why are so many powerful voices suddenly going ghost? We want to hear what you think. Is Breezy truly a victim in a much larger game? And is 50 Cent the only one out here trying to protect the next generation? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Like, subscribe, share this video with someone who needs to see it, and trust us, you don't want to miss the next one. We're only scratching the surface, and what's coming next might just break the internet. See you in the next one.
And whether it's the money, the promises, or whatever, it gets them.
How you feel about these rumors surrounding, Diddy and TD Jakes?
Man, what I think about it is this, when I grew up in the church, the sinners was not supposed to have the same atmosphere with the saints. You have to be able to separate the two. So I'm looking at him as a saint going to a party that ain't nothing but sin, drinking, maybe fornication, man on man, woman on woman, he on she.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up?
That dude was possessed with some kind of demon, man. He was possessed with some kind of demon. Want to be in all this red, this dark rooms with the music blasting. It had to be a certain temperature. A certain type of music for the vibration they were saying. Come on, bro.
You better buckle up for this one. When Gene Deal speaks, it ain't just talk. It's straight up insider knowledge from the heart of hip-hop's most guarded empire. Gene wasn't no ordinary bodyguard. As Puff Daddy's personal protector, he had a front row seat to every wild party, every closed-door meeting, every whispered secret. He didn't just witness history, he was standing right next to it. And now, Gene is pulling the curtains all the way back on something nobody saw coming. The real reason Bishop T.D. Jakes suddenly dipped out from his pulpit. On the surface, Jakes' resignation looked peaceful, like a respected man of faith gracefully bowing out. But Gene? He's saying it was anything but that. He claims this wasn't just some preacher retiring, it was a strategic move to distance himself from a storm that's got Diddy's name written all over it.
Maybe that'll save some souls. I know he got a contract with Revolt, so I'm just like, it's just real strange that he would be found at any kind of Diddy party or any kind of place with Diddy unless it's in a business atmosphere. So now what he's doing is he's making, he making the Christians look real bad right about now.
And you've been to these parties, right?
Oh yeah, I was there when he was doing the white parties in the Hamptons and the whole 9 yards. So I know what goes on at the parties. If, they probably got a little bit more freakier, as time went on, because they got to the point whereas that they didn't even care.
Diddy and Jakes weren't just passing acquaintances, they were locked in. The two of them showed up together at events, cheered each other on, and formed a suspiciously tight bond that had both the gospel world and the industry crowd side-eyeing the whole situation. What really went down behind closed doors? That part's been hush-hush until now. Gene Deal just dropped a major hint that the connection between Diddy and Bishop T.D. Jakes wasn't all about church sermons and holy handshakes. Nope, Gene's saying there was something deeper and dirtier, stuff that couldn't stay buried forever. Let's get one thing clear. Gene ain't out here chasing clout. This man has been carrying secrets heavier than most could handle. From the bloody East Coast versus West Coast beef to the nastiest backroom dealings in the industry, Gene's been sitting on receipts for decades, and now he's finally piecing things together, pieces that certain powerful folks do not want stitched up. Diddy wasn't just famous, he was dangerous, smart, seductive, the type of dude who'd walk into a room and instantly flip the vibe. People wanted to be around him, just being near him felt like a come up. But behind those diamond watches and million-dollar grins, something always felt off. Gene is saying the people around Diddy weren't there by accident. Some got paid straight up, some got drawn in with shiny dreams, a big record deal, a flashy car, a spotlight moment, and others. Some folks didn't stick around Diddy out of loyalty, they stayed out of fear because once he had dirt on you, it was game over. Say no to Diddy? That could cost you your name, your career, your whole life. And when it came to T.D. Jakes, Gene's making it clear, this wasn't some casual spiritual bond. Nah, Jakes wasn't there for Bible study. He wasn't there to heal lost souls. He was in those rooms for another reason entirely, to join in. Over the years, footage and insider sources have caught Jakes in places that had nothing to do with ministry. No crosses, no choirs, no prayer circles, just velvet ropes, VIP lounges, and scenes that would make his Sunday congregation fall silent. Diddy didn't just give him access, he opened the entire vault. Money, influence, connections, and Jakes didn't flinch. He welcomed it. This wasn't just a blessed friendship, it was a full-blown partnership. Jakes, the same man who preached fire and brimstone about sin and salvation, was deep in the mix with a man known for bending every rule in the book. It wasn't about saving souls, it was about sharing power. Jakes wasn't some clueless preacher caught in the storm. He wanted in, and when things got dark, when those parties went off the rails, he didn't speak up, he looked the other way. Because Diddy didn't just give him opportunities, he gave him everything. Jakes didn't just gain from his connection to Diddy, he gave something too, his silence, his presence, his reputation. That name carried weight, and he let it be used to give credibility to something dark. Because once you're that close to the fire, you can't act like you didn't feel the heat.
It used to be secretly, where people used to go to, separate rooms and different rooms, and they wasn't doing that out in the public, but now they don't care. Men kissing men and all this other that's crazy.
T.D. Jakes knew what was going on, and according to Gene Deal, he didn't just ignore it, he endorsed it. Gene didn't tiptoe around it either. He named names, loud and clear. In a bombshell statement, he pointed the finger directly at Jakes, not as some clueless bystander, but as a man who was in the mix, all the way. Not lost, not confused, but participating in a side of Diddy's world that was way more sinister than anyone imagined. Gene said those parties weren't just celebrity turn-ups, they were dark, sinister, straight-up evil. Behind the flashy lights and big names was a twisted underworld where manipulation ruled. Vulnerable girls, some reportedly young, were being used, passed around like props. Nobody was looking out for them, nobody was protecting them. Gene described the energy as suffocating, like a thick spiritual fog just hanging over every room. Gene says plain and simple, T.D. Jakes was right there in those same rooms. The same man who built a global empire off preaching holiness, truth, and leadership was shoulder to shoulder with one of the most infamous and allegedly dangerous power players in hip-hop. And Gene, he didn't hold back one bit. He straight up said Jakes knew. He wasn't blind to it. He wasn't tricked. He saw it with his own eyes. He felt the energy in those rooms, the manipulation, the control, the brokenness. And instead of walking away, he stayed. He made a choice to stay wrapped up in the filth, while women were being damaged and discarded like they were nothing. According to Gene, it went even deeper. Jakes wasn't just attending, he was allegedly working with Diddy. That hit different. For Gene, this wasn't just disappointing, this was betrayal on every level. A betrayal of his faith, a betrayal of the people who looked up to him, but worst of all, a betrayal of every single woman who got caught in that mess, while the powerful men with pulpits and platforms sat quiet, collected their rewards, and said nothing. Because if T.D. Jakes really was the man he preached about being every Sunday, he wouldn't have been there in the first place. But hold up, why would one of the most powerful pastors in America suddenly walk away from the spotlight? If Gene Deal is really spilling the truth, then Jakes' exit might have everything to do with Diddy, and a whole lot that the public was never supposed to find out. See, for anyone who's been snoozing or ignoring the headlines, T.D. Jakes' name didn't just float into the drama, it landed with force. The same man once seen as a spiritual icon, leading thousands at the Potter's house, commanding respect around the world, wasn't just preaching anymore. He was officially tied to the legal firestorm surrounding Sean Diddy Combs. No longer a sideline spectator, Jakes got pulled straight in when his name surfaced in a federal lawsuit. Yeah, federal. This wasn't some messy rumor on a blog. This was a legit legal filing with teeth. And guess who brought it forward? Not just some random internet troll, it came from a music producer who had worked closely with Diddy himself. According to the lawsuit, Diddy wasn't just spiraling, he was strategizing. The complaint claimed he was trying to weaponize his relationship with Bishop T.D. Jakes as a protective shield. Why? Because after Cassie Ventura dropped that bombshell lawsuit, Diddy needed someone in his corner with a clean image, spotless reputation, and major influence. And who better than America's pastor? See, Cassie's lawsuit wasn't light, it was explosive. She exposed years of disturbing behavior, accusing Diddy of everything from violent control to psychological torment. Her claims cracked the industry open, dragging the darkest secrets out from under the rug. So when the heat turned up, Diddy allegedly didn't just go into defense mode, he got calculated. He knew public trust was crumbling. He needed a symbol of integrity, someone untouchable. That's where Jakes came in. Whether it was about clout, access to devoted believers, or just optics, Diddy allegedly leaned hard on Jakes to help him survive the storm. But not everyone was buying it.
If he's going, well, we know he's going to the Diddy party, and I know that it's, I know what usually happens at the Diddy party, or what we told us happened at the Diddy parties. Maybe he needs to see it for himself, man. Maybe he needs to go there and really be involved in some things that could help save some individuals while they going to those parties. Or maybe he just going to, man, it's hard to even talk about. Why would you find a religious man, you know, when you know that the saints supposed to separate themselves from the sinners? And why would a religious man like himself be at a party which ain't nothing but sin that's going on, bro? Whether it's drinking, maybe fornicating, maybe, like I said, men on men, women on women. It's hard to put in perspective unless he's involving himself what is actually going on at the parties.
Diddy's legal team fired back fast, calling the federal raids on his properties over the top and theatrical. While the public was busy reacting to headlines and press statements, something way more sinister was happening behind the scenes. A picture started forming, not just of Diddy's alleged crimes, but of alliances, secret deals, and desperate moves to protect powerful reputations. What started as one man's scandal had turned into a whole network, and TD Jakes, whether he walked in willingly or got pulled in too deep, he was right in the middle of it. As lawsuits kept stacking and public outrage grew louder, the rumors about Jakes took a sharp turn. Out of nowhere, social media caught fire with whispers that shocked everyone. In December 2023, the Dallas Morning News reported on a growing swirl of unverified claims, accusations that TD Jakes had attended and allegedly hosted one of Diddy's infamous private events. Now, to be clear, no solid proof came out, no photos, no confirmations, just online smoke. But when your name's as massive as Bishop Jakes's, even whispers can set the whole internet ablaze. And Jakes, he didn't drop a statement or sit for an interview, he took it straight to the pulpit. On Christmas Eve at the Potter's house with cameras rolling and his entire congregation watching, he addressed the rumors in front of the people who trusted him most. He didn't sugarcoat a thing. Standing in front of thousands, TD Jakes looked the rumors in the eye and said, "The worst that could happen if everything was true, all I got to do is repent, sincerely from my heart." Then he doubled down with, "There's enough power in the blood to cover all kinds of sin. I don't care what it is, the blood would fix it. But I ain't got to repent about this." That hit hard. It was part sermon, part defense, and it split the room. Some folks felt like Jakes was standing tall, proclaiming his innocence, but others, they caught something deeper. Like he knew how ugly those accusations were and just how close they'd gotten to the truth. Let's not forget, Jakes isn't just some small-town preacher. He's the founder of the Potter's House, a mega church he built from scratch back in 1996. What started as one church grew into a spiritual empire with over 30,000 members across Dallas, Fort Worth, Frisco, Denver, and even LA. His voice echoed in politics, media, and now, in the middle of a federal legal nightmare. That Christmas Eve service was supposed to be joyful, holy, full of peace. Instead, it turned into a moment of high-stakes damage control. A man of God standing on sacred ground trying to shake off the shadows of a celebrity world he might have been way too close to. Here's where things get even messier. TD Jakes and Diddy weren't just cool from a distance. They were tight, like years-deep friendship type tight. And there's plenty of receipts to prove it. Photos, videos, red carpet moments, stage appearances, you name it. These two were often seen laughing, praying, hugging, locked in like brothers from different worlds. This wasn't no surface-level link-up. Their bond ran deep and it blurred the lines between faith, fame, and power. Back in 2021, their relationship hit another level when Jakes launched a whole sermon series on Revolt Media. Yeah, Diddy's network. That move shocked a lot of people. A legendary pastor delivering sermons on a platform better known for hip-hop vibes and cultural commentary than Sunday morning messages. It raised eyebrows everywhere, but it also showed how intertwined their worlds had become. One of the most influential preachers in the game stepping into a media space built by one of the most controversial figures in music. That wasn't coincidence, that was alignment. And now fast forward to today, and everything's changing. With lawsuits stacking and federal heat closing in, Diddy just sold off his last remaining stake in Revolt Media to an anonymous buyer. No big press run, no farewell. Just a quiet, clean exit from the company he once built to be his cultural legacy. The timing? Way too perfect to be a coincidence. With Diddy drowning in legal drama and names around him getting dragged into the mud, the heat isn't just on him anymore. The spotlight's now turning to everyone in his inner circle, and that includes TD Jakes, a man who's been linked to Diddy for years, both behind the scenes and right in front of the cameras. So now the world's asking, did that friendship cross a line it never should have? Was Jakes really just offering spiritual advice, or was he playing a bigger, more hidden role in something way darker? One thing's for sure, this isn't just about Diddy anymore. The scandal cracked wide open, and ever since, TD Jakes has been moving fast. He's gone full-on damage control mode, calling the accusations lies, brushing off the whispers, trying to put space between himself and the storm. He's out here trying to dodge every bullet before it hits. But here's the twist. The public ain't falling for it. The photos, the interviews, the shared stages, it's all still out there. People remember, and no amount of public statements or last-minute sermons can erase that history. What we're witnessing now? It's a man with everything to lose trying to rewrite the script before it's too late. But let's be real, the internet never forgets. In the streets, they're screaming louder than ever. Now Bishop TD Jakes is taking the fight to the courts. That's right, his legal team just filed a case in the Northern District of California targeting YouTube and its parent company Google. The mission? To unmask the identities of 4 creators behind channels accusing Jakes of attending Diddy's infamous parties and being tied to the darker corners of the entertainment world. And according to the court docs, these accounts are allegedly based in Pakistan, South Africa, the Philippines, and Kenya. Jakes' lawyers claim the videos are packed with AI-generated lies and go against YouTube's own terms. They're pressuring Google to drop the anonymity and reveal who's really behind those uploads. But not everybody's buying the fight for truth angle. In fact, plenty of folks see it as something else entirely, a desperate attempt to silence the noise, to shut down voices that are dragging old secrets back into the light. People are saying Jakes ain't trying to stop misinformation, he's trying to stop exposure. Because if even a fraction of what's being said turns out to be real, that could be the end game for the carefully crafted image he's built over decades. A fall from grace that would hit every level, spiritual, social, and global.
Really, man. But to get into this lawsuit, right, Cassie, she testified that Diddy will force male escorts to urinate in her mouth during freako.
My man, you know, that's a touchy and a difficult subject when you're a man and you have daughters. You understand? And that's why we as men need to play a prominent part in our daughters' lives, because you get men like this that's got this corrupt and devious minds that they don't respect womanhood. You understand? That's some nasty, perverted things that you want to have somebody urinate in the mouth of somebody who gonna be talking to you in your face, who gonna be kissing on you, who gonna be eating food with you. What kind of deviant and crazy mind you have to have somebody do that to somebody that you care about, you supposed to care about, that you supposed to love, man. You know, something is sick about that, brother. You can't tell me that that's some kind of fetish. You know what I'm saying? You know, he didn't outdid R. Kelly with that right there, bro, when I heard that. So that's an effed up subject and situation, man, to even imagine that you got somebody doing that to somebody that you supposed to care about and you supposed to be in a relationship with.
T.D. Jakes spent decades crafting his empire, powerful sermons, A-list connections, and a public image so spotless it practically gleamed. But now, all of that is hanging by a thread, and instead of confronting the accusations head-on, it looks like he's aiming at the platforms, not the truth. To a lot of folks watching this unfold, that's not a defense, that's a cover-up. And as Diddy's trial picks up steam, Jakes isn't standing tall in defiance. He's slowly stepping back, quiet, calculated, but not unnoticed. Just weeks after his name started swirling in lawsuits and messy accusations tied to Diddy's shadowy world, Bishop Jakes made a major announcement. He's stepping down from the leadership of the Potter's House, the church he built from nothing back in 1996. The timing, let's be real, and it's impossible to ignore. In an emotional Sunday sermon, Jakes stood in front of his congregation, choked up, holding back tears, and said it was time for the next chapter. The church's future, he said, would be led by his daughter, Sarah Jakes Roberts, and her husband, Toure Roberts. He framed it as a legacy moment, spiritual, intentional, and long overdue. This is legacy, he said, his voice cracking. Not because they're kin, but because they're the kind. He stood there on stage, holding back tears, urging the congregation to welcome Sarah and Toure with open arms, talking like the whole transition was divinely orchestrated, like it was always the plan. But outside those church walls, people were seeing right through it. To many, this wasn't a legacy move. It was an escape plan, a clean retreat right when the noise around his name was getting too loud to ignore. And some folks don't just want him gone, they want him on that stand. One person on X posted, "Wasn't this guy Diddy's bodyguard? Maybe that priest needs to be questioned in the trial." The streets are connecting dots and they're not staying quiet. This wasn't a peaceful pass of the torch. It felt like Jakes was dodging the blast. Because when your name gets linked to wild parties, disturbing lawsuits, and allegations that completely contradict everything you've preached for decades, stepping down ain't about legacy. It's about getting out before the collapse. Sure, some are hyping up Sarah and Toure as the future of the Potter's House, calling it a new beginning. But there's a heavy shadow looming over this so-called transition. People are whispering, did he really step down for legacy, or did he step down to run from the fallout? Now that T.D. Jakes has officially exited stage left, the conversation has shifted. The sermons don't match the headlines. And the streets are saying this was anything but holy. And now, this whole thing is picking up serious speed. The narrative's shifting fast, and a lot of people don't believe for a second that T.D. Jakes stepped down because he was led by God, or just felt it was his time. Nah, they're saying he saw the storm brewing and got out before it could bury him. With Diddy's trial heating up and new disturbing details leaking every single week, the fear now is real that Jake's name is gonna pop back up, and this time with receipts. His long-standing relationship with Diddy, the footage of him at exclusive events, and all those whispers that never quite went away, they've got folks convinced he's way more tangled in this mess than he's letting on. And some are saying his resignation wasn't about legacy at all. It was about self-preservation. Because let's be real, if Jakes ends up officially tied to those allegations, if his name lands on court documents, lawsuit filings, or worse, gets pulled into evidence, that's not just a PR disaster. That's career-ending. It won't just be Twitter turning on him. It could be his own congregation. The very community he built could turn its back, because reputation and respect are the cornerstones of his empire. And if that crumbles, so does everything. A quiet exit, a strategic retreat, the kind that screams, let me step down before I get dragged down. Because when you know your name is circling federal court filings, potential witness lists, and possibly about to be exposed in viral clips tied to a growing scandal, leaving the pulpit doesn't look like peace. It looks like panic. When T.D. Jakes finally stood before his congregation and made the big announcement that he was stepping down from leading the Potter's House, there was no mention of Diddy, no mention of lawsuits, not even a hint at the storm brewing just outside those stained glass windows. Instead, he played a softer card, one that's harder to question, his health. Jakes told the crowd he'd recently suffered a health scare, something serious enough to force him to hit pause and reevaluate his priorities. He said the years of ministry had weighed heavy on his body, that an attack made him realize it was time to slow down, rest, and focus on his well-being. He painted the picture of a wise elder making a thoughtful, self-aware decision. And honestly, it sounded believable. He's 67, he's been on stages for decades, he's written best-selling books, preached around the globe, built a massive faith empire. From the outside looking in, it made sense. T.D. Jakes carried spiritual weight for thousands, no doubt. And yeah, it's easy to buy the idea that a man like that might just need to slow down. But if you really tune in, really listen, it starts sounding less like a health update and more like a distraction. Because let's keep it real, the timing doesn't lie. This so-called health awakening didn't hit him last year when his calendar was slammed with global events and book launches. He didn't talk about stepping away during the peaceful seasons. No, he made the announcement right after his name started creeping into the Diddy mess. Right after Gene Deal dropped those bombshells, right after social media started digging and old photos and footage started crawling back from the shadows, right after whispers turned into full-on accusations. And come on, people aren't stupid. They've seen this exact play before. Public figures don't always come clean when the heat hits. They don't stand at the mic and say, I'm scared of what's coming. Nah, they spin it, they soften the blow, they say, I need rest or I'm focusing on my health. It's the classic damage control script. Shift the narrative, play on sympathy, get people to feel sorry for you instead of suspicious of you. But here's the thing, the internet doesn't forget, and neither do the people who've been paying real attention. That health excuse might sound sweet in a Sunday sermon, but to the ones following every twist of this saga, it's clear. This ain't about rest, it's about reputation, it's about survival. It's about slipping out the back door before the real storm hits it, because once those lawsuits dig deeper, once names start dropping in court, once testimonies start filling in the blanks, TD Jakes does not want to be anywhere near the center of that fallout. He wants to vanish quietly, wrapped in sympathy, protected by a narrative of self-care and spiritual wisdom. But here's the cold truth. Walking away doesn't erase receipts. The truth doesn't disappear just because you turn off the mic and step out the spotlight. So now we gotta ask, what's really going on? What's still hiding in the shadows? And will Jake stay buried in peace? Or is his name about to get dragged right back into the fire? Let me know what you think in the comments. Is this a graceful exit or a strategic escape? If you're into uncovering the truth behind your favorite celebrities, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell so you never miss a drop. New uploads coming daily, and trust me, you won't want to miss what's coming next.
Did you hear anything about who found him, how he was found, or the 911 call or anything like that?
Yes.
Yeah?
And I can't talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here to get to the bottom of it, though, it sounds like.
We pretty much know what's going on, but, you know, all we want to do is just talk about the man, the musician.
What message do you have to Prince fans?
Just keep saying prayers for everyone, for the family. Yeah.
There was no sign of this. This is just...
You know, everyone gets sick once in a while. We don't know. We're going to find out.
Sheila E. was the last person Prince truly confided in. And now, word on the streets is she's finally letting the world know what Prince was really trying to protect us from, and why some folks believe Diddy didn't want him alive to do it. This ain't just about music rights or business deals gone wrong. Fans believe Prince was on the verge of exposing something way darker. We're talking about a hidden culture of control, manipulation, and rumored rituals that allegedly run deep in the industry. And guess whose name keeps creeping up in those same shady conversations? Yep, Diddy. Again, is it all a coincidence? Some people don't think so. Now here's where it gets wild.
The first Diddy party I went to was at Prince's house. So you want to go to Prince's house to the Diddy party where Tyrese is performing and Demi Moore and Ashton Kutcher are swinging on swings. That is what's happening on the other side of the wall. And so the one thing that makes this party different than a Jamie Foxx party or any other celebrity party that wrangles a bunch of young women or guys or whatever too, is that Diddy didn't let you bring your security in the party.
Sheila E., who's been quiet for years, is allegedly speaking out. And what she's saying is giving folks chills. She's claiming Prince was trying to protect us from something so heavy that most people wouldn't even believe it if they heard it. He was carrying a truth, a burden that the world just wasn't ready to face. Let's rewind real quick. Sheila E. first crossed paths with Prince back in 1977, during a concert where she was playing alongside her legendary father. But things started heating up years later, in 1984, when she signed with Warner Brothers and teamed up with Prince to work on her debut solo album, The Glamorous Life. Prince didn't just co-write it, he played on the hit title track too. Then came the Purple Rain era. Sheila E. hit the road as the opening act for Prince's iconic tour in 1984 and 1985, and fans were eating it up. Right after that, she joined Prince's inner circle by signing to his personal label, Paisley Park Records. But it didn't stop there.
You know, you were in a relationship with Prince. He even proposed to you. How did he do it?
It was during the Sign of the Times tour, and there are many songs that were like really emotional to me when we played, and Purple Rain was one of them. So playing that song and playing drums, I just love playing that song. And next thing I know, he's taking his solo, and as I opened my eyes, he was turning at the same time that I opened my eyes, and he's taking his solo and he turns to me and he said, "Will you marry me?"
Sheila became the musical director for Prince's Sign of the Times tour and the Love Sexy tour. She was deep in the creative mix, helping shape the sound, the stage, the vision. She even showed up in Prince's Sign of the Times concert film, lit up the stage with him at the Brit Awards, and later joined him on tour again in 2007. That's decades of loyalty and shared genius. But here's where things take a turn. Because while the music was magic, their bond went way beyond the studio and the stage. It wasn't just hits they were making. Sheila E. and Prince shared something real, something intimate. This right here is the moment fans still whisper about. During one unforgettable live performance, Prince looked across the stage, locked eyes with Sheila E., and mouthed two words that left her frozen. "Marry me." No script, no rehearsal, just raw emotion. That moment wasn't for the cameras, it was real. And yep, reports say they were even briefly engaged after that, but for reasons still unclear, they never made it down the aisle.
On December 31st, 1999, my publishing contract with Warner Chappell expired, thus emancipating the name I was given before birth, Prince, from all long-term restrictive documents.
Now, some folks claim that Sheila E. and Prince hadn't spoken for nearly 5 years before he passed in 2016. The story goes that their fallout had to do with her autobiography, The Beat of My Own Drum, where she opened up about their deep connection and personal moments, stuff Prince may not have wanted public. But what if that's not the real story? According to sources close to the situation, the two actually reconnected shortly before Prince's tragic death. And not only did they patch things up, Prince allegedly opened up to her about the industry's darkest secrets, and yes, that includes some shocking details involving Diddy.
I had searched deep within my heart and spirit, and I wanted to make a change and move to a new plateau in my life, and one of the ways in which I did that was to change my name. It sort of divorced me from the past and all the hang-ups that go along with it, as it's been well chronicled in deep dispute with my record label. And
which is Warner Brothers, right?
Yeah. We had some issues that were basically about ownership of the music and how often I was supposed to record and things like that. I really searched deep within to find out the answer to whether fame was most important to me or my spiritual well-being, and I chose the latter.
All right, here's the deal. Prince was never quiet when it came to calling out the industry's shadowy power players. He warned everybody about the ones who pulled strings behind the scenes, the ones who owned artists, controlled their image, and straight up silenced them when they got too bold. And let's be real, was Diddy one of those names in that conversation? Oh yeah, no doubt. Prince was obsessed with artists owning their work and getting what they deserved. No middlemen playing puppet master. He spoke up loudly about it, and you better believe it ruffled some feathers. Let's rewind to the beginning. Prince signed with Warner Music back in 1977 at just 18 years old. His early albums between 1978 and 1981 didn't blow up commercially, but Warner kept him on because he wasn't just some pop act. He was a musician's musician, the kind that gave their label a reputation for nurturing real talent. Then in 1982, just a year after MTV hit the scene, Prince leveled up. He dropped new music and finally hit the top 10 in the US, but it wasn't just about the sound. Prince understood the power of the music video. He wasn't just selling songs, he was building a myth, a movement, a visual legacy. After Prince had already made his mark as one of the most iconic artists in music history, he took a bold step. He created Paisley Park Records. At first it looked like a power move. The label was part funded by Warner and handled by them for distribution. But behind the scenes, Prince was already sounding the alarm, and his own label was playing him dirty. He started calling out how Warner was shortchanging him and using his success while keeping control of his money and music.
Well, it's not your game. You didn't make the rules, so everything comes hard. As long as you're signed to a contract, you're going to take a minority share of the winnings. A select few of us will do well. The majority will not. So as a people, we'll be considered a minority. But stop. Let's take a moment and look at yourselves. There's nothing minor about you. You are a blessed people. You're the most talented on earth, and you are still grateful. That is why upon winning in their game, you always thank God. Tonight I would like to ask one favor of you. Imagine what we'll all be like in our own game. Peace and love for one another.
And here's the plot twist. That same Warner Brothers, the one Prince was beefing with, they were also backing Diddy. Yep, Diddy had struck a major deal with Warner too, giving them a 50% stake in his Bad Boy Records empire. Warner wasn't just funding him, they were handling all the distribution of Bad Boy's music worldwide, from the digital platforms to the CDs on store shelves. Artists under the Bad Boy label included Mace, Mario Winans, the Notorious B.I.G., and Diddy himself. And when Diddy talked about the deal, he was bragging, saying it gave him the right financial backing, the right partners, and everything he needed to stay powerful in the game. And here's the wild part. In the same exact way Warner was treating Prince, that's how Diddy was treating his own artists over at Bad Boy Records. It's like the cycle just kept repeating. Only now he was the one in control. Take Lil Jerome, for example. When folks asked him if he chose to leave the label, his answer said it all. It was a mix of growing pains and the pressure of the music business. I had a nervous breakdown, and it was in Puffy's best interest to not keep the project. Translation, it wasn't his decision to leave. He got pushed out because things got tough, and it wasn't like he didn't have the music ready. Jerome said he had 13 tracks locked and loaded for an album, but after his breakdown, boom. Just like that, they dumped him. Then there's Carl Thomas. His story's just as cold. When his brother died, he stepped away to grieve, like any human would. But what did Diddy do? He waited 1 week, then called up asking when Carl was coming back to the studio, because he had some hits for him. No sympathy, no pause, just business.
So basically, we only get the amounts due since Sony bought our catalog.
Okay.
So streaming, for the past couple years, it's about $800, $900, some in the hundreds, okay? And in order to get that, I have to release him for any claims or wrongdoings or actions prior to the date of the release. I have to sign an NDA that I will never disparage Puff, Bad Boy, Janice Combs, or Justin Combs' music, or EMI, or Sony ever in public.
Let's talk about Biggie, one of the biggest losses in hip-hop history. According to Diddy's own ex-bodyguard, Gene Deal, Biggie was planning to walk away from Bad Boy Records for a better deal elsewhere. He was ready to take control of his career and finally cash in the way he deserved. But after Biggie's tragic death, Diddy didn't seem focused on mourning. Instead, insiders say he put major pressure on the Bad Boy team to push Biggie's posthumous album, Life After Death, like crazy. He was locked in the number one. That's all he kept repeating. Top 10, top 10, top 10. Like it was a business move, not a loss. Fast forward, before Diddy even got slapped with that first lawsuit, he started making headlines again. Why? Because out of nowhere, he announced he was giving artists, including former Bad Boy signees, their publishing rights back. It sounded generous at first, but not everyone bought it. Aubrey O'Day spoke up quick, saying she had received the so-called agreement months before the public announcement, and she wasn't the only one. Other Bad Boy artists started getting calls too, inviting them to reclaim their song rights. But here's the kicker, there was a catch. So let's keep it real. Diddy giving back those publishing rights? That wasn't no act of kindness, it was all part of the same old game. Manipulation, control, and straight up trying to silence the very artists he built his empire off of. And guess what? Prince saw all of this coming long before the public ever caught on. Sources close to Sheila E. say that Prince had been watching the industry's dirty moves for years, and if he dropped even a piece of what he knew into Sheila's ear, it totally explains why she's only now finding the courage to speak up. Because the truth Prince took to the grave, it might finally be catching up with the folks he warned us about. Sheila E. is allegedly saying that Prince knew the game inside and out. He saw how the industry exploited talent, stripped artists of their creative rights, and tossed them aside like trash when they were no longer profitable. He didn't sugarcoat it. He called it modern-day slavery. He blasted the labels for stealing legacies and burying voices. And the wildest part, he wanted to drop names, real names, but something or someone kept him from doing it.
There are reports that say that the landing last week was a treatment for some sort of drug overdose, whether prescription or illicit. Did you ever have any signs of drug use? Did you ever see any signs of drug use with him lately that would end up in something like this?
No.
Now, Sheila E. might be picking up where he left off. Over the years, Sheila E. has always spoken about Prince with grace and respect, never messy, never reckless. But now, almost a full decade after his passing, she's allegedly starting to open up. And the way she's doing it, subtle but spine-chilling. She's been dropping hints, saying Prince carried a massive burden, one he rarely talked about out loud. And sources close to her say he confided in her deeply, not just about his personal battles, but about what he believed was coming for the entire music world. Because Prince wasn't just fighting for his masters, he was fighting to expose the machine, the one that eats artists alive and spits them out when they've been drained dry. He warned about the powerful people who act like they're gods, controlling artists' lives, careers, and even their fate. And with Diddy now facing wave after wave of legal drama and scandal, folks are starting to wonder, was this what Prince saw coming? And here's where it gets downright eerie. Just days before he died, Prince allegedly knew his time was running out. He posted a haunting image of himself, and the caption, which was quickly deleted, read, "Just when you thought you were safe." That same week, at what would be his final appearance during a party at Paisley Park, Prince reportedly said something that had people frozen in their tracks. Wait a few days before you waste any prayers. And just like he warned, Prince was gone, found unresponsive at his Minnesota estate at just 57 years old. Official reports claimed it was an accidental fentanyl overdose, that he unknowingly took fake Vicodin laced with one of the deadliest opioids out there. But even Sheila E. said that story never sat right with her. So now we gotta ask, was Prince's death really just a tragic end to a legendary life? Or was it something deeper, something darker? Was he silenced before he could name names? Before he could blow the lid off the industry's dirtiest secrets? Is Sheila E. finally ready to let the truth out? And more importantly, how far does Diddy's name really reach in all this? Are we just chasing conspiracies? Or are we finally pulling the veil off something that was never meant to be exposed? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Don't hold back. Smash that like button if this shook you. Subscribe if you want more truths they don't want you to hear. Share this with someone who needs to see it, and we'll catch you on the next one.
This happened to me. I didn't cause this. I didn't do it. This happened to me, and it can happen to anybody.
Rihanna just gave birth to her third baby, and guess what? Sis isn't resting. She's out here dropping bombshells about Beyonce. Allegedly, Bey's name is now being dragged into Diddy's twisted world, and some say she's been covering up shady behavior and even joining in on those wild freak-off parties. People been wondering for years why Rihanna and Beyonce never worked together, even though they were both tight with Jay-Z. Well, it looks like we finally got some answers. Rihanna once called Beyonce her ultimate inspiration, but now she's acting like Bey doesn't even exist. Total shade. And here's where things get real messy. Not only did Rihanna reportedly have to deal with Jay-Z making some serious moves on her, allegedly even cornering her in his office back when she was just 17, but now there are claims that Beyonce tried to pull her into Diddy's nasty after-hours setups too. Like what? Sources say Rihanna tried to open up to Beyonce when she was dealing with Jay's alleged behavior, thinking she'd find a sisterly shoulder to lean on. But nope, she quickly realized Beyonce wasn't the girls supporting girls type that she pretends to be in public. Folks finally realized just how tight Beyonce and Diddy really were when Freddie P, the same Freddie from that old MTV show Making Da Band, spilled some long-buried tea.
In fact, a lot of people don't know that cheesecake we went and got was for Beyonce. She was upstairs the whole time. What we was talking about again? Hold on. That's a fun fact people don't know. People like, y'all walked, they got a cheesecake. It was for Beyonce. I'm the type of nigga. I listen to everything you say as if it's a contract. So if you say, walk to the store, or walk to get me some cheesecake, I'll walk to get you some cheesecake, but I'm not walking back. And that's just what me and Darlon did. And they like, why y'all, you know, they hot. Like, y'all cheating. And we like, he told us to walk. He didn't tell us to walk back. So we already in the hotel like 3 hours before they got there. When they said they was coming, we went and met him in front of the building. And you know the first thing that said out of his mouth? He said, we got the cheesecake. He was like, take that shit upstairs for Beyonce. Then he said, they was like, yeah, man, we want to tell you, Fred and Darlon, they ain't walk back. You know, trying to be on some snitch and shit. He's like, I ain't tell you to walk back.
Remember that infamous moment when Diddy made the group walk 4 hours across New York just to grab a slice of cheesecake? Everybody was laughing back then, thinking it was just Diddy being dramatic. But turns out the cheesecake wasn't even for him. According to Freddie, that ridiculous mission wasn't Diddy's idea at all. He claims Beyonce was the one who told Diddy to make the group walk, not take a car. Yup, Beyonce allegedly sat back and watched them trek across the city, all for a slice from the Cheesecake Factory. Talk about twisted. Nobody remembers exactly what part of New York they were in, but walking to downtown and back took them hours. And all to impress Beyonce? That right there was one of the first signs something was off with Diddy's power games. But everyone brushed it off because the scene was played for laughs.
Beyonce, I was at a party at Diddy crib in LA. This was the beginning of 2020. You know what I mean? Diddy had put everybody else out the crib. Like the influx of people, he had put them out. But he had took a liking to me in particular around the time, man. It was really, you know what I mean, like putting his arm around me.
Right.
So he had put majority of the people out, but he allowed me to stay in there. Me and, you know, maybe about 15 others, you know.
Right.
Jay-Z and Beyonce being, you know, two of the other 15 people in the room. So that'll just put it into perspective of the type of company I was in at the moment, you know. And she came over and introduced herself to me like as if she had to. Right. Beyonce, cut it out. But I'm a big fan of your work, you know what I'm saying? Whoop the whoop, and that was just dope. That was dope as hell to me, man. That was dope.
Now, years later in a fresh interview, Freddie P exposed the truth. The cheesecake was for Beyonce. All this time we thought Diddy made those boys from Making Da Band walk across New York just to flex his power. But nope, turns out it was Beyonce who allegedly kicked off that whole wild situation. Word is, she was the one craving that cheesecake, but instead of having someone from her own crew grab it, she sat back and let Diddy humiliate those young guys on national TV, just to satisfy her sweet tooth. You'd think she'd feel some type of way seeing those boys walking for hours like that, exhausted, humiliated, being clowned across the country. But according to Freddie P, Beyonce didn't flinch. She just enjoyed that cheesecake like nothing happened. No shame, no regret, just vibes and cake.
What he is a broke-down Mandingo fighter still working on behalf of the NFL. That's what he is. Period. You want to know what else I also find funny? That he did that interview with the baby person who sat there and told him about when he met Beyonce. Y'all remember that? That happened on Shay Shack. And he talked about how he was at the Diddy party at Diddy's house. And how after, you know, the festivities were winding down and it was getting later into the middle of the night, approaching 3 a.m., Diddy got rid of almost everybody, but he let the baby stay behind with him and his close friends. And then he talked about how Beyonce was there and Jay-Z was there. Not at their house, at Diddy's house. And how Beyonce presented herself to him, and she didn't have to do that because he knew who she was and he couldn't believe she was talking to him. She approached him, kind of like how she approached that old friend of his when he said that he was at the party and the little people was there and she asked him, "Isn't this sexy?" My. How illuminating. There's been a lot of freaking off going on for a long time. Why does everybody keep... Let me tell you this. Beyonce, Giselle knows Carter. It does not matter how much money they spend, how many people those tickets ain't gonna sell. You're caught. I wish you had the common sense that animals do when they're caught. They just surrender. But no, y'all gonna fight it to the very end. Y'all gonna bring this broke down old NFL bum who apparently will do anything with his genitals to help cover or create validity where there is none with the weirdos. With his little orange purse. Screwing people's kids. Screwing kids young enough to be his grandchildren. Shit. You a dirty old man. Period.
And here's where it gets even crazier. People started asking, why would Diddy go to such lengths just to please Beyonce? They weren't doing business together publicly, and outside of her being married to his associate Jay-Z, they didn't seem that connected. But hold up, according to what Deb Antony spilled not too long ago, Beyonce was allegedly involved in those infamous freak-offs too. There's a wild story floating around about the time Beyonce and Jay-Z showed up at a private party at Diddy's house, And what allegedly went down behind those closed doors is straight up disturbing. Someone who was there claimed Diddy kicked everybody out the room, leaving just him, Beyonce, Jay, and Diddy. And what happened next? Beyonce supposedly walked up to him and started chatting like they were old friends.
Yeah, she actually wrote me this cute little letter, and she signed it with her autograph. It was so cute. When I first met her, and she wrote, she was telling me, just let loose when you perform and just have fun and be in control.
Now let's be real. Why is Beyonce out here introducing herself like she's not one of the most famous women on the planet? According to Jaguar Wright, that was all part of the setup. She says this was a freak-off recruitment mission, and Beyonce was trying to seduce that man into giving her a taste of that street-certified energy. Because allegedly, Jay wasn't doing the job no more now that he's getting older.
Bow down B over and over from the woman who preaches empowering women is a bit unsettling to some.
I just feel like it's kind of, it's hard to swallow. Just very hard to swallow. Having seen her in a different light.
I don't like it. I don't think it's her. I don't think it goes to what she represents.
I love Beyonce, but I honestly think that Jay-Z's putting thoughts in her head.
You're on a Pepsi can, for goodness sakes, to tell B words to bow down. And then you're saying girls run the world.
But here's the part that hits hard. Rumor is Jay and Beyonce also tried to pull Rihanna into that same twisted lifestyle. Sources claim they tried to lure her into one of those freaky setups, but Rihanna wasn't having it. When she refused, they allegedly turned on her. Word is, they leaked her album and sabotaged her rollout with T.I., all to send a message. That's when Rihanna realized the industry wasn't safe and decided to step back for good. A lot of folks believe this is the real reason Rihanna's been dodging the music scene, because she knows exactly what she went through behind closed doors and wants no part of that mess again. And why would she? She's already a billionaire off Fenty, living her best life without needing to deal with any shady industry games ever again.
The reason I put out Bow Down is because I woke up, I went into the studio, I had a chant in my head. It was aggressive, it was angry. It wasn't the Beyonce that wakes up every morning. It was the Beyonce that was angry. It was the Beyonce that felt the need to defend herself. And if this song never comes out, okay, I said it. And I listened to it after I finished, and I said, this is hot. I'm gonna put it out. I'm not gonna sell it. I'm gonna just put it out. People like it, great. They don't. And I won't do it every day because that's not who I am, but I feel strong. And anyone that says, oh, that is disrespectful, just imagine a person that hates you. Imagine a person that doesn't believe in you, and look in the mirror and say, bow down, bitch. And I guarantee you feel gangster. So listen to that song from that point of view, again, if you didn't like it before.
Now for some context. Rihanna actually used to idolize Beyonce. She once called her the biggest inspiration in her life. But as Rihanna started blowing up and getting major mainstream attention, things shifted. The closer she got to Beyonce, the more that admiration faded into distance and eventually into tension. Things really started going left when Beyonce dropped her track Bow Down. People were shook when she threw shots at women in the same breath she once hyped them up. Like how you go from who run the world, girls, to telling those same girls to bow down and calling them the B word. It didn't sit right with fans, and especially not with Rihanna. And instead of owning up to it or making peace, Beyonce allegedly got defensive and straight up refused to apologize. Rihanna wasn't about to stay quiet after Beyonce threw that slick jab. She jumped on Twitter and clapped back with serious heat. She posted an article that crowned her the Queen of Pop in the UK and added the caption, I only know how to be number one. I could use a challenge. How that feel down there on your knees? Whew, that shot had the internet in a chokehold. A lot of people believe Beyonce's real beef with Rihanna started when whispers hit the streets that Jay-Z might have been getting a little too close to Riri. But now, with everything coming to light, some folks think the real reason Beyonce had it out for Rihanna is deeper. Like the fact that Rihanna refused to take part in those alleged freak-offs with her and Diddy.
So tell me about your audition with Jay-Z. Tell me what he said to you. A really good audition. Yes. But before I met him, I was so nervous. I was shaking literally. But the moment I walked into the office, the atmosphere was so warm and welcoming. And you had to sing a cappella for him? Yes, I had to sing. I sang Fun to Replay. I sang another ballad from the album last time. Yeah. So then what did he say to you? He said something to you. Oh yes, he said, we don't sing songs here, we sing artists. And there was this little pause, and I was nervous. But then he said, and we're interested. And there was this sudden feel of relief. But then he said something about a window and a door or something. Oh, then he said, He did it homework. I did a lot of homework on you, Miss Lady. He said, there are two ways to leave here, either through the door with the deal sign or through this window, and we're on the 29th floor. So you was like, where's the pen? Where's the paper? I'm signing. Yeah. And I'm sure working with Jay-Z, you met Beyonce. That's right. How was it like meeting her? I could not speak. Really? Really. That's someone I really looked up to for a long time. And it was after one of my showcases, and he was introducing me to everyone from the label. Then he finally said, okay, one more person. And there she was. And I could not speak. And she gave you some advice. Yes, she did. She just told me to, when I get on stage, let loose, have fun, and be in control. Yeah, and don't be afraid to let it go. No. Because, she'd be like, what? You know how she does it.
And here's the twist. If you didn't already know, it was actually Rihanna's own publicist who started the cheating rumor between her and Jay-Z. Later, they confessed it was a made-up PR move meant to boost her breakout single Pawn to Replay. The publicist admitted, "It was reckless. I didn't think it was going to work. I was just throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what would stick." Plenty of people weren't buying that PR stunt excuse, especially after Rihanna allegedly confessed that Jay-Z essayed her during a private meeting in his office. She claimed that on the very day she got signed, Jay locked her in his office for hours, refusing to let her leave until she signed that contract. But here's the chilling part. Rumors say he might have done way more than just pressure her into a deal. Let's not forget, Rihanna was still underage at the time. And remember those whispers about Beyonce and Jay-Z allegedly trying to sabotage Rihanna after she turned down their freak-off invite with Diddy? Well, things get even messier. Rihanna's Anti album got mysteriously leaked on Tidal, the very platform owned by none other than Beyonce and Jay-Z. That leak forced her to drop the album early, totally throwing off her rollout plans. And guess what? At that same time, Beyonce was getting ready to launch her own album. While Anti struggled and sold just 124,000 copies in its first week, Beyonce's Lemonade came swinging out the gate with 653,000 sold. The drama between Rihanna and Beyonce got so real that they couldn't even fake it in public anymore. At the Tidal press conference, insiders say the tension was palpable. According to a source who spilled to Naughty Gossip, these two refused to stand next to each other or even exchange words. The whole event had to be carefully staged just to keep them apart. It was that serious. Now, whether Rihanna's gonna end up taking the stand with all this bombshell info, we don't know yet. But let's be honest, it's not looking good for Beyonce right now. People are connecting dots, digging up receipts, and realizing that a whole lot might have been going on behind the scenes. One person online said, "The fact that Rihanna and Beyonce have never dropped a song together, that says everything." Another added, "Come on now, Beyonce knows how Jay moves. She knows her man likes them young. Jay definitely messed with Rihanna." And now with Rihanna allegedly exposing Beyonce's ties to Diddy and those twisted freak-offs, this whole situation just keeps getting darker. But now it's your turn. What do you think about all this? Was Beyonce really involved in that mess with Diddy too? And is the lack of a collab between her and Rihanna the biggest red flag? Drop your thoughts in the comments, hit that like button, subscribe for the next jaw-dropping update, and make sure to share this video with someone who needs the tea. See you on the next one.
Beyonce is losing hundreds of thousands, millions of followers every day. And she still hasn't said anything. Just pretending like life is great in Paris.
Is it her place to say something?
I mean, probably not, considering she's gonna be indicted for anything she would say. These are criminals. Diddy is a dealer, and so is Jay-Z. The proof is there.
Aubrey O'Day is back at it, spilling more tea on Diddy. And now, she's dragging none other than Beyonce into the mess too. Yup, she's stirring the pot with claims that Queen Bee was allegedly involved in those same freaky private parties with Diddy and Jay-Z. And let's not forget, Aubrey's been in Diddy's circle since way back during the Making the Band era.
What do you want to look like, though?
I'll tell you.
What do you want to look like, though?
I'll tell you. I'm not focused on me. I'm focused on what this group should look like and how I should fit in this situation.
You like big hair, though.
I don't like big hair.
You like big hair. You like big hair. You like a lot of makeup and all that.
Actually, I don't. I don't like big hair. I don't like certain makeup. I'm very flexible with what you want to do. And I've worked with everything that you've thrown at me, curly, whatever. I'm not here in a group to have curly, straight, big, makeup, whatever. I'm here in a group to sing with my group. And that is all I care about. For real. Like, maybe you just don't get me and we don't get...
Word on the street, Diddy allegedly tried to pass her around too. Yeah, it gets that messy. If anybody's got real insight into Diddy's little black book of secrets, it's Aubrey. There were whispers she might even testify in court, but she later came forward to say she won't. Still, don't get it twisted. That didn't stop her from talking. She's still out here on social media running her mouth, and her latest target, Beyonce herself. Now Beyonce's name has already been floating around these allegations for a while. Rumors been flying about her allegedly getting too close to Diddy behind the scenes, while also helping cover up his dirty dealings with Jay-Z. But nobody saw Aubrey O'Day jumping in to fan the flames.
The stories that we have to tell during a time in music where there were gatekeepers, there were people that owned labels like Puff running things, and the way that the divisions and the divisiveness occurred, and the things that we experienced between each other and us against the system are insane.
Let's be real, this case just won't quit. Every time things seem to slow down, somebody else pops up and throws more names in the fire. Now, like I said, Aubrey's been calling out Diddy since day one, back when she was part of the girl group Danity Kane, which was signed to Diddy's shady label, Bad Boy Entertainment. The group had 5 members: Andrea Fembres, D. Woods, Shannon Becks, Dawn Richard, and of course, Aubrey O'Day. At first, everything looked like a dream come true. These girls thought signing with Diddy would skyrocket their careers. He was a big name after all. But that dream, it turned into a straight-up nightmare. Rumors started swirling that Diddy was trying to get at the girls behind the scenes in a way that had nothing to do with music. And it didn't take long for the group to realize they were being used, manipulated like chess pieces in his game. Diddy wasn't just mismanaging them, he was straight up disrespecting them on national TV.
It's everything you could imagine why somebody would want to fire somebody. I wasn't willing to do what was expected of me. Not talent-wise, but in other areas. So it's difficult when you're that young to understand your worth as a woman through the men that I was around, and that was very traumatic. I don't think any of us have healed from that. Diddy would be like, you're not hot anymore, like what happened? You don't have anything, like you don't have any curves. You're looking like you're not looking like, I can't get people to think that you're my good looking person. And there was no Me Too at that time. There was no protecting anyone at that time. You signed 1 million NDAs and 1 million contracts that took away all your rights. So
out of all the girls, only Aubrey had the guts to clap back. While the others stayed silent, Aubrey stood her ground. She exposed how Diddy was purposely stirring up drama between the girls, creating tension, fake beef, and setting them up to see each other as enemies instead of a team. Aubrey didn't hold back. She said Diddy used to body shame the girls constantly. Anytime they gained even a little weight or switched up their hair like any regular woman would, he'd start throwing nasty comments their way. It was like they weren't even people to him, just dolls he thought he could control from head to toe. And once again, the only one bold enough to push back was Aubrey. She exposed how Diddy allegedly pressured the girls into joining those so-called freak-off situations, stuff they did not want to be part of. And when they said no, he'd snap. Aubrey said he would go off, verbally attacking them, gaslighting them, messing with their minds just to break them down. And it gets even darker.
Because I heard him, and I'm giving you this, Aubrey. He stood up there and he said in front of a lot of people, we were in the studio, and I said something to him and walked out the studio. He said, yo, I'm going to off and pick them up and out to my, he said, I'm going to them out. I'm going to get them all on, and I'm going to pick them to my, and I was like, there's somebody kids, and walked out. And it's somebody that heard me. It's somebody that heard me. I mean, well, it's not only somebody that heard me, it's somebody that I know who was in the studio at the time that happened, and I still talk to him today. And we were just talking about that the other day. He done moved back to Indiana. I don't know why. I'm gonna give you that one. He said he was gonna them all out and them out.
Diddy's own former bodyguard, Gene Deal, said he once overheard Diddy talking wild, allegedly bragging about what he was gonna do to the girls and how he planned to put them out to his boys like they were party favors. That's sick! And just when you think it can't get worse, boom, more comes out. Word is Diddy started scrambling as soon as Cassie filed that lawsuit. He allegedly tried to get ahead of the storm by rushing NDAs to his former artists like they could just sign away the truth. So get this! Diddy hit up Danity Kane with some paperwork trying to get them to sign over their publishing rights. Yup, he wanted to keep full control of their music while continuing to cash in millions off songs he barely even promoted after the group fell apart. And he's been sitting on that bag for decades. But guess who saw through the mess? Aubrey. She was the sharp one in the group and straight up told the girls not to sign. Why? Because by now, let's be real, those old tracks barely get any streams or sales. The girls wouldn't have made more than a few pennies off them anyway. So Aubrey was like, why give him anything more?
I have to release him for any claims or wrongdoings or actions prior to the date of the release. I have to sign an NDA that I will never disparage Puff, Bad Boy, Janice Combs, or Justin Combs' music or EMI or Sony ever in public.
So that you just got recently for this thing?
I got it a few months ago when he started doing
what's in the news
this.
now?
So what's happening is artists, some of them, not all of them, are being given streaming royalties and ownership back over our publishing on songs that we wrote at a time when you know that you have to stream a song 1 million times to make a cent.
Yeah.
Okay? It's hundreds of dollars. And me as somebody that's a girl's girl, I hit everyone in my group and said, absolutely do not take this deal. I can get us a show on Hulu right now.
Now here's where it gets even more suspect. As soon as Cassie filed that lawsuit and it started making waves, Diddy panicked. Word is, he started rushing NDAs out to his former artists, basically trying to gag anyone who might speak out. But Aubrey wasn't falling for it. She could smell something big was coming, and she warned the other girls to hold off before signing anything. And guess what? Diddy's own former bodyguard, Gene Deal, backed this up. He said the Danity Kane girls were the only ones smart enough not to sign those NDAs. Everybody else might have folded and signed those NDAs, but thanks to Aubrey catching on to the weird timing, the Danity Kane girls held their ground and said, nah, and that move, it's aging like fine wine now that all this heat around Diddy is exploding. Now let's talk about that clownish apology video Diddy dropped, the one after the hotel footage leaked where he was caught on camera putting his hands on Cassie. That moment had the whole internet shook, and guess who came swinging first? Aubrey. She wasted no time dragging him for that sorry excuse of a statement. She pulled up receipts too. Aubrey reposted the statement Diddy made just months earlier, where he basically called Cassie a liar and denied everything. So now he's all, I'm disgusted with myself? Please. Aubrey wasn't having it. She said straight up, he wasn't sorry for what he did, he was sorry the world saw it. She clapped back hard saying, he did not apologize to Cassie, he apologized to y'all for witnessing it, and if he was really disgusted with himself, he wouldn't have put out that bogus denial in the first place. Then she added, leave God and Mercy out of this. They ain't got nothing to do with it, and you know it.
Did he make his artists sign NDAs and people that work for him?
Well, a lot of these rappers, a lot of these industry people, anybody who does business nowadays with the internet, they have NDAs, non-disclosure. That means that if you work for them, you around them, you can't disclose any of the information about them. It's the same thing that he gave to all his artists when he gave them their publishing back. I'm gonna give y'all publishing, but y'all can't talk about Janice Combs, Justin Combs, Sony, Bad Boy, or anything that happened. Y'all can't talk about none of that. But there's some artists that didn't say anything, that didn't sign it, and they able to talk about anything they want to. And I think that's those girls that was, I think Danity Kane. I think a couple of them didn't sign it. And boy, oh boy, they probably gonna go after him too.
But Aubrey's not done, not even close. Word is she's now setting her sights on Beyonce, and baby, she is not playing around. The rumors linking Beyonce to Diddy's shady dealings have been floating for a while, but no one saw Aubrey O'Day being the one to finally say it out loud. So get this, the same MTV show Making the Band where Diddy discovered Aubrey and her group Danity Kane also had another group called Da Band. And just like Danity Kane, they went through serious mistreatment too. But this time, it wasn't just Diddy being extra. According to group member Freddie P, one of the most infamous moments wasn't even about Diddy. It was allegedly for Beyonce. Remember that wild scene where Diddy made them walk for hours across New York just to grab him a slice of cheesecake from Junior's? Yeah, turns out that humiliating task wasn't even his idea. Freddie P said during a recent interview that the cheesecake wasn't for Diddy at all, it was for Beyonce. And she's the one who told Diddy to make them walk, not take a car. Can you believe that? We don't know the exact part of the city they were in, but reportedly it took them 4 hours on foot to make that trip. 4 hours, just to serve dessert. That's not a music lesson, that's a mind game.
Okay, fun fact a lot of people don't know. That cheesecake we went and got was for Beyonce. She was upstairs the whole time. What we was talking about again? Hold on. Yeah, that's a fun fact people don't know. People like, y'all walked together cheesecake. It was for Beyonce. I'm the type of nigga. I listen to everything you say as if it's a contract. So if you say, walk to the store, or walk to get me some cheesecake, I'll walk to get you some cheesecake, but I'm not walking back. And that's just what me and Darlon did. And they like, why y'all, you know, they hot. Like, y'all cheating. And we like, he told us to walk. He didn't tell us to walk back. So we already in the hotel like 3 hours before they got there. When they said they was coming, we went and met them in front of the building. And you know the first thing that nigga said out of his mouth? He said, we got the cheesecake. He was like, I want that shit, take that shit upstairs for Beyonce. Then he said, they was like, yeah, man, we wanted to tell you, Fred and Darlon, they ain't walk back. You know, trying to be on some snitching shit. He was like, I ain't tell you niggas to walk back.
Back then, people just laughed it off. They said Diddy was toughening them up for the music biz, that he was preparing them for the harsh realities of fame. But in hindsight, that wasn't hustle. That was humiliation. And now that we know Beyonce might have been the one calling the shots behind the scenes, oh, it hits different. The whole time we thought Diddy was just being Diddy, putting these boys through the ringer for his own ego. But it turns out he was allegedly just carrying out Beyonce's request. So apparently, Beyonce was the one who told Diddy she wanted cheesecake, but instead of asking her own team to grab it, she let Diddy humiliate Da Band by making them walk hours across New York to get it for her. And worse, this wasn't just some behind-the-scenes request. It all played out on national TV for everyone to see. People were stunned to find out Diddy would go that far just to impress Beyonce. But things didn't stop there. The story got even wilder after a video of rapper DaBaby went viral, where he spilled about the first time he met Beyonce and Jay-Z at one of Diddy's private parties. According to him, once the party was going, Diddy suddenly cleared the room. Only 4 people were left: Diddy, Jay-Z, Beyonce, and DaBaby himself. Real exclusive.
Beyonce, I was at a party at Diddy crib in LA. This was the beginning of 2020. You know what I mean? Diddy had put everybody else out the crib. Like the influx of people, he had put him out. But he had took a liking to me in particular around the time, man. It was really, you know what I mean, like putting his arm around me.
Right.
So he had put majority of the people out, but he allowed me to stay in there.
Mm-hmm.
Me and, you know, maybe about 15 others, you know.
Right.
Jay-Z and Beyonce being, you know, 2 of the other 15 people in the room. So that'll just put it into perspective of the type of company I was in at the moment, you know. And she came over and introduced herself to me like as if she had to. Right. Beyonce, cut it out. But I'm a big fan of your work, you know what I'm saying? Whoop the whoop, and that was just dope. That was dope as hell to me, man. That was dope.
Now here's the part that had people raising eyebrows. DaBaby said Beyonce started talking to him a lot, like she really went out of her way to introduce herself to him. And let's be real, Beyonce introducing herself? Come on now. Everybody on earth knows who she is. That move came off way too calculated. And according to Jaguar Wright, this whole meeting wasn't random. It was a freak-off setup. She claims Beyonce was allegedly trying to seduce DaBaby, aiming to get with him behind Jay's back. Why? Jaguar said it's because Jay-Z's getting older and might not be, holding it down like he used to. And now the streets are talking. Aubrey is allegedly claiming that Beyonce was messing around with Diddy behind Jay-Z's back. Word is, Jay was the one who originally introduced Bey to Diddy, but somewhere along the line, things took a left turn. Next thing you know, there were secret link-ups, shady activity, and it all started spiraling from there.
What he is a broke-down Mandingo fighter still working on behalf of the NFL. That's what he is. Period. You want to know what else I also find funny? That he did that interview with the baby person who sat there and told him about when he met Beyonce. Y'all remember that? That happened on Shay Shack. And he talked about how he was at the Diddy party at Diddy's house. And how after, the festivities were winding down and it was getting later into the middle of the night, approaching 3 a.m., Diddy got rid of almost everybody, but he let the baby stay behind with him
and his close friends. And then he talked about how Beyonce was there and Jay-Z was there. Not at their house, at Diddy's house. And how Beyonce presented herself to him, and she didn't have to do that because he knew who she was and he couldn't believe she was talking to him. But she approached him, kind of like how she approached that old friend of his when he said that he was at the party and the little people was there, and she asked him, "Isn't this sexy?"
Okay.
My. How illuminating. There's been a lot of freaking off going on for a long time. Why does everybody keep... Let me tell you this. Beyonce, Giselle Knowles Carter. It does not matter how much money they spend, how many people, those tickets ain't gonna sell. I wish you had the common sense that animals do when they're caught. They just surrender. But no, y'all gonna fight it to the very end. Y'all gonna bring this broke down old NFL bum who apparently will do anything with his genitals to help cover or create validity where there is none with the weirdos. With his little orange purse. Screwing people's kids. Screwing kids young enough to be his grandchildren. Shame on you. You a dirty old man. Period.
Now, whether these claims Aubrey's making are facts or just whispers, one thing's for sure. It's getting real messy out here. And with the way these bombshells keep dropping, it doesn't look like the drama's slowing down anytime soon. As always, the internet's got opinions. Some folks are already convinced that Jay-Z and Beyonce are way too close to this whole Diddy situation to stay untouched. One person even said, "I don't see how Jay-Z and Beyonce can possibly stay out of Diddy's trial and not end up facing charges too." Whew. And let's not forget, there's a long list of other powerful people who were in the same rooms at the same parties and allegedly saw everything go down. We're talking disturbing allegations of high-profile folks participating in abusing young people, some not even of age and many who didn't or couldn't give consent. The fans are praying that these victims, those who've stayed quiet for too long, finally get the justice they deserve. One person online said, "Beyonce being on tour right now ain't even about the money, it's damage control. She's trying to flood the internet with family-friendly moments, pictures of her and the kids, trying to remind folks of that perfect image." But then they added something real telling. That man she married used to jump on stage at all her shows. Now she's doing it solo. I bet her story ain't too different from Cassie's. Whew. So now I gotta ask, what do you think about all this? Is Aubrey really exposing Beyonce for something big? And do you believe she actually saw what went down between Bey and Diddy behind closed doors? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Don't hold back. And if you thought this was messy, click on that next video because, baby, it only gets wilder from here. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video so more people can get in on the conversation. See you in the next one.
A few years ago, Dwight Howard invited me to a Diddy party. It definitely wasn't what I was expecting.
Everybody know ain't no party like a Diddy party, so.
Yeah, that's it. When this is done, we gonna drink a couple of bottles of the most premium wine.
Please.
Yes, sir.
LeBron James, Jay-Z, Beyonce, Gloria Estefan. Those are some of the names that appear in an explosive new lawsuit filed by a Florida man against Sean Combs, claiming he was a victim of sex trafficking and kidnapping at the hands of the music mogul.
50 Cent ain't letting up. Now he's got LeBron James in his sights. Yep, you heard that right. LeBron's name just popped up in a jaw-dropping new lawsuit that's already blowing up the internet. A man is accusing Diddy of forcing him into a twisted humiliation ritual before allegedly assaulting him at a wild party back in 2015.
You never did?
I'm just not with all that freaky shit. Like all of the stuff that he's doing, I'm not into that type of stuff. I'm just a little more, maybe you could say basic or normal.
But it doesn't stop there. This lawsuit is naming names, and they're big. Turns out it's not just Diddy under fire. The suit claims A-listers like LeBron, Beyonce, and Jay-Z were all present at that same party, and they allegedly saw some seriously disturbing stuff go down. And now, some leaked party footage is surfacing online, and it's got people straight up shook.
Did he do it, right?
Yeah.
I know
He did it.
You've been heavy on social media talking about it.
He did it. And I'm the only one who's been vocal about this long before it actually.
Oh, you've been saying this for a long time now. And then no one was, they're just widely saying this, and now it's coming out like crazy. I mean,
But I also didn't participate. I also didn't go to those parties.
Yeah.
So a lot of the celebrity culture that you don't hear saying anything is because they participated. So
was there a reason you never went to those parties back in the day? Obviously, I know what was going on there, but is there a reason you never did?
I'm just not with all that 50 shit. Like all of the stuff that he's doing, I'm not into that type of stuff. I'm just a little more, maybe you could say basic or normal.
Fans are already asking, is this the footage that finally blows the lid off all the secrets from that night? And guess what else fans uncovered? LeBron and Diddy weren't just random party guests. They've been spotted turning up together many times over the years. From VIP events to exclusive after parties, their connection runs deep. Now folks are wondering, what's 50 Cent got to say about all this? And more importantly, is LeBron about to get featured in 50's upcoming Tell All Diddy documentary? So let's break it down.
Everybody know ain't no party like a Diddy party, so.
Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah. Hey, turn around and vibe. And Bron, me, after, when this is done, we gonna drink a couple of bottles of the most premium wine.
Please.
Yes, sir.
This latest lawsuit comes from a man named Joseph Zaro, and his claims are beyond disturbing. He says someone slipped something in his drink at a Diddy party, and later he was dragged to a mansion on Star Island in Miami for Diddy's son Christian's birthday bash in April 2015. The mansion, it belonged to none other than Gloria Estefan and her husband Emilio. Zaro says Gloria saw he looked messed up and told someone to call an ambulance, but Emilio allegedly shut that down quick. Now here's where LeBron's name really starts raising eyebrows. According to Joseph Zaro, aka Monzaro, while he was stumbling around the house in nothing but a towel, barely conscious, he ran smack into LeBron in the hallway. And what did LeBron allegedly say? He turned to someone and said, "Y'all better do something about that." What? But that's just the beginning of the madness. The lawsuit claims Zaro was then led through a secret underground tunnel, yeah, a whole tunnel, straight into Diddy's private mansion. And guess who escorted him? Former adult film star Adria English, who's also named in the case. Zaro says that as he slowly started to wake up, he realized he was in a room with none other than Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Hey LeBron, how you doing tonight, man? Yo, you wish Diddy happy birthday, man? Where do you get the man that has everything, LeBron?
And get this, Beyonce allegedly looked at him and asked, "Why is there a half-naked man standing in front of me with an adult toy strapped to his face?" Zaro says someone in the room coldly replied, "It's a punishment. Diddy wants him to see what happens to snitches." Yeah, it gets even darker. The lawsuit accuses Diddy of ordering Zaro to be publicly humiliated in front of everyone at the party. Zaro claims he was stripped down, forced to wear a thong, and then had a black leather mask locked over his head, with a rubber dam inserted and zipped shut. To top it off, a locking adult device was allegedly strapped to the mask, sticking out from his mouth. Zaro says he was subjected to humiliating, degrading, and non-consensual acts, and described the whole twisted scene as a freak-off. It sounds like something out of a nightmare, not a party. And what's LeBron's camp saying now that his name is all over this madness? His spokesperson fired back fast, telling TMZ, "This is demonstrably false and doesn't even merit a report or response." They also pointed out that a simple internet search can show exactly what LeBron was doing in April 2015. LeBron's team says he was balling with the Cleveland Cavaliers the whole time, not partying in Miami, but folks ain't fully buying it just yet. Jay-Z even stepped in to back LeBron, bringing out the big legal guns.
Bron! We know you was at them Diddy parties, nigga! We know you was there! We know you was at them Diddy parties!
His attorney, Alex Spiro, shut the whole thing down, calling the lawsuit completely baseless. According to Spiro, Jay-Z wasn't even in Florida during April 2015. Mr. Carter wasn't in the state to witness anything, he said, and added that Jay was out in public doing things you can easily verify online. Still, that didn't stop fans from raising an eyebrow or two. See, LeBron's rep gave a general denial, but didn't confirm where exactly he was on the night of that wild party. Playing for the Cavaliers doesn't exactly mean he couldn't have flown into Miami for Christian Combs' birthday bash real quick. And now, even 50 Cent is throwing shade at LeBron.
Listen to me, LeBron, all I'm gonna say to this, and I say this with all due respect to the young man that they call Bronny. Your daddy is Shluminati. Your daddy has been diddled by the diddler, and I pray to God he has not set you up to be diddled either. I pray Lil Bronny don't come out with a story talking about he woke up at Diddy's house and don't know what happened to him. I'm hoping we don't hear that from Lil Bronny. And I'm also trying to figure out if when that young man almost dropped to his end like he did, because they've been playing Dr. Frankenstein with him like they've been playing Dr. Frankenstein with his dad. I hope that ain't had nothing to do with it. Kendrick did say, LeBron, keep the family away.
Right after the lawsuit dropped, 50 posted, then quickly deleted, a screenshot of the TMZ article on Instagram. But not before fans caught the caption, "God damn, how many of these boys Diddy was touching?" Whew, that post vanished fast, but the internet never forgets. And that's not all. 50's been talking heavy lately. In a recent interview, he explained why he's the only major celeb speaking up about Diddy's legal storm. According to him, it's simple. He's one of the few who ever told Diddy no. 50 said that most celebs keeping quiet now are doing it because they were actually involved in those infamous freak-off parties. He made it real clear. The silence in Hollywood ain't random. In his words, they're all acting brand new because they know the truth is creeping closer.
Not. Listen to me, as far as LeBron's wife is concerned, they've been together since high school. He's running around screwing everything that walks. She lets her husband allegedly have the with the people there, because you know they stud the Lakers ain't done nothing but stud LeBron out. All of this, it's a Bronny, say no to the Diddy party. Stay away from the Diddy party, little Bronny.
But here's the twist. This lawsuit ain't the first time LeBron's name got tangled up with Diddy. People have been side-eyeing their tight bond for years. The whispers go way back, and now they're only getting louder. Let's rewind to May 2024, when that shocking hotel surveillance video of Diddy assaulting Cassie was leaked by CNN. What did LeBron do? He quietly unfollowed Diddy on Instagram. No statement, no drama, just a slick unfollow like no one would notice, but fans definitely did.
And they are dumbing it down to the fact that they think that P. Diddy is on some kind of spree for removing people who speak about this because he's gay. That is not the issue. There are gay people, but what we're talking about here is ritualistic sexual deviancy used to harness energy of a human being. Ritualized, thought out, planned specifically to rip the person down and hide behind their energy. We all like that. But what if we're talking about a religion that hides behind the energy of the most innocent on this planet who are lit up energetically because it hasn't been broken?
Then, fast forward to December, right after Diddy got arrested and indicted, and LeBron suddenly announces he's stepping away from the Lakers for personal reasons. Yeah, fans thought that timing was way too convenient. Internet detectives went digging. Yeah, and what did they find? Receipts, lots of them. One viral clip shows LeBron and Diddy vibing on Instagram Live, even doing a little dance-off together. But what really had fans buzzing was a comment LeBron made about Diddy's parties. It was casual, but knowing what we know now, it hit different. Now look, it's true. Practically every A-list celeb has shown up to one of Diddy's flashy events. That alone doesn't mean much, but here's where it gets sketchy. Rumors have long claimed that LeBron wasn't just another party guest, he was close to Diddy. Real close. And now, more old videos are resurfacing showing them turning up together multiple times.
Bieber was famous as a teenager and all of that. How do you think he got that way? Because they harnessed his energy and presented him while him, the self, is broken. He is broken and a shell of himself because he has lost his sense of self. They stole that.
One major flashback, November 2018. Diddy's 49th birthday bash in LA. LeBron pulled up to celebrate, even though the Lakers had just taken a nasty loss to the Raptors that same night. Fans were shocked that he still had the energy to party after getting smacked on the court. But hey, priorities? And now with all this heat, fans aren't holding back. People have been heckling LeBron at games and online. throwing shade over the rumors about Diddy's private parties. And from the looks of it, LeBron ain't laughing, not one bit. Then out of nowhere, boom. Jaguar Wright jumped into the mix and lit the whole situation on fire with some wild claims about LeBron. Jaguar didn't hold back, as she even dragged LeBron's son, Bronny, into it and dropped a bomb by saying LeBron is part of the same secret society as Diddy. According to her, LeBron wasn't just a bystander at those infamous private parties. She implied he was in it and let Diddy do whatever he wanted with him. The internet went into meltdown mode after that, but Jaguar didn't stop there. She had a direct message for LeBron's wife, Savannah. She claimed it's been an open secret in certain circles that LeBron has been unfaithful for years.
Whole industries can be built upon your ability to know how certain things are going to hit certain people. And this was before we called things promotion and marketing.
And according to Jaguar, Savannah's known about it the whole time and just chooses to look the other way. That statement alone had fans spiraling with questions. And this is exactly why, when LeBron tried to distance himself from Diddy after that disturbing Cassie Hotel video dropped, fans called his quiet Instagram unfollow nothing more than damage control. Too little, too late. People weren't buying it, especially after all the old clips and party photos started flooding back online. But let's be real, this ain't LeBron's first brush with backlash for backing people caught in serious scandals. Flashback to March 2022. Remember when the Cleveland Browns signed quarterback Deshaun Watson, who was facing multiple allegations from over 24 women at the time? LeBron hopped on Twitter to celebrate the signing, clearly hyped about football, but fans weren't feeling it at all. They said the timing was tone deaf and blasted him for supporting someone in the middle of serious accusations. It turned into a full-on PR mess.
I think that he had almost told off on himself when he spoke about the winter solstice. And that's when the pagans and people who believe in the cult was looking for that moon on 12/12 at 12 a.m. And they were doing spiritual rituals at that time. That's when that was going to be the last day of the full moon. And that means that the seasons and all that stuff has changed. But when you get into that spiritual realm stuff, it was when people went and they paid homages to certain sacrifices and homages to certain idols. And on the third day, they would drink, party, be merry, and the men would have sex with each other. If you don't believe it, look it up for yourself. It was the last day of the full moon. And because it landed on 12/12 at 12, that's when ritual sacrifices and prayers and everything was given to certain idols. And on the third day, they drank, they be merry and be happy, and the men would give gifts to each other and have sex with each other.
And now, people are connecting the dots. They're wondering if LeBron's pattern of supporting controversial figures is just bad luck or something deeper. And just when you thought it couldn't get any crazier, now fans are digging way back and dragging up some old rumors about LeBron, saying he might be playing for the other team, if you catch the drift. But here's the thing. When the whole Diddy scandal exploded, the internet got stuck on figuring out which rappers and athletes might be on the down low. But with everything we've learned about Diddy's parties and how the industry really works, this ain't just about sexuality anymore. It's looking way deeper than that. Insiders say it's all about power, control, and domination. Some even claim these private celebrity parties aren't just for fun, they're rituals. We're talking about full-blown energy harvesting events disguised as elite get-togethers. Take Sloan Bella, for example, a celebrity medium who's been gaining traction for her chilling predictions. Months before Cassie even filed that lawsuit, Sloan posted a video on YouTube saying powerful men in the industry, and including Diddy, were throwing these wild ritual parties involving young people, and she didn't hold back. Sloan claimed these parties were used to extract energy from vulnerable attendees, calling it straight-up spiritual manipulation. She even brought up Diddy's late girlfriend, Kim Porter, saying Kim had seen things at those parties, real dark stuff. According to Sloan, Kim was planning to put it all in a tell-all book, but never got the chance. That part has fans seriously shook. Then things got even crazier. Sloan name-dropped Justin Bieber, suggesting he may have been one of the victims of these so-called rituals. That theory alone sparked a wave of speculation online, especially among longtime Bieber fans who remembered his sudden public breakdowns and cryptic messages over the years. But Sloan ain't the only one sounding alarms. Comedian Cat Williams also stepped up and called out the industry, saying a lot of Hollywood's biggest stars are involved in bizarre ritualistic behavior. According to Cat, these aren't just shady after parties, there's something way darker. And then there's Gene Deal, Diddy's former bodyguard, who might have been one of the first to speak on all this. In a video posted back in 2019, Gene said Diddy was part of some kind of idol worship ritual during the winter solstice involving other powerful men. At the time, people brushed it off. The video didn't blow up. But now, it's resurfacing, and fans are watching it with new eyes.
One more thing I want to say about Kobe's death, the symbolism with LeBron. So Kobe's from Philly, right? Yeah. LeBron James passed him up on the all-time scoring leaderboard in Philly, and he did it when he scored the 54th point. Kobe and Gigi, 41 and 13, you add that up, you get 54. On the side where LeBron made the basket, there was a snake cut up in 8 pieces. Kobe Bryant was the Black Mamba, and he wore the number 8. The game after Kobe Bryant died, LeBron James was wearing his jersey. They're all wearing his jerseys. He was crying, but then he does the Illuminati sign, puts his hand like this right before the game, and he does 666 and taps his chest. The game after, he did that in Kobe Bryant's jersey. Why are you making those hand signals before the game? He does it before every game, by the way.
Now, when it comes to LeBron, he's just like a lot of A-list stars, caught in the crosshairs of secret society rumors. Over the years, folks have tied his name to whispers about elite circles, ritual parties, and even darker accusations involving alleged sacrifices. Yeah, it's gone that far. And here's the part that really stirred the pot. Back in 2011, LeBron himself made a cryptic comment that's been getting serious side eyes lately. When someone asked how he kept his body in top-tier shape, he said it wasn't just about training, it was about being part of something exclusive. I've got a secret society in Akron where I work out, LeBron said. I just try to stay above the curve. I took Pilates, yoga, swimming at auditoriums back home. I can't tell you exactly where. It's a secret place. We hold a secret society over there. We don't tell too many people. Now sure, at the time, it probably sounded like just a private training group, nothing too deep. But in today's climate, where everything about the industry is getting exposed, fans are looking at that quote with a whole new lens. Back then, nobody thought twice about LeBron name-dropping secret societies or partying with Diddy. It was just another day in celeb land. But now, with the spotlight on Hollywood's most powerful and stories of ritual parties and energy harvesting being talked about more than ever, people are starting to connect dots they didn't even know existed. And LeBron, he's suddenly right in the center of it all. So what do you think? Is LeBron just guilty by association, caught up in high-profile events with bad timing? Or was he really sticking around for those after parties at Diddy's spot when things got wild behind closed doors? Are folks just doing too much with all these secret society claims? Or is there something real bubbling underneath? Let us know in the comments, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with someone who needs to hear everything that's been going down. You don't want to miss what we're dropping next. Trust, see you on the next one.
Breaking news. Sean P. Diddy Combs' mother, Janice Combs, has finally spoken out.
What's up, Ma?
Everything's good, baby. I'm here with you.
Yeah.
I love you.
Love you too.
His life too much, and so I stepped in there to help adopt and raise.
That's what I say. Evil is everywhere. That's a public service announcement. Beware.
Kimora Lee just lit a fire under the Diddy drama, and this time, she's going straight for his mama, Janice Combs. She's calling her out hard for allegedly playing a major role in the twisted upbringing of Diddy's twin daughters, Jessie and Delilah. And let's be clear, Kimora ain't whispering behind closed doors. She's saying it loud and proud. Allegedly, Janice was grooming those girls from early on, not for success, but for something way darker. Behind the glam and public smiles, folks are saying Janice was introducing them to grown men they had no business being near, prepping them for that same bizarre freak-off lifestyle Diddy's name keeps getting tied to. And guess what? Diddy knew. He knew everything and still didn't lift a finger to protect them.
When this lawsuit was launched, it's probably like a couple years ago, you'll notice that that's when all of these attacks started coming from my ex.
Now insiders say those girls are so shaken, they're terrified of college life, and even making it through high school was a battle. One source even claims the twins are still dealing with serious trauma from what they've seen and heard behind the scenes. And it gets worse. If Diddy loses this case, the feds are ready to snatch everything. That means the twins could end up with nothing. Homeless, abandoned, and caught in the fallout of their dad's wild empire collapsing. But Kimora, she's not about to let that slide. These girls are like family to her, and she's making it crystal clear. She's not letting them get thrown out just because their father might be going down. Kimora Lee is not playing around. She's going full throttle to protect those girls and make sure Janice Combs answers for everything she allegedly put them through. Word is, Kimora's not just speaking up, she's seriously looking into getting custody of Diddy's twin daughters, Jessie and Delilah. Yep, she's making moves behind the scenes to step in before it's too late. So, what exactly did she say? Kimora's been crystal clear. She's sick of the silence and tired of watching these girls suffer while the Combs family plays nice for the cameras.
Growing up, my mother always told me that he had got killed in a car accident. I always thought there was something funny about the story because whenever I was in the street or around like street hustlers, street people, they would always try to give me money or always treat me with respect. So I was like, was my father a gangster? Why do people fear my father, fear the name? I kept on hounding my family. And nobody would really tell me. They said, you gotta really talk to your mother about it. And so my first time in college, I did the research, and the research had showed me that my father was like, his brains blown out like on Central Park West. And my mother, I remember they said that my mother had brought me to the funeral on a full-length chinchilla. And it was like a sigh of relief, you know what I'm saying? Because I finally knew that what I was feeling was true, you know what I'm saying? That I was a son of a hustler or a gangster.
And now that Diddy's in court, it's not just him on blast. The whole Combs crew is under the spotlight, and things are getting messier by the day. Internet sleuths have been watching closely, and they're saying Jessie and Delilah are clearly not doing well. Sure, they've been showing up to court, sitting next to their siblings, looking like they're standing strong with the family, but behind those photos, it's chaos. Insiders claim this entire united front is nothing more than a staged performance cooked up by Diddy's lawyers and PR team. The goal? To make it look like everything's fine while the walls are crashing in. But it's not working, because reports say the emotional toll is hitting the twins hardest. Sitting there, hearing every disturbing detail of their father's alleged crimes, it's breaking them from the inside out. Word is, things got so intense in that courtroom that Jessie and Delilah couldn't even sit through it. They ran out at different points, completely overwhelmed, and who could blame them? One of the most disturbing moments came when a former escort took the stand and revealed shocking details about what Diddy allegedly made her do with Cassie during those infamous FOS nights. The stuff being said? Beyond twisted. Now imagine being 18, still grieving the loss of your mom and sitting there hearing things about your own father that sound like they came straight out of a horror movie. That's not just shocking, it's traumatizing, but here's the thing. The heartbreak runs even deeper than that. It's not just about hearing what Diddy did, it's about realizing this was the exact kind of life their grandmother Janice might have been grooming them for all along. That realization, it hit them hard. According to insiders, that's one of the biggest reasons the twins were breaking down in court, because it felt personal.
Mom is now being accused of having freak-off parties in front of Diddy when he was a kid. And honestly, now hearing this, I'm really not surprised because I always felt like Janice Combs knew more than what she is leading on. Diddy's childhood best friend is claiming that Diddy's mother, Janice Combs, would often throw wild parties at his childhood home where it wasn't uncommon to walk into a room where adults were having physical relations. Diddy's childhood friend feels like this could be a reason why Diddy found himself at the center of a federal racketeering and trafficking investigation, where he is accused of forcing his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura to participate in freak-offs. He said, "I've been asked the questions, why do you think this happened to Diddy?" And he said, "I don't know the answer to why, but I truly believe it all goes back to his childhood."
After Kim Porter passed, Janice Combs slid into the role of their main mother figure. But sources say it was nothing like the love and protection they had with Kim. Janice allegedly pushed a whole different kind of influence, one that encouraged Christian to act like a mini Diddy and pressured the girls to grow up way too fast. People close to the family say Janice didn't just allow it, she orchestrated it. None of this should come as a shock. People have been whispering for years that Janice Combs was a major reason Diddy turned out the way he did. From a young age, Diddy was surrounded by violence, chaos, and straight-up trauma. And the person who was supposed to shield him, she didn't. In fact, some say she might have made it worse. Let's rewind. Diddy's dad, Melvin Combs, wasn't just some street hustler. He was a feared Harlem gang leader known for brutal tactics. There are claims he used to torture people and even end lives, all while young Sean was right there watching. That kind of childhood scars you deep. In a 2006 documentary, Diddy admitted how finding out his father was a criminal who got murked in the streets messed with his head forever. And Janice, instead of protecting her son from all that darkness, insiders say she was too busy being caught up in Melvin's world to do anything about it. After Melvin died, things spiraled. Janice was suddenly a single mom juggling multiple jobs just to survive. By day, she worked as a school aide and bus driver. But when the sun went down, the story took a sharp turn. Sources say Janice started escorting at night, and it didn't stop there. Allegedly, she even brought clients into the house, and sometimes little Diddy saw it all. That's the environment he grew up in. No wonder people say his twisted views on power, control, and relationships started forming way back then, right inside his own home. It's no surprise that all this chaos from Diddy's childhood left deep scars, especially when it comes to how he sees women, even the ones in his own family. The trauma didn't just sit quietly, it grew into something twisted. Diddy himself once admitted he developed a serious addiction to explicit material at a young age and lost his virginity when he was just 12. That's not normal. That's a clear sign something wasn't right behind closed doors.
This was the first time when I was 12. I used to watch this thing called Midnight Blue. It's like this porno channel here in New York. So the first time I had sex, I wasn't scared. I remember it felt so good to me.
But here's where it really starts getting dark. Whispers in the streets have been saying for years that the relationship between Diddy and Janice wasn't just your average mother-son dynamic. And no, not in any wholesome way. Some sources even claim Janice was the one who introduced him to those infamous freak-offs, and that they'd regularly be around each other during those disturbing encounters with others. These rumors hit a boiling point when an old video popped back up online, one where Diddy kisses Janice on the mouth. But hold up. What really sent chills down people's spines wasn't just the kiss, it was the rest of that resurfaced video. In it, Diddy and Janice are both hooked up to IV bags, casually saying they're recharging. Sounds familiar? That's because Cassie, in her explosive testimony, said Diddy used to hook her up to IV fluids too, right after those marathon freak-offs that lasted for days. And the eerie details don't stop there. People immediately clocked something off about Janice's look. She was rocking white nail polish. Why is that a big deal? Because Cassie said Diddy had a thing about it. He'd demand white polish or French tips to make the girl's hands stand out more during his twisted sessions with male escorts. He was all about that disturbing contrast. And now, folks are saying Janice wearing the same look wasn't a coincidence. It's becoming clearer by the minute. Diddy didn't just stumble into that lifestyle, he inherited it, learned it, and maybe even passed it down. Because here's the wildest part, his own sons are getting dragged into the lawsuits. Justin and Christian's names have popped up in multiple allegations. And it's not just background noise. Christian's even facing his own separate lawsuit, and the claims, they sound way too close to the ones aimed at Diddy. It's like the entire family was caught in this dangerous cycle. And now Jesse and Delilah are the latest ones pulled into the chaos. Nobody signed up for this, but they're living through it now, all because of the legacy they were born into. Now here's where things get real unsettling. Word is, Janice didn't just step in as a grandma trying to help after Kim Porter passed. Nope. Rumors say she started training Jesse and Delilah to become assets to their father. Yeah, assets, like their futures were being shaped to serve Diddy's dark empire. So when the twins ran out of that courtroom mid-testimony, it wasn't just heartbreak or shock, it was recognition. Sources say they were triggered because deep down, they realized that could have been them. If Diddy hadn't been arrested when he was, their lives might have followed the same twisted path as the women now testifying against him. And it gets deeper.
I'm not really sure, but I've been through a lot. I've seen a lot. Again, I'm sitting here with my kids in my house. Easy to find me, not running, not hiding. Not, not doing any of that. And so to have these constant attacks is just kind of crazy.
Insiders claim the girls are now starting to piece things together about what really happened to their mom, Kim. Maybe the whispers were true. Maybe Kim went through the same nightmare Cassie described. The beatings, the freak-offs, the forced surgeries to fix the damage, the constant surveillance, all of it. And now the twins are looking back at everything, and it's clicking in a way it never did before. Meanwhile, from the outside, it looks like Diddy's kids are standing strong by his side, smiling, posing, sitting in court. But behind that fake unity, it's a whole different story. Word is, this happy family act is all part of the legal team's strategy. Behind the scenes, even his own children are ready to bail out before it all comes crashing down. After finishing high school, Jesse and Delilah made a big announcement. They're skipping college and putting their energy into launching a clothing brand and jumping into business. But let's be real. Folks are saying there's more to that story than just entrepreneurship. According to insiders, the last couple of years have been brutal for the twins. With Diddy's name being dragged through court after court and disturbing details coming out left and right, it's no wonder they're hesitant to step into a college environment. People whispering, side-eyeing, asking uncomfortable questions. That's not something they're ready to deal with. Not now. Maybe not ever. But in the middle of all this mess, the girls still have one light, one rock they can count on. Kimora Lee. She's not just a family friend, she's family, period, and she's been holding them down since day one. Nearly a decade ago, when their mother Kim Porter tragically passed, Kimora made a promise at her friend's memorial. A promise that she'd always look after Kim's kids, and she's kept that promise through everything. In her emotional tribute, she said, "At your homegoing celebration today, it became all too real that you are not coming back." After finishing high school, Jesse and Delilah made a big announcement. They're skipping college and putting their energy into launching a clothing brand and jumping into business. But let's be real. Folks are saying there's more to that story than just entrepreneurship. According to insiders, the last couple of years have been brutal for the twins. With Diddy's name being dragged through court after court and disturbing details coming out left and right, it's no wonder they're hesitant to step into a college environment. People whispering, side-eyeing, asking uncomfortable questions, that's not something they're ready to deal with. Not now, maybe not ever. But in the middle of all this mess, the girls still have one light, one rock they can count on, Kimora Lee. She's not just a family friend, she's family, period. And she's been holding them down since day one. Nearly a decade ago, when their mother, Kim Porter, tragically passed, Kimora made a promise at her friend's memorial. A promise that she'd always look after Kim's kids. And she's kept that promise through everything. In her emotional tribute, she said, "At your homegoing celebration today, it became all too real that you are not coming back. I cannot stop crying, but I will be strong for you. Gone way too soon. I am in shock, my beautiful friend and sister. I love you." Those were Kimora Lee's raw, heartbreaking words at Kim Porter's memorial. Through the tears, she made a promise to protect Kim's children like they were her own. Between us, we have 8 kids who are all cousins. We are and will always be a family. I will look after yours and you will look after and guide us all.
Y'all, Kimora Lee Simmons' house been caught on fire and people are blaming Diddy. We put the word out on, said, "Be careful, Kimora." We warned her, and Lord, her house actually caught on fire. This is amazing. Keep an eye out.
But even with all that love, Kimora's journey hasn't been easy, not by a long shot. She's faced pushback every step of the way. Sources say both Diddy and Janice have tried to block her from being too close to the twins. Why? Because they knew that Kimora's presence would shake things up. They feared she'd help Jesse and Delilah see the truth about their mother, their father, and the life they were being groomed for. And it wasn't just subtle shade or cold shoulders. According to insiders, Diddy and Janice allegedly gave strict orders to their staff. Don't let Kimora visit. Don't let her kids hang out with the twins. Keep her out, period. They knew Kimora wasn't falling for the PR act. She saw through the lies, and worse for them, she wasn't afraid to speak up. But no matter how many doors they slammed in her face, Kimora never backed off. Because when she said she'd protect Kim's babies, she meant it. Allegedly, Kimora's been catching heat for speaking up, and we're not just talking about online trolls. Sources say she's been bullied, threatened, and pushed into silence so hard that she had to completely disappear from social media for a while just to protect herself and her kids. But when Cassie's lawsuit finally dropped, Kimora came back swinging. She posted a cryptic message on her IG story that had everyone talking. "As you sow, so shall you reap." Simple, chilling, director. But just days after that post, her house mysteriously went up in flames while she and her kids were inside. Yeah, you read that right. Thankfully, no one was hurt. But the message? Loud and clear. Somebody wanted Kimora to back off. Someone didn't like her supporting Cassie or digging into Diddy's business. And Kimora knew exactly who was behind the warning, because this wasn't her first run-in with Diddy's threats. Back in 2004, during an interview with New York Magazine, Kimora revealed a moment that still haunts her. She said Diddy once threatened to hit her while she was pregnant. The moron, Kimora once said, calling out Diddy straight up. But here's the kicker. According to that same article, Diddy eventually dropped to his knees in public just to apologize to her. Yeah, he was that desperate to smooth things over. And Kimora, she still gave him some credit. She said, I respect him for being a fierce entrepreneur, and I appreciate knowing that everything he does is emulating my husband. But that last part, that's where it gets messy, because the man she's talking about, her ex, Russell Simmons, isn't exactly a role model himself. He's been accused of assault, manipulation, and straight-up violence against women too. So if Diddy was really copying Russell, that says a lot about the kind of path he chose. Still, through all the mess, Kimora has never stopped pushing for justice for Kim Porter and the children left behind. And now that Diddy's empire is falling apart in court, Kimora's stepping in again, trying to be closer to the twins and shield them from whatever storm is coming next. But what do you think? Is Janice going to keep fighting to block Kimora from the girls? And does Janice deserve to be held accountable for the role she allegedly played in all of this? Sound off in the comments, and while you're here, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with someone who needs to hear the real story. We drop the truth daily. Don't miss the next one. See you there.
In real black neighborhoods, so real black families could have that opportunity just like everybody else.
I mean, he actually caught HIV, like having like a lot of women.
Oh yeah, let's just go down the rabbit hole of all of his sins.
I'm just saying.
You want to know what's wild about that though? He faced that head up.
He did.
And he didn't stop. And he didn't stop doing what he's done.
He an advocate. Now he did that. And
period. Listen to me. He faced that head up. How many dudes is running around undetectable? G.
Come on.
In the game.
Man.
Because I could tell you 20 right now that I could rattle off names.
You know, the next thing is, man, Craig Mack was the one that jumped Bad Boy off. And, you know, and it got so bad that Craig Mack, who died from AIDS, that man, he got brainwashed so bad from Diddy and got done so wrong. The man went to South Carolina and joined a cult with his family until he died of AIDS a few years ago.
Man, Diddy's situation just went from scandalous to straight up terrifying. This ain't just about wild parties or messy lawsuits anymore. Rumors are flying that he might be fighting something serious in secret. Allegedly, HIV. Yup, you heard that right.
And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs. More than 1,000 bottles altogether.
Prosecutors are now flashing medical reports in court, and the most shocking part, they're actually naming other celebs who might have been exposed. These whispers first exploded online a few months ago, and social media hasn't calmed down since. But now that the trial is officially on, we're finally seeing the truth crawl out, especially about the health issues Diddy's been trying to keep under wraps. And get this, when he walked into court recently, people were stunned. Diddy looked noticeably thinner, older, and straight up drained. That fresh glow he used to flex, gone.
In real black neighborhoods, so real black families could have that opportunity just like everybody else.
I mean, he actually caught HIV, like having like a lot of women.
Oh yeah, let's just go down the rabbit hole of all of his sins.
I'm just saying.
You want to know what's wild about that though? He faced that head up.
He did.
And he didn't stop. And he didn't stop doing what he's done.
He an advocate. Now he did that. And
period. Listen to me. He faced that head up. How many dudes is running around undetectable? G.
Come on.
In the game.
Man.
Because I could tell you 20 right now that I could rattle off names.
Word on the street is, Diddy's weight loss behind bars ain't just because he's missing gourmet meals or that 5-star chef life. Nah, insiders claim his body's breaking down from something way more serious, allegedly HIV. This ain't about skipping meals or bad prison food. Folks are whispering that he's been hiding a condition for years while living a super secret lifestyle. People are saying he's been down low for a long time, messing with male escorts, allegedly pressuring dudes, and even keeping the same wild behavior going inside prison. Yeah, it's that deep. Word is, Diddy got a whole group of so-called fans in jail, some even fighting just to make his bed. And then it gets even crazier.
And I lived with Sean Puffy Combs for a year.
That's the crazy thing. Now, that was L.A. Reid's idea, right? We're sending you
New
over
York
to
City.
something called Puffy Flavor Camp.
There you go.
To learn
Flavor Camp.
Yeah,
Flavor
that's what it
Camp.
was called. And you're going to go to Puff Daddy's. He's going
In the 90s, do you understand what that's like?
Puffy's place was like just filled with chicks and like nonstop, right?
No, not really. I
Come
mean,
on.
but hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
The feds reportedly found 1,000 bottles of baby oil at his place. 1,000. And people are saying that was his go-to for those infamous freaky sessions where everyone ends up glistening. While Diddy's been locked up, insiders say he wasn't just kicking back with fans behind bars. He was allegedly getting busy with them too. And let's be real, in jail, protection ain't just lying around waiting to be used. That's a dangerous game, especially with the serious health rumors swirling. Jaguar Wright didn't hold back either. She went public and flat out claimed Diddy's been battling HIV. According to her, he's not only known about it, but has supposedly been dealing with the reality for a minute. And here's where it gets even more wild.
I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at. It was pretty wild.
Jaguar hinted that Diddy might not be alone. She says at least 20 other men in the industry could be dealing with the same alleged infection. That's right, 20. She didn't drop names yet. She said she's saving all that tea for her upcoming show. But she made it clear this thing, it's way bigger than Diddy. It's a whole industry-sized secret. And here's the part that's got people's jaws on the floor. Rumor has it Diddy's late baby mama, Kim Porter, was allegedly HIV positive too. Word is, if the real autopsy report ever came out, it could raise some serious questions about how she got infected. And all roads might have led right back to Diddy. Sources say he wanted no part of that smoke, which is why the truth allegedly never saw the light of day.
You're a dad now. Would you ever send your kid to Puffy Camp?
Hell no.
Now, we don't know how much of this is confirmed, but the streets are buzzing, and it ain't just random talk. People are whispering that prosecutors have a list of celebs who might have been infected by Diddy, and the names surfacing. Mostly dudes folks been side-eyeing for years, his so-called boy toys. And once you really start peeping the connections and track records, some of these names, they're honestly not that shocking. The puzzle pieces are falling into place, and it's messier than anyone expected. And now the streets are talking heavy because one of the names floating around, A-list. Like red carpet, award-winning type famous. Folks online are already throwing out guesses, and let's just say, the timelines are real suspicious. These are people who've been in Diddy's inner circle for years. Private jets, late-night studio sessions, VIP-only events, and now their names are allegedly sitting on sealed court docs. But it don't stop there.
What? Yo, wait a minute. Wait, ha!
Sources say some of these celebs might have even received hush money, big checks, to keep quiet and not expose what really went down behind closed doors. And the reason they're sweating now? The feds ain't playing no more. If those sealed files get unsealed, careers could crash overnight. And here's the kicker. Diddy's camp has gone radio silent. No statements, no denials, just straight up ghost mode. When a media giant like him suddenly stops talking, it makes you wonder what is he trying to hide? Or better yet, who is he protecting? Now here's where it gets even wilder. Some insiders claim Diddy's legal team has been scrambling behind the scenes, trying to keep certain witness testimonies from ever seeing the light of day. Word is, a few key insiders are ready to spill everything, but only under protection. One of them allegedly used to be part of Diddy's personal staff, someone who saw it all up close. And this ain't just petty gossip. Court whispers say this witness has voice recordings, burner phone messages, and even medical records that could link some of these infected celebs straight back to Diddy. It's no longer a question of if, it's about when it all leaks. Now fans are dissecting every video clip, every paparazzi photo, every weird moment from past interviews, trying to figure out who looked sick, who disappeared suddenly, and who might have known all along. This ain't just a scandal, it's turning into a full-blown celebrity fallout with the power to shake the industry to its core.
Hey, what's up, King Son? Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, Daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you. Yeah.
Let's talk about Usher. Yep, his name's allegedly been dragged into this storm too. And honestly, when you look back, it kind of makes sense. Usher once lived with Diddy in New York for a whole year. At just 13 years old, he even brought it up during an interview on the Howard Stern show. At first, he played it cool, like it was just a wild, exciting time. But as that interview went deeper, his tone totally shifted. Usher started dropping some heavy hints, saying the situation was very curious and even admitted it was the kind of environment he'd never allow his own kids to be around. Say what? That's not just shady, that's a whole 5-alarm fire. Now people are seriously raising eyebrows. If Diddy's really been battling STDs all this time, allegedly, then folks are whispering that Usher might need to get tested real quick. And let's not forget, Usher's already faced 3 different lawsuits from people claiming he gave them herpes. So when his name pops up in this new mess, it's got folks really side-eyeing the whole situation. But it's not just Usher.
I don't know about the what rumors, right? Wait, they say, nah, I ain't gonna say that. I heard about that though, but I ain't about to say that. But
What was
I ain't
it?
about to say on
You and Diddy? You and Diddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, you and Diddy.
You and Diddy what?
You and Diddy.
No.
They said he was.
Him and Diddy what?
I'm just saying the rumor.
I ain't never heard this, Joaquin.
They said he was.
How you knew that? How you know that?
Now I'm about to Google because I ain't never heard this one.
Yeah, I'm saying because nobody would ever say that one.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not
So
saying
here
that.
goes Envy.
They said that he said he was Diddy's boy toy.
Yeah, I was in Jamaica with him.
Oh, I see it now.
See?
I was in
Joaquin
Jamaica with
Osiris
him.
in Jamaica with his alleged boo Diddy.
Meek Mill's name been ringing through the streets too. Right after Diddy got arrested last September, this wild audio clip started making rounds online. Allegedly, it caught Meek and Diddy sharing a way too private moment. Meek tried to shut it all down quick, calling it fake, saying people were just out to destroy him. But guess what? The clip came back, and this time, Diddy can be heard on camera straight up calling Meek daddy. The internet exploded. Suddenly, people started questioning if Diddy and Meek's bond ran way deeper than music and business deals. And then there's Craig Mack, one of the early stars from Bad Boy. When he passed, the official word was a heart attack, but now whispers are saying it was actually HIV. And that has folks wondering if Diddy might have played a role in that too. The timing, the closeness, it's way too sketchy to ignore. And then there's YK Osiris, aka Diddy's so-called Jamaican vacation buddy. A clip popped up showing Osiris looking way too cozy with Diddy on the beach, and the internet went into a frenzy. Folks started calling him Diddy's new boy toy, like it was already confirmed. The video blew up so much, DJ Envy brought it up on The Breakfast Club.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear friend. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
This is a special birthday for both of us.
Yeah.
Osiris tried to play it cool, but he couldn't hide the nerves, pacing, laughing, brushing it off like, nah, I was there with a woman. But his whole vibe was screaming something else. People could feel it, like there was more to that trip than just sunshine and palm trees. And let's not forget French Montana. He's been tight with Diddy for years, always at the parties, always in the mix. But one clip from a birthday bash had folks squinting real hard, saying that wasn't bromance. That looked way deeper. But don't get it twisted, this drama ain't just about the fellas. The street's been whispering names of women too. J.Lo, Kim Kardashian, and of course Cassie, who already said Diddy forced her into wild stuff with escorts. Allegedly, some of those same escorts Diddy was rolling with, people say they might have been infected too. And if even a piece of this is true, then Diddy could have been passing this around like party favors at a VIP after party. Now the internet's in full beast mode and they're not letting this slide one bit. One user commented, he definitely got Usher. Another said, so then what? J.Lo, Kim Kardashian, Ray J, all those rappers, singers, ball players, they all could have it too? It's getting real out here. Folks are screaming, be careful who you sleep with. They're giving it to everyone. And another user added, looks like everybody that messed around with Diddy, including those boy toys, better go get checked out fast. So now the big questions are flying. Who's the next celeb to be named? And just how deep does this rabbit hole go? Drop your thoughts in the comments. We want to hear it all. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, share this with someone who needs to see it, and get ready. Because the next video, it's even wilder. See you there.
You hear about them parties? Nah, that wasn't for me. No, sir.
What's that? That's Mall King?
Niggas feeling marvelous, you heard?
You gotta get the shoes though. Y'all know what it is.
Benny Siegel was the shit.
Yeah, he was fired.
And they would only let Benny Siegel only sell so many records. This came from an executive. For Benny, they would you couldn't be bigger than Jay-Z on Jay-Z's label.
The accuser, identified only as Jane Doe, alleges that rapper Jay-Z, along with Diddy, indecently assaulted her at a New York house party in the year 2000 following the MTV Video Music Awards.
Holmes attended the award show with his then girlfriend, Jennifer Lopez.
I mean, Mr. Carter has nothing to do with Mr. Combs' case or Mr. Combs. They knew each other professionally for a number of years, just like in all professions. People know each other. At the music awards, they support each other. If you go to the NBA All-Star game, they support each other. That's just how professions work. There is no closer association between any of them. That's also a matter of fiction. That's all that there is. He doesn't know anything about the charges or allegations against him. He has nothing to do with that case. And there's nothing more to say.
There's been serious chatter swirling that Diddy might actually be staring down life behind bars. But here's where it gets even messier. Word on the street is he's trying to strike a deal with the Fed. And it's not just any deal. People close to the situation are saying he's ready to name names to save himself, and not just random folks either. We're talking big-time players. Allegedly, one of the names he's throwing out, none other than his so-called brother, Jay-Z.
Right now, I'm facing weapons violations, attempted murder. They try and get a boy 20 to 40 years. They came to me with a deal. Their deal was 18 to 36 years. Of course, I turned it down. Thought this was America, people. Guilty until proven innocent, huh?
And now, out of nowhere, Beanie Sigel jumps in with some wild claims of his own. He's warning Jay to get gone while he still can. Beanie's hinting that Diddy's got receipts that date all the way back to the 90s. And whatever went down between them back then, it's apparently way darker than anyone imagined. He's basically saying there's a whole hidden chapter to Jay and Diddy's bond that's about to blow up. So now the big question is, wait, what exactly does Beanie know about their past that's got him sounding the alarm? And is Diddy really about to crack and start snitching on everybody? Let's break it down, because things are getting real ugly behind the scenes.
You got me. So at that time, when, I'm going to court, and we about to be on tour. We on tour. So a whole nother tour. Yeah, we on a whole nother tour. So, I'm going for my bail hearing in the feds. And the judge asked Jay, everybody's saying all these good things and all that. The character witnesses, Dame, and, everybody's saying, and even Jay said a whole lot of good things about me, and the judge was going to let me go. Monitor. And she said, would you be willing, and that's the part that people don't have, would you be willing to be responsible for his whereabouts, not be responsible for my actions, just his whereabouts? Would you be willing to do that? Provide us with all the information, saying that he's going to be here, there. And after all that good, he said no. But it was like the way he said it. And he put his head down, he was like, no, I've never been crushed like that ever in my life. Cause I'm like, damn, this is my man, like and I looked at it like, all right, no. What if I had to get the out of there? I'm in jail, I'm still tall, but what if I really needed to go? This was going in my mind. Like, get out of jail, you say? Bro, I had attempted in the state and the federal government and all this shit. 40 years is over. This is what I'm facing, 40 years. Right. What if in my mind, I'm thinking like, damn, what if I really needed to roll? Be on a run and go. Like, I'm from this my man and I love him. If he skipped that, I'm getting my man, I'm getting him out by any means necessary. So for me to look him in his eyes and I'm shackled around the wrist, ankles and everything, and the man was like, no. Like that fucked me up. It took everything in me not to let one go. Like that took away a lot of that I thought that we had. Right. Like, that's big bro.
All the buzz right now says Diddy might be ready to flip, and the pressure's clearly piling up. Sources close to him are whispering that he's facing major time, so we're talking life in prison. And even the most untouchable start sweating when it gets that serious. Word is Diddy ain't trying to be the only one going down. Allegedly, he's already laying out names, and not just background characters either. One of the first on that list, Jay-Z. And don't act like this came out of nowhere. People forgot, but last year Diddy's own son Christian dropped a diss track called Pick a Side. In it, he threw shots at his dad's celeb buddies, warning them that if they didn't back Diddy publicly, there'd be a reckoning. So not only did Jay-Z stay silent while Diddy's world started crashing down, he doubled down and had his high-powered lawyer, Alex Spiro put out a statement claiming Jay and Diddy were never even friends.
Yeah, 5 in the morning, caught a flat.
We caught a flat in Dame's van on the turnpike. We gotta wait for the spare to come.
We're running a little late. And I gotta get suited up, booted up. And you know, he is our brother, so we will be there to support him. Because it's a rock, we are a family.
That move, it set Diddy all the way off. Sources say he felt completely betrayed, and now he's ready to go nuclear to save himself, even if that means exposing Jay-Z's deepest, dirtiest secrets. This is exactly why Beanie Sigel's warning is hitting so hard right now. It ain't just random talk. It's coming from someone who knows how Jay moves when the heat's on. Beanie was ride or die for Jay-Z back in the Rockefeller days. He held it down in the studio and the streets. And let's be real, that loyalty came at a cost. When the feds came for Beanie, Jay turned ghost. No backup, no lifeline, just silence. Now look at the situation. Diddy's staring down a life sentence, and once again, Jay is nowhere in sight. Let's not forget, Jay-Z and Diddy go way back, all the way to the 90s. That means Diddy had front row seats to everything that went down in the shadows of Rockefeller and later Rock Nation. He saw it all. The sketchy deals, the street ties, the backdoor power plays, and most importantly, who got protected when the feds started snooping around.
Did Jay really call up them people? Just need to know to add them to the infested extermination list.
Listen, before I even got there to the building, you gotta understand this. It's all documented. This year's Powerhouse, Jay came last year. In the Philadelphia Daily News, the day after the Powerhouse, it had an article. And I didn't even go to the Powerhouse last year. It had an article in it. Inside sources say Jay-Z beefs up security and threat that retaliation from Beanie Sigel for dropping him from the label.
This was in the newspaper.
It's in the paper. It's public record. Go. It's $20. You can search it and find it. It's public record. That was last year. So when I'm reading this, like, damn, what the, you know what I mean? Inside sources say.
Right.
Where that come from? I ain't never see the Powerhouse where they got boot cops walking around with K9s and all that shit. Go on the internet, Google it. Bernard Hopkins was there. I didn't even know Bernard was there.
Right.
Go to allhiphop.com. He confirms it.
So there you are, just like the song says.
Yeah, because what happened was, I stood right in the, and because they made sweeps. When I came in the building and people was going in the back and all that, where the dressing rooms was at, we was standing in the back, me and my peoples or whatever. Bleak come out with 5 bodyguards. What's up, C? No, what's going on? Damn, what's up? What you doing? Go back there, Jay. Come on, let's go back there. And you keep on moving the conversation. You don't want to go back there. Your bodyguard's there, and I don't got no, you know what I mean, the pass. He was like, man, you need to come holler at the big hunk. Man, dude, don't f with me. I ain't going back there. And that's what I told him. Big homie, don't f with me.
So if Diddy really starts talking, he might just blow the lid off how Jay-Z managed to stay squeaky clean, while letting dudes like Beanie Sigel take the heat. And that ain't just damaging, that would shatter Jay-Z's image for good and finally confirm everything Beanie's been screaming for years. Now let's break down Beanie's angle for real. Back in the early 2000s, Beanie wasn't just some side rapper under Rockefeller, he was a key player. This man helped launch the whole movement, had his own fashion brand State Property, and even starred in movies. He wasn't tagging along, he was building the empire with Jay and Dame. But then things got real messy around 2004. Rockefeller started crumbling and a power war exploded between Jay-Z and Dame Dash. Behind the scenes, it was a full-on fight for control. And Beanie, he got caught right in the middle of it all. Beanie ended up right in the crossfire. He stayed loyal to both Jay-Z and Dame Dash, but once Jay locked in that Def Jam takeover deal, the shift was loud and clear.
Beanie Sigel is complaining a lot these days.
Well, he has a lot to complain about.
I know.
Not me.
Well, actually, this morning I just got a brand new interview. It's half an hour long, and he's talking basically about you, about the company, about basically how you didn't push him as much as, let's say, 50 Cent pushed some of his boys. How do you feel about that?
Well, Beanie Siegel at the time, and you can look it up if you like, but just to be honest, was driving 2 Bentleys. I don't know how. It's impossible to drive 2 cars at one time. With his mama in the sticks and selling 800,000 records, I don't know what more can you do for somebody, at that point. What people choose to do when they attain that type of success, at some point you have to look in the mirror and look at yourself. Beanie Siegel had a record deal, a record label, and a clothing line. It never went platinum, ever. I don't know in the history of rap has anyone done so much with so little. So I don't even know what more can you do for a person at that point. A record label, a record deal, that's normal. A record label and a clothing line. So if that's not pushing a person,
Beanie got pushed out. 1 minute he was inside the circle, the next, ghosted like he never mattered. And that's when the betrayal started cutting deep. While all the Rockefeller drama was unfolding, Beanie caught some heavy federal charges, and guess who didn't show up? Jay-Z. No calls, no lawyers, no help, nothing. Beanie was left hanging, and that silence, it hit harder than the sentence. This is a man who helped build the whole dynasty, brick by brick. He gave the label street cred, hits, and culture. And when he needed support the most, Jay just disappeared. Beanie's spoken about it in interviews over the years, and he doesn't hold back. He felt abandoned, straight up cut off by someone he once called family. And now, watching Jay try to distance himself from Diddy too, it's like deja vu all over again. Meanwhile, Dame Dash was riding for Beanie the whole way through. He showed up at court, stood by him publicly, and made it clear, Beanie wasn't fighting this battle alone. That's loyalty, period.
Beans was getting ready. We thought he was gonna go to jail for a couple of years. He was on trial. So I was trying to make 4 albums for him, or 5. I was more bothered when Beans chose to go with Jay. That one hurt. Because I'd done a lot and prepared. I chose State Property over Rockware. And I wanted to just roll out with State Property. But it almost like he tricked Beans to shelf him, and he fucked his life up to me doing that. But I had him, you know what I mean? Like, that was my new Jay.
But while Beanie was tangled up in serious legal heat, Jay-Z was out here focused on his own moves. He dropped the Black Album, put out a flashy retirement announcement, and then flipped it just months later like nothing ever happened. By 2005, the old Rockefeller magic was fading fast. Jay had locked in the big seat at Def Jam while Dame and Biggs drifted into other lanes. But Beanie, he was stuck, caught in the middle with no lifeline. That same year, Beanie dropped his 3rd album, The Be Coming, and it hit hard. Most of it was recorded while he was fighting for his freedom. But even though the music was solid, it didn't get the push it deserved. And Jay? He wasn't lifting a finger to promote it. Over the years, Beanie's dropped plenty of clues that Jay was holding him back on purpose. He even said Jay blocked him from taking outside deals, keeping him tied to Rockefeller, but never really helping him grow, just holding him in place and leaving him behind.
Dame actually came and got me when I got out of prison. And we was on a tour bus, and they was interviewing me. And they asked me then and there on a bus. Now I'm just getting out of prison. Like, he at the jail picked me up. And they posed that question that I was, or made the statement that I was going to be with Dame Dash Music Group. And I said then that I didn't want to make that choice between Jay or Dame. I just wanted to stay neutral. I believe if we had those conversations, I believe I would have rolled with Dame. I'd have rocked with Dame. Yeah, if Dame set me down and he had a plan, regardless what the plan was, and mapped it out like this was going to do, the smartest decision at that time for me would have rolled with Dame, because Dame was more accessible than Jay was. Dame was in the office every day. You could talk to Dame. You know what I mean? Dame used to come and chill on the block in South Philly. You know what I mean? Dame pull up and Biggs at Mom Duke's spot. So, yeah, I think if we would have sat and he would have showed me and explained to me, our business plan and what we was going to do, That would have been an easy decision.
Then in 2009, the tension exploded. Beanie dropped a scathing diss track called What You Talking About, aimed straight at Jay-Z, and he didn't sugarcoat anything. Beanie flat out called Jay fake, selfish, and accused him of using him for street clout, then tossing him aside once he wasn't useful anymore. And Jay's response? Cold and dismissive. He brushed the whole thing off like it was nothing, blaming Beanie and claiming he just wasn't taking responsibility for his own mess. No ownership, no apology, just distance. But now, years later, the tone is shifting. Beanie seems ready to admit he made mistakes, but the one that cuts the deepest? Trusting Jay-Z over Dame Dash? Dame recently popped up on The Art of Dialogue, and he did not hold back. He accused Jay of playing dirty, said Jay tricked Beanie, used him, then deliberately sidelined him and crushed his momentum. Dame made it clear. He saw Beanie as the next leader of Rockefeller, the one who could carry the torch and keep the legacy alive. But instead of betting on Dame, Beanie stayed loyal to Jay, thinking Jay had his back. What Beanie didn't realize back then was that Jay-Z wasn't just walking away. He was allegedly pulling strings behind the scenes to make sure Beanie never made a real comeback. That's the cold part.
I don't think one man could destroy another man's life. It's ultimately in your own decisions. You know, I had a lot of issues. Like I said, legal issues at the time. And, you know, my mind wasn't where I'm at now today. Like, I used to have questions like why every time my album dropped, Jay would drop right on top of me. He wouldn't let me breathe or right before me. Like, I was always close. And I never understood that every single album that I dropped, Jay dropped right on top of me. And it was like, damn, like to have in-house competition at that magnitude was crazy. Jay already the boss, but I always thought that, like, let me breathe.
And when Beanie finally spoke out, he even admitted it. He said he took Dame Dash for granted and now sees who really had his back. When it comes to Jay, Beanie didn't hold back. He said it felt like there were always secret plays going down, sneaky moves that stunted his growth. Like Jay dropping his own albums right around the same time as Beanie's, making sure the spotlight never fully landed on him. Beanie said Jay would even cap how many records he could push, like he was controlling the ceiling on his success. Yeah, Beanie admitted he made some mistakes, especially with the law, but let's be real. That doesn't excuse everything else. The way Jay handled him, that wasn't just business, that was intentional. And now, with the streets buzzing that Diddy's about to spill it all, fans are finally starting to piece things together. Jay's got a long history of falling silent when his people are down bad. And maybe, just maybe, that shady past is finally spinning back around on him. So what do you think? Is Jay-Z about to face the fallout from years of betrayal? And if Diddy really lets it all fly, how far down the rabbit hole does this go? Drop your thoughts in the comments, smash that like button, share with your crew, and don't forget to subscribe for more wild celeb breakdowns. See you in the next one.
Puffy invited me for weeks, asking me to come and teach him how to, wanted me to be his acting coach for a while. He wants to hang out with you next week, and I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to you.
Did he do it, right?
Yeah,
yeah. I know you've been heavy on social media talking about it. He did it.
And I'm the only one who's been vocal about this long before it actually. But I also didn't participate. I also didn't go to those parties.
And that's always been my whole thing, and have lost businesses because I don't bend over in that way. I don't compromise. I don't play gay roles. I don't kiss a man. I don't do that.
In terms of how it worked on my first film, Get Rich or Die Trying with me, he's a good friend of mine.
This is real life that we're talking about. We're not talking about dingleberries and applesauce. Yeah, real life.
Just when you thought the Diddy chaos couldn't get any crazier, boom! 50 Cent jumps in and drops a wild bombshell, claiming he might have straight up saved Terrence Howard from falling into Diddy's freaky trap. But wait, there's more! Terrence is finally breaking his silence, and he's not holding back. He's calling out all the Hollywood dudes who didn't have the guts to tell Diddy no.
I'm always right. It's like when I'm right, I'm right. And when I'm wrong, I could have been right. So I'm still right because I could have been wrong.
According to Terrence, some of these industry men straight up gave up their dignity at those infamous FO parties, and he barely escaped the madness himself. Now here's where things get real twisted.
Do all those things. When you give up those things, but when you give up your manhood, I've never seen somebody recover from it. That was all the people that went to the Puffy party.
Word is, Diddy allegedly hit up Terrence to be part of his new docuseries. Yeah, you heard that right. And rumor has it these two were about to team up and blow the lid off the whole thing, exposing what? Everything from the wild invites to the shady deals made behind closed doors. So the real question is, who actually said yes to Diddy? Because some huge names are being whispered. Names you definitely know.
That was all the people that went to the Puffy party. That was all the people that did all those things thinking that there was never going to be a consequence for what they were doing. Got punked out and pimped out by some over greater desire. You shouldn't have a greater desire than being a man. So I believe that's a big problem with a lot of the actors out there because they get fluid. And next thing you know, once you go fluid, it's gone. You don't have any foundation to pull yourself back from. So maintain your man card, no matter what.
And guess what? 50 Cent is out here talking like there's receipts lined up for this documentary. Real footage, real stories, real drama. If that's true, it could be the biggest industry takedown we've ever seen. So what really went down when Diddy tried to lure Terrence Howard into one of those wild parties? Well, Terrence just spilled some straight up shocking tea during a recent appearance on the PBE podcast. He opened up about how certain celebs traded in their pride just to stay on top, and he made it clear this is the exact same vibe he saw at Diddy's events.
So you see some guys struggling with that. You see Bieber struggling with that. You see some of these guys struggling with that.
They can't get it out of their head. They can't get it out of their head. The things that they did, no matter how they did it, whether they were drunk or high or whatever, you gave up your man card. You need therapy. And that's the thing that hurts them the most. And so they end up on drugs, end up every way to try and get rid of any principles there are. And that's what the business does. And the women that trade their bodies to go and get the role, they get to the point where they have their Oscar, they have their money, but they don't have their dream. They don't have the soul that they started with. So it's like achieving don't mean anything. If I get all the Nobel Prizes from doing all of this, but in the process I have to trade out all of my integrity to do it so that they can stay in place, what benefit is that if I lose my integrity? You got to go in as a principal.
And then Terrence went even further. He said, this is exactly what happened with a lot of the celebs who went to Diddy's parties. So when Patrick Bet David threw out names like Justin Bieber during the interview, suggesting they might have been caught up in Diddy's madness, Terrence Howard didn't flinch. He straight up agreed. He said you can see the trauma on some of these people's faces, like they're still carrying the weight of whatever went down behind those closed doors. But hold up, it gets even messier. Terrence dropped a bomb of his own, saying Diddy actually tried to come at him.
Did you ever have the opportunity where you got invited and you said no to it?
Hell yeah.
What was the consequences when you said no?
Puffy invited me for weeks, asking me to come and teach him how to, wanted me to be his acting coach for a while. Go there and he's sitting around just looking. I'm like, okay, what's the material you want to work on? He's just looking at me. Then next thing you know, okay, hey, will you help me? I want to hear your music. So I come over there and I play the music. And he's sitting there just looking at me, like waiting. Okay. So then my assistant was like, he wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to you.
According to Terrence, Diddy first slid in acting all innocent, pretending he needed help learning how to act. But then, out of nowhere, he switched lanes and started acting real interested in Terrence's music. That's when Terrence's assistant stepped in and warned him something felt way off. Turns out that instinct was spot on, because Terrence didn't just call out Diddy, he said there were other big-name producers who tried him too. Real shady energy. He didn't name names yet, but he made it clear. This isn't a one-man show, it's a whole system. And the reason you haven't seen Terrence in every blockbuster? He says it's because he refused to play the game. Word for word, he said he lost out on major Hollywood deals just because he wouldn't bend over, literally or metaphorically. He stayed true to himself, but the price was steep.
Be hands off with somebody. A number of producers come in and make the approach, and you threaten to punch them in the mouth, or threaten to knock their head off for talking to you like, or looking at you like you're a woman. When you approach a real man about his masculinity, you're going to get a real reaction back. It's a difference when a guy walks in a room and when a man walks into a room. And a man don't take the same things that a guy will accept. So always be the man in the room.
Now, of course, once this interview hit the internet, social media exploded. People couldn't believe Terrence actually said all that out loud, especially since most celebs are out here acting like they've never even met Diddy. Only a few like 50 Cent and Cat Williams have dared to speak up. But Terrence, he's the only A-lister who straight up said Diddy tried to smash him. And speaking of 50, he's still on a mission. He's been teasing his Diddy expose documentary for weeks now. When someone asked him why he's the only one bold enough to speak, his answer was savage. Simple. I never went to any of them freak-off parties.
That's always been my whole thing, and I've lost businesses because I don't bend over in that way. I don't compromise. I don't play gay roles. I don't kiss a man. I don't do that because the man card means everything.
Now Tyrese is chiming in on Terrence Howard's wild claims about Diddy trying to drag him into one of those infamous freak-off setups. Ty posted a clip from Terrence's interview on his Instagram and kept it cryptic, writing, "No comment, I'm staying positive, God help us all, whoa." Meanwhile, 50 Cent is keeping that same stay positive energy, but his version of positive? Turning all this Diddy drama into a blockbuster Netflix documentary. Yup, he's about to put the whole story on blast with a series that's supposed to cover every shocking accusation surrounding Diddy. But here's where it gets extra petty, in true 50 fashion.
Do it, right?
Yeah.
I know
He did it.
You've been heavy on social media
He
talking
did
about
it.
it.
He did it. And I'm the only one who's been vocal about this long before it actually.
Oh, you've been saying this for a long time now, and then no one was, they're just, why is he saying this? And now it's coming out like crazy. I mean,
But I also didn't participate. I also didn't go to those parties.
Yeah.
So a lot of the celebrity culture that you don't hear saying anything is because they participated.
Was there a reason you never went to those parties back in the day? Obviously, I know what was going on there, but is there a reason you never did?
I'm just not with all that 50 shit. Like all of the stuff that he's doing, I'm not into that type of stuff. I'm just a little more, maybe you could say basic or normal.
Word on the street is that 50 already hit up Terrence, asking if he'd be down to join the documentary and spill even more about how Diddy tried to rope him into one of those FO sessions. The timing, savage. The intention, crystal clear. And honestly, it makes sense why 50 wants Terrence on board. These two got history. 50's been riding for Terrence before, especially when Terrence spoke out about getting scammed out of millions and blacklisted by big studios. 50 didn't stay silent then, and he's not staying silent now.
I say 50 Cent is unmatched. He is unmatched. His pettiness goes beyond anybody that has ever been petty in the hemisphere of pettyism in this damn universe. Child, 50 Cent made a bidding war off of Diddy Do It. Diddy Do It was bought by Netflix, baby. So this docuseries will be out about everything that has happened since Cassie has filed this lawsuit against Diddy. Leave 50 Cent out of everything because this man's pettiness is beyond compare.
Lately, Terrence has been speaking up about deeper issues in Hollywood, beyond just money. He's been vocal about what he sees as an agenda to strip masculinity from black men in the industry. According to him, he was labeled difficult just for turning down roles that didn't align with his values. He refused to wear a dress or play roles that, in his words, were meant to soften a man's image.
Transformative.
Oh, check this out. I made $12,000 for doing Hustle and Flow. And then on top of it, what Paramount did, instead of putting my name as Terrence Howard performing the songs, they put performed by DJ. Well, they own DJ. So guess what? The performance royalties went to Paramount. They went,
Wait a minute. They didn't go to Terrence Howard. They went to
$12,000. That's all I ever made from Hustle and Flow.
Terrence put it bluntly. The man has been demonized. He says there's a new formula out here, one that's pushing men to lose their strength, their confidence, their power. Terrence Howard didn't hold back when it came to calling out double standards in Hollywood. He said it straight. They let white men be strong, but when it's black men, suddenly it's seen as a threat. And when the conversation turned to Taraji P. Henson's recent statement about being underpaid as a black woman in the industry, Terrence said he wasn't shocked at all. According to him, this kind of stuff has been going on forever. Then he brought up Hustle and Flow, the movie that put him on the map. And here's where jaws dropped.
Sue Paramount or send them a letter.
Are you serious?
I gotta send them a letter to say, hey, you guys owe me about 20 years worth of residuals and performance royalties. But I didn't know, I was just trying to pay my rent then. I made $6,000 doing Crash. Crash didn't.
I remember the movie Crash. Yes, that's right. That's right.
The business don't pay actors anything. That's why the strike is going on. Actors are struggling.
Terrence said if he knew back then how the game was really played, he would have made very different choices. That film, dropped by Paramount in 2005, was a box office smash, pulling in over $75 million. But guess how much Terrence got paid? Only $12,000. That's it for the lead role. And that ain't even the craziest part. He also revealed he never got a single royalty check for the songs he performed in the film, despite them becoming iconic.
This is extended family. You've been there with me through the ups and downs. Whenever I get in trouble, this is the one I call. It's my strategist right here. This my brother. This B.I.G's brother. Yes, sir. It's Brooklyn's own Brooklyn.
Now Terrence says he's seriously thinking about suing Paramount to finally get what's owed to him after 20 years of being ghosted on those checks. Oh, and it gets even more outrageous. He dropped another bomb. He only got $6,000 for his Oscar-winning performance in Crash. $6,000 for one of the most critically acclaimed films of that year. When 50 Cent saw all this go down, he was heated. He quickly stepped in, offering both Terrence and Taraji a chance to come work with him at G-Unit Films and Television, promising to pay them what they actually deserve.
Homie's doing a lot of things, man. Most importantly, you know, he had a recital that he has to be at the group. But I reached out to him, and I told him that this right here was important. Bad Boy celebrating 20 years of hits. And this is extended family. You've been there with me through my ups and downs.
50 posted a clip of Terrence talking about his low pay from Hustle and Flow and wrote in the caption, "This ish hurt my stomach to hear Terrence say this. F them. I need the best actors and I'm gonna pay them." Then he called out to Taraji too. "Tara Raji, you cool with Mary J. Blige? Ask her, she got a big F-in bag." And just like that, 50 doubled down, urging Terrence once again to join the G-Unit movement. "Damn, Terrence, call my phone." That's what 50 Cent posted, and he wasn't playing. He said he'll personally make sure Terrence gets the money Hollywood owes him. No games, no middlemen, just business handled the G-Unit way.
Not approved.
No, you're
okay.
not. I love you, but Sean
I'm not,
is a
I'm
whole
not there yet.
different,
I appreciate that. I'm not there yet.
You know, yeah.
Who is Sean approved from the world of entertainment?
There's only one person.
Oh, go on.
And I call him Sean. That's Jay-Z. We call each other Sean.
Okay.
Yeah. Nobody else could call me Sean.
He's the only person who's Sean approved.
There's not a single person that
outside
should be,
of family.
That should be outside of my mother.
Okay,
that should be calling me. Yeah, that should be calling me.
Now that Terrence has officially spoken out against Diddy, 50's longtime enemy, it's the perfect time for these two to link up and expose everything. Fans are already hyped seeing 50, Terrence, Cat Williams, and a few brave others finally stepping up and saying no to Diddy's madness. But here's the real tea. Terrence didn't mince words. He straight up said a lot of men in the game lost their man card by letting Diddy manipulate them. And yeah, you can probably take a wild guess at a few of those names. Word is, 50 is locked in on making sure this upcoming documentary doesn't pull any punches. Every name is getting aired out. And one name that just won't stop coming up, Jay-Z. Even though Jay is now out here acting like he barely knew Diddy, the history says otherwise. Before all this blew up, Diddy used to call Jay his extended family. Even said Jay was his strategist, the first person he'd call when he was in deep trouble. And then there's that viral moment where Diddy bragged that Jay skipped Blue Ivy's recital just to hit the stage for Bad Boy's 20th anniversary show. Let that sink in. He missed a once-in-a-lifetime moment with his daughter just to back Diddy on stage? That's a different kind of loyalty. Now Jay's trying to rewrite the story, saying they weren't even that close.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear friend. Happy birthday to you. It's a special birthday for both of us. Yeah.
And don't forget, during Diddy's 2023 carpool karaoke with James Corden, he said only 2 people are allowed to call him by his government name, his mom and Jay-Z. Let's not forget, just a few months before Cassie's explosive lawsuit dropped in November 2023, Diddy was still getting praise left and right. He even scored a BET Lifetime Achievement Award. And guess who recorded a special tribute for him? Jay-Z. Yep.
I started kicking it with Diddy, right? I ran around with Diddy for 2 years. And this Diddy, we never went to the studio one time, but he was like, yo, with your demo, that's, you know, bad boy, but hey, Playboy, hey, here go a watch, Playboy, here go a chain, Playboy. I'm like, yo, we ever gonna rap? Like, nah.
I was doing it for 2 years.
Yo, but the jet leave at 5. We going to Miami, Playboy. We going to, you know what I'm saying? We going to New York. We in ATL this weekend, Playboy. Pop out. And I was going everywhere with Diddy.
And Jay don't just show up like that for anyone. Now here's where it gets real wild. There's an actual video of Jay, shirtless and all oiled up, standing in Diddy's house while Diddy sings happy birthday to him. No joke. That clip's out there and people are side-eyeing hard. Then there's that viral pic of Diddy in French Montana, looking real cozy, like spooning, while partying in Miami. And you already know 50 Cent had to jump on that one. He reposted the pic on IG with a caption that had folks cracking up. What in the world is going on in this picture? Man, something's not right, ha ha ha. But that's just one chapter in the chaos.
I don't know whatever someone does in their bedroom, that's what they do. I don't got nothing to do with that. I'm just here to say that I've never seen my man doing anything foul like they talking about.
None of it. All of it. I mean, you know.
I've never seen it. I've known him for 29 years. And then it's like with guys like 50, you know what I'm saying? Like Uncle Tom cats like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, now you want to put me, I don't know if y'all saw the post when 50 posted about me. Of course you guys see
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I mean, 50 has been going after Diddy and everybody associated with him for months now, ever since the Cassie lawsuit.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, you can't brush under the rug. I don't see anybody reporting about what Tatted Up Holly said about him beating her up and about, you know what I'm saying, his other baby mom saying beating her up. I just look at it as, you know, he wants to bring the black community down worse than anyone else.
Another name floating around Tyrese's upcoming doc, The Game. Yep, the rapper. Back in a 2022 Drink Champs interview, The Game said Diddy approached him to make an album. But instead of hitting the studio, they spent 2 whole years traveling the globe, with Diddy showering him in luxury gifts, first-class trips, and wild parties. And when The Game popped up again on Vlad TV after the Diddy allegations hit the headlines, he confirmed it. Said they never recorded a single track, just 2 years of partying, mostly down in Atlanta. And this is just the surface.
It's not normal. You kick it around him, it's like, his whole life is like, it's crazy to look at, you know what I'm saying? Because I make sure I keep my normality all the time. But that motherfucker's like a walking corporation, it's nuts.
More names are getting dragged into this swirling storm. One of them, Diddy's longtime friend and producer Stevie J. Stevie was actually named in Lil Rod's lawsuit, where Lil Rod claimed Diddy openly bragged about hooking up with him. When 50 Cent called out Stevie for defending Diddy, Stevie clapped back hard. But fans noticed, he sounded way too defensive. Now all eyes are on 50's upcoming docket, and let's not forget Machine Gun Kelly. He was signed to Bad Boy and partied heavy with Diddy back in the day. MGK even admitted he saw some wild stuff go down around Diddy, but he never spilled the full details. He kept it mysterious, too mysterious.
Diddy and Ross, which they good buddies, okay? They're gay.
Who?
Both. Diddy and Ross. And Khaled. They're all gay, okay?
DJ Khaled, Rick Ross, and P. Diddy?
Yeah.
They all gay?
Yeah.
Then we got DJ Khaled and Rick Ross, both of whom got name dropped by Diddy's former employee Jonathan Oye during a police investigation. And what Jonathan said, man, it was insane. According to Jonathan, he was personally hired by Diddy to work those infamous freak-off sessions, but it didn't stop there. He claimed that after he caught an STD and tried to speak up, Diddy allegedly sent Rick Ross to silence him. Yep, you heard that right. Jonathan also claimed that Diddy, Rick Ross, and DJ Khaled all took part in those wild private parties, and said they were all living double lives. Now, whether it's true or not, that's a whole other conversation, but one thing's clear, these allegations are no joke. Terrence Howard said it best. There's a long list of industry men who might have lost their man card messing around at Diddy's events. And truthfully, we've only scratched the surface. The list goes deep. So if you've seen a celeb partying with Diddy and now they're out here pretending they barely knew him, yeah, side-eye that. Now we wait for 50 Cent's explosive docuseries to finally drop. That Did He Do It documentary might just flip the whole industry upside down. But until then, what do you think about Terrence Howard's claims? Do you believe Diddy tried to come for him? And who else do you think might be exposed next? Drop your thoughts in the comments. And don't forget, like this video, subscribe to the channel, share it with someone who needs to see this, and turn on notifications so you never miss the tea. We'll see you in the next one.
Just go get some girls. Just go hang out some girls.
A man after my heart, that's what I'm talking about. We hit him like this, so me and you walking, we hanging out, you know, a little later on the night after the Usher concert.
Yeah. There's also this old Jimmy Kimmel Live segment, adding to fan fears about what might have gone down with Diddy.
Got me a Lamborghini.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's nice.
I haven't gotten it yet, though.
When is that coming, that Lamborghini? We talked about this last time.
He had the Lamborghini for a day or two, and he had access to the house, and he knows better than to be talking about the things that he does with Big Brother Puff on national television.
Oh, apparently not.
Everything ain't for everybody.
It was hard for me being that young and being in the industry and not knowing where to turn and everyone, telling me they love me and, just turn their back on you in a second. So, yeah, it's hard because I want her to know that, she can count on me. But at the end of the day, I'm never gonna force myself to be in a relationship with her. It has to be natural, right? So I just kind of, let her do her thing. And if she ever needs me, I'm gonna be here for her. But,
you pressing Bieber.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? Like, I'm calling you and answering.
Yeah, that was low.
That was weird.
That was
yeah.
crazy.
That was weird.
Yeah.
They did not run through Bieber at that point.
Still was pressing him like, why you not answering your phone? Like, yo.
Yeah. Like, I don't got a video of me fingering.
Week 2 of the Diddy trial just flipped the script. And now, it's Justin Bieber throwing gasoline on the fire. He finally broke his silence and dropped a bombshell public statement, not only addressing the nasty allegations, but flat out naming names. Yes, he actually called out the celebrities who were allegedly deep in Diddy's mess, and trust, the list is wild.
Yeah, anytime, son.
I'm scared of security. I'll fucking run it to the hard court.
I feel sorry for him. We're all trying to bombard him.
Oh my god, listen, I thought it comes to me. Oh, really? Yeah, honestly.
According to prosecutors, they've got real receipts, evidence tying multiple A-list stars to Diddy's operation. This ain't no solo act. Diddy had backup, and it came from the very top of Hollywood's food chain.
Guys, what do you know about money? You don't care about people. Only money. Only money. No people. You don't care about human beings. Go. Go. Go.
Word is, these celebs weren't just in the know. They were allegedly helping Diddy cover things up, keeping it quiet for years. But now, that whole house of cards is coming down fast. These stars thought they were untouchable, but the courtroom heat is about to expose everything.
That's why Michael B. Jordan, Kanye West, and more celebrities were name-dropped at Sean Diddy Combs' trial. As jury selection in the mogul's sex trafficking trial got underway May 5th in New York, NBC News reports prospective jurors were shown a list of more than 100 names of people and places that may be referenced during the trial, including actors Michael B. Jordan, Mike Myers, and rapper Kanye West. While the aforementioned celebrities are not implicated in the case, the potential jurors were asked whether they knew any of the names listed and whether it would impact their ability to be impartial, per the outlet. Attorneys did not share an explanation for the list. The names of women who have taken legal action against Combs were also on the list, including his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura, whose November 2023 sexual abuse lawsuit against the rapper was settled one day after it was filed. Danity Kane alum Dawn Richard, who accused Combs of sexual assault in a lawsuit filed in September, was also listed. Combs has denied any wrongdoing in both cases.
Prosecutors just hit the courtroom with a massive bomb. A list handed to the jurors with over 100 names, and it's not just background players. This list is stacked with dozens of top-tier celebrities, and every single one is expected to be mentioned during the trial.
Justin Bieber breaking his silence on the ordeal after months of speculation over their one-time relationship. His rep telling ET, although Justin is not among Sean Combs' victims, there are individuals who were genuinely harmed by him. Shifting focus away from this reality detracts from the justice these victims rightfully deserve. Bieber's questionable connection to Diddy piquing interest online as the rap mogul's indictment for sex trafficking and racketeering charges, which he denies, made headlines. Old clips of the two hanging out while Justin was underage resurfacing.
Let's just go get some girls. Let's go get some girls.
A man after my heart, that's what I'm talking about.
We hit him like this, so me and you walking, we hanging out, a little later on the night after the Usher concert.
There's also this old Jimmy Kimmel Live segment, adding to fan fears about what might have gone down with Diddy.
Got me a Lamborghini.
Oh, well, that's nice.
I haven't gotten it yet, though.
When is that coming, that Lamborghini? We talked about this last
He
time.
had the Lamborghini for a day or two, and he had access to the house, and he knows better than be talking about the things that he does with Big Brother Puff on national television.
Oh, apparently not.
Some things, everything ain't for everybody.
This all comes as Bieber's followers are worried for him, the singer's erratic social media posts causing concern week after week. The Beliebers asking if what he's seen behind the scenes of the industry.
The public may be standing with Cassie right now, but behind the scenes, Hollywood is riding hard for Puffy, and it's shady. Just look at Kanye West, another industry giant who's shown quiet support for Diddy. Word on the street is that some of these celebs are low-key, pressuring Donald Trump to pull strings and pardon Diddy if things go south. The desperation is crazy.
Flown out to Atlanta by a manager. His name's Scooter Braun. Flown out to Atlanta just to meet with him and meet different producers and different people. I was actually going to meet Jermaine Dupri at his studio. And who rolls up? Usher in his Range Rover. Yeah, rolls up, and I was like, "Is that who I think it is?" And Scooter was like, "Yeah." And so I ran up to him and I was like, Usher, I love your songs. You want me to sing you one? And he was like, let's just go inside, little buddy. It's cold out. So the politest possible way he could say no, he did. And I was like, wow, he just turned me down. And I was a little disappointed. He had to go into a studio session, so I was like, whatever. And a week later, he actually watched my videos with my manager and was like, oh my gosh, why didn't I let him sing? So flew me back to Atlanta where I got to meet him again, and he wanted to sign me, but there was something else.
Justin Timberlake, right?
Yes, Justin Timberlake also wanted to sign me. It was like kind of like, what happened was Justin Timberlake and Usher both went into a ring and boxed it out. And the outcome was Usher. I think it was a TKO.
Now let's talk Justin Bieber. His team just released a statement about Diddy, the first time they've spoken out since the charges dropped. They made it clear Justin wasn't directly abused by Diddy, but he knows what really went down. He's standing with the victims and backing anyone brave enough to speak out. But here's the thing, Justin never denied the abuse itself. He just said it didn't happen to him. And that silence on the details, that's because Justin knows those allegations are real. Let's not forget, he was brought into the game by Usher at just 13.
Justin Bieber turned 15, and it suddenly seemed that Hollywood was keen to almost initiate him. I think that's the right word. Like there was almost like this initiation that he needed to go through. So I want you to be now super uncomfortable and watch this video of an interaction between him and none other than Diddy. Take a listen.
Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream. I have been given custody of him. He signed to Usher.
I'm signed to Usher.
I had legal guardianship of Usher when he did his first album. I did Usher's first album. I don't have legal guardianship of him, but for the next 48 hours, he's with me. So and we gonna go full crazy.
Usher's label, Layface Records, didn't just discover Justin Bieber by chance. Insiders say they were acting under Diddy's orders when they signed the young star. And once Justin was locked in, Usher didn't guide or protect him. He reportedly handed him straight over to Diddy. Now here's the question that's got everyone's jaw on the floor. Why was Diddy even involved? He wasn't Justin's manager, mentor, or anything official. So what was he really doing around him?
What's up, man? You good?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, young brother, everything's good? Selling out arenas and everything?
Yeah,
starting to act different, huh? You ain't been calling me and hanging out the way we used to hang out.
Well, you try to get in contact with me, through all my, partners and whatnot. Mm-hmm. But you never really got my number, so.
Right. Okay.
My number?
Yeah.
Tell you my number.
Yeah.
There's heavy talk that Diddy didn't just help Justin, he allegedly used him. Some even claim he pimped Justin out to other powerful figures in the industry. It's a sickening allegation, and while nothing's been confirmed, it gets worse. Old footage is now resurfacing, showing a young Justin partying with Diddy, and his body language says it all. He looked tense, uncomfortable, like he didn't want to be there, and people are finally putting the pieces together.
Bad boy. Bad boy. Bad boy. Bad boy.
Hey, yo, you know what I'm saying? We love it. We love it. We love it.
Check my fish. I'm a brick of the gang.
Feds peeping the spot.
Hey, stays outside like them Yeezys go dry.
Yeah, she think.
Watch a little bit. You get it mad. I'm getting rich. You get it mad. I'm getting rich.
You cook out, yeah, that's why I'm standing on Ferraris, yeah. And the 6'4", 6'5", too big for a Bugatti. That's why I'm standing on Ferraris, man.
Justin has since testified that Usher negatively impacted his life and career, and it's becoming clearer why. According to industry insiders, Usher only signed Justin as a favor to Diddy, not because he saw potential, but because Diddy asked for it.
You get career, do you know Raymond Usher the Fourth?
No.
Do you know an individual entertainer by the name of Usher?
Yeah, Usher. That sounds familiar.
Isn't it true that Usher was instrumental in starting your career?
What does that have to do with this litigation, Mr. DeCalvin? This is just you trying to harass the client.
Before we came back here, you had asked me.
She's going to
let her read back the question. Thank you for your memory.
I was found on YouTube. I think that I was detrimental to my own career.
Fast forward to now. Justin's cut ties with both of them. He even straight up refused Usher's offer to join him at the Super Bowl. That says everything. Justin's also opened up about how toxic the music industry's attention was, especially during those early years. During an emotional Apple Music interview, Justin Bieber opened up about the weight he still carries. He spoke on the shame that's never left him, the pain he hides behind the spotlight. Justin made it clear he's speaking out now to protect young artists walking into this industry wide-eyed, just like he once did. Those memories, they don't fade.
Justin Bieber, is continuing the purge. He has now moved to unfollow Usher, okay, his original mentor. So this is a very big story. And the reason why we should discuss this and we should not diminish what is happening, it's not celebrity drama. This is actually the fall of Babylon that we are witnessing, Hollywood Babylon, that is. Of course, many people, I believe, are accurately assuming that this has something to do. One element has to do with the Diddy lawsuit. A lot of revelations were made in the Diddy lawsuit. So I'm going to start this by saying allegedly, okay, obviously, he has not yet been convicted of everything, but I knew that he was going to get arrested because after reading through this lawsuit, there were just so many pictures, way too many descriptions. He had hours of video footage proving his claims. I'm referring to the person who initially filed this, Rodney Lil Rod, a producer who went into great detail, laborious effort to basically describe almost a homosexual ring in which people were being drugged at various Diddy parties. But he describes how essentially him being a young producer, they tried to initiate him into homosexuality. And I'm going to read this directly from a lawsuit. It says, quote, Mr. Combs, that's Diddy, used access to Stevie J and his knowledge that the producer, Mr. Jones, admired Stevie J to groom and enticed Mr. Jones to engage in homosexuality. But then there's a footnote in the filing, right? Because the names are redacted. And in the footnote, it reads that regarding the R&B singer that Diddy allegedly slept with, he performed at the Super Bowl and had a successful Vegas residency. So this let people know that very clearly the name that was redacted had to have been Usher because it was Usher who recently performed at the Super Bowl, and it was Usher at the time of this filing who had just had a very successful Vegas residence.
Justin's struggles with substance use weren't about partying. It was his way of numbing the pain, trying to silence the trauma he was too young to even understand. And the worst part, he's not the only one. Hollywood's been exposed time and time again as a twisted place. And behind all the glitz, it's dark and dangerous, especially for kids. Many young artists are thrown into this machine while their parents look the other way. As long as the money rolls in, nobody's asking the real questions.
It was hard for me being that young and being in the industry and not knowing where to turn, and everyone, telling me they love me and, just turn their back on you in a second. So yeah, it's hard because I want her to know that, she can count on me. But at the end of the day, I'm never gonna force myself to be in a relationship with her. It has to be natural, right? So I just kind of, let her do her thing. And if she ever needs me, I'm gonna be here for her. But yeah, just protecting those moments because people take for granted encounters and yeah. So yeah. I just want to protect her, I don't want her to lose it. I don't want her to, go through anything I went through. I don't wish that upon anybody. So, yeah, if she ever needs me, I'm just a call away.
Let's be real. Diddy didn't pull all this off by himself. He had the system behind him, an industry that thrives on silence and sacrifice. He was protected because of his power and because others benefited from it. And Usher, he knew what Diddy was about. He knew the stories. After all, he was reportedly taken to Puffy's flavor camp at just 13 years old. That alone should have been a warning sign. Yet, despite that, Usher still handed Justin over, knowing full well what that could mean.
Get it? So you see some guys struggling with that. You see Bieber struggling with that. You see some of these guys struggling with that.
They can't get it out of their head. They can't get it out of their head. The things that they did, no matter how they did it, whether they were drunk or high or whatever, you gave up your man card. You need therapy. And that's the thing that hurts them the most. And so they end up on drugs, end up every way to try and get rid of any principles there are. And that's what the business does. And the women that trade their bodies to go and get the role, they get to the point where they have their Oscar, they have their money, but they don't have their dream. They don't have the soul that they started with. So it's like achieving don't mean anything. If I get all the Nobel Prizes from doing all of this, but in the process I have to trade out all of my integrity to do it so that they can stay in place, what benefit is that?
Insiders are now saying that Diddy didn't just use his fame to manipulate. He allegedly ran a whole network of control, using his connections to recruit young artists, silence their families, and keep everything under wraps. And guess what? Some of those same industry folks who were smiling in red carpet photos were the ones pulling strings behind the scenes.
They wouldn't let him. Actually, someone made reference to the fact that Diddy trying to get at Bieber the way he was trying to get at Bieber was looking a little predatory. And then Usher came in and discovered it and managed him and got custody of him and promised to look after him. And then he sent him to the diddler. Does that sound like a good guy?
It's horrible. It's horrible.
Does that sound like a good guy? Now that we know what Diddy's really like, what kind of fucking asshole do you gotta be to take another boy, another talented boy, and put him in your place so it ain't gotta be you no more? Because that's what pedophiles do. They get victims, and then once they get to a certain age and they get too old for them to enjoy them, they send them out to go get other young kids. Now, if Usher is a procurer, and if Usher knew what was gonna happen to any of those young children that he took to the Flavor Freak off, is he a good guy? Especially considering what happened to him, especially considering that he sat Howard Stern, and Howard Stern said, would you send your kids to Puffy's Flavor Camp? And his immediate response was, hell no! So it's good enough for everybody else's kids, but it's not good enough for yours.
A former bodyguard who used to work closely with Diddy came forward claiming he saw things that no kid should ever be around. He said Diddy always had people watching Justin, keeping tabs, keeping him in check. And when Justin started to rebel, that's when the drugs, parties, and chaos really spiraled. It wasn't rebellion, it was survival.
Have them come to audition for you, right?
Actually, with a few people. My wife at the time.
Right.
It also was Perry Reed, L.A. Reid's first wife.
So you were all sitting in a room
We
somewhere?
were in a room.
Yeah.
And I showed her the video. And Perry says, "Are you crazy? You better get down there and meet this kid right now. He's amazing."
When all these pics come out and all this stuff with Bieber's big penis, are you the mastermind behind that? Say, listen, show off your big penis and people will come to those concerts. Or are you sitting there?
Is that the kind of manager he's doing?
Usher, are you sitting down with him and say, yeah, show your cock, or leave it in your pants? I mean, do you sit him down and say, look, part of this is PR,
Hey,
man.
by the way, he does have a brain of his own.
Yeah, but were you shocked at the size of his penis?
Hey, listen, he
Yeah.
has a mind of his own. What he chose to do with his penis is his prerogative. He's managing that aspect of his life.
But Usher, is somebody...
I have nothing to do with Justin Bieber's private parts, man.
Some say that Diddy would groom these young stars, feeding them fame and fortune while isolating them from everyone who could protect them, and the industry let it slide. Why? Because Diddy made money for everyone.
Anyways, I want to also just show you this montage. This is a montage that was shared by Evie Magazine. They do great work on their TikTok of Justin Bieber, again, just 15 years old, in Hollywood, surrounded by a bunch of adults. And you let me know if any of this registers to you as normal. Take a listen.
Wow! I feel violated right now. Wow.
Lean into me again. You smell amazing. How old are you?
Thank you.
How old are you?
I'm 16. I'll be 17 in like 2 weeks.
I don't ever remember smelling that good at 16. Like that was bad.
Yeah.
Wow, look at your eyes. Yeah, look at what a beautiful face. All right, now it's time to...
Would you rather have to be naked on stage during one full song, or drink a cup of blended worms? Answer, Justin Bieber.
I have like little girl fans. I can't go.
Okay, imagine that wasn't a problem.
No, I got believe.
Get that off there.
Hey, this is a brand new.
Has your mom given you the sex talk yet? I mean, like, I really don't want to have that conversation with my mother. Yeah. Like, I've kind of had it with my father.
You want to hear? Oh, really? See, my parents never gave me the sex talk.
Okay.
That last one is really just the sickest, asking a young teenage boy whether or not he's had the sex talk. Like, he's doing a media hit on a radio, and she's asking him as one of the questions, like, have you had the sex talk? This is Hollywood for you guys.
Now that Justin's distancing himself and starting to speak up, more former insiders are backing him. They're calling out not just Diddy, but the labels, execs, and handlers who all played a role. The question is, who else knew? And how far are they willing to go to keep their names out of this mess? This whole twisted cycle didn't just start with Diddy. It allegedly began with Usher, who played a key role in putting Justin in the line of fire. Once Justin was in, the system flipped him into a victim, and it didn't stop there.
You pressing Bieber.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? Like, I'm calling you and answering.
Yeah, that was low.
That was weird.
That was crazy.
That was weird.
They
did not run through Bieber at that point.
Still was pressing him like, why you not answering your phone? Like, yo.
Yeah. Like, I don't got a video of me fingering you.
He wasn't answering for a reason.
He was like, I don't ever want last time because you did things to me.
Over the years, Justin's tried to speak out, but not always with words. Remember his music video for Yummy? That wasn't just a pop anthem, and it was filled with coded messages, creepy dinner scenes, unsettling baby dolls, and a table full of old men watching him. It was all a symbolic cry for help. Many fans believe he was calling out powerful figures, including music legend Clive Davis, hinting that the abuse went way deeper than anyone realized.
Groomed that young girl. Took that impressionable young girl who wanted to be a star, who wanted all her dreams that she had to come true, and fed her drugs, fed her pills, fed her alcohol, and fed her mushrooms and things that she never took before to F her mind up and then put her in a position that she thought that what little shit that she had, that she didn't want to lose it. If you didn't think that he did something and did that to her, bruh, I gotta say something wrong.
Every time Justin tried to break free from Diddy's grip, Diddy allegedly came back harder. Sources say both Usher and Diddy were running his career like a prison, making it impossible for him to escape without risking it all. They told him straight up, leave and you're blacklisted, career over, fame gone, no second chances. But Justin wasn't the only one caught in this dark game. Cassie was too. Diddy allegedly started grooming her when she was just 19, while he was pushing 40, and somehow nobody blinked. Nobody in the industry called it out. They let it slide like it was normal.
This week has been extremely challenging, but also remarkably empowering and healing for me. I hope that my testimony has given strength and a voice to other survivors and can help others who have suffered to speak up and also heal from abuse and fear. For me, the more I heal, the more I can remember. And the more I can remember, the more I will never forget. I am glad to put this chapter of my life to rest. As I turn to focus on the conclusion of my pregnancy, I ask for privacy for me and for my growing family. And then I have a statement from Alex Fine. Over the past 5 days, the world has gotten to witness the strength and bravery of my wife, freeing herself of her past. There has been speculation online surrounding how it must feel for me to sit there and listen to my wife's testimony. I have felt so many things sitting there. I have felt tremendous pride and overwhelming love for Cass. I have felt profound anger that she has been subjected to sitting in front of a person who tried to break her. You know, I don't want to get into the province of what the jury is going to be deliberating on in this case. And all I would say and repeat is that my view as her lawyer, a witness to this case and not a party, is that she was brutally honest. She was candid. And
now Cassie has spoken out after her court testimony, and what she said hit hard. According to her, the more I remember, the more it hurts. But I'm proud I finally got away from my abuser. What's really chilling is how many people knew what was happening and still kept their mouths shut. The parties, the secret trips, the industry camps, these weren't rumors floating around the internet. They were happening in real time with big names attending, watching, and staying silent. Multiple insiders have confirmed that Diddy had entire events set up behind closed doors. High-profile gatherings where celebrities, execs, and influencers were flown in, and young artists were there too. Some of these events were allegedly used to break in new talent, and everything was done under the disguise of networking or mentorship. But behind the scenes, something way more disturbing was going down.
Joined Combs' group Diddy Dirty Money after Danity Kane disbanded. While on the stand, she told jurors that she saw Combs hit Ventura with a skillet full of eggs at his Los Angeles home in 2009. Richard added, "I was scared for her. I was scared to do anything." Richard's testimony in Combs' ongoing trial comes 8 months after she accused the rapper in a lawsuit of subjecting her to years of inhumane working conditions, which included groping, assault, and false imprisonment. The lawsuit, filed in September, obtained by E! News, stated, Mr. Combs frequently held meetings with Ms. Richard wearing only his underwear, despite Ms. Richard's protests and repeated requests for him to put on clothing. In her filing, the 41-year-old also alleged that Combs ordered her to strip down to her underwear, made demeaning remarks about her body, and entered her dressing room unannounced while she was unclothed, and touched her without her permission under the guise of showing the stylist what to do.
Cassie wasn't the only woman who's come forward. More survivors are preparing to tell their stories, and a few have already submitted sealed testimony that could completely flip this case upside down. One assistant who used to work for a major music label revealed that NDAs were handed out like candy, and anyone who asked too many questions got blacklisted, or worse.
And whenever these trials come about, the closer you get to the trial date, a lot of things start happening to remove people from the case that are going to strengthen the case for the prosecution. And I feel like we're watching that take place now with one of the male sex worker guys who provided tapes to the feds. He's disappeared. And this is similar to what happened in the Tory Lanez case, where the bodyguard whose DNA was on the weapon, he disappeared. So I expect to see a lot of strange things take place. I expect to see the defense team do a lot of steps to lighten the image of Combs, and we've been watching that take place.
From what you know about him, Sean Combs, obviously the perception of him has changed dramatically since these allegations were made and since he got charged. I mean, from everything we're seeing now, he seems a very unpleasant, nasty, violent piece of work. Is that a correct assessment?
The assessment is going to be correct. So what I've learned is whenever you see a gentleman like this from affluence and power, whenever they have an addiction to MDMA or the drug ecstasy, they call it the love drug. So he's been doing this drug for over 20 years. So that's going to leave his view skewed when it comes to sexual act.
And now, people are scrambling, lawyers are panicking, phones are getting wiped, social media accounts disappearing. Because if these stories keep coming out, it won't just be Diddy facing the fallout. This could bring down a whole roster of A-listers. And honestly, this might be exactly what's going on with Justin too. He's still scared, still carrying the weight of what he saw, what he felt, and what he can't say out loud, yet. And now, Dawn Richard, former member of Danity Kane, has officially testified against Diddy. In court, she revealed that while under his label, both she and her groupmates were sexually harassed repeatedly. She said Diddy would walk straight into their changing room and violate them, touching their private parts without warning. And it gets even darker. Dawn also testified that she saw Diddy violently assault others during that time. Let that sink in. These aren't whispers anymore. These are sworn testimonies in a courtroom. With Bieber's shocking admissions and the long list of celebrities getting pulled into this, the entire industry is shaking. And next week, it's only going to get wilder. Prosecutors are just getting started, and more major names are about to be dropped. If you thought this episode was explosive, trust me, we're just scratching the surface. So don't miss a second of it. Hit that like button, subscribe, and share this video with someone who needs to hear the truth. Drop your thoughts in the comments below, and we'll see you next time with even more courtroom chaos and celebrity secrets finally coming to light.
All right, we're going to start with Kanye West pushing Kim Kardashian closer and closer to the edge in this battle over their kid.
Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff.
Here's what's really going down. One of the most iconic, and let's be real, messiest names in the game is once again smack in the middle of a storm of drama, and no one's shocked anymore. Every time this man breathes online, especially now on X, it's like the whole entertainment world hits DEFCON 1. But this time, the chaos isn't just about wild interviews or cryptic tweets, it's about something way deeper.
Because she has made this very clear, she wants her kids to have a relationship with their father. She's not trying to stand in the way of that. But when he says things like this, at some point, she has to be thinking, I don't know if this is good for our kids to be around.
We're talking about his family, his ex-wife Kim Kardashian, and their seriously public custody drama over their 4 kids. This situation is spiraling fast, and it's getting way too real. Let's rewind to the beginning of the fallout. When Ye and Kim officially split in 2021, it was like the entire internet paused. These two were once the definition of a power couple, dripping in luxury, followers, and influence like no one else. But all that glam, just a shiny cover for a relationship that was falling apart behind closed doors.
Like you put yourself in that.
Absolutely, I did. That was my fault.
Maybe they're saying that you don't take accountability.
No, that was my fault. I didn't want to have children with this person after the first 2 months of being with her. But that wasn't God's plan.
By the time Kim hit the courtroom with those divorce papers, fans already knew things weren't right. And even though the divorce was finalized in 2022, the real mess exploded after the papers were signed. It's been anything but smooth sailing since then. Now here's where things get really tense. Their custody battle over North, St. Chicago, and Psalm. On paper, it's joint custody, but let's not sugarcoat it. Insiders claim Ye barely sees the kids, and Kim's the one holding it all down on the daily, while she's out here trying to create stability and peace for her kids. These public meltdowns and unpredictable moves from Ye keep making everything harder. Every headline, every viral clip, every controversial move just adds more chaos to the mix. And it's the kids who get caught in the crossfire. He's thrown some wild accusations at Kim and her whole family, everything from brainwashing to straight-up manipulation. And don't even get started on his social media meltdowns. Those rants have taken things to a whole new level of chaos. Now let's talk about that online behavior because, whew.
We get to a point where we don't think that Kanye West can shock us anymore, and then he says something that is so shocking, so alarming. It's one thing to go after Kim, you can say whatever you want, I guess. It's his ex-wife. It's horrible, but he says it. To say things that will redound against the kids is just unforgivable. I mean, we've been through this so many times. We say it all the time. Wearing the Nazi shirt is unforgivable. The Klan hood itself.
Where do we even start? Over the last few years, he's turned his social media into a digital battlefield, airing out personal drama like it's a reality show with no filter. From targeting Kim to firing shots at folks like Balenciaga, YZY, and even Jay-Z, no one's been safe from his wrath. He's even made disturbing shout-outs to controversial historical figures that most of the world agrees should never be praised. Every post sparks a new round of outrage, confusion, and then, yeah, the internet runs wild with memes. But beneath the viral chaos, there's something way darker brewing. His posts aren't just loud, they're scary. They've grown more unstable, more aggressive, and straight up disturbing. People have started seriously questioning his mental well-being, and for good reason. One deleted post recently had people's jaws on the floor, and he claimed Kim and her fam were indoctrinating their kids. In that post, he accused the Kardashians of using their fame and media power to twist his kids' minds. He didn't hold back either. He went on about how they're being exploited, and even hinted at some kind of sinister master plan behind their upbringing. Wild, right? And while these statements sound shocking, the truth is, this ain't the first time he's dropped bombshell claims with zero proof.
You know, the thing about the kids at some point here, and not for the younger ones, it's at some point. For North, it's right now, right? That even if she doesn't see it, even if somehow Kim is able to keep that away from her, the kids that her friends at school, they're gonna know about it. They're gonna see it. And it puts the kids in a horrible situation.
It's just the latest episode in a long history of eyebrow-raising, mind-bending rants that keep pushing boundaries and keep everyone watching, wondering what he'll say next. But it's not just what he posts that's setting off alarms, and it's how fast he flips the script. One moment, he's all smiles, posting sweet clips with his kids and declaring his love for them. The next, he's threatening an all-out war with Kim over custody, and somehow, even Khloe Kardashian got caught in the crossfire. All because of a simple photo of North. Yeah, just one picture and boom, he spiraled into another full-blown rant. What should have been a harmless family moment turned into another explosion, accusing them of control and exploitation, dragging the whole situation back into the spotlight.
He's harming kids. This is how he was rendered. This is a trainer, but come to find out, he's actually Canadian intelligence, but this is my trainer.
Classic, nothing stays chill for long, but here's where it stops being just drama and starts getting real. These online outbursts are doing damage beyond the internet. Word is Kim's seriously been weighing her legal options, including the possibility of going back to court to remove joint legal custody. And honestly, can you blame her? She's reportedly scared about how his public behavior could affect their kids. And it's not just emotional, we're talking real-world consequences. Every one of these rants makes co-parenting harder, and people are seriously questioning whether he's in the right headspace to make decisions that affect their children's future. Even though Kim's been doing everything she can to protect the kids from the madness, it's obvious things are spiraling fast, and the drama's getting way too close to home. And we can't skip the mental health part, because it's staring everyone in the face. He's been open before about living with bipolar disorder. And yeah, it was powerful when he first spoke on it, shining light on something millions deal with. But lately, it's clear he's having a tough time managing it. And it's spilling over into everything, from family to fame.
Second option, I have you institutionalized again, where they medicate the crap out of you, and you go back to zombie land forever.
His wild behavior, snap decisions, and habit of going off on the people closest to him, all of it screams someone who's seriously not in a stable place right now. And while fans and critics alike have been shouting for him to get help, he's been shutting it down hard. Matter of fact, in his latest track, Bianca, he straight up accuses his own wife, Bianca Censori, of trying to get him committed. He says he's not sick and can't even wrap his head around why she'd bring that up. And speaking of Bianca, that relationship, a roller coaster is putting it lightly. The Australian architect tied the knot with Ye in late 2022, not long after he finalized the split from Kim. And it's been chaos from the jump. This ain't your typical love story. From Ye designing a see-through dress for Bianca to wear at the Grammys, to them having loud public blow-ups, these two have been putting on a full-blown spectacle since day one.
Think about
If Harley was part of intelligence, right, what kind of people you think are surrounding my kids? What kind of people you think are in that house?
Now, with the release of Bianca, he's thrown even more fuel on the fire, giving fans a no-holds-barred peek into their messy dynamic. In the lyrics, Yes spills that Bianca left him after he used their car's GPS to track her location. He claims she freaked out over his social media antics and tried to get him locked up over it. He paints himself as a man feeling cornered, betrayed by the one person he thought was in his corner. The song is raw, no filter, no sugarcoating, just straight pain and paranoia. You can hear it in every line. Ye feels like the world's turned on him, that nobody truly gets him, and he's out here standing alone.
You already made everybody think I'm crazy. You already took my family away. You already separated all my friends. I don't got no celebrity friends.
But maybe the most unsettling part of all this isn't just what he's going through, it's how the public's reacting. Some are laughing, others are turning it into memes. A few are genuinely concerned, but through all the noise, it's clear. Something's seriously not right, and the whole world's watching it unravel in real time. On one side, there's real concern for Ye's mental state. Fans, mental health advocates, even some celebs have been begging him to put his health first, to step back from the chaos and actually get the help he needs. But on the flip side, there's this dark obsession with watching him spiral. People scroll through his rants like it's a new season of reality TV, break down every line in his songs, and gossip about his personal drama like it's entertainment, forgetting there's an actual human being at the center of all this mess. As his world keeps falling apart in front of millions, the big question is, what's next? Could he ever fix things with Kim? Will he finally figure out a way to co-parent without all the public battles? Or is he just going to keep crashing through every relationship, burning bridges left and right until there's nothing left but the ashes of a legacy? One thing about Ye, you never know what's coming. He's the king of unpredictability, and just when it feels like we've hit the peak of the madness, boom.
But as far as Meek Mills, Puff Daddy, whoever, none of these all you fake hard you.
Here comes the next twist in the saga, and this time it involves none other than Sean Diddy Combs. Yeah, that Diddy. Their connection is throwing a whole new curveball into the mix, because if you thought Ye's story was already off the rails, get ready. This next chapter blurs the lines between fame, business, and flat-out mystery. Their bond is raising eyebrows all over the industry. It's unclear what's going on behind closed doors, but whispers of shady deals, strange alliances, and backroom conversations are floating around fast. And the fact that Ye and Diddy are even linking up right now, that's wild in itself, especially considering everything both of them have going on separately. So just when you think the drama couldn't get any messier, Ye's connection with Diddy throws gasoline on the fire. This ain't just about music, it ain't just fashion.
And they said they wondered if this is all just an act, which I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if Kanye's, got the puppet strings going.
This ain't just about music deals or industry respect. This is deep. We're talking loyalty, friendships, and the shady power games that run behind the scenes in Hollywood. So let's dig into Ye's unexpected ride or die bond with Diddy, his bold public support for the music mogul, and what it all really reveals about the dark side of fame. Picture this. Diddy, one of the biggest titans in the game, is now drowning in legal drama. His name's all over the headlines, and the accusations circling around him have left the public stunned. It's a total reputation meltdown, and while most people are backing away slowly, he's doing the complete opposite. Never one to shy away from heat, Ye has doubled down on his support for Diddy in the most unapologetic way possible. No hesitation, no filter.
Can't control it. You get what I'm saying? They can control Shaq. They can control Charles Barkley. They can control LeBron James.
But before we get into their latest moves, let's rewind and set the vibe. Ye and Diddy aren't just industry acquaintances, they go way back. This connection's been brewing for years, built on mutual respect and legacy. Diddy's been seen as a mentor to Ye, a blueprint of how to rise, conquer, and stay relevant in the ruthless world of fame. He wasn't just showing him the ropes, he was showing him the game. But it runs even deeper than just business. There's a real emotional bond there, one that Ye has opened up about more than once. You raised me even when I didn't know you, he reportedly told Diddy on a phone call not long ago. That line alone, it says everything about where Ye's heart is. This isn't just support. It's loyalty on another level. And in the middle of Diddy's storm, Ye isn't flinching. He's standing 10 toes down, proving he's not afraid to back the people he sees as family, even if the whole world's ready to cancel them.
Just to tell the truth, so hopefully we can get down to the bottom of this. I'm 100%, the charges against me are 100% false, and hopefully due to time, we'll start to see that.
Now fast forward to what's happening right now. Diddy's in deep. Legal heat coming from all directions, his image shattered, and former industry friends ghosting him left and right. But not Ye. Nope. Instead of backing off, Ye is charging full speed ahead, standing right next to Diddy like nothing's wrong. And in classic Ye fashion, he took it even further. He didn't just show support. He dropped a whole new track featuring Diddy, Diddy's son Christian, and a rising artist from Chicago. The song? Lonely Roads Still Go to Sunshine. Sounds poetic, right? But this track has already stirred up major controversy. And that's putting it mildly. People are out here wondering if the whole thing's some kind of publicity stunt. Some even think Ye is pulling the strings behind the scenes, playing the game like a master manipulator. And honestly, wouldn't be the wildest thing he's done, but here's where it goes from controversial to explosive. The song also includes vocals from Ye's daughter, North. That's right, his eldest child is on the track. Now at first glance, it might not seem like a huge deal. Artists involve their families in projects all the time, right? But with everything going on, especially the heat surrounding Diddy, this move hits different. Kim Kardashian, Ye's ex, was reportedly livid. Sources say she flipped when she found out North was featured and tried to block the release of the track altogether. She even rushed to request an emergency court hearing to stop it from going public. Her reason? She doesn't want their daughter tied in any way to Diddy's current legal mess. And honestly, given the situation, can anyone really blame her? The optics alone, straight up uncomfortable. But yeah, being Ye didn't back down for a second. Kim raised major concerns about their daughter being tied to the scandal. And instead of hearing her out, he dropped the track anyway. No delays, no edits, just full send. And of course, the fallout hit immediately. Kim was reportedly furious, again, and whatever fragile piece they had left as co-parents cracked even more. But to Ye, this wasn't just about a song or pushing buttons. Nah, this was bigger. This was his statement, a bold one, a messy one. And definitely one not everyone's vibing with, but one Ye clearly thinks needed to be made. So what's the message here? On the surface, it might seem like he's just showing loyalty to a longtime friend during a tough moment. But if you've been following Ye for a while, you already know. Nothing he does is just surface level. There's always layers.
Her civil lawsuit, Cassie said that she was the victim of abuse, assault, and at the hands of Diddy.
He's been loud for years about how he sees celebrity culture. He's talked over and over about how the industry's run by hidden hands, how the powerful use celebs as pawns or scapegoats to control the narrative. In his mind, fame isn't freedom, it's a trap. And now, through this move with Diddy, he's doubling down on that entire belief system. He's saying loud and clear, I see what y'all are trying to do, and I'm not playing along. He's painting this picture where public takedowns aren't just about accountability, they're part of something bigger. In a recent interview, Ye went off again about how black celebrities in particular are targeted, pressured, manipulated, and controlled by forces behind the curtain. He even named names, calling out people he claims are caught in the system or helping to keep it running. It's a bold move, and no doubt about it, and one that's kicked off a storm of debate. Is Ye really trying to blow the lid off some hidden truth in the industry? Or is this just another wild moment of him stirring the pot to keep the spotlight locked on him? Either way, one thing's for sure, everybody's talking. But just when you think things can't get any more bizarre, boom, a prison phone call drops. Yup, a video hit the internet where Diddy, allegedly calling from behind bars, is heard warning Ye to stay sharp. Watch out, there's people trying to end us. That line sent chills through the internet and added another layer of mystery to this already twisted saga. What made it even more intense? Diddy also took a second during that call to thank Ye, not for music or publicity, but for checking in on his family while he's been locked up. He said, ain't nobody reach out to them, ain't nobody call, that meant so much. That moment, it pulled back the curtain on their relationship, showing it's not just about industry politics. There's real emotion there, real loyalty. But here's where it gets sketchy. How did this call even get out in the first place? Sources say Diddy had no idea it was being recorded, let alone that it would be leaked to the public. Yet here it is, flooding timelines and going viral fast. And the wildest part? The footage doesn't just capture personal talk. It allegedly shows Ye and Diddy diving deep into conspiracy-level talk, throwing out theories about who's pulling the strings in the industry and what they believe is really happening behind the scenes. While Ye's camp has stayed completely silent about how that prison call got out, insiders are buzzing, saying this could be part of his ongoing mission to push transparency and expose what he sees as hidden truths in the industry. Still, the whole thing has people asking, did he cross a line by leaking such a raw personal convo? Or is this just Ye doing what he always does, using wild, unpredictable moves to get his message across? The timing of that leak? Super suspicious. It just so happens to drop right after a wave of Ye's explosive rants on social media, ones he later deleted, of course. In one of those now vanished posts, Ye doubled down on his belief that celebrities are being controlled by invisible puppet masters. He even hinted that Diddy's legal mess could be part of some bigger operation, a calculated takedown of powerful voices like his. The internet, of course, lit up. Some called him paranoid, others said he might actually be onto something. Whether folks think he's exposing the truth or just spinning out again, one thing's undeniable. He knows how to make people stop and think twice about what's really going on behind the velvet curtain of celebrity life. And it gets deeper. Sources say Ye has been reaching out to other big names in the industry, trying to rally them to publicly back Diddy. Not everyone's jumping on board, though. While a few celebs have quietly shown support, most are keeping it low-key. They're scared of backlash, scared of headlines, scared of being next. Word is, there's a real split forming in Hollywood, a behind-the-scenes divide where some stars are allegedly too afraid to speak out, while others are just trying to stay neutral and protect their brands. But yeah, he's not about playing it safe. If there's one thing he's proven over and over again, it's that he'll take the heat, stir the pot, and stand solo in the storm if that's what it takes to say what he believes.
Has ruled that the rapper and producer Sean Diddy Combs will stand trial on federal trafficking and racketeering charges in May. He'll be held in prison until then. Sean Combs has pleaded not guilty to charges that he used his business empire to transport women and male workers across state lines to take part in recorded performances. If convicted, he could face a life sentence.
Still, not everyone's riding with him this time. Critics haven't held back, and honestly, it's not hard to see why. His full-on support for Diddy, despite the heavy accusations surrounding him, has been called tone-deaf and reckless by many. And what stirred the pot even more? His decision to involve North in that controversial track. It's got folks questioning his judgment as a father. Like, is this really the kind of chaos he wants his daughter tangled up in? And with his custody battle with Kim still simmering in the background, this move could seriously come back to haunt him. Using their daughter's voice on a track tied to a scandal like this, that's not just messy. That's a legal minefield. But he has never been one to play by the rules or care what the public thinks. He's always moved to his own beat, and this situation is no different. For yeah, this isn't just about loyalty to Diddy. It's about flipping the script, questioning the system, and making a stand in a world he swears is rigged against him. Love him or hate him, one thing's for sure. He knows how to keep the world watching. So, where does that leave everything? On one side, you've got Ye, battling inner demons, blasting through controversy, and staying stubbornly loyal to a friend in the middle of a storm. On the other, there's Diddy, once seen as untouchable, now facing serious heat and an uncertain future. And caught in between it all is the public, trying to piece together a puzzle that keeps changing by the hour. Ye's world is messy, unpredictable, and full of twists, and clearly this saga is far from over. But now we want to hear your thoughts. Is Ye's support for Diddy a bold stand for loyalty, or a dangerous misstep that could cost him everything, including custody of his kids? Let us know in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and hit that bell for all the latest drama and celebrity updates. This story's just heating up, and we'll be here to break it all down. See you in the next one.
No, not on the set he wasn't trying to kiss me, but after the set he'll try to kiss me or anywhere else.
Jaden, just take one, because you've been fighting me the whole press tour. Just take one. What? Just take one. I just want to kiss you.
What?
I want to kiss you and just say Jaden. Just keep a smile. Just keep a smile. Just keep a smile.
I think Will and Jada is trying to scoop up Jennifer.
So, the whispers about Will Smith living a secret double life just got way louder because Diddy allegedly exposed him for having wild hotel hookups with other men. Yup, the streets are talking, and they're saying Will was deep in those freak-off sessions with Diddy across multiple luxury spots.
Collectively, including Will Smith. Let's not leave him out. Why your son hates you? Why does your son hate you?
And get this, Jada knew about it the whole time. Instead of leaving, she stayed because of some unbreakable pact they made with each other. No divorce, no matter what. That open marriage rumor looks like it's realer than ever. Will gets to explore his desires behind closed doors, and Jada, she had her own thing going on with August Alsina. No shame in her game.
That your husband was doing things to boys and did stuff to your son and you ain't do shit about it. Bilal told me everything.
their good friend who.
Bilal told me, Jada. He told me that you knew Will was f***ing your child. Yes, he did. Wonder why he left that out of his Tasha K interview.
Yeah, in that interview, he said a lot. He said a lot.
He said everything but the thing that was important. That he know that Will Smith, Jaden, he raped Bashir and he raped Neek Mills, and you know it, Bilal. Now I don't give no how far in the desert you run. You'll go from a Philly nigga to a sand, they'll still get you.
He's Philly though, Jay. It's Philly.
You know, he Meek Milk. As far as I'm concerned, he Meek Milk. I ain't calling him Mill no more. That's milk. That's Meek Milk. Added to the honeycomb. You got a meal.
So you believe the Dwayne Martin story that could have happened?
Of course, everybody know that shit. Everybody knew they was just ain't nobody know Dwayne was folding him over like that, taking him to Pound Town.
What's even crazier is that Jaguar Wright was the first to spill this tea, and now Diddy's name is being dragged into the mix, confirming it. There's a disturbing rumor that Jaden Smith packed up and left home at just 15, and some say it had to do with Will crossing major lines. While nothing's confirmed, this claim keeps coming up in the shadows of Will's alleged double life. Now, talk of Will being down low has been swirling for years. But after Diddy's recent arrest, fresh allegations are pouring out fast. Word is, Will was allegedly linked to Diddy in some very dark mentorship setups involving young male artists like Brisha Gray and Meek Mill. This ain't your average industry grooming. Jaguar Wright claimed these weren't mentorships at all, but something way more twisted. She went as far as saying Brisha and Meek were once spotted running out of Will and Jada's house late at night, screaming, no clothes, pure panic. Where'd she get that from? According to her, it came straight from Will's former assistant, Bilal. And as for how Brisha even got caught up in this madness,
I open the door to Dwayne's dressing room, and that's when I see Dwayne and having anal with Will.
Let me process that for a second.
There was a couch, and Will was bent over on the couch, and Dwayne was standing up. Like, it was murder there.
Okay.
Jaguar claims it all began with his manager, Charlie Mack. He allegedly linked him with Will and Diddy, and what followed? A toxic mess of control, manipulation, and trauma. So here's the deal. Will was supposed to guide Brisha Gray in his acting grind, while Diddy took over the music side. But according to the tea being spilled now, what went down behind closed doors had nothing to do with mentorship. People had no clue how dangerous that duo could be, mostly because back then the public didn't know what we're finding out now about Diddy and Will's behind-the-scenes behavior. For a while now, the streets have been whispering that both of them are allegedly living that DL life, and not just privately.
All right, Brother Bilal, listen, I do want to say, for the viewers, because we're going to rewind back, before we put out the interview, all we put out was a clip that went ultra viral. Okay? Yeah. Everybody in the world got this clip. It was trending for days on Twitter. Okay? Before the interview comes out, what shocked me is Jada is doing her book promotional for Worthy.
Yes.
She goes to the Breakfast Club and she sits down and they ask her about you, but they can't not ask. Like, it's so huge.
Right.
And to my surprise, she answers.
It's ridiculous, right? And it's nonsense. And this is a person that tried a money shakedown that didn't work. We're going to take legal action.
The reason Will responded, the reason why Jada responded, because they know it's true. Will's never responded. And they responded in less than 9 hours.
They did. That was a fast response.
He know what I saw in that dressing room. He know other things that I saw. She did all this to try to scare me, but I fear no one but Allah. Jada, listen, in 2 weeks, if you don't sue me in 2 weeks, if Tasha K will have me, I'm back here and I'm dropping evidence, period. You said you said as a money shakedown, you said a lot of things about me, and you know that the things that you said were untrue. Let's get into a little bit more of it. Jada runs Will, period. Me and her at war. I'm gonna put Will to the side. Will is to the side. Me and Jada, I will say this because I know you're watching. I know Karen Tense is watching.
Who's Karen Tense?
That is her PR person for years.
Okay.
Right? I know they're watching. Jada, you're a bald head liar and you're a addict, right?
Oh, God.
You told the world that you were going to sue me. As of
Word is, they were bringing other young men into their mix, calling it mentorship. But insiders say it was something else entirely. And if that wasn't wild enough, actor David Arquette allegedly dropped a bomb on Facebook, saying Will was DL, and that his first marriage with Sherry Zampino blew up because she caught him in bed with another man. And now, rumors swirl that even Jada might be ready to speak her own truth soon too. Jada once referred to Will as her beard husband, and according to some sources, his first marriage allegedly fell apart after his then-wife caught him in a compromising moment, with none other than music exec Benny Medina, who was rumored to be his sugar daddy. Now back to Jaguar Wright. People started taking her claims seriously because she said the tea came straight from Bilal, Will's former personal assistant. And here's the kicker. Bilal had already been making waves, accusing Will of living a hidden lifestyle. So when Jaguar echoed those claims, it didn't sound too far off to those paying attention.
It's been over 2 weeks. So Jada, I'm giving you 2 more weeks to sue me. If you don't sue me, this is what's going to happen. All the parties, right? And the people, the men that you hit with dildos, I'm naming names, right? All the salacious stuff that you have done and hurt other people, I'm naming names. You assassinate my character. You say I extort you.
Things got even messier when Bilal appeared in an interview with Tasha K. In that interview, he said he once walked in on something wild. He claimed Will was in Dwayne Martin's dressing room, bent over, and Dwayne was behind him. Bilal said he had come in to grab Will for something, but what he saw stopped him cold. The internet couldn't believe it, but Bilal swore up and down that what he saw was real and that he was still working for Will at the time. This interview blew up fast. Within just 9 hours of it going live, Jada allegedly threatened to sue Bilal if he didn't take it all back. She even accused him of trying to blackmail her, but Bilal wasn't scared at all. He clapped back hard, calling Jada out publicly and standing on everything he said. He didn't back down. Instead, he doubled down on Tasha K's show, calling Jada out by name and accusing her of being a bald-headed addict, clearly not holding back. And he wasn't done there. He warned that if she didn't file that lawsuit within 2 weeks like she claimed, he'd come back again for a third interview, this time armed with receipts. Bilal said Jada controls every move Will makes and that she's been trying to flip the script to make him look like a liar. But he made it real clear. If she doesn't stop the games, he's ready to expose everything about those alleged wild freak-off parties they've been hiding for years. Will and Jada allegedly been deep in these freaky scenes for a minute now. And let's be real, when have you ever seen someone so calm under fire if they were lying? Bilal stood 10 toes down even after being hit with lawsuit threats. That's not the energy of someone making stuff up. And guess what? After he aired Jada out like that, she went silent. No follow-up, no legal action, nothing. Now remember when Bilal claimed Will and Jada were throwing full-blown freak-off parties? People were shocked, but those whispers didn't just start with him. There's been smoke for years. And just days before Cassie dropped that lawsuit on Diddy, another wild rumor surfaced, this time about Will and Diddy supposedly beefing. The reason? Word is, Will wanted to have a freak-off with J.Lo while she was still with Diddy. You can't make this stuff up. This juicy detail came straight from Diddy's former bodyguard, Gene Deal, and he didn't hold back. The way he told it, it was wild.
We were at a birthday party that I think either Matt Damien was giving for Ben Affleck. It was just a little gathering. It was at the Four Seasons. Will Smith and his sister and her husband, we were all sitting on this side of the room. Matt Damien, Ben Affleck, Jennifer Lopez, Puff, Will Smith, and Jada, and it was sitting on the other side of the room. So I know Puff so well that he stood up. When he stood up, he walked and did his arm some kind of way, like, and then he went like this, you know, like that. I went over towards him. I know to go over there towards him. So I go over towards him, and he said to me, he said, yo, I think Will and Jada is trying to scoop up Jennifer. I want you to stay close, because I'm going to snuff him. I said to myself, Will Smith gonna beat the shit out you. Now, Puff could scrap now, but I don't think he could beat Will Smith.
A lot of folks believe Will and Jada felt bold enough to try pulling Diddy and J.Lo into one of their alleged freak-offs because it wasn't their first rodeo. Rumors say Will and Diddy had already crossed those lines before, but never with someone as high profile as Jennifer Lopez. That's where things got real risky. Now here's where it gets even darker. Long before recent accusations came out, there were already whispers about Diddy's questionable behavior. Way back in 2013, there was a full-blown investigation involving Diddy and some disturbing allegations. It never went public because, reportedly, Diddy managed to bury it fast before the media got hold of it. According to U.S. court documents, during a federal debriefing, music manager turned drug kingpin James Rosemond, also known as Jimmy Henchman, was allegedly questioned about some entertainers' preferences. And yes, that included questions about whether Sean Diddy Combs was involved in anything inappropriate. And it's starting to feel like the pieces are all falling into place, and not in a good way. Whispers keep building around Hollywood elites allegedly passing around young talent like they're disposable, pulling them into shady mentorships, and tossing them aside when they're no longer useful or obedient enough to play the game. Behind the glitz, the power, and the million-dollar smiles, what's really going on? These so-called mentorships have some wondering if they're just covers for something way darker. Once these boys want out or start asking questions, that's when the threats allegedly come in, silencing them before they can speak. Online, people have been sharing their suspicions. One user claimed there are awkward videos of Will Smith interacting with Jaden that made fans uncomfortable, like him forcing affection on camera. That same commenter said, "I believe Jaden has been mistreated by his own father." Whether true or not, it's clear. People are watching closely, and the internet is keeping receipts. One wild comment online said, "My lord, Will Smith cheated on Dwayne Martin with Diddy, while Diddy was cheating on Clive Davis with Will. Phew, the triangle drama is insane. But now I want to hear from you. What do you think about Diddy allegedly snitching on Will's private lifestyle? And do you believe there's any truth to the claims involving Jaden? Drop your thoughts in the comments, don't hold back. Make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss the next scandal. Share this video if your jaw dropped even once, and click here to dive into another messy, must-see expose. See you in the next one.
I grew up with Puff Daddy's parents. Yeah. So, we all come from Harlem, born here, raised here.
I love you. I love you too.
A lot of things that you see happen came about from not even from my generation, but the generation that became before me.
You gotta realize, man, you know, his mother had a modeling agency, and it was alleged that it was also Ladies of the Night, a tuition ring too.
Dapper Dan tried to sound the alarm on Diddy's mom, but nobody listened. And now, the whispers spilling out of Harlem are getting real ugly.
I think that she liked to party, and she partied with young people. She's always been like that.
Word on the block is that Janice Combs wasn't just some sweet, supportive mama cheering from the sidelines. Nope. Allegedly, she was the queen pin behind closed doors, running underground spots, pulling strings, and introducing her son to the dark side way before Bad Boy was even a dream.
Introduce her to my mom. Call Mom Dukes.
Hi.
She's getting a drip with me. She's hydrating. What's up, Mom?
Everything's good, baby.
Insiders are saying she's the one who showed Diddy the ropes on those wild freak-off rituals. That's right. Harlem folks claim she trained him, coached him on how to control the room, read people, and play them like puppets. And some are even saying she didn't just watch, she joined in.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you too.
People believe Janice was right there, deep in the mix, making sure her son became a master of manipulation. And remember that viral footage of Diddy putting hands on Cassie in that hotel hallway? The whole internet lit up in shock. But guess who jumped to defend him without hesitation? His mama, Janice. She was standing strong like he was the one who got hurt. But now that Harlem insiders are speaking up, folks are wondering, did she already know the truth back then? Or worse, was she involved from day one? The deeper you dig, the darker it gets. So now we gotta ask, was Janice just a loyal ride or die mother? Or was she the real mastermind, the one who lit the match and watched it all burn? Stay tuned. This rabbit hole goes way deeper.
Yeah, my mom's is single. Mom's is single. I ain't gonna hate on my mom's. She's single.
So before the feds came knocking and slapped cuffs on Puff Daddy, Harlem's own fashion legend Dapper Dan had already dropped some cold truth. And trust, he wasn't sugarcoating a single word. When reporters asked him about the chaos surrounding Diddy, Dap didn't throw shade, but he damn sure didn't protect him either. Instead, he hit everyone with that deep-rooted Harlem wisdom. Dapper Dan said he grew up knowing Puff's parents, including Mama Janice Combs, and the vibe he gave off. This ain't some shocking new development. This is old news in Harlem. Dap basically hinted that what we're seeing now with Diddy isn't some wild one-off. It's part of a long-running pattern, a generational cycle that's been spinning for decades. According to him, the twisted power trips, the shady after-hours parties, the freaky elite circles, that energy was already in the air way before Bad Boy ever hit the charts. Back then, it was all velvet ropes, dim lights, and whispers behind Versace shades. But today, social media's got everything out in the open. No more hiding behind fame and filters. And the more you think about it, the more Dapper Dan's words start clicking into place. Because folks been saying that Janice Combs didn't just raise her son. She groomed him for this lifestyle, allegedly teaching him how to move through that shadowy world like a pro.
When she used to do her little modeling thing with her little ladies other night, the little wild parties, when she gave that up, I don't think she was in the business.
There's been a lot of speculation flying around, and it's getting real uncomfortable. Folks are saying Janice Combs might have introduced Diddy to those infamous freak-offs and their mother-son relationship. Let's just say it wasn't your typical family dynamic. Now here's where it gets straight up shocking. Some people are claiming Janice wasn't just in the background, she was allegedly right there in the mix. Yup, participating in the same kind of freak-offs that Diddy's being dragged into court over today. We're talking about those parties, the ones tied to lawsuits, ironclad NDAs, and people walking away emotionally wrecked. And just when you thought it couldn't get weirder, there's a clip floating around of Diddy and his mom sitting side by side, both hooked up to IV drips, supposedly for hydration. But here's where it gets creepy.
Introduce her to my mom, call Mom Dukes.
Hi.
She's getting a drip with me, she's hydrating. What's up, Mom?
Everything's good, baby.
Court docs say these freak-off sessions would last so long and get so out of control that people needed IV fluids just to recover. Passed out, drenched in sweat, completely drained, medically exhausted.
Your mother got the receipts. Everything is in your mother's name. That's the one who got the receipts. You need more proof? Biggie ain't here, so Big can't give you no receipts. He dead.
Now, nobody's saying Janice and Diddy had just left one of those events in that clip, but come on, the timing and the visuals. Too sketchy to ignore. And it don't stop there. People have been raising eyebrows for years about how extra affectionate Diddy acts around his mama on camera. There's footage of him kissing her on the lips. And we're not talking a quick little peck, we mean full lips.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you too.
Then Diddy starts talking in interviews about how his mama's single and needs a man at 85 years old. Like, sir, that's your mama. Ain't no way that ain't making people uncomfortable.
Yeah, my mom's is single. Mom's is single. I ain't gonna hate on my mom's. She's single.
It's giving weird vibes, and folks are side-eyeing hard. But let's get into something most people ain't even bringing up yet. Everybody's out here thinking Janice Combs was some elegant model back in the day, but people from Harlem, they say that's pure fairy tale fluff. According to them, that modeling story was just smoke and mirrors. The glitz, the glam, the photo shoots. Just a cover. The real story. She was allegedly a madam, running serious behind-the-scenes operations, hooking up young girls with big-shot men in dark corners of the industry. While the cameras flashed and the world thought she was striking poses, backroom deals were going down and young girls were being pimped out. And guess who was sitting there soaking up every single move like a sponge? Young Diddy. Yup, word is he watched it all. Learned how to charm, deceive, and dominate. Not from TV, not from the streets, from his own mother.
Embattled music mogul Sean Combs' mother is defending her son. She's calling the charges of trafficking and racketeering, a public lynching, and a pain too unbearable to put into words.
They say she taught him how to manipulate people with a smile, control the scene while hiding the dirt, and run game without blinking. And it ain't just whispers anymore. Insiders been co-signing this for years. Jaguar Wright even called it out directly. She said Janice was the blueprint, the original Madam in Charge, and Diddy, he just copied the playbook step by step. Even Mace, who's been locked in drama with Diddy for years, came out and said it plain. Janice knows everything. He claimed Diddy's been hiding behind his mama the whole time like she's the human vault, holding all the industry's darkest secrets.
He used to cuss his mama out like a sailor, and I told him, and Miss Combs, you could get mad all you want to, you know this is true. That cussed you out in front of on 19th Street at the old bad boy office downstairs who was getting in the limousine. And I said, boy, if I ever hear you cuss your mom again.
And let's not act like we haven't seen Janice rush to his defense every single time the spotlight turns toxic. Just think back to that Cassie video, the one where Diddy put hands on her in the hotel hallway. The world was shook, the internet exploded, but guess who jumped up quick to protect his image? Janice. She spun the narrative like her son was some poor, misunderstood little boy, like he was the victim. Meanwhile, the footage told us everything. She knew. She had to know what he was capable of, but she still stood by him loud and proud.
Woman that they're saying is his mother was a prostitute and a whore. But there's whispers in the streets of Harlem that Diddy's mother isn't alive. Not his biological mother, that woman is his aunt.
Now here's where things get even darker, and most people ain't ready for this. Because believe it or not, some sources claim that Janice herself might have been one of Diddy's first victims. According to Gene Deal, who worked closely with Puff back in the day, he was told by Kirk Burrow, an old Diddy associate, that things got violent between Diddy and his mom. Not just arguments, not just raised voices. Allegedly, Diddy cussed her out and even put hands on her. Yeah, you heard that right. They say Diddy slapped his own mama. Now hold up. Slapped his own mama? The same woman he kisses on the lips in front of cameras? The one he keeps calling a queen in every other interview? That don't add up. But if that story's even halfway true, it flips the whole narrative on its head because now people are digging even deeper. And yeah, it's getting bloodline deep. There's a wild theory going around that Janice Combs might not even be Diddy's real mother.
Now, his father was a government snitch and a bad actor in the criminal world altogether.
Word on the street is that his biological mom, the real Janice, might have passed away a long time ago, allegedly. And the woman we've seen by Diddy's side all these years might actually be his aunt. Yup, that would mean the entire story they sold the world could be a carefully crafted cover-up. So why the secrecy? Why keep that kind of detail hidden for decades? Well, if you follow the trail back far enough, things get messy, real messy. Diddy's biological father, Melvin Combs, was allegedly deep in government dealings. Not just some neighborhood player, he was rumored to be a federal informant, a straight-up snitch for the feds. Harlem been whispering it, and Jaguar Wright said it out loud. This man wasn't just dirty, he was connected. Deals, betrayals, political favors. Melvin was allegedly in the middle of it all, so if his wife or sister stepped in to raise Diddy and keep the story clean, it would make sense for a family trying to dodge heat from the streets and the feds. And let's not act like this Fed theory came out of nowhere. Even Kanye said it on camera. He called Diddy out directly, saying Puff was moving like federal police. And when he said that, the internet didn't laugh. They said he might not be lying. And when you really look at how Diddy moves, the silence, the strategy, the way he always walks away clean while someone else takes the fall, it starts looking real suspicious. Like father, like son, that's what people are saying. And this whole thing, it's turning into a full-blown Harlem horror story.
But why you believe she knew about the freakos? Because one of the witnesses said she was there.
There's been whispers for years, old interviews, locals who grew up around the Combs family, and the stuff they're saying about Diddy's childhood, straight up chilling. They claim his early years were surrounded by drugs, sex, and secrets. People swear they walked into rooms filled with naked adults, powerful men, women everywhere, and then right there in the corner, little Diddy, just watching, wide-eyed, soaking it all in, while Janice and the other grown-ups just looked the other way. But now, people are saying Janice didn't just ignore it, she might have been part of it. One fan online said it straight up, and his mom might not even be his mom. We've been new. Folks in Harlem always knew what was up, and once you start connecting the dots, from the freak-offs to the IV drips to Diddy kissing Janice full on the lips, it paints a seriously disturbing picture. Their relationships always felt too intimate, too touchy, like there's something under the surface no one wants to say out loud. And according to insiders like Gene Deal, it's not just rumors. He claimed Janice wasn't just at those wild events. She was even out here trying to flirt with the bodyguards. That's what Gene Deal claimed, said Janice was straight up trying to seduce Diddy's security team, bold as ever, not even trying to hide it. So let's break this down. We got a woman who's allegedly a former madam, who might not even be his real mother, who possibly groomed him into this twisted lifestyle, and now she's out here shooting her shot at his own employees? This is real suspect behavior on all levels, but it don't stop there. You might have missed this one.
The studio or any rooms is red, is making love. Some of the ones who went in the room, for sure, they were underage.
They said they could ship me off and sell me to anyone.
Back in an old 1999 interview with Vibe magazine, Diddy casually dropped a bombshell. He revealed that he lost his innocence at just 12 years old, said it like it was some rite of passage. And get this, he even mentioned he started exploring things at 11, watching late-night cable shows and pleasuring himself after catching some grown-up content. And that ain't even the wildest part. In that same interview, it was reported that his then-girlfriend, Jennifer Lopez, was just chilling on the couch while a full-on adult documentary was playing in the background. Like, what? That's not coming of age. That's deep-rooted trauma being paraded like it's normal. And you think Janice didn't know? The industry's been whispering for years that Janice was fully aware of what was going on behind the scenes. In fact, some say Janice was the one guiding the whole thing. One source from the making of a Bad Boy docuseries claimed Diddy had a thing for using red lights at his infamous parties. Not by accident, on purpose. That dim, eerie red glow, it wasn't just a vibe, it was a whole mood. You already know what red lighting suggests. Dark energy, secrecy, seduction. And here's the wild part. People are saying he learned that from Janice. Yup, they're calling her the master of the vibe. Someone who could set a scene perfectly, but not in any kind of innocent way. She knew exactly how to create an atmosphere that screamed invitation only. No cameras, don't ask questions.
Now let's zoom out and connect a few dots. Another powerful name keeps popping up, Clive Davis, the music mogul himself. Allegedly, Clive had ties to Diddy's father, Melvin Combs, before Melvin passed under mysterious circumstances. And right after Melvin's death, Diddy just so happens to fall directly under Clive's wing as a young up-and-comer in the industry.
Sounds a little too perfect, doesn't it? It's giving chosen one energy, but not the inspiring kind. More like you've been selected because you know the game and you'll play it. Some speculate, and again, all this is alleged, that Diddy might have had to go through some dark rites of passage to earn his seat at the table. And through it all, Janice was there, watching, guiding, managing, and maybe even controlling it from behind the scenes. So let's line up the facts. We got a young Diddy allegedly exposed to grown-up content at an age where he should have been watching cartoons. A weird family setup where the woman he calls mom might not even be his real biological mother. 3 powerful figures stepping into his life early, guiding, grooming, shaping, and a mother figure who, by multiple accounts, wasn't just watching from the sidelines, she was deep in the mix. Not just attending, participating. What that paints ain't just dysfunction, it's full-blown chaos.
A lot of people are curious about the status of P. Diddy.
Status of what?
P. Diddy. Diddy.
And now fast forward to the present day. Diddy's trial is heating up and rolling into week 2. The courtroom's getting crowded with bodyguards testifying, exes showing up ready to spill everything, and victims finally speaking out after years of silence. And the court docs stacking up like dirty laundry in a locked room. And we're not just talking about Cassie anymore. This thing is way bigger than her. The scale of what's being exposed is explosive. But now here comes the shady twist that's got everybody talking. There's serious buzz that Janice Combs might allegedly be helping her son move and hide money. Not just a rumor, there's word that Diddy's got multiple properties and assets tucked under her name. So if that's true, that means Janice ain't just playing mom anymore. She might be more than just a background player in all this. Janice Combs could be a full-blown person of interest. And let's be real, the feds, they don't play when it comes to money. If they find out she's been helping Diddy stash assets, shuffle properties, or cover financial tracks, they're coming for her next, and they're moving fast. And while Diddy's looking more guilty by the day, folks are starting to ask the one question nobody wanted to say out loud. What if Janice is the reason he turned out like this? Because let's be honest, all that freaky behavior, the twisted power games, the control, the gaslighting, that ain't something you're just born with. That's taught, conditioned, passed down like a dark family recipe. And if even half these stories are true, then Janice didn't just witness the madness, she created it. She might not just be protecting her son. She might be the one who built the entire playbook he's been running for decades. But now it's your turn. What do you think? Is Janice just a fiercely loyal mama trying to protect her child? Or is she the real puppet master, the OG pulling strings from the shadows all along? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. I need to hear from every single one of y'all. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and smash that notification bell, because with the way this trial's exploding, you do not want to miss what we uncover next. See you in the next one.
Wow, okay, I've got a lot I can't tell. So, I can't tell that one either. I mean, I'm like actually cycling through that.
Kushner and him they were real tight. One time, me, him, Ashton Kushner went to a Nets game, and we met Jay-Z there. You know what I'm saying? So they were close. They was cool.
Young lady, throw your hands in the air. Black guy, throw your hands in the air.
Kutcher looked in the window and saw what he thought was spilled wine on the floor. We believe now the evidence will show that was actually.
Looks like the feds just turned the heat way up again. And this time, the name buzzing through the headlines, Ashton Kutcher. Word on the street is that Ashton just got scooped up as a co-conspirator in Diddy's spiraling investigation, and people are freaking out, and now it all kind of makes sense.
Mr. Kutcher looked in the window and saw what he thought was spilled wine on the floor. We believe now the evidence will show that was actually blood.
Ashton's been ghosted from Hollywood for months. No red carpet pics, no awkward interviews, not even a grainy paparazzi drive-by. Fans are starting to whisper, he's already locked up. And it ain't just the timing that's shady. Ashton's past is coming back to bite hard. Diggers online pulled up some old receipts that most people forgot about. Back in high school, Ashton literally broke into his school, not just for fun, but to cheat and steal money. He was charged with third-degree burglary. Yes, that's a felony. Who knew that 70s Show guy had a whole record? But wait, that's not all.
Hollywood is mourning the loss of Brittany Murphy this morning. The 32-year-old actress died on Sunday from what officials say appear to be natural causes. An autopsy is planned, reportedly against the wishes of her husband. CBS News correspondent John Blackstone has this report.
Fast forward to his Hollywood glow-up, and Ashton wasn't just acting. He was co-hosting some of Diddy's wildest, most secretive parties. Yeah, those infamous all-white parties. The same ones now being linked to some of the sickest allegations spilling out right now. And here's where it gets even crazier. Old rumors are creeping back up, and they're nasty. Allegedly, Ashton was romantically linked to Lindsay Lohan back when she was just 16. Folks are side-eyeing that hard, and suddenly, all the whispers about Ashton being just as shady as Diddy, they're starting to line up a little too well.
To me, I think what makes it work is, I know...
Is it you're so freaking hot?
No, it's being able to do scenes with him and being in it with him.
Then there's the eerie case of Ashley Wren, one of Ashton's exes who met a tragic end. The timeline of that night, his story always had people raising eyebrows. It never quite sat right. And now it's being dragged back into the spotlight. But hold up, because here comes the knockout. Mila Kunis has reportedly filed for divorce. Yep, sources say she's finally done shielding him. Word is this scandal was the last straw. So now we gotta ask, did the feds really lock Ashton up behind the scenes? Is he Diddy's low-key partner in crime? And what does Mila know that made her sprint for the exit?
I am the kind of person that actually learns more from their mistakes than from their successes. So all the great things we did in the past, we're gonna do again.
Most people still see Ashton as the goofy charmer from sitcoms and Shark Tank, but that image, total illusion. Long before the glam life, Ashton was already moving grimy. In senior year, he straight up broke into his own school, but not as a dumb prank, but to steal money and cheat. He got caught and was hit with third-degree burglary, which ain't no joke. That's a whole felony charge on his record. That little high school heist blew up Ashton's whole future. He lost his scholarships, his clean record, even his right to vote. All gone before he ever hit Hollywood. But here's what really gets under people's skin. Once he got rich and famous, boom, he paid to make it all disappear. That felony, wiped clean. His voting rights, magically restored. When you've got cash, the system hits different, and Ashton played it like a pro. After that, he tried the college route at the University of Iowa, but it didn't last long.
People were shocked to find out that Ashton and Mila, who kind of have branded themselves as activists for victims, would write letters on behalf of a person who had been convicted already.
Ashton's own words, he was out here wilding out, partying nonstop, living reckless. He got kicked out of his apartment for being too loud and out of control. So what did he do? Dropped out, packed his bags, and ran off to New York to chase the modeling dream. He even stood next to rising stars like Tom Welling from Smallville. But that glow up, it came with some serious darkness too.
Wow, okay, I've got a lot I can't tell. So, can't tell that one either. I mean, I'm like actually cycling through them.
Let's talk about Ashley Wren, a 22-year-old fashion student and Ashton's girlfriend at the time. The night she was tragically found unresponsive, Ashton claimed he showed up late to her house, peeked through the window, and saw red stains on the carpet. But instead of knocking or calling for help, he dipped, saying he thought it was just spilled wine. By the next morning, Ashley was found inside the house and not breathing. People have been questioning that story for years. Like, seriously, who sees red stains, doesn't get a response, and just walks away?
He said, within any 3 blocks where we're standing, you can go buy somebody. And I was floored by the notion of that.
For years, fans have been giving Ashton major side-eye over the Ashley Wren case. But guess what? She wasn't the only one in his orbit with a tragic ending. Because right there too, Brittany Murphy. Yeah, Ashton and Brittany were close, and her sudden death at just 32 shocked the whole world. The official story, pneumonia and anemia. But then, months later, her husband Simon Monjack died from the exact same thing. Same house, same strange symptoms. It was way too identical to ignore.
So the Times.com is reporting that Ashton Kutcher has resigned from his position as the chairman of the board, effective immediately. He wrote a very lengthy letter.
It didn't take long before the internet started connecting the dots. 2 sudden deaths so close together with the same eerie cause. People started whispering about something darker. And now with Ashton's name getting dragged into Diddy's mess, Brittany's case is starting to look like a full-blown cover-up. Especially knowing Ashton and Diddy were right there together, co-hosting those exclusive all-white parties, you know the ones. Celebs, moguls, models, and rumors floating all night long. And it's not just Brittany either, because she's not the only woman who passed under strange circumstances while being around these two. Fans haven't forgotten about Kim Porter, Diddy's ex and the mother of 3 of his kids. She tragically passed in 2018, and the official cause? Pneumonia. Sound familiar? Because it should. Just like Brittany Murphy, just like Simon Monjack, all tied to Diddy, all gone too soon, all given the same vague, suspicious explanation.
Did I party tonight?
And now people are stepping back and seeing the bigger picture, because there's a whole pattern forming. And guess who's standing dead center in the middle of it? Ashton Kutcher. While he's out here playing Mr. Clean on red carpets, he's been quietly moving through the shadow, side by side with Diddy. And according to multiple insiders, Diddy didn't just party with Ashton, he trusted him. With business, with secrets, with everything. Why? Well, Ashton was tight with Danny Masterson. Yes, that Danny. The same one now locked up for horrific charges. And when that connection came out, it was like a thread got yanked. Because Diddy brought Ashton, Danny, and even Wilmer Valderrama into his private circle. He called them the new Hollywood Rat Pack. But baby, don't get it twisted. This wasn't just some elite boys club smoking cigars and talking stocks. These men weren't just partying. They were flying private, city hopping across the globe, hosting underground events, making major power moves, and allegedly pulling off things behind locked doors that the public was never supposed to find out about.
How are you doing? How's the New Year's going for you?
Great. Please don't do this.
Sorry. Well, Happy New Year anyways. I'm sorry.
Happy New Year, V.
And here's the wildest twist. Sources say Ashton was the one who connected Diddy with Adam Neumann, the infamous CEO of WeWork, who straight up scammed investors out of billions with his bizarre cult leader energy and crashed the whole company. So guess what? Diddy got a silent cut of that messy empire too. Quiet money, no paper trail, just vibes and shady deals. But here's where it goes from shady to straight up sinister. When you start combining money, power, and silence, you're not making friends. You're building fortresses. Fortresses where secrets are protected, questions don't get asked, and receipts mysteriously vanish. Want proof? Go ahead. Try searching New Hollywood Rat Pack along with any of those guys' names. Ashton, Danny, Wilmer, Diddy. You'll barely find a thing. The internet's been scrubbed clean, like someone hit delete across the board. Why? Because ever since Diddy got snatched up by the feds, Ashton and Mila been moving on stealth mode, suddenly acting like they don't even know him. Like Diddy was just some dude they bumped into once at a red carpet. Please. They pulled the same exact move when Danny Masterson got convicted. Years of tight friendship, birthday tributes, family vacations, gone. Deleted like none of it ever existed. It's giving full-on rebrand and heavy-duty damage control. But let's be real, this is way bigger than just unfollowing someone on Instagram, because Ashton and Mila, they've always had deep ties to Scientology, their closest friends, Scientologists. Even some of their staff have allegedly been part of that inner network. And that ain't just some casual belief system. That's a machine built on power, control, and media manipulation.
Is in Lizzie McGuire. She also has an album out. She's going to be in a movie called Cheaper by the Dozen. And she's one of the girls that we're all waiting for to turn 18.
If you know anything about Scientology, then you know the playbook. Headlines get wiped, journalists get intimidated, and critics silenced. So if you've ever wondered how some of the wildest stories about Ashton and Diddy just vanish overnight, now you got your answer. And here's where things get really shady. When Ashton was once asked about Diddy's infamous parties, he gave a smirk and said, "There's a lot I can't tell you." Boom, the internet exploded. That one line opened the floodgates and people started speculating hard. Allegedly, what Ashton can't talk about includes everything from freak-offs to exploitation to some of the same twisted behavior that Diddy is now on trial for. Let's not overlook Thorn, Ashton's nonprofit that claimed to fight online child exploitation. On paper, it sounded like something out of a superhero script. A-lister using his fame for good, but behind the curtain, things weren't so squeaky clean. There's stuff folks can't even access. Redacted files, questionable partnerships, and way too many coincidences with people now caught up in the Diddy investigation. It's gotten so deep, folks have been filing Freedom of Information Act requests just to find out what's really going on behind closed doors. And then, boom, Ashton suddenly resigns from Thorn's board with zero warning. No big press statement, no smooth transition, just gone. Word is the spotlight was about to flip right back on him, and he knew things were about to get ugly, real ugly. Now, speaking of ugly, let's talk about Davy Chase. Yeah, the girl who creeped everyone out in the ring. But what most people don't realize is that she didn't just vanish from Hollywood, she spiraled. Whispers say it all started the night she got invited to one of those exclusive parties, hosted by none other than Diddy and Ashton Kutcher. She was young, way too young to be in that kind of scene. And ever since that night, her life's been a disaster. Run-ins with the law, substance-related charges, even jail time. By 2019, Davao Chase had already started making headlines, but not the Hollywood kind. She was booked for a misdemeanor just 5 months after being caught with substances.
I dated him when I was 16 and 17. No. I love him and I still love him and he's a very good friend, and that's why I was so shocked by it, because not only was it a fib, but it was so unlike him. It was so uncharacteristic. He was like my first real true boyfriend.
Right.
Yeah.
But he did not take your virginity.
He did not.
Fast forward to early 2024, right back in jail after another run-in with the law in Hollywood, this girl went from starring on red carpets to landing behind bars, all in under a decade. But here's the thing, people aren't calling it a fall from grace. They're calling it what it is, trauma. Allegedly, something happened at that party, something dark. The kind of damage you don't just recover from whatever went down that night. It changed her, and not for the better. But Dava isn't alone, because now the streets are saying Ashton Kutcher had a pattern. Allegedly, he was involved with Lindsay Lohan when she was just 16. And when things supposedly ended, she didn't just move on. She slid straight into the arms of Wilmer Valderrama. Starting to see it? It's like this whole tight-knit inner circle had one twisted preference. And Ashton wasn't some outsider watching from the sidelines. He was right in the middle of it. And let's be real, we already know Diddy's name is drowning in lawsuits stacked higher than a Jenga tower. But when you put all the pieces together, Ashton, Wilmer, Danny Masterson, it's not just coincidence. It's giving co-conspirators. Let's take a real moment to talk about Wilmer Valderrama, because his track record, straight up wild. Starting with Mandy Moore. She was just 15 when she met Wilmer, and he was already 20. At the time, both of them tried to play it off, saying nothing was going on. But years later, Mandy confirmed what many already suspected. The relationship did happen while she was still underage. And y'all, it gets worse.
Who I think is a real hot piece of ass. You dated Mandy Moore.
Yeah.
For two.
Mandy Moore!
What's that like? Jesus.
In one of the grossest interviews ever aired, Wilmer went on Howard Stern's show and bragged about being the first to sleep with Mandy. He laughed, joked, and turned it into some twisted locker room story. It was disgusting. But here's the punch in the gut. Mandy came out later and said it wasn't even true. She said the lie cut deep and that she felt completely disrespected. Imagine having your first relationship turned into a public joke by someone you once trusted. Then came Lindsay Lohan. She was everywhere in the early 2000s and the paparazzi darling, the it girl of the moment. Wilmer, 24, Lindsay, just 17, and yet again, they insisted they were just friends. But the moment the clock struck midnight on her 18th birthday, boom, they were officially a couple. Like really? That creepy birthday loophole trick? Fast forward to 2010 and Wilmer's back at it, this time getting close with a young Demi Lovato. And what did they say? The same old line. We're just friends. He's like a big brother, they claimed. But then, right on cue, Demi turns 18 and boom, suddenly they're a full-blown couple. At that point, Wilmer was 29. That's over a decade older than her, and once again, the same sketchy pattern played out. Later on, Demi came forward and admitted the relationship actually started before she was legal. It's not just a coincidence anymore, now it's a blueprint. Mandy, Lindsay, Demi, each timeline just a little too close for comfort. And that midnight birthday switch up shows up every single time like clockwork. But in 2022, Demi did something powerful. She finally broke her silence the best way she knew how, through music. She dropped a haunting track called 29, and the lyrics cut deep. She didn't have to name names, and the world already knew. And when she was asked about it in interviews, she kept it blunt. I feel like the song says it all, and it really does.
I would.
He probably took her virginity.
Did he? Yeah. Why are you insulting the man? He was how many years you were going out with Lindsay?
We were together for like a year and something.
But you don't mean her.
Now here's where it gets even creepier. As people online kept digging, scrolling through old comment threads and forums, one comment jumped out like a red flag on fire. Now buckle up, because this next part, it's straight up disturbing. An ex-employee came forward with claims that Wilmer Valderrama was part owner of a bar where the rules were shady from top to bottom. The exact words used to describe him? Absolute garbage human being. And what they said next is chilling. According to this former staffer, underage girls were constantly showing up, and employees were specifically told not to ID anyone sitting at Wilmer's tables. Let that sink in. They weren't just looking the other way. They were instructed not to check IDs. That means this wasn't some oops, we didn't know situation. This was a system built to protect predators. A setup. Management was allegedly complicit, allowing this whole operation to run smooth, silent, and unchecked. And get this, Megan Good was also allegedly an investor. Yes, the same Megan who now presents herself as spiritual, healing, and church girl energy. But according to this employee, she was horrendous too, which means she either knew what was going on and turned a blind eye, or worse, she may have profited from it. And if Wilmer owned the spot, and Ashton Kutcher was his ride-or-die business buddy since that 70s show, are we really supposed to believe Ashton was clueless? Come on, be so serious. The whispers are getting louder, because word is, that bar Wilmer owned, it allegedly turned into one of their hunting grounds.
First met Wilmer, he was 29. I met him on January 11th of 2010. And it was at a PSA shoot at his house for the 2010 census forms. And I have to have him. But I was only 17. And so he was like, get away from me. After I had turned 18, we began dating. I think it was love at first sight.
And here's the most twisted part. Ashton Kutcher, the same man who co-founded a tech company to fight child exploitation, was right there in the mix. Publicly, he's out here preaching about protecting the vulnerable. But behind the scenes, allegedly moving with a crew of men who blurred age lines, targeted the vulnerable, and thrived off access and silence. It's the double life for real. And when you pull back and look at the whole picture, this wasn't just some wild party squad. This was the new Hollywood Rat Pack, a title Diddy proudly gave them. A tight-knit group of high-profile men covering for each other, protecting secrets and dodging accountability at every turn. Right in the middle of it all, Ashton Kutcher. Now here's where it really starts unraveling, because if the word on the street is true, Mila Kunis has finally had enough. Sources say she's filed for divorce, and honestly, it tracks. Everything changed the second Ashton's name started getting dragged into Diddy's scandal. Now Ashton's out here flying solo, no Mila. No happy marriage facade, just him, a shady trail of unanswered questions, and a circle of Hollywood elites whose time might finally be running out. But now it's your turn to sound off. Do you really think Mila Kunis filed for divorce? Is Ashton just an innocent bystander? Or did he know exactly what was going down with that crew? The bar, the parties, the underage rumors? Come on, was this just Hollywood chaos or something way more sinister? And here's the real question, is Ashton actually under investigation, or is he just hiding behind that elite Hollywood shield while the machine scrambles to protect him? Drop your theories below, your hot takes, your receipts, whatever you've got. We're watching it all unravel in real time, and you already know, this rabbit hole goes deep. So if you're keeping up with the madness, don't just scroll, smash that like button, subscribe, share this video, and hit that bell so you never miss the next explosive drop. Because what's really going down in Hollywood? Oh, we're just getting started. See you in the next one.
If Bishop Jakes was at a Diddy party, there could only be two reasons. Money or sex. That's all that happens at Diddy parties.
drama. And baby, this Diddy mess, it's been an all-you-can-eat scandal buffet. And just when folks thought it couldn't get any juicier, boom, another wild twist hits the plate. This time, the spotlight's on none other than Bishop T.D. Jakes, the megachurch icon, the spiritual voice to millions. Out of nowhere, he announces he's stepping down from the Potter's house, and now the streets are buzzing louder than ever. Officially, it's all being brushed off as a personal decision. Health, new ventures, the usual blah, blah, blah. But Monique, oh no, sis ain't buying that for 1 second. According to her, it's not just a retirement, it's a cover-up. She says this sudden exit is directly tied to Diddy's ongoing mess. Yep.
I'm gonna lay my hands on you, Bishop. And he said, and then it's on the that. He's doing all of this, right? And then there's a woman on the dais.
Word is swirling that Jakes might have been mixed up in some of those private affairs Diddy's being accused of. And allegedly the higher-ups at the Potter's house caught wind of it. Sources say they didn't want to risk a full-blown PR disaster. So instead of letting the drama blow up in their faces, they gently encouraged Jakes to step down before things got too hot to handle. Basically, they didn't want Diddy's drama dripping down their church aisles like holy water gone bad. Now here's the kicker. Monique says she's got receipts. She's ready to talk. Buckle up, because Monique's not playing. She's ready to drop some bombs about why Bishop T.D. Jakes really stepped down. And trust, it's not the version his team is pushing. Let's break this down. The news that Thomas Dexter Jakes, the T.D. Jakes, is walking away from his role as senior pastor of the Potter's house? That's not just another headline. That's a cultural earthquake. Social media lit up like fireworks on the 4th of July. This wasn't just church news, this was global chatter. We're talking about a man whose name rings bells far beyond the pulpit. The same T.D. Jakes who's been preaching, leading, and shaping culture since the 90s. The same man whose sermons turned into viral sound bites, whose books flew off shelves, whose televised services hit homes across continents. This ain't some regular preacher retiring. It's like when the Pope steps down or the Dalai Lama goes silent. Jakes isn't just a pastor. He's a certified icon in the black community and beyond. His impact, massive. He's been invited into White Houses, spoken at the funerals of legends like Whitney and Aretha, and advised presidents from George W. Bush to Barack Obama. That's power. So when he suddenly calls it quits, you better believe people are asking why. And Monique, she's not here for the PR spin. She says there's way more behind the scenes, some deep, dirty secrets that tie back to Diddy's chaos. And she's got no problem pulling back the curtain. Because let's be real, you knew there had to be a but, right? Lately, things ain't been so picture perfect for Bishop Jakes. Behind all the praise, prestige, and polished sermons, there's been some serious side-eye flying around. Whispers have started creeping into the conversation, quietly tying him to the storm surrounding Diddy.
But there will be a time. So you can stop dragging people and arguing with people and fighting and just log off. All you do is just hit the button. Right there. Log off.
And let's be real, those kinds of connections, they can shake even the strongest image. We're talking about a man who built an empire on trust and respect. So when these kinds of rumors start swirling, that whole carefully built legacy starts looking a little shaky. People start pulling back. That admiration, that respect, it starts to fade when the streets start talking. And now Monique has entered the chat, and she's not holding nothing back. She just dropped a truth bomb that's got everyone side-eyeing this sudden retirement. Forget all that safe talk about new ventures and rest. Monique says, nah, this wasn't no peaceful exit. This was a quiet step down under pressure. According to her, Bishop Jakes is tied way deeper into Diddy's private world than anyone expected. She's talking about those wild, exclusive parties, the ones people barely whisper about, and she's saying Jakes wasn't just aware, he might have been in the mix. And now that the feds are knocking at Diddy's door, people are tripping over themselves to escape the fallout. Monique's throwing serious shade, and her theory? It's wild, but folks are listening. She suggests Bishop Jakes might have gotten too close to the fire. Maybe the glitz, the money, and Diddy's flashy lifestyle pulled him in deeper than he expected. And maybe, just maybe, he got involved in some things he's now regretting big time. When the heat cranked up, allegations of drugging, trafficking, and all kinds of mess, Jakes allegedly tried to keep cool, deny, and distance himself, hoping it would all pass like a bad storm. But this storm, it's looking like a full-blown hurricane. Now here's where it gets crazy. Monique says Diddy, who's now facing the real possibility of hard time, is feeling cornered, and that's when people get dangerous. According to her, Diddy ain't just sitting on secrets, he's sitting on a vault of receipts. We're talking files, recordings, even pictures that could flip the whole industry upside down. It's the nuclear option. If Diddy goes down, he's not going alone. He's allegedly ready to take everybody with him. Names, dates, dirty details, and all. And Monique's theory? Jakes knows what's coming. She thinks he saw the writing on the wall and decided to step away before the detonation. That resignation, it wasn't peace. It was protection. He's ducking for cover before Diddy drops the bomb and the truth scorches everybody in its path. And now, Monique's saying Jakes didn't just walk away from his ministry to pursue peace. Nah, she claims he's ducking for cover before Diddy gets mad enough to start naming names. According to her, this move was a calculated one. A quiet retreat before the real war begins. A preemptive strike to protect his image before any receipts hit the internet. And you gotta admit, this theory, it's juicy. It does make you raise an eyebrow. The timing alone is just too suspicious. Right when Diddy's situation explodes, Jake suddenly steps down. No warning, no buildup, just gone. People aren't buying the sabbatical talk anymore. And let's not forget, Jake's name has popped up alongside Diddy's before, even if it was in low-key, unverified whispers. But now, with Diddy's legal drama boiling over, those whispers are turning into full-blown speculation. It's giving soap opera energy, powerful men, hidden truths, and a possible downfall that could rock not just Hollywood, but the church world too.
You've been to these parties, right?
Oh, yeah. I was there when he was doing the white parties in the Hamptons and the whole 9 yards, so I know what goes on at the parties. If, they probably got a little bit more freakier, as time went on, because they got to the point whereas that they didn't even care. It used to be secretly, where people used to go to, separate rooms and different rooms, and they wasn't doing that out in the public, but now they don't care. Men kissing men and all this other stuff. That's great.
Whether Monique's theory is fact or fiction, one thing's for sure. It's added a whole new layer of chaos to an already wild situation. And the fans, they see it. One person even posted, TD Jakes just announced he's stepping down from the Potter's house. Diddy's trial is about to expose things that won't stay buried. We're finally about to see what's really been happening behind the pulpit. Word on the street, Jakes didn't just resign, he escaped. Now here's where it really starts sounding like a movie plot. Rumors are flying that Bishop Jakes is about to flee the country. Yeah, you heard that right. Word on the street is that he's planning to vanish before Diddy's trial kicks off on May 5th. One fan posted, TD Jakes steps down a week before the Diddy trial. Come on, that's not a coincidence. Another added, Diddy trial next week, Jakes retired this week, and Creole Thief tour flopping. Oh, next week's about to be chaos. The theory? Jakes is panicking. Folks think he's afraid he'll get pulled into the legal mess. Whether it's being called to testify, having some hidden skeletons dragged out, or just being associated with Diddy when everything explodes and apparently his master plan? Bounce now, before it's too late. They're saying he packed his bags and ghosted because there's no other way to protect his image. After all, his whole career is built on that flawless rep. And when that starts to crack, you either face it or run. And right now, people think he's running. And let's be real, maintaining that clean pastor look in the spotlight ain't easy. Jakes made it look effortless. He sold millions of books preaching faith, success, and family values. He showed up in movies, on TV, at the White House, all while projecting this wholly untouchable vibe. He built a whole empire off that squeaky clean persona. For years, Bishop Jakes mastered the art of the image. Clean, powerful, respected. Everything about him was carefully crafted. Every sermon, every book, every film role, it all pointed to the same narrative. A man of God, a man of the people, a moral compass for the culture. But here's the hard truth, that you can't wear a mask forever. You can sell out arenas, write 1,000 books, and show up in every inspirational film you want. But the real you, eventually it steps into the light. And if that real version of Jakes was quietly rubbing shoulders with Diddy's inner circle, showing face at those exclusive after-dark parties, and allegedly taking part in things that no pastor should ever be near, that's a serious problem. The rumors say Jakes lived a double life, one polished for the public, the other hidden in the shadows. But when your name gets tangled up with someone as infamous and as investigated as Diddy, secrets don't stay buried, they bubble up fast. Now that Diddy's empire is in freefall, those cracks in Jakes' image are splitting wide open. And Monique, she's not just watching, she's exposing. She claims Jakes tried to separate who he was in private from who he played in public, but that wall's coming down quick. She says the truth has been hiding in plain sight, and now that the lights are on, there's nowhere left to run. The facade's crumbling, the whispers are growing. And with Monique turning up the heat, everyone's scrambling for answers. And just so no one's lost in the chaos, let's rewind real quick and fill in a key piece of this puzzle. especially if you're still catching up on why Jakes is really in the middle of all this. Let's get one thing straight. This ain't just some wild internet rumor spiraling out of control. Nope, this thing has legs, and now it's stepping straight into the courtroom. Bishop T.D. Jakes' name is officially being dragged into the Diddy disaster, and not just in passing. His connection is part of a federal lawsuit. Yeah, this is real. The drama just went legal. Here's the breakdown. A music producer named Rodney Lil Rod Jones, who used to work closely with Diddy, filed a bombshell lawsuit. And in it, he makes a jaw-dropping claim. He says that Diddy plotted to use his relationship with Bishop Jakes to clean up his public image after the whole Cassie situation exploded. That's right. According to the documents, Diddy wanted to leverage Jakes' influence like some spiritual PR move to soften the fallout after Cassie Ventura filed her explosive lawsuit. And if that wasn't enough, Jones's own legal filing is packed with heat. It spans 98 pages and was filed in the Southern District of New York. Inside, Jones says that from September 2022 to November 2023, while living and working with Diddy, he was drugged, intimidated, and threatened. And that's just his side of the story.
So why do you think he was going to these parties?
I think that he's going to the Diddy parties, you know. Bruh. If he's going, well, we know he's going to the Diddy parties, and I know that it's, I know what usually happens at the Diddy party, or what we told this happened at the Diddy parties. Maybe he needs to see it for himself, man. Maybe he needs to go there and really be involved in some things that could help save some individuals while they going to those parties. Or maybe he just going to, man, it's hard to even talk about. Why would you find a religious man, you know, when you know that the saints supposed to separate themselves from the sinners? And why would a religious man like himself be at a party which ain't nothing but sin that's going on, bro? Whether it's drinking, maybe fornicating, maybe, like I said, men on men, women on women. It's hard to put in perspective unless he's involving himself what is actually going on at the parties. It's hard, brother. Bro, you know, you can't, I really don't know why, as a spiritual advisor to him, that they buddy while he got a party with him like that and be at his parties. It's got to be, maybe it's something more that meets the eye.
Oh, and guess what? It doesn't stop with Diddy. The lawsuit also names some big names as co-defendants. Cuba Gooding Jr., Diddy's adult son Justin, his chief of staff Christina Coram, Universal Music Group CEO Sir Lucian Grange, and even former Motown Records CEO Ethiopia Habtemariam. Now here's where things start getting extra messy. Bishop T.D. Jakes might not be an official defendant in that lawsuit, but don't get it twisted. His name does come up. And that one mention, it's got everybody talking. According to Rodney Lil Rod Jones, he recorded hours of video and audio showing Diddy, his staff, and others caught up in some serious illegal activity. Everything from drugs to gunplay to flat-out criminal behavior. But it didn't stop there. In December 2023, the Dallas Morning News reported that Bishop Jakes' name started popping up online in connection to Diddy's drama. And what were people saying? That he might have attended some of Diddy's infamous parties? Yeah, those parties. The kind people whisper about but never really describe. It was a plot twist nobody saw coming. Social media was on fire with unverified reports dragging Jakes straight into the middle of the chaos. And with Diddy's world unraveling, folks were quick to connect the dots, true or not. To his credit, Jakes didn't stay silent. During his Christmas Eve service at the Potter's house, he directly addressed the rumors. He denied everything, said it was all one big mix-up, but here's the thing, a lot of people weren't buying it. The way he dodged around the details, it didn't exactly scream innocence to everyone watching. With the avalanche of accusations crashing down around Diddy, just being mentioned in the same sentence started to leave a stain. Whether true or not, Jakes' reputation took a hit, and fast. Even if there's no proof he did anything wrong, just having your name tied to those kind of parties, That's enough to shake up a lifetime image in seconds. And in that service, Jakes admitted something that raised even more eyebrows. He said, "The worst that could happen if everything was true." During that now infamous Christmas Eve service, Bishop Jakes said something that made jaws drop across the room, and not in a good way. He stood before his congregation and said, "All I got to do is repent, sincerely from my heart. There's enough power in the blood to cover all kinds of sin. I don't care what it is, the blood will fix it." Then came the line that really set people off, "But I ain't got to repent about this." And just like that, the room shifted. Instead of coming out with a clear, bold denial of the explosive rumors tying him to Diddy's alleged shady dealings, Jakes leaned into the message of redemption and grace. He didn't say, "It's all false." He didn't slam the accusations. He preached about forgiveness as if he was already preparing hearts for the worst. And that's exactly what rattled folks. People expected him to stand tall and fight back against the claims, but the way he talked, like maybe, just maybe, he was entertaining the idea of guilt. Hypothetically or not, it gave people something to hold on to, and not in a good way. It wasn't just what he said, it was what he didn't say. That hesitation, that spiritual deflection felt like a warning shot, like he was softly setting the stage in case the truth ever came crashing down. To many watching, it felt less like a sermon and more like a subtle confession, a quiet way of saying, if this comes out, I've already made peace with it. And that sent the speculation into overdrive. And the fact that Bishop Jakes chose to preach about repentance instead of flat out denying the allegations? Yeah, that move lit the internet on fire. People weren't just listening, they were dissecting every word. The silence on a direct "I didn't do it" was loud, too loud. And that gap, that missing affirmation of innocence, had folks wondering, what exactly is he not saying? But Monique's theory isn't the only reason people are side-eyeing Jakes. Let's rewind to 2022 when another moment raised some serious eyebrows. A video surfaced showing Bishop Jakes at none other than Diddy's massive 53rd birthday bash in Los Angeles, and social media exploded. This wasn't some quiet dinner, it was a full-blown star-studded spectacle. A-list guests, champagne everywhere, flashing lights, wild energy, everything you'd expect from a classic Diddy party. And right in the mix, Bishop Jakes looking right at home, and that clip instantly caused friction, especially among the Christian community online. People were like, what's a man of God doing at a party like that? Diddy's parties are infamous for excess, indulgence, and a reputation that doesn't exactly scream holy. So seeing a spiritual leader, a pastor admired for decades, mingling in that environment.
It's very inappropriate of a man of a cloth to be at a party like that and then dancing across the stage, because he's dancing at Diddy party. But you have to understand that maybe his house ain't right.
It didn't sit right with a lot of folks. Was it just a casual appearance, or was it something more? That's the question that never quite went away. The whole situation reignited a deeper debate, the age-old tension between spiritual leadership and secular influence. And in Jakes' case, the optics were rough. People started questioning everything, including how deep his relationship with Diddy really went. The backlash from that party clip, immediate and intense. It served as a major reminder. When you're a public figure, especially a religious leader, your personal choices are always under the microscope. And when your name's already floating through controversy, every move gets amplified. As soon as footage of Bishop Jakes at Diddy's 53rd birthday bash hit the internet, the damage control kicked into overdrive. Derek Williams, executive vice president of TD Jakes Entertainment, who also happened to be at the party, stepped up to run interference. Speaking to the Christian Post, CP, Williams tried to downplay the whole thing, claiming Jakes had only made a brief stop at the party while they were in LA for business. He painted it as a casual in and out moment, not a celebration, not an endorsement, and definitely not a sign of alignment with Diddy's lifestyle. Another unnamed source chimed in too, telling CP that to their knowledge, this was the only Diddy event Jakes had ever attended. Clearly they were trying hard to push the narrative that the two weren't as close as people were starting to believe. But Williams didn't stop there. He leaned into Jakes' business role as a filmmaker, a media executive, and a pioneer in value-driven storytelling. He explained that Jakes showed up not as a partygoer, but as a CEO paying professional respect. According to him, this was about honoring Diddy as the former chairman of Revolt, not partying with him. In other words, they tried to spin it as a business move, a polite gesture, not a personal connection. But by then, the internet had already decided it looked way too cozy. That viral party clip didn't just cause a buzz, it sparked a full-blown firestorm. And for someone like Bishop Jakes, the fallout was immediate. It was a sharp reminder that when you're a religious figure, every move you make, every person you stand next to, gets examined under a microscope. The moment that footage of Jakes at Diddy's 53rd birthday bash hit the internet, a major cleanup mission was launched behind the scenes. Derek Williams, executive vice president of TD Jakes Entertainment, and yes, also spotted at the party, rushed to shut the noise down. Speaking to the Christian Post, CP, Williams tried to spin the narrative fast. He claimed Jakes only made a brief stop at the party and that it all happened while they were in LA on business. According to him, it was a quick drop-in, not a celebration, not a wild night, just a moment in passing. Not an endorsement, not a party-goer move, just a respectful appearance. That was the story. To add more distance, another insider told CP that as far as they knew, it was the only Diddy party Jakes had ever attended. You could feel the effort to draw a line between the pastor and the music mogul, quickly and firmly, but Williams didn't stop at timing. He shifted the narrative to business. He reminded folks that Bishop Jakes is a filmmaker and executive producer, a pioneer of faith-based cinema. He said Jakes showed up as the CEO of TD Jakes Entertainment, paying professional respect to Diddy, the former chairman of Revolt. They framed it all as a business move, a polite nod, not a personal alignment. Even with the full-blown PR spin in motion, the public just isn't buying it. The official line, Bishop Jakes was in LA for important business meetings, and making a brief appearance at Diddy's birthday was just a professional courtesy. A respectful nod to the former chairman of Revolt, since after all, Jakes' sermons air on Revolt's network. That's what Derek Williams, Jakes' EVP, is holding on to. He told the Christian Post that they both stopped by, greeted the family, Bishop Jakes recorded a quick birthday message, and then they were out, straight to their next meeting. Nothing more, nothing less. And Williams insisted any accusation to the contrary is wholly unsubstantiated, unverified, and false. But here's the thing, people aren't feeling it, not one bit. At this stage, the public trust is cracked, and for many, these statements feel less like truth and more like a polished script. And it's not just Monique stirring the pot anymore. Enter Gene Deal, Diddy's former bodyguard. This ain't some random YouTuber or internet troll. This man was on the inside. He saw what really happened behind those closed doors at those high-security invite-only parties, and now he's speaking out. According to Gene, the idea that Jakes was just stopping by doesn't hold up. He strongly hinted that the bishop might have been doing more than just greeting the family. While he didn't outright accuse Jakes of anything illegal, his tone and choice of words left nothing to the imagination. Gene's dropping statements that are heavy, charged, and hard to ignore. And given his history with Diddy, folks are listening closely. Here's where it gets real, because Gene Deal isn't just repeating gossip or riding the wave of internet speculation. Nah, he's claiming he saw Bishop Jakes at Diddy's parties with his own eyes. This ain't hearsay. This is coming from someone who lived in the belly of the beast. Gene wasn't some guy standing outside the velvet ropes. He was inside, part of Diddy's trusted inner circle. He was the one watching the doors, managing the chaos, and seeing everything that went down behind the scenes. And his words, they carry weight. He didn't just say Jakes showed up. He strongly implied the bishop wasn't there for a polite handshake or a quick drop-in. According to Gene, Jakes was participating. In what exactly? That's what has everyone on edge. Because when you hear that from someone who actually had eyes on the room, it hits different. And let's be real. This isn't just a bad look. It's a massive contradiction to everything Bishop Jakes has stood for publicly. A man who built his legacy on faith, discipline, and leadership, now being painted as someone potentially moving in those party circles. That's not just scandal. That's a credibility crisis. It's one thing when social media speculates, but when someone who was actually there starts talking, it makes the whole thing harder to ignore. Gene Deal's words are fueling suspicion, and now people aren't just asking if Jakes was connected to Diddy, they're wondering how deep it really went. This testimony shifts everything. It adds weight to the whispers and paints Jakes as more than just a distant associate. It suggests he was close, too close. And when that kind of involvement gets exposed, people start questioning everything, his judgment, his integrity, even the message he's preached for decades. And get this, now word is going around that Diddy, locked up and feeling the walls close in, actually reached out to Bishop Jakes, asking for help. Can you believe this twist? The rumor mill is saying that Diddy, feeling the pressure and knowing Bishop Jakes has major influence, reached out for help. Word is, Diddy thought Jakes could pull a few strings, maybe make some calls, lean on a connection and help ease the legal heat, even just publicly vouch for him to soften the narrative. But here's the kicker. According to insiders, Jakes said no. Apparently he was terrified of what getting involved might do to his already fragile public image. Let's be real, his name was already being whispered in connection with the lawsuit. If he stepped in to help Diddy, that spotlight would have gotten way hotter. So instead of risking his empire, Jakes reportedly chose to fall back and stay out of it entirely. But Diddy? Oh, he didn't take that rejection lightly. Allegedly, Diddy flipped. The story goes that he threatened to hit back hard with leaks. That's right. Audio clips, photos, maybe even video footage of Jake's at those infamous parties. Things that could totally wreck his reputation and maybe even open him up to legal trouble of his own. And that's the alleged breaking point. Insiders say that was the moment Jakes knew it was time to move, resign, step back, and maybe even disappear before May 5th, when Diddy's trial is set to begin. They say it wasn't just a resignation, it was a calculated escape before the receipts started dropping. So what do you think? Is Bishop Jakes hiding something, or is this all just smoke with no fire? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I read every one. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell icon so you never miss the next explosive update. I post stories like this every day, pulling back the curtain on your favorite celebrities and the secrets they don't want you to know. See you in the next one.
A lot of people being protected here. But why is Diddy the only person in jail? If he's committing crimes all over the place, well, guess what? The people who are also in these videos are also committing crimes. So why is he the only one in the box? When Diddy sued Diageo, right, the company went down by 20% because Diddy was claiming racism and all this other stuff, and it was such a visible person with such a visible lawsuit. 20%. It's a $70 billion company. Dishonest call of racism, which he threatened them that he was going to do in advance. So he straight up is like, this is not real. I'm gonna just do it to destroy you guys if you don't do what I want. Then he did it. He probably cost him $18 billion.
Cat Williams just dropped a bombshell, and it's shaking up everything. Word on the street is that Diddy didn't just fall from grace on his own. He might have gone toe-to-toe with some of the biggest power players out there. And that includes the shadowy giant, BlackRock. Yeah, that BlackRock. Now the whispers about Diddy getting arrested after crossing them, they're starting to sound a whole lot gets straight up ironic, Punk'd was literally a hidden camera show. Like, you can't make this stuff up. But that's just the tip of it. Ashton Kutcher was real tight with Diddy. Insiders say he started showing up to Diddy's wild invite-only white parties all the way back in the late 90s. Then in 2001, Danny Masterson joined the mix. That's when their bond got stronger, and everything started shifting behind the scenes. And here's the crazy part. Over time, Danny's crib turned into a copycat version of what Cat Williams described about Diddy's setup. Cameras everywhere, surveillance vibes, secret panels. It's like the same blueprint just kept showing up over and over. And through it all, Scientology stayed lurking in the background, not just with Danny, not just with Ashton, but even with Jennifer Lopez. Yup, J.Lo used to date Diddy, and guess what? Her dad, a known Scientologist, and her bestie, Leah Remini, the same woman who later exposed the church's darkest secrets to the world. Now get this, insiders claim Scientology had been plotting to pull J.Lo into their fold for years. Allegedly, they even used Tom Cruise's wedding to plant her in their orbit and get closer to her. That wedding? Yeah, the one where David Miscavige, the head of Scientology, stood as Tom Cruise's best man. Let that sink in. When you start connecting the dots, Diddy, Scientology, Ashton, Danny, it's not just a bunch of random names, it's a whole network, a web that protects itself as long as the money keeps flowing. And that's where we circle right back to BlackRock. Because sources say BlackRock didn't invent this game and they just perfected it. They've got their hands in everything: index funds, pension plans, college endowments. And here's the kicker. They don't care if the market wins or crashes, no matter what. BlackRock always gets paid. But when Diddy went rogue and threw a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit into the mix, that shook the structure. That's not the kind of disruption BlackRock just ignores. Billions were on the line, and that made Diddy more than a problem. He became a threat. Now Diddy's locked up, his freaky parties are under the microscope, and all those celebrities that used to be up in his circle, dead silent. But that silence, that's not peace, that's fear. Because Cat Williams wasn't just making noise, he was collecting receipts. And the elites who helped build this empire of power and profit, they're terrified of that spotlight flipping back onto them. Cat already threw out a warning shot. Diddy might start naming names. Yeah, he straight up said Diddy could snitch on everybody, and if that happens, this mess is just getting started. Because if Diddy starts talking, he's not the only one with something to lose. Anyone who turned a blind eye, pulled up to those parties, or shared that spotlight, they're all in the blast zone now. It's not just about one man falling. It's about a whole system cracking open. But hold up, here's where things get even wilder. Elon Musk.
Elon is vocal. Elon can stand up. Elon's not the guy that can be bullied. But some of these other guys that don't have 150 million followers and they don't own a company called Twitter, they may be billionaires. They may be $50 million guys, CEOs. But they got to sit there and say, babe, if you say something, you're going to lose your $26 million a year salary. Just do what Larry tells you to do. Imagine if you had control of 88% of CEOs of S&P 500 companies. What kind of influence do you have? So to me, as a person, when I asked you earlier, what are your top 5 things you would want somebody to run on? I think somebody's got to figure out a way to break those companies apart.
Do you think that's possible? Do you think they would ever allow that to happen?
I do think it's possible, but I also think it's possible that that person who does it is risking a lot of things.
No, Elon hasn't name-dropped Diddy yet, but he's been louder than ever about the snakes in the system. He's called out BlackRock by name. He's been dragging institutional power and corruption from the shadows into the light. And while Cat's been dropping bombs in Hollywood, Elon's been doing the same in Silicon Valley and on Wall Street. It's almost like, on purpose or not, these two are fighting the same war from different fronts. One tearing down the entertainment facade, the other ripping into corporate power. And that right there is what makes this moment straight up dangerous, because if Diddy's just the fall guy, the one they threw under the bus to keep the rest of the machine running, then someone wanted this mess to explode just enough. Enough to burn him, but not enough to shake the real power behind the scenes. But when folks like Cat Williams and even Elon Musk start yanking that curtain all the way back, that's when the whole system starts to glitch. That's when whispers turn into headlines. That's when people start to panic. One user put it plain, "I've been saying they only came for Diddy after he sued BlackRock." Another said, "Diddy stepped out of line and now the deep state's cleaning house." So now it's your turn. What do you think's really going down? Is this just a Diddy problem, or is it about to expose a whole network of control? Drop your take in the comments. We want to hear everything. And don't just scroll past. Hit that like, smash subscribe, and share this with someone who's ready to wake up. Oh, and don't go far. That next video, yeah, it's already waiting. And trust me, it goes even deeper. See you there.
They canceled me for talking about Harvey Weinstein before the thing came out, but he offered to suck my in front of all my people at my agents.
What's going down with the industry, dog?
The industry is full of a bunch of sucking, riding, bending over the desk, nigga, straight up.
I realized that, you know what? This is God's country because I met the devil here. Because if I hadn't met the devil here, I wouldn't realize I was strong enough to overcome the obstacles that the devil would place in my path.
DMX tried to warn us. DMX was speaking out against the industry a long time ago. Check this out.
Just the wrong one in the industry and you will get hurt. I'm not an industry artist. I'm an artist in the industry. So I do what the f I want because nobody can finish me.
That's the piece.
The industry wanted, dead or alive, new artists to sell their souls and where they survive. The industry don't give a f about you, but the industry could make a dime without you.
So it looks like DMX had been dropping hints about Diddy for years, but barely anybody was listening, except for one person who caught on early, Cat Williams. See, Cat's not new to this game. He got hit with the same treatment, blackballed, locked up, called crazy, just because he wouldn't bow down or stay quiet. And just like DMX, Cat's been speaking up about how dirty the industry really gets behind those flashy lights. If you don't play by their twisted rules, they come for you, hard.
New breed of rapper that's paying DJs to play they right. And, you know what I'm saying? They sucking the record label executives' dicks, and it's like.
Now here's where it gets wild. Cat's not just hinting anymore, he's straight up saying it. DMX wasn't just battling addiction, he was battling a system that wanted to break him. And in DMX's eyes, Diddy wasn't just another artist, he was a player for the other team. But the real question is, what did DMX see that made him turn his back on everything? What moment made him realize that Diddy might be working for the ones pulling the strings behind closed doors? Let's break this down because this rabbit hole goes deep.
Like, damn, I'm bad, you know,
And this isn't the only thing that DMX talked about. He also talked about how there were people in the industry that basically wanted to take you out to dinner and stuff to get a hold of your music. And you cannot tell me that DMX was not talking about Diddy, because the first thing that I thought of is when 50 Cent said that Diddy asked to take him shopping.
Now that Diddy's finally getting dragged into the spotlight for stuff way darker than anybody ever expected, the ones who tried to warn us are finally getting their due. Whistleblowers that used to be clowns, silenced, or called crazy are now being vindicated loud and clear, and right there at the front, Cat Williams and DMX. For years, these two were out here spilling raw truth about the industry. They exposed the dark games, shady puppet masters, exploitation, creepy rituals, and straight up foul play going on behind the scenes. But back then, nobody wanted to hear a word. Folks brushed them off like they were paranoid or wilding off something. People called Cat bitter. They said DMX was just ranting while high. The media clowned them both, acting like they were out of touch or mentally gone. But look now, every word they spoke is starting to hit different. It's not just talk anymore, it's receipts.
Subject you gonna touch on this, or just like you just going at him?
About him being a homo, you know he be too, right?
No.
Yeah, nigga that was styling his clothes. I got the inside information, man. Nigga that was styling his clothes for one of them shows, got him ecstasy on one night and f***ed him.
No, dog.
Yeah, Ja Rule is niggas, I'm telling you, dog. Oh, my mama. Told me that himself. He said, yeah, I was with Ja, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, he was all ecstasy up, so he...
What?
Whoa.
What?
Shit is crazy. Yeah, man. That shit, they walk around with a bag of them pills, man. Talk about me, you can't be serious. That X is everything. Get it? The X is everything. Hi, me.
Yo, this is a big statement you making here, man. You throw it.
Yeah, man, Ja Rule's nigga, straight up. He's
this is
out there that wants to give your man Ja Rule some X, and he'll f you.
Both X and Cat were labeled problems because they refused to stay in line. They wouldn't sell out, wouldn't join the club, and definitely wouldn't keep their mouths shut. And now that the curtains are getting pulled back, especially on Diddy, it's clear. They weren't rambling, they were revealing. And get this, a resurfaced interview just popped up where DMX straight up said that Diddy was our wording, his artist. Now, some people think X was talking about money, like how Diddy finessed his own artists out of what they earned. But others, they're saying DMX was hinting at something way deeper. It's starting to look like DMX meant every single word he said. No metaphors, no exaggeration. With all these disturbing allegations now surfacing about Diddy allegedly forcing himself on people in his circle, DMX's old interviews are hitting way harder than before.
You got issues with the industry. What's going down with the industry, dog?
The industry is full of a bunch of sucking, riding, bending over the desk, nigga, straight up like that. Whoever don't like it, bring it. Bring it. I don't give a bring it. Bring it. They got this new breed of rapper that's paying DJs to play their shit.
Right.
And, you know what I'm saying? They sucking the record label executives. It's like there's too much of that going on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Let me be me. Let me be the artist that I am and just play. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Now they want you all up under this, you know, sitting at going to dinner with them and like that, and you know, all that favor for a favor shit. I don't get down like that. Look, I'll give you the music, you give my money.
And here's where it gets real shady. DMX once revealed that Diddy originally passed on signing him to Bad Boy. Why? Diddy didn't think X was marketable enough. But the second he found out Def Jam was offering DMX a serious bag, suddenly Diddy flipped the script. According to Vibe magazine, Diddy went into full desperation mode, allegedly saying, "I'll lace your pockets, I'll double what they gave you." That's wild. But even with the money talk, DMX still walked away. Why? Because he had a bad feeling, real bad.
Industry, man, it's not the same. Doesn't have to do with talent, it's about playing the game. The industry, real is dying to get in. The industry, just to find they don't fit in. The industry ain't what it used to be. The industry's trying to control the way you MC. They want you to dress like this and talk like that. But I'm going dress like this and talk with the back. The industry got your word meaning nothing. The industry, what you heard, because he's bluffing. The industry, money, hate, but I dare you to try to take a thing off my plate if you ain't got a strong mind. The industry will break you down, it's a matter of time. The industry, vultures with nothing to feast on. See me, I'm getting my beast on. The industry, stay in the dirt, play in the dirt, test the wrong one in the industry and you will get hurt. I'm not an industry artist, I'm an artist in the industry. Industry, wanted, dead or alive, new artists to sell their souls in the way they survive. The industry don't give a about you, but the industry couldn't make a dime without you.
Word is, X had already heard whispers about what was really happening behind the scenes at Bad Boy Records. Now, yeah, maybe when DMX used that word, the R word, he was talking about financial stuff like Diddy ripping off Biggie and other artists. That's one way to look at it. But with everything that's being exposed now, people are starting to believe he meant exactly what he said. No coded language at all.
The cops, allegedly found some...
Yeah, they always find. I never leave without my girlfriend. I'm on the middle of an interview, sir.
Sorry about. Look, they found drugs now. That's what it was reported.
Sir, you can look at my paperwork. There was no. Weed is not a.
Yeah. I mean, do you think that's safe for kids to be around guns and stuff like that? I mean, I'm just curious.
How do you keep this kid safe without? They were in a lockbox that the police broke.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm saying if the police come in and raid my place and break into my gun boxes, you're gonna find guns. But these aren't. Well, I'm not in a gang. What difference does it make?
Now, you were actually stopped for this and let go because you have a license for it.
No,
right?
This is their 9th time coming to my house. The problem was this time they came to my office and took my kids from an office, not from my house, from an office. So now when I can't have my kids at my office,
that's an issue.
I must be the
definitely.
most terrible black dude. Because here's the whole thing. You gonna charge me with child endangerment? After I adopted 7 children and had them for 14 years in this state? Really? You coming after my kids now? Cause it was already a witch hunt. Now you want my babies? Yikes.
Finish up, man. Do you have any resolutions or something you might do different next year?
Yeah, I'm gonna be white next time. In my next life, I'm Caucasian and I ain't taking no for an answer. Let me explain something to you. I know it's people doing poorly in this country.
Yeah.
And they shot Trayvon Martin dead for looking kind of like I look.
Yeah.
Martin Luther King and Malcolm X ended up dead for telling the truth. So as a comedian, I don't think it won't happen to me. I think They've thrown me in jail 36 times in 36 months, and I think you've never seen me in a court of law. That means they're effing with me. And today, they crossed the line, because now they took my babies.
All right, man. Well, Cat, we wish you luck, man.
And luck is unnecessary. Thank you.
Have a good night. Thank you, brother.
DMX even hinted that certain rappers in Diddy's inner circle were doing anything to get signed. Anything, even if that meant compromising themselves in ways nobody wants to talk about. One name that DMX didn't hold back on, Ja Rule. The beef between X and Ja ran deep, and at one point DMX even claimed he knew Ja was getting down with his male stylist. Yeah, he said it straight up, but that wasn't the only shot X took. Around that same time, he started calling out a whole list of rappers who were cozying up to label execs and doing some real shady stuff, just to get spins on the radio or secure deals. He wasn't afraid to say it. Some folks were straight up playing the game in ways that had nothing to do with talent. And how could we forget DMX's legendary track, The Industry? That joint was a full-on expose. X aired it all out. How fake the game was, how the labels moved, and how artists were being used while pretending everything was fine. That track hit back then, but in 2025, it hits even harder now. It's straight up crazy how stuff he was yelling about 20 years ago is unfolding right in front of us today. He warned us about artists selling out, doing whatever it took for a shot at fame, even if it meant compromising their whole identity. And now, we're seeing it all go down in real time. But just like Cat Williams, the media came for X hard. Non-stop smear campaigns. They painted him as violent, unstable, addicted. Every negative headline you could think of. And even when he passed in April 2021, they couldn't let him rest in peace. The New York Times ran with that cold headline, DMX, top-selling but troubled rapper, dies at 50.
I saw where you and Suge got arrested, right? You and Suge got arrested, is that true?
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Okay.
Like, and
What were we doing?
allegedly it had something to do with like some type of photography, a camera or something like that. I'm not sure. I'm just saying this is what I read.
I'll tell you the story, and you tell me then does that change how you frame this?
Okay.
So, we have a meeting with a hologram company, which is going to go into a licensing deal on some holograms. This is in Beverly Hills. So now there's a rodeo, and behind that is an alleyway where you park your vehicles. That's where we are. Suge has brought his son with him who's 5 years old. And before we go into this meeting, Suge's son runs behind the dumpster and urinates. And a lady films his penis out, peeing behind the dumpster. And then says, oh, I thought that was Cat's kid. So yeah, that's what happened.
See, man, this is
so
why.
Understand, we were facing 20 years, Suge and I. 20 years for that. And if it wasn't for the fact that this is Beverly Hills and it's all on camera, they had no problem sending us up the river when we couldn't have possibly done what was being said. That lady said that she got jumped on by me.
Now don't get it twisted. DMX definitely had his share of legal run-ins. We're talking substance charges, weapons possession, reckless driving, probation violations, the whole nine. But here's what really stands out. Not once was DMX ever accused of anything involving minors or predatory behavior. No weird stories, no shady rumors, nothing like that ever came out about X. And that right there, that puts him in a whole different category compared to a lot of big names in the rap game. Meanwhile, dudes like Diddy and some of the other so-called moguls in his circle got rumors flying all over the place. Stuff that's way darker. Yet somehow they stayed winning awards, building billion-dollar brands, and getting called legends and black excellence while sweeping all that dirt under the rug.
Since I've done it so much, since it's such a major part.
What about today?
Lady, shut up, man.
No,
I'm talking about. No, listen, man. Listen, man. I'm not going for this.
You don't get. I was talking to Xavier.
Damn, y'all, for real.
I was talking to Xavier. I'm not intimidated
You
by
don't gotta be intimidated, man. Stop running your mouth.
What about?
I'm not.
DMX, he got torn apart by the media. Every slip-up was broadcast like a circus act. But Diddy, he was protected by the same machine he helped build. And that's not just some double standard, that's strategy. That's how the system moves. They destroy the ones who speak truth, and they protect the ones who help keep the secrets buried. DMX wasn't having it. He refused to be a puppet, and just like Cat Williams, he paid the price. Cat's been through it too. Celebrated one day, arrested the next. Even after blowing up, they never left him alone. One of his first high-profile busts, back in 2009, in a Walmart parking lot in Georgia. When the cops rolled up on Cat Williams that day, they took some of his guns, but here's the wild part, they never charged him with anything. Later on, Cat straight up called the whole thing what it was, a witch hunt. He said he wasn't bothering nobody, just chilling, when out of nowhere, a group of armed men pulled up and surrounded him. He told Vibe, one of them had a holster, a pocket full of bullets, and a pistol. That's when Cat tried to de-escalate, telling them, let's step outside. But the second he stepped out, boom, 6 dudes surrounding him, 1 man deep. And next thing you know, they're calling the sheriff, saying Cat had weapons and was the problem. This is a witch hunt, he said. It's getting to the point where I feel like I'm being persecuted. This don't even make sense. And honestly, it really didn't. But that wasn't even the worst of it.
Take a look at some of the lyrics from your song.
How about I pick the lyrics?
Who We Be. I think you'll like these lyrics. The hurt, the pain, the dirt, the rain, the jerk, the fame, the work, the game.
I like what you said. Yeah. Did it.
The friends, the foes, the bins, the hoes, these studios, the shows. Why don't you just read it? I like the way you read it.
It comes and it goes. The jealousy, the envy, the phony, the friendly, the one that gave him the slugs, the one that put him in me, the snakes, the grass, too long to see. The lawnmower sitting right next to the tree. It's right there, just mow that grass and you'll see the snakes.
Yeah.
That Georgia situation was just the start. After that, it was like somebody had pressed a button. Cat started getting arrested again and again, back to back. Every few months, his name would be back in the headlines for some random incident. But the real heat came in December 2012. That's when police claimed Cat was putting his kids in danger. Said they found guns and weed at his house. It made headlines everywhere. But guess what? Those charges got dropped. Cat Williams didn't bite his tongue. He said the whole thing was a setup, another trap to bring him down and silence him. But it didn't stop there.
We've had, I guess I would call it a gospel song, or certainly
gospel song and a conversation with the Lord on every album.
On every album. Lord, give me a sign. I pulled some of those lyrics out. Tell me what these lyrics are and what they mean.
It's a conversation with the Lord. I really need to talk to you, Lord. It's the last time we talked. The walk has been hard. Now, I know you haven't left me, but I feel like I'm alone. I'm a big boy now, but I'm still not grown. I'm still going through it, pain and the hurt, soaking up trouble like rain in the dirt. And I know only I can stop the pain with just a mention of my Savior's name. In the name of Jesus, devil, I rebuke you for what I go through and trying to make me do what I used to. But all that stops right here. As long as the Lord's in my life, I will have no fear. I will know no pain from the light to the dark. I will know no shame, spit it right from the heart, because it's right from the start that you held me down and ain't nothing they can tell me now. Lord, give me a sign.
In 2014, Cat got arrested again, this time with Suge Knight, for allegedly snatching a paparazzi's camera. The media went wild, making it seem like they just ran up and attacked some innocent cameraman for no reason. But according to Cat, that's not what went down. He later revealed the real reason they stepped in. The paparazzi was trying to film Suge Knight's 5-year-old son, and Cat wasn't having it. He wasn't about to let some stranger snap shots of a little kid just to sell headlines. But instead of reporting that truth, the press twisted it. While Suge was getting booked left and right, the tabloids were out here clowning Cat, calling him a troubled comedian, an addict, unstable. The same tired script they ran on DMX, same tricks, same character assassination.
You've had a song on every album, A Conversation with God.
Yes.
You've had...
And a prayer.
And I think you've had...
Three conversations with the devil.
3 conversations with the devil. Why with the devil?
Well, to make a fair decision, I think you have to be aware of both sides. And I was approached, so of course I had a conversation. It doesn't mean I rode with him or believed him. I just was able to recognize him by what he said to me and what he offered me. Say, oh, now I know you are. That's why I stopped talking to him. I've put out 7 albums, but he's only on 3.
And speaking of X, things got even darker. He didn't just talk about the industry, he talked about evil, real evil. In his music, he often mentioned fighting demons, and on the Dr. Phil show, DMX said the devil came to him. Not once, but 3 times, can you imagine? One of his most talked about moments was when he appeared with his son on Iyanla, Fix My Life on Oprah's own network, but that episode, it was a mess. Iyanla kept interrupting, talking over him, pushing buttons, being all condescending, like she wasn't there to help, but to break him down on national TV. After that wild interview with Iyanla, DMX said straight up, he felt tricked. He thought he was gonna have a real convo, maybe even some healing. But instead, it turned into a setup to put his pain on blast. And even though he'd already been super open about his struggles with addiction, they tried to dig deeper just to make a spectacle out of him. People told him, don't go on another talk show. But DMX, he did it anyway. He pulled up on Dr. Phil ready to speak his truth. During that sit-down, Dr. Phil started reading some of DMX's lyrics out loud, including a track that dives into the highs and lows of fame. One line stood out, "Mow the grass to see the snakes." That bar right there, it hit hard. DMX was saying, clear the fake ones out so you can see who's really plotting against you.
I first came to Arizona, man, and I remember one day coming from the studio at 6 o'clock in the morning and pulling over on the highway. Be like 4 cars, you know, just to watch the sunrise. And it was at that point that I fell in love with Arizona. I said, you know what, this has to be God's country. You know, because I've never seen anything as beautiful as that sunrise. Then I met the devil in God's country. You know, and it's not so much who, it's what, you know, what happens and the things that the devil does. It's not so much a person, even though he acts through people. You know, you can't call one person the devil.
Joe Arpaio?
You know, you can't call any one person the devil. You can't do that because no one person has enough power to be the devil. You know, and you know, it's through all these hardships that I realized that, you know what, this is God's country because I met the devil here. Because if I hadn't met the devil here, I wouldn't realize I was strong enough to overcome the obstacles that the devil would place in my path. And it's by overcoming these obstacles that I realized that this is God's country. Because he helped me get over these obstacles. He helped me get over these hurdles.
Okay, so but when you're done here,
Yeah.
you're out of here.
I'm not looking back.
You're not coming back?
No, I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back for a show. I'm not coming back for a visit. I'm not even driving through the states. If I'm in a plane and they gotta fly over it, I'm gonna go around.
Then the convo shifted to DMX's spiritual side. Dr. Phil brought up Lord Give Me a Sign, one of X's most powerful songs. DMX didn't just talk about it. He spit the lyrics on the spot with that raw emotion only he had. He said every album he dropped had at least one prayer or a conversation with God, like a lifeline between him and the Most High. But things took a chilling turn when Dr. Phil brought up DMX's claim of 3 encounters with the devil. And X didn't hold back. He said he knew it was the devil each time, not just by the presence, but by what was being offered. This wasn't the first time DMX spoke on some deep, dark energy. Way back in 2009, during a jailhouse interview, he dropped a chilling statement. He said he believed the devil lives in Arizona, for real. He told the reporter he used to love the sunrises out there, but everything changed after what he described as a direct encounter with evil. He didn't say any names, didn't point fingers, but he made one thing clear. He was never going back to Arizona. Whatever went down out there, it left a permanent scar. Ever since, folks have been trying to decode what exactly he meant. Some believe DMX wasn't just talking spiritual, he was speaking on the industry's hidden side. Arizona's got a quiet rep, but behind closed doors, it's known for hosting secretive retreats, hush-hush industry meetups, high-end rehabs, and all kinds of off-the-grid events. It's not hard to imagine X crossing paths with label execs, lawyers, handlers, or even other artists who gave him real bad vibes. Like DMX, who saw life as a constant battle between light and darkness, that kind of interaction could definitely feel like coming face to face with the devil. Who knows what he was offered? Maybe it was a fat contract, a power move, or some behind-the-scenes deal, but only if he bent the knee and gave up a piece of his soul. And knowing X, he wasn't ever gonna fold like that. It fits the bigger story he always told about an industry that didn't just want his talent, it wanted to own him. But one thing's for sure, DMX resisted. He never sold out, never bowed down, no matter how dark it got. And that lines up perfectly with what Cat Williams said during that viral Club Shay interview. There comes a time when you gotta choose a side. You either roll with God's side or you fall in line with the other one. So when DMX talked about meeting the devil in Arizona, that might have been more than just words. Maybe it was a spiritual battle, maybe it was code for some powerful figure in the game, or maybe it was a real moment where something life-changing and deeply dark went down. Whatever it was, it clearly shook him to the core. And just like so many things X said in his music and interviews, folks didn't catch the truth until years later. But now we want to know what you think. Was DMX dropping hints about something much bigger? Was that devil in Arizona a metaphor? Or was he calling out something real, hiding in plain sight? And do you see the patterns? The way DMX and Cat Williams got treated for speaking out? Drop your thoughts and theories down in the comments. We're watching all of it. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share if this made you think different. And hit that next video, because what we're about to expose next, it's even deeper. See you there.
But one thing is, you have volunteered to testify at the trial, correct?
Not as of yet. Actually, I was subpoenaed.
Okay.
So my attorneys worked something out. So I believe when the time is right, I'm going to discuss it with my attorneys.
But you're willing to?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, I am.
Al B. Sure just stepped back into the spotlight, and this time he's not playing it safe. He's gearing up to take the stand in Diddy's trial, and let's just say, he's got receipts, and he's never switched up his story. Word is, Al is one of the key witnesses ready to testify against Diddy in court. And if he repeats what he's been saying for years, Diddy's image is about to take a major hit. His whole reputation is hanging by a thread, and Al's about to start snipping. But hold on, it gets even deeper.
Yes, many, many years ago, I posted some information that was, basically trying to save my life. And thank goodness to my ex, the wonderful Kim Porter, the late Kim Porter, who, kind of warned me all along the way to, just kind of watch your back, so on and so forth. And I didn't understand why.
Because of Diddy.
Al B. sure just dropped fresh tea about Kim Porter's past, too. Before she ever got with Diddy, Kim and Al were a thing, and it wasn't just casual. They had Quincy together, and Kim once admitted she was the muse behind Al B.'s R&B hit Forever My Lady. But here's the real shocker. Al says they were actually married and barely anybody knew. He spilled the details during a Fox Soul interview saying, "Every time I post something, I forget. I'm a grandfather, so my concern is not being popular and trying to get numbers and likes. That's not what I do. But I posted something the other day talking about my ex-wife. Yeah, I said it, my ex-wife, Kimberly. But nobody knew because we didn't discuss being married. We didn't discuss that." Al B. sure has never stopped honoring Kim Porter. He still posts tributes to her from time to time. But let's not get it twisted. This wasn't just about sweet memories. Even after they split, Al and Kim stayed cool with each other. And when it comes to her death, Al has never held back. He's been screaming foul play from day one.
Basically.
Do you believe that she died of pneumonia?
Absolutely not.
Why? What evidence do you have?
She was in the best of health. We just saw each other prior to her passing. We were actually celebrating our son's new Netflix Christmas special, and she was doing just fine. In fact, we were all at the event together at Netflix in the lobby. Sean, myself, the children, all having a great time. And I'm, grabbing Sean like, what? And she's in the back going, stop, So it was a really festive opportunity just for all of us to be together, because it's nothing like the circus that's out here. So it was, a lot of the stuff, came to surprise, but a lot of the stuff will be revealed because